In this era of aura revival, others are practicing hard every day, while I am sleeping all day long. While others have become strong people with hundreds or even thousands of chi and blood, I am still just an ordinary person with single-digit chi and blood. Instead of feeling ashamed, I went back and fell asleep, counting sheep and going to sleep. However, it was on an unusual night that a miracle happened. I actually overtook those geniuses who had been practicing for a whole year. It was only because the original owner of this body was a wastrel with extremely poor cultivation talent, and after a year of cultivation, his chi and blood were unable to break through the category of an ordinary person. He even ran to confess his love to the goddess whose chi blood value had long exceeded 1,000, and naturally, the result was a miserable rejection and mockery. Just as I crossed over and happened to run into this odd scene, I was internally vomiting madly, as if the sky was falling and the opening was hopeless. At that exact moment, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, you have obtained the system that makes you stronger by breathing. Every time you breathe, you can increase your chi and blood values. Please continue to work hard. The current chi and blood value is 9 points. You are currently still an ordinary person." The system's voice came through loud and clear, and I nearly leapt up in excitement. This system sounded really powerful, but on second thought, the aura recovery had already passed for a year, so wasn't it a bit too late for this system to come? Suddenly, a girl's icy voice cut through my thoughts like a sharp blade. I looked back and saw that it was Qin Shui who was standing beside me. I smiled politely and slightly before turning away, desperate to find a quiet place to plumb the mysteries of this system. Strolling along the paths of the campus, I began to slowly try to utilize the system. As expected, with every deep breath, I could clearly feel my body getting progressively stronger, and the system would also randomly increase my agility, which was simply wonderful. Suddenly, the school's radio burst into life. "There are 3 days left before the college entrance exam, so I hope you can meditate and practice to get good grades." I couldn't help but smile. With this system, I was all but certain that I would be able to dramatically increase my strength in a short period of time. Just then, a lanky boy came striding in with 2 minions. He was another person in the school who was pursuing Qin Shui. The fat bear stared at me and asked in a bad tone, "You're Han Ning?" I responded calmly, "It's me." Fat Bear's face instantly grimaced. "You kid dared to underestimate me?" I smiled softly and asked rhetorically, "Why should I look up to you?" This guy in front of me, his blood value in the last martial arts exam was only a little over 500. Since I have the system, reaching 500 blood is as easy as swatting a mosquito to me. "You seek death!" Fat Bear faced my provocation. His face was like a palette, a burst of green and a burst of white changing, a cold aura flickered in his eyes, and it looked like he was about to make a move on me. But I wasn't flustered in the least and provoked. "Big dumb bear, how dare you do it in school?" I was confident that he would not dare to make trouble for me at this juncture. After all, there were only 3 days left in the National Martial Arts examination, and causing trouble on campus at this time would leave a stain, which would in turn affect the chances of entering a higher martial arts school. Even though Fat Bear's chi and blood were powerful, according to his level, he couldn't enter the top martial arts schools. The second-rate martial arts schools would still open their doors to him. I am well aware that private fights are strictly forbidden in most areas of the school, and the only place where you can have a date is the martial arts field. If the Fat Bear dares to make a move, disciplinary action will surely await him. After school, Fat Bear stopped me, angrily told me to wait, and threatened to deal with me after school. I responded, "Don't boss me around, why should I listen to you?" I didn't flinch in the face of his intimidation. The next day, the Fat Bear and I agreed to duel in the martial arts field. Although I am not a brave man, but if I do not fight, there will be more trouble this afternoon. Now that there are only 3 days left before the martial arts exam, I must seize the time to raise my chi and blood values. Because in this world of the weak and the strong, chi and blood is the foundation of strength. After returning to my residence, I was ready to raise my chi blood with the help of the system. According to the system's rate of increase, it could raise the chi blood value by 60 a minute. In this way, in one night, my chi blood could break 1,000, which gave me the capital to stand shoulder to shoulder with those heavenly prides, and my heart was incomparably excited. However, when I woke up the next day, it was a different story. My body felt unusually strong, and checking the system panel, my chi and blood had reached 1236, making me an advanced martial apprentice. With this kind of chi and blood power, I am no longer a man with no hands, and I can even go to the trial on the outskirts of the city to break into the trial area that has always been a source of fascination for me. Previously, due to my weak body and low chi and blood values, even though it's been a year since the aura revival, I've never left the urban area. After all, it's only safe enough to hide in the city. It was now Friday, my last day at school, followed by 2 days of vacation and the National Martial Arts examination 3 days later. My chi and blood values filled up, and my entire body was much more refreshed. I have to go to the school today to arrange for test numbers and test rooms. Early in the morning, I was challenged by Fat Bear waiting at the school gates. I reminded him that my blood value had now reached 1000, but he didn't believe me and was easily defeated by me as a result. The crowd of onlookers were all surprised by the change in my strength, and Qin Shui was no exception. But I just turned away bashfully, because with the system, raising my chi blood was as easy and simple as eating. Nowadays, Qin Shui and I are no longer in the same world, and when I see her again, she can no longer create even a ripple in my heart. For this martial arts test, the school had prepared 10 testers. The students lined up in order to take the test. I had the lowest chi and blood value in the last test in Class 8, so I waited until the other 39 students had finished their tests before it was my turn. I took a deep breath, my heart filled with laughter. I don't know how the people around me would feel after realizing that I had changed so much in only 3 days, especially Qin Shui. But all of this is no longer important. I need to show my potential, obtain more cultivation resources, and achieve a higher realm. Now that I'm living again, I don't want to be stuck in a routine. Jiang Hanhua told me to wait for him after the test, and I calmly walked up and held the tester. I had used this instrument before and was very familiar with it. When it was ready, I signaled to the teacher in charge next to me. But the next second, a piercing sound came and everyone froze. The old principal and other senior figures immediately gathered around. Slightly embarrassed, the old principal asked me what had happened, and the teacher told him that my chi and blood values had exceeded the test range. Everyone was shocked. The old principal suspected that something was wrong with the instrument, but he also knew very well that the instrument had been debugged and could not be wrong. Eventually, the old principal realized that my blood value might have surpassed the 2000 mark. The old principal announced that the test had ended early and blocked the news, and decided to ask the deacon of the Martial Arts Alliance to step in and test my chi blood again. The entire school administration couldn't stay calm. The old principal smiled and questioned me, his eyes revealing concern and relief. He knew my parents well, and was pleased that I was so successful today. In the previous martial arts exams, a chi blood value of 1000 was already the best, and Qin Shui was one of the leaders. However, I achieved something even more remarkable, which thrilled the old principal. I was a bit embarrassed by the old principal's enthusiastic gaze. I had a very low chi blood value before, but now it had soared to 3000, so I did worry that I would cause people to blush. After the recovery of the aura, the hearts of the people in the city are getting complicated, and the clan masters and powerhouses might covet my system, which is my secret, and I must not expose it. The teacher in charge of the test surmised that my chi blood value exceeded 2500, and the whole room fell silent. After the old principal was shocked, he excitedly patted my shoulder and said in a loud voice, "Good, good, good, truly a tiger's father has no son." He actually asked me to punch him with all my might, knowing that someone who just took the martial arts exam could be tested by a patriarchal powerhouse. This news would surely shake the 4 directions when it spreads out. Many big names of the Martial Alliance were also gazing at me nervously and excitedly. I was embarrassed. The old principal did treat me well, but this kind of request always made me feel a little offended. I have always kept my grudges clear and will not change my principles because of the great changes in the world. The old principal kept urging and insisted on personally inspecting it, for one thing, in order to win a good future for me. After all, these big shots are the principals of all the major top martial arts academies in the building. I took a deep breath and also wondered what kind of power myself with 3000 chi and blood values could generate against a patriarch-level powerhouse. At once, my chi surged up like a mountain, and I struck out with a blatant punch, Yet my chi was instantly suppressed by the old principal's breezy clasping of his fist. This is the strength of a Grand Master. The several big shots each had a horrified look on their faces, and their gazes towards me became incandescent. The supplementary exam chi and blood value is over 2,500, which has never appeared before. The principal of the Great Summer Martial Academy immediately said that he would give me the best resources and treatment, and then the other 5 academy presidents also scrambled for it. I was at a loss for words, and here they were arguing over me. The final decision was mine, so I had to say, "Principals, I'll think about it." They were all relieved then, because then they still had a chance to win me over. "Today's matter is completely blocked and must not be leaked." The old principal's words left me uncertain. A single test had triggered the attention of the Martial Alliance and the mansion's major first-class martial arts academies. The old principal's action of blocking the news made me curious about the Wuxi Union, and at the same time, I was also confused about this behavior of his. After the martial arts exams were over, the old principal invited all the people of the Wushu League to stay for the graduation party, and they chose to stay in order to fight for me. After being brought to the office, the old principal told me that I had passed the martial arts exam and achieved a proud result, and he also explained many rules about the Mansion Martial Arts League and the system of martial arts practitioners to me, which I had not previously understood. I was deeply curious about the specific role of the Martial Arts Alliance, so the old principal explained in detail that after the revival of the aura, martial artists had a crucial role to play in national security. With the appearance of ferocious beasts, they became the common enemy of martial artists. The Martial Alliance was established by the Grand Xia precisely to maintain the stability of the country and to fight against external threats. As such, talents trained by the 5 academies were usually recommended to the Martial Alliance and enjoyed favorable treatment. The old principal also mentioned that my chi and blood values breaking through the anomalies was unique, which was precisely the reason why he kept it a special secret. The old principal wanted me to understand this, while hinting that there were other reasons, but he thought I was too young to be exposed to such complexities too soon. The old principal emphasized that due to my talent and strength, all the major colleges and universities would be scrambling to draw me in, and joining the Martial Arts Alliance in the future would be a logical thing to do. Knowing this information, I left the office and began to think about the road ahead. There were other students in the school taking the test, and my results were kept strictly confidential, so the other students didn't know. Nonetheless, some of my classmates saw me being taken away by people from the Martial Arts Alliance and started spreading all kinds of gossip. Qin Shui also heard these rumors, and she self-righteously lectured me, criticizing me for using contraband to enhance my strength. Her attitude was arrogant and self-important, trying to show her superiority by belittling me. I scoffed at this narcissistic and green tea behavior of Qin Shui and responded directly to her provocation, showing that I didn't care about her opinion or attitude. "You dared to scold me?" Qin Shui's beautiful eyes widened angrily as she questioned angrily. As the school flower, how many people were after her, and after the aura revival, she was even more talented and outstanding. But a guy who had once confessed his love and was rejected by her, now dared to humiliate her. What right did he have? "It's just a win or a loss, it's all in the past," I responded, full of concern. Qin Shui stared angrily in disbelief. Is this still the same person I once was? Looking at Haruyuki's exasperated look, I laughed. "Haruyuki, are you being too self-righteous? Really think you're a princess?" I snapped back and forth. Qin Shui's face was covered in frost. At this moment, she had to admit that I had caught her attention. "Yuki, who was that? What's talking about you?" The voice came from the back. The person who came had a slender figure and was dressed brightly, and was actually someone from the Jianbei First Martial Court. The onlookers marveled. I secretly surveyed. The aura of this leading youth was indeed powerful. It was just that this so-called act of rescuing beauty was amusing. "Senior Lin, just a guy who uses contraband to boost his strength." Qin Shui looked at me with cold eyes, thinking that relying on contraband made her confident. The contraband was extracted from the bodies of ferocious beasts, and after taking it, although it could raise the chi and blood values in the short term, however, it would have a great impact on the future, and might even turn a person into a ferocious beast. Senior Lin spoke to himself, with the air of casually taking me down. "Immediately apologize to Yuki," he ordered. The students gathered around were laughing, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. In their eyes, I was the biggest clown of them all. I did not retreat in the face of Senior Lin's powerful aura. Hee hee, it seems like your followers aren't very good either. Provocation, naked provocation. The surrounding crowd exploded. No one expected me to dare to provoke so directly. Senior Lin was furious and laughed. With you? I went from 900 chi blood value to 2,500 in a year. He was smug. While listening to his proud introduction, I smiled. It turned out that raising chi and blood was so difficult, but it wasn't difficult for me. At this moment, I wanted to say that I wasn't open, but looking at Senior Lin's expression, I wasn't going to let him off the hook. Although Qin Shui and I have long had nothing to do with each other, there are too many of these people who are as annoying as mosquitoes. If I don't make an example of them, others will only think that I'm easy to bully. If you want to have a good future, then there is no reason to retreat. Even if it is just a mosquito in front of you that disturbs your vision, you have to sweat it. Jianbei's students only move their mouths. If they can become strong just by moving their mouths, then Jianbei is nothing more than that. I continued to taunt, even pulling in the entire academy. Not only Senior Lin, the onlookers were also enraged. Rubbish, what are you? How dare you humiliate Senior Lin and the Jianbei #1 Martial Arts Academy? Qin Shui looked at me in shock, never imagining that I would become like this after rejecting me. Do you know the consequences of humiliating the #1 Martial Arts Academy in Jianbei? Don't do something stupid just because you like me. To tell you clearly, it's not possible for us. I publicly humiliated the Jianbei First Martial Academy, shocking everyone present. Qin Shui stood out to defend the Martial Arts Academy because it was a place that countless high school martial artists dreamed of, and there were many first-class martial arts academies in Daxia, each of which was important. Qin Shui knew that Senior Lin had come over in order to rope her into joining the Jianbei #1 Martial Arts Academy. In the face of such a good opportunity, she naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, it was just stepping on a loser. However, when I questioned the schoolgirl's kneeling behavior, Lin Xiaochang was annoyed and prepared to teach me a lesson. With a blood value of 2,500, he was already an overwhelming presence in the eyes of the crowd. He executed a martial art that was incredibly powerful. But I had 3,000 air blood value, and my counterattack was even more furious, breaking his attack with a single punch and knocking him to the ground. Qin Shui reprimanded me for cheating, but I didn't think so. At that moment, Qin Xingruo appeared. She was a student of the Jianbei #1 Martial Arts Academy. Qin Xingruo's attitude and the way she handled the situation made me look at her in a different light. Not only did she not blame me, she instead admitted her mistake and looked forward to seeing me in the future at the Martial Arts Academy. Qin Xingruo's gesture of goodwill and apology shocked everyone present like a thunderbolt, including Senior Lin and Qin Shui. How could someone who relied on contraband to enhance his strength gain the favor of the #1 Martial Arts Academy in Jianbei? Qin Shui questioned, incredulous. It was difficult for her to comprehend that I would be treated in such a manner, especially since I had always been a waste in her eyes. In the face of skepticism, Qin Xingruo countered cleanly. You guys say that the use of contraband, where is the evidence? And the use of contraband must have drawbacks, do you see? Qin Xingruo's words left Qin Shui speechless. Qin Xingruo continued. If someone uses the Academy's reputation to bully others, the Academy will never let it go. Qin Shui's rejection of my confession had been a source of pride, and I felt that the impulses of youth were normal. Qin Xingruo said that she didn't want to get too involved in our personal matters and gestured for Lin Sheng to leave with her. Despite their departure, the chatter from other students continued. Qin Shui still didn't believe that I hadn't cheated, and she questioned me about it, but I chose not to respond any further and simply left to consider the road ahead. I need to improve my strength. I don't worry about it in terms of cultivation, but I still need to strengthen other aspects, such as real martial arts. The graduation announcement brought me back to the reality that this was an important party. Although many people could only enter second or third-rate martial arts academies, or even become ordinary people, building relationships with their classmates from first-rate martial arts academies during the ceremony would be beneficial to their future. This was a realistic event. On the day of the ceremony, I attended simply in my school uniform and noticed that all the other students were dressed up in their finery. Yang Ling spat on their costumes, while I was more concerned about future plans. The old principal reminded me to make a decision, and the atmosphere was suddenly tense with the arrival of the people from the Martial Arts League. It shocked everyone that Chen, the director of Jiangbei's #1 martial arts academy, apologized to me during the ceremony. Especially Qin Shui. She couldn't fathom why I would get such treatment. Dean Chen's action made me stand still in shock, and as I listened to his words, I waved my hand as well. I made a move on lynching before as a warning to the alumni, but I didn't expect Qin Qingrou's appearance to make it all come true. Dean Chen's apology was disturbing. As I talked easily with the other clan-level powerhouses, the students on the sidelines were dumbfounded, Qing Xue in particular. She began to doubt what I said yesterday. At the graduation ceremony, several old men from the Martial Alliance surrounded me, and the martial arts academies they each represented were all vying for me, offering generous rewards and resources. This made Qin Shui, who originally thought of herself as the protagonist, feel cold and unwilling. Jiang Hanwei revealed to me that there were people in the school who thought I was cheating, but several Zhongshu-level powerhouses didn't notice anything unusual, so they all wanted to pull me in. My chakra value tested over 2,500, which shocked everyone. Qin Shui couldn't accept that the person she once regarded as a waste was now better than her. After some discussion, I chose the #1 martial arts academy in Jiangbei because President Chen offered the best conditions. The old principal suggested that the other martial arts academies didn't have to be in too much of a hurry because they had exchanged student spots so that all of them could share resources. After the ceremony, Qin Shui seemed to have made up her mind and called me from behind. I turned to look at Qin Shui, as if I were looking at a passerby, with no ripples. Qin Shui was determined to say something, but as soon as she saw the look in my eyes, which was devoid of the love for her that she used to have, she hesitated. Qin Shui saw this calm look in my eyes for the first time and didn't desire it at all. Usually around the students or passers-by look at Qin Shui, more or less envious and jealous or even greedy eyes. Even if it was a greedy and evil gaze, Qin Shui felt quite enjoyable. It was the superiority brought by her beautiful figure. But right now, I have nothing but peace in my eyes, no desire whatsoever. "What do you want from me?" I spoke, and my voice was calm. Qin Shui froze and summoned up enough courage to say, "Han Ning, you didn't use contraband. Why didn't you say so? It caused me to misunderstand you and brought you trouble." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted her tone. Qin Shui's words made me laugh. "Why do I need to talk to you about my business? What do you think you are to me? A dog licker?" I snorted. Thinking back to when I confessed my love for Qin Shui, this woman was condescending and spoke harshly. I didn't realize that only a few days ago, our positions were switched. It's a pity that there's no audience this time, or Qin Shui will lose her face. Of course, no one is the opportunity that Qin Shui deliberately waited for. Although I'm being fought over by all the major martial arts academies and my test scores are amazing, the news is blocked out, and outsiders still think that I'm a waste with a chi and blood value of only 9. Qin Shui obviously waited for this opportunity because she had regard for her face. As soon as I said this, Qin Shui froze, her brain buzzed, and a wave of aggression inexplicably welled up in her heart. It made her angry. "Han Ning, what are you talking about? I apologize to you with good intentions. What gives you the right to humiliate me?" Qin Shui was filled with anger and questioned me. I laughed even more wildly. "Ha ha ha, Qin Shui, you think you're apologizing? I'm an orphan, fatherless and motherless, and I even know that you have to be sincere in apologizing. How about you? Being condescending and accusatory, this is an apology? And liking me is humiliating you? Do you think it's because I don't deserve you? Or you don't deserve me?" My rebuttal caused Qin Shui to clench her fists and grit her teeth, her heart's decision completely shattered. "Hanning, don't you go too far. Even if your chi and blood value is over 2,500, mine isn't bad either. We're just getting started. We don't know who will be stronger or weaker in the future. Do you think you'll have much of a future with that status? We'll see." Qin Shui finished gritting her teeth and turned around to leave angrily. My words made Qin Shui break her defenses, and she thought to herself that she had come to her senses. Even if my test scores were amazing and I was accepted into the #1 martial arts academy in Jiangbei, she herself wasn't bad. Moreover, in terms of social status, I couldn't compare to her. Why should she condescend to apologize to me? Holding this mentality, Qin Shui snuffed out the thought. She's going to wait for the chance to surpass me and get back all the humiliation from today. I laughed as I watched Qin Shui leave in a huff. This bitch, whoever marries home in the future will have to suffer. This upbringing, there's no one else. I finished spitting and went back to the settlement. I have to wait 10 days for the system to settle, and I have 3,000 chi in blood values, which is enough to deal with the trial. Martial artist preparation costs money and connections, which I don't have at the moment, so I can only wait until I get into the #1 martial arts academy in Jianbei to figure out what to do. For the rest of the day, I'll rest and recuperate. While others prepare for the trial training and cultivation, I lay at home and huffed and puffed. Who still cultivates when you can get chi and blood values just by breathing? The trial is 3 days after the acceptance of the martial arts exam. For the first 2 days I was pretty calm, lying at home watching TV and swiping through short videos to get the chi and blood pumping, breathing hard, and lifting noticeably. After reviewing the short video ladies at night, I fell back to sleep. The next day, a dull knock on the door broke my sleep. Who is it? It's early in the morning. I got up with my sparse eyes and opened the door. The settlement house was small and simple, and in a few steps he was at the door. Uncle Jan? How come it's you? I froze. Uncle Jan is the one who has been taking care of me since my parents died, and one of the few people who care about me. All I know is that my parents died in an accident, and Uncle Jan was a friend of my parents, so he took care of me. Uncle Jan is very busy. I don't know what he does. I haven't seen him a few times since he took care of me, but I can feel the good intentions of Uncle Jan. You brat, testing for the martial exam is such a big deal and you didn't say anything in advance. If I hadn't heard the wind, I'm afraid I would have missed it. Uncle Yang was a big man of 1.9 m, with a robust body, very secure. Uncle Yang said as he pushed the door in. Glancing at the pile of paper in the corner of the bed, he frowned. Ning, temper yourself, but don't shed empty tears later. Ahem, what are you talking about, Uncle Jan? What did you come to see me about this time? I awkwardly changed the topic. I can't say that I was there to test the feeling of shortness of breath, right? It's weirdly embarrassing to say it out. Uncle Yang said. Of course there is something. The martial arts examination will be accepted soon, and after that comes the trial, which is a necessary procedure that all major martial arts academies have. After all, when you become a martial artist, you are facing a life and death test, the tip of the sword, so it is very important. Seeing Uncle Yang's serious face, I also got serious, knowing that Uncle Yang was concerned about me. Uncle Yang, I've passed. I'll be participating in the trial tomorrow also for the Jianbei #1 Martial Arts Academy, and after I pass, I'll officially enter the Jianbei #1 Martial Arts Academy. I expectantly and happily shared this good news to Uncle Yang. Hearing this, Uncle Yang had a pleased smile on his face. Not bad, your parents would be very happy if they knew. But didn't you only have a chi blood value of 9 before? How did you pass with a breakthrough? Seeing that, Uncle Yang had a curious look on his face. I was prepared for this and spread my hands. I don't know, it might have been stimulated in those days and then boosted. With the revival of aura, a lot of things can't be explained. When I said that, Uncle Yang nodded his head, agreeing with me. After all, it's only been a year since the aura recovery, many things are still being explored by the Union government, and it's normal for unexpected situations to arise. Since it's a trial, then you should also train and prepare properly. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? Uncle Yang's tone was stern and chastising. I smiled and nodded without retorting. Then Uncle Yang said with concern, These are 3 pills for healing. Take them if you get hurt in the trial, you'll recover quickly, survive the trial, and I'll come back to see you when you enroll in school. Elixir? Uncle, what is this elixir called? It's very expensive, right? I frowned. Every time we met, Uncle Jan would give me a lot of expensive things as well as money, but I basically refused. After all, having enough to live on is enough, and people taking care of help is a favor, not a job, and I can't overdo it. Okay, don't talk nonsense, this time is different. The ferocious beasts in the trial area are not weak, you should be more careful, although I heard that you passed the test, but I think it's just a passing line. Also, you keep this money, don't refuse it again, this time is different, it's about your future. Uncle Yang said seriously. Looking at Uncle Yang's face, which was more serious than every other time in the past, touched my heart, and I didn't refuse anymore. Don't worry, Uncle, I won't let you down. I firmly responded, I won't let Uncle Yang down, and I won't let the old principal and teacher Jiang Hanwei down. When I was at a low point in my life, they were the only ones who treated me with sincerity, and for that love, I would not let them down. Good, be ambitious. I don't have much time, so I'll go back first, you prepare well. Uncle Yang thundered and got up to leave. Until Uncle Jan left, looking at the pills and money left behind, my heart twitched a little. Quickly, I took a picture of the potion on my cell phone and looked it up online. One actually costs $50,000? This elixir was called the Blood Recovery Elixir, which was exclusive to martial artists and was expensive. If it wasn't for Uncle Yang, I wouldn't be able to afford it at all. I was happy to receive Uncle Jan's thoughts and waited for the trial to come. What I didn't know, however, was that after Uncle Jan left the settlement house, he went back to his house. Just as he entered the door, Uncle Jan saw his daughter sitting on the sofa in a huff. Yuki? What's the matter with you? Didn't do well in the martial arts exam? Uncle Yang came forward to inquire. His daughter was none other than Qin Shui. At the moment, Qin Shui, after a few days, is still haunted by my humiliation at the beginning. Dad, you're finally back? I tested my Qi blood value, but it was 1,000, and I also received an acceptance notice and an invitation to try out from the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. Seeing Qin Shui say that, Uncle Yang was very happy. But before Uncle Yang could say anything, Qin Shui complained. There's a guy in our school who's usually weak, but when he was tested, his Qi and blood value exceeded 2,500. Dad, do you think I can surpass him? Qin Shui was looking forward to it, but Uncle Yang was surprised to hear it. More than 2,005 on the first test? This is the first time this has happened since the recovery of Aura, right? Uncle Yang came back this time. In fact, he received the news from the old principal. But the old principal had to sell the news, and only said that I passed the test martial arts examination, and the rest of the things were not told, such as the Qi blood value exceeding 2,000 and 5,000, as well as the matter of the martial arts academy. Because of the confidentiality issue, Uncle Yang also did not take the initiative to inquire. And Uncle Yang's several people to my identity is also confidential, so outsiders only know that my parents died in an accident early years. By mistake, Uncle Yang was blissfully unaware that the person Qin Shui was talking about was me. So stunning, I'm afraid it's going to attract coaxing, but little Snow, you don't have to worry, the test is just talent dominant. After entering the university, promotion is the key. Uncle Yang encouraged, and in his heart he also began to be curious about that person with a Qi blood value of 2,005. However, Uncle Yang was worried that this gifted person would run into me and it would be troublesome in case of a conflict. All parties were preparing, and every martial arts academy was busy with trial examinations. Uncle Yang had left Jiangbei before the start of the trial because of his busy schedule. The trial area was set up outside of the urban area, and the top powerhouses of the major first-class martial arts academies stepped in and circled some areas, naming them trial areas, to test the students. The ferocious beast areas outside the city were categorized into low, medium, and high levels, as well as ghost and dragon levels. Aside from the low, medium, and high, there weren't many ghost-level areas or dragon-level areas after that, and they were far away from the human cities. Under the revival of Aura, these ferocious beasts were the common enemy of mankind. The Martial Academy's captive trial area was controlled between the low and intermediate levels. At the entrance of the trial area of the Jiangbei First Martial Academy, students from all over the country who had applied for the Jiangbei First Martial Academy gathered here. President Chen had personally stepped in to preside over this trial, and of course, to watch. Everyone, the trial assessment is about to begin. There may be deaths and injuries in the midst of it, but this is the path you must go through to become a martial artist. The conditions of the test: each person will collect at least 10 ferocious beast kernels. The more the better. Everyone, I hope it goes well for you. After Dean Chen finished speaking, he raised his hand and shook it. Majestic chi and blood tumbled up, and the mighty pressure of a sect master-level powerhouse instantly shook out. Then, the prohibition at the entrance opened and the passageway presented itself. One by one, the scholars scrambled to enter. The crowd, however, is not panicking me. Han Ning! I will definitely do better than you in this trial. I will make you regret humiliating me, Qin Shui said through clenched teeth, then walked into the passageway. I had the same face of anticipation, but not because of Qin Shui, but because it was the first time as a martial artist that I entered the area of ferocious beasts and saw them. I've always been curious about ferocious beasts, and I had previously thought that if I had enough time, I'd go outside the city to practice on my own. But now, the trials are just around the corner. When I came to the trial area of the Jiangbei First Martial Arts Academy and stepped out of the city, I realized that the changes were huge. The trees outside the city were tall and truly heavenly. And because of the aura revival, the aura concentration here was high. Martial artists cultivated chi and blood, in addition to physical exercise and actual combat. It was absorbing aura to quench chi and blood to enhance it. This was also the reason why flying birds and beasts turned into ferocious beasts after the revival of aura. Although it was a trial area, the ferocious beasts had a natural advantage. Some new students were unlucky in their location and were attacked by ferocious beasts just after entering, and some even lost their lives directly. This situation caused many freshmen to gather and cooperate. After all, each person ensured that they would pass by getting 10 kernels and enter the First Martial Academy of Jiangbei. This fierce beast is really ferocious, with horrible destructive power. I surveyed the circle and realized that there were more and more ferocious beasts, attracted by the smell of human blood. Quickly, everyone form a defense to fend off the ferocious beast attack first. On the side, Qin Shui commanded in a loud voice. She was famous, and with my news blockade, she with a chi blood value of 1,000 naturally became the leader. A beautiful person with a lot of followers. That brat, why don't you hurry over? With big beautiful Qin leading us, we'll definitely be able to complete the trial with ease. Suddenly someone saw me step aside and called out. Just as the words left his mouth, a familiar voice rang out. What are you calling for? Let this asshole go to his death. This guy's original chi and blood value was only 9, and I heard that he only passed by relying on contraband, and he got lucky and actually managed to be accepted into the Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy. However, relying on contraband to improve can't be compared to us after all. The one who spoke was Fat Bear, who also stepped on the line to be admitted. After the Fat Bear said that, a group of people looked at me contemptuously. So it's a waste, and you have to rely on contraband. A chi and blood value of 9? What trash, even if it's raised now, the combat power is definitely weak. He's not qualified to be next to Big Beautiful Qin. A group of licking dogs gloated. And Qin Shui was full of acceptance, looking at me condescendingly. Although Qin Shui knew my true chi and blood values, she didn't believe that I would be unharmed under the siege of ferocious beasts. However, in the midst of a group of mocking cold eyes, I walked out without thinking. Fierce beasts and martial artists are the same in terms of chi and blood value. Although the number of beasts in front of me was large, the strongest didn't reach 3,000 chi and blood values, so they weren't a threat to me. I charged in one step, my fists danced wildly, and even though I didn't have pseudo-martial arts or martial arts skills to add to it, I easily repelled the ferocious beasts by crushing them with my chi and blood values. Afterwards, I made an explosive step and punched a 900 chi blood value ferocious beast to death. Hiss! This guy really relies on contraband? That thing has a lot of side effects. Even if it's not dangerous under siege, he actually killed a 900 chi blood value ferocious beast with one punch. The group of people were startled by my ferocious attack and power. Fat Bear scowled as he remembered the scene where he was beaten by me. I didn't bother, and looked at the group after taking out the feral beast colonel. Idiot! Saying that, I accelerated my speed and broke away from the encirclement of ferocious beasts by virtue of my sensitivity. The ferocious beasts surrounded me with a large number of people as their target. They don't care if I'm alone. But Qin Shui and the girls would have a hard time. Leaving the encirclement, I didn't linger and began to engage the ferocious beasts, quenching my practical combat experience. Ferocious beast strength was the same as the martial artist class differentiation. Within 8,000 to 10,000 was the half-step sovereign realm, and after that was the sovereign level. The trial area was obviously untouchable. I was organized and easily killed any ferocious beast I came across. 3,000 chi blood values brought a full sense of security and oppression. In less than 2 hours, I completed the goal of the test. But the trial wasn't over yet. President Chen said the more kernels the better? It seems like the kernels are related to something, like rewards? In that case, get more of them, and then sell them for money. I pondered. Ferocious beasts are covered in treasure, and kernels are even more so. I don't have any background or capital, so I'll have to earn my own money in the future. It's easier for martial artists to make money than ordinary people, but there are dangers and high returns. Just as I was trying to find demonic beasts with strong qi and blood values to exercise myself, a shocking hiss rang out behind me. I turned to look. Qin Shue's several people were in a terrible state, running wildly with all their might, followed by a few ferocious beasts with a blood value of up to 2,000. Before a dozen people are now only a few left, obviously experienced a brutal fight. Hanning! Quickly help us! We're cooperating! Seeing me, Qin Shue's nervous and scared look eased, and after remembering how easily I had defeated Lin Xing, who had a blood value of 2005, she began to call for help. As for the words of surpassing me and washing away the shame, Qin Shue forgot all about it at the moment. Facing a beast with 2,000 qi and blood values, she had no chance of winning, not to mention that there was more than one. At the moment of life and death, a proud person like Qin Shue had to bow her head. Looking at Qin Shue's appearance of begging for help, I think it is funny, before the high and mighty, now this kind of woe. Sure enough, even the most beautiful goddesses and schoolgirls are all the same after picking on a turd. Cooperation is fine, but all these ferocious beast kernels belong to me, I said nonchalantly, not interested in helping Qin Shue, but interested in the ferocious beast kernel. After all, there are not many ferocious beasts that come all the way over with 2,000 qi and blood values. The higher the qi and blood value, the more valuable the kernel is. Good! Looking at the ferocious beast that was close at hand, Qin Shue was exhausted, and the rest of them couldn't resist, so they could only nod their heads in agreement. Receiving a reply, I don't mope, I pull out my legs and sprint out in a short distance. Almost instantly, I arrived in front of the ferocious beast. Watching the fierce beast's sharp claws shoot towards me, without hesitation, I stored up my strength and blasted out with a punch, under the qi and blood filling up. I clenched my fist, 3,000 qi and blood values tumbled up, and a punch that was as heavy as 1,000 pounds actually knocked back the sharp claws of the ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, 3 ferocious beasts with 2,000 qi blood value hissed and lunged at me. Although I have 3,000 qi in blood value, which is far more than them, the 3 ferocious beasts attacked with a combined force, making me a bit overwhelmed. After all, I don't have much combat experience. Qin damsel, should we help Han Ning? He's able to fight with ferocious beasts with 2,000 qi and blood values. We'll definitely be able to take care of these few ferocious beasts if we help him. Yeah, besides, our inner core numbers aren't enough, and these are ferocious beasts with 2,000 qi and blood values, so there's a benefit to taking them down. Those who could be accepted into the Jiangbei First Martial Academy were not stupid and understood the importance of the kernel. However, Qin Shue hesitated in the face of these sayings. After getting out of danger, seeing that I alone was able to fight the 3 ferocious beasts back and forth, she had other thoughts. The thought of being humiliated by me made Qin Shue furious. No need, intervening now instead adds to his chaos. Let's do a good job of wrapping things up. Qin Shue instantly decided that this was an attempt to make me work for nothing. At this moment in the battle, I also realized that something was wrong. The 3 ferocious beasts were attacking ferociously, but Qin Shue and the others were watching from the sidelines. Saying that they were cooperating, they were clearly utilizing me. Thinking about it, I decided to teach them a lesson. The battle was intense. I had just finished testing as a newcomer and held on for a few moments before my offense weakened. Although the beasts were not lightly injured, but after all, 2,000 blood values, the outbreak should not be underestimated. I dodged left and right, unknowingly drawing 2 beasts over. No good! Han Ning, what are you doing? Looking at the 2 ferocious beasts being attracted over, but I simply drew away. Qin Shue and the others were alarmed. In their haste, they couldn't escape in time and could only be forced to meet the battle. Among the few of them, just Qin Shue had a qi and blood value of 1,000, while the rest were all 900. The 2 ferocious beasts attacked and fell, seriously injuring one and killing one on the spot. Qin Shue was struggling to hold on. Since we are working together, why were you guys watching the show just now? I'm giving you guys a workout, otherwise you'll lose face even when you go to the #1 martial arts academy in Jiangbei. I joked. As the words fell, he turned to meet the fallen ferocious beast. One-on-one, I have an absolute advantage. Experiencing this trial battle, I have realized some techniques to instantly suppress against each other. Bang! A punch was thrown, hitting the vitals of the ferocious beast, killing it on the spot. Phew, 2,000 chi blood values, indeed resistant to fighting. If it wasn't for 3 of them, it wouldn't be so troublesome. I let out a light breath and looked at the Qin Shui several people on the side. At this moment, they were being beaten by 2 ferocious beasts. Qin Shui, who was originally a dainty school goddess, was at the moment like a dancing god, with her teeth and claws open, flustered and in a sorry state. Han Ning, are you still planning to watch the show? Qin Shui was sent flying by the ferocious beast with the claw, and looked at me who was watching the show from the side, and became anxious. Where was the schoolgirl temperament left in her now? Her hair was cloaked, and she was covered in a mess. I felt that I had seen enough, and without any nonsense, I immediately struck out. After all, the ferocious beast kernel is what I want. I struck again, aiming my attack at the vitals when the ferocious beast had no time to care, and easily took down the 2 ferocious beasts. Of course, the inner core was also taken at the first opportunity. The 3 ferocious beasts were resolved, and Qin Shui's few people sat on the ground panting heavily. Qin Shui even took out the blood recovery pills and swallowed 2 in a row, looking at me with a burst of flesh pain. Uncle Yang gave me 3 of them. I haven't taken them until now, and I try to avoid serious injuries when fighting. It's $50,000 apiece. I'm from a bitter background, so I don't dare to waste it like that. Han Ning, where's the ferocious beast kernel from earlier? Take it out. Qin Shui spoke in a commanding tone again, not negotiating at all. Take it out. On the basis of what? On the fact that you're pretty? Or on the basis that you can pick shit? I snorted and turned to leave. Qin Shui, however, brought someone to stop me. Han Ning, you're too rogue, aren't you? This is a collaboration, and we've contributed, so why should we take all the kernels? You don't think that your chi and blood value? Qin Shui wanted to say that I am in a situation, but thinking of the old principle and the major martial arts academy's agreement, he put the words back. Anyway, of the 3 kernels, you have to take out 2. Qin Shui's tough attitude and demanding look made me laugh. This Qin Shui, confession refused, is it bad to be a passerby? Wasn't she the one who said 2 worlds? But now she's posing as a young lady. Who are you pretending to be? Qin Shui, don't force me to hit a woman. I watched with cold eyes. I was in a good mood, but Qin Shui was making trouble again and again, making me very upset. This inner core was previously agreed to belong to me, not to mention that you guys didn't help me either. If you want the inner core, find it yourself if you have the ability. I won't obey you like the others. I finished coldly and left straight away. Qin Shui froze in place. This time she completely felt that I had changed. Since 3 days before the test, since my confession was rejected, I was like a different person. Not only did my chi and blood values reach 3,000, my personality changed as well. He really doesn't have any feelings for me? Qin Shui's heart was stunned, originally thought that I more or less still had non-affection for her, at least talking to me and telling me to cooperate. I would obediently listen. But I didn't expect that this time I wouldn't listen at all, and even threatened. I didn't bother with Qin Shui, a self-righteous young lady. I'm not interested in wasting time. Collecting the kernels and completing the assessment is the proper thing to do. For the rest of the day, I single-handedly went all the way to trouble the ferocious beasts. Without the presence of 3,000 chi and blood value beasts, I was definitely the great demon king. Even if he glared at the ferocious beast from afar, the ferocious beast could only leave in disgrace. I came back slowly and leisurely as each new student left the trial and passed the test. Re-enter the city. After all, the area I went to was the trial area of the Jiangbei #1 Martial Arts Academy, and there was no way for me to sneak off to a farther place, so I could only come back to complete the examination first. Looking at the new students that came back, which had decreased by more than 10%, Dean Chen was helpless. Afterwards, Dean Chen said, "All of you receiving 10 kernels means that you have passed the examination and successfully become students of my Jiangbei First Martial Academy. This is the beginning of your college career, and the first step towards becoming a martial artist and officially setting sail. Next, count the number of kernels you have received, and those with the highest number will be rewarded otherwise. When Dean Chen's words came out, some of the new students stared with a chagrined expression. Those who noticed early were confident. Start counting! Soon, several teachers came forward to count the kernels that the new students had obtained. A portion of the group had 10, just passed the test, and a few were 15. When it came to Qin Shui, she was filled with pride and unconsciously raised her head and chest. Although she was in a sorry state in the trial and was even put on the spot by me, Qin Shui had 1,000 blood values and her strength wasn't bad. Qin Shui, 25 pieces! The quantity burst out, and the freshman exclaimed. Tisk, it's worthy of being Qin's great beauty. She's pretty and strong. She actually managed to get 25 of them. Those ferocious beasts are vicious. I didn't expect Qin Shui to be able to kill so many. The bystanders bragged. Qin Shui's face surfaced again, proud smile. Since childhood, she has been the star of the show. After the recovery of the aura is also based on the talent of the crowd. Only encountered me to be hit and humiliated. But this time she believes she can overpower me. Although Han Ning's strength is strong, Qin Shui inquired in the trial that he fights alone and can only run when he encounters a group of ferocious beasts. And how much can he make up by catching a single one? Not bad, this Qin Shui has good talent and potential. It looks like there are good seedlings in this term, Dean Chen said with a smile. At that moment, the next teacher came up to me. After a quick count, the teacher froze. 50 pieces. At these words, everyone stared at me with wide eyes and horror. The corners of Dean Chen's mouth twitched as well. Although he knows that my high chi and blood values are not comparable to other freshmen, and low-level ferocious beasts are no match for me. But I haven't formally practiced, I have no combat experience, and I'm a newcomer, so even if I have a high chi and blood value the gap won't be too obvious. This coming out with 50 kernels is truly amazing. Great guy, how the hell did this kid do it? Didn't he say he stepped over the line to be admitted? I'm afraid that the real blood value is more than this. The freshmen were filled with astonishment. They were exhausted and in danger after getting 10. But I got 50 directly, scary. Good, very good. Han Ning, this entrance examination, congratulations on getting first place. As for the reward, when you enroll in school, you can pick a pseudo-martial skill on your own, Dean Chen said happily. Although pseudo-martial skills were not as good as martial arts, they were also what martial artists currently needed the most. After all, the martial skill itself was precious beyond measure. One of the conditions for my enrollment in the Jiangbei First Martial Academy was a martial art, and now that I've obtained another pseudo-martial art, I've made up for my shortcomings. After all, I really can't afford something that costs money. After the examination, you will have 5 days to rest, after which you will enroll at the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy, at which time you will be divided into classes and a new student entrance ceremony will be held. Dean Chen gave an explanation. His heart was happy. Being able to pull in such a good seedling like me is a great thing for the Jiangbei First Martial Arts Academy. When the new students left one by one, Dean Chen called me alone. Han Ning, when you enroll in school and learn martial arts, the Martial Academy will have quantitative arrangements for you at that time. With your talent potential, cultivate well, and your chi and blood values are bound to increase tremendously. Perhaps within 3 months of enrollment, you'll be able to reach 4,000 chi blood values, Dean Chen encouraged. But I listened with an odd expression. Dean, you know that I have a chi and blood value of 3,000, and I've only gotten to 4,000 in 3 months? Isn't that a bit of a downer? Seeing that I don't know what's good for me, Dean Chen rolled his eyes in anger. Other people may not even be able to raise 500 chi blood values in 3 months. I'm already looking at you very favorably. Moreover, the further you go, the more difficult it will be to raise your chi blood value. Slowly you will experience it. Prepare yourself well. By the way, ferocious beast kernels are materials that can be sold at a decent price. You can go to the Jiangbei wholesale market to take a look. Dean Chen snorted and turned to leave, not even waiting for me to open my mouth. This old man, where's the $1 million he promised me? And the martial arts skills? I spat, begging for more funds before enrolling in school by going to the fierce beast area outside the city to collect more materials. College life costs money too. Although Uncle Jan gave a sum of money, I am not greedy and thrifty. So I had plans after the examination. During the trial assessment, the ferocious beast's chi and blood values were all below 3,000, and I didn't even come across any that were 3,000. This kind of intensity can't achieve the training effect for me. Even if the blood value is high, it still needs combat experience, otherwise it is a paper tiger. Inside the settling room, I stretched my back and counted my trial harvest before falling back to sleep. In a few days the system should settle the chi blood value. If I wasn't worried about my waist deflating, I would have planned to let my breathing rush a bit more to earn more chi blood value. And during the trial I realized that as long as I kept up the high intensity of the battle, my breathing was tense and rapid, and my chi and blood values floated significantly, obviously related to the system. On the following day, I made some preparations and headed straight out of the city. Jiangqing is divided into Jiangnan and Jiangbei, and outside the city are rolling hills and forests. Before the revival of the aura, the outside was also a bustling and lively city. Unfortunately, in a year's time, ferocious beasts were rampant, and the vegetation grew exponentially under the effect of the aura's revival, turning the river city beyond into an urban forest. Because the ferocious beasts appeared to be divided into zones. The low-level ferocious beast area only has ferocious beasts with less than 1,000 chi blood value, which is not suitable for me. That's why I chose the intermediate beast area. The intermediate beast area is in the range of 1,000 to 5,000 blood values, so it's an excellent battlefield for me. Moreover, if you want to make money, the higher the blood value, the more valuable the beast materials are. The exit of the city was transformed from the original highway toll station. After the recovery of the aura, Daxia played the characteristics of infrastructure maniac, will appear in all the cities of ferocious beasts to reinforce the defense, to the toll station as the entrance and exit blocked, and the army to guard. The exit to the ferocious beast area is not easy to get out. Ordinary people would be persuaded to return, but I can. After all, after passing the examination I am a student of the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy, and with a student card, I can leave the city without any pressure. Entering the intermediate level ferocious beast area, I looked at the skyscrapers that were traversed by vegetation vines, becoming green and lush in a year's time. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The power of nature, no matter how many years of human development, there is no way to counteract it. Chapter 17. I used to have no choice but to do it for myself. Just after entering the intermediate ferocious beast area, Han Ning felt a strong stream of qi and blood. Meanwhile, the entire intermediate area was filled with the smell of blood. The growth of ferocious beasts was the same as that of martial artists. They needed to cultivate, but they had another way of doing so, and that was to devour. Swallow each other to boost your blood value. This was also why in more than a year of aura recovery, there were already extremely strong existences amongst the ferocious beasts. It compels countries to organize defensive measures immediately. It was from this that the Martial Arts Alliance of Daxia came into being. Suddenly, just after crossing the collapsed footbridge, a tremor rose, and before Han Ning could react, he saw a ferocious beast of enormous size running wildly. A pair of sharp and huge bull horns, scarlet incomparable eyes, a bull roaring to the heavens, but instead of bull hair, the bull's body was covered with layers of hard scales. Fierce beast armor-cloaked demon bull. The chi and blood value is a full 4,000. How did it come to be at the edge of the intermediate level? As he watched the armor-clad demonic bull run wildly, Han Ning could only feel his brain buzzing. One came here to strengthen the practical combat, as well as to collect materials. But we have to be progressive, don't we? This time, a 4,000 blood value beast came up. And it's still all about defense and power. The armored demonic bull was very fast, and Han Ning couldn't possibly dodge it even if he wanted to, so he could only hold his breath and mobilize all of the chi and blood values in his body. Chi and blood gathered in his fists, and exploded into the strongest serious punch ever. Without pseudo-martial skills, all Han Ning could rely on was savagery. But to compare savagery with a savage armor-clad demonic bull? Even if they were of equal blood value, the humans wouldn't be able to take advantage. But there was nothing else Han Ning could do. Fist swing, magic bulls crash. Bang! With a ferocious collision, Han Ning's entire body Dao flew out. There are still 4 days before the system can extract the blood value. And after a few days down the line, after a battle, the cultivated blood value was only a few points. Against 4,000 chi values, it was indeed barely. Hiss! It almost broke. The shocking pain coming from his arm caused Han Ning to instantly grimace. This 4,000 chi blood value ferocious beast was indeed not simple. It's no match for the ones that are a couple thousand. Friends in front, thanks for stopping us. This is the prey we're chasing. Please don't interfere, and we'll be grateful afterwards. Just as Han Ning was preparing to find an opportunity to run away, not intending to continue to fight hard with the armored demonic bull, behind the demonic bull, there was a voice. Listening to this, Han Ning only heard 4 words clearly. There will be a big thank you. Rushing towards the 4 words, Han Ning endured the pain in his arm and righteously blocked in front of the armored demonic bull. Everyone block the route, don't let it escape again. Soon, 3 people in succession appeared in front of them. The 3 of them acted quickly, their chi and blood were strong, and they soon formed a triangle and surrounded the armored demonic bull. Do it! These 3 people made a direct move as soon as they surrounded the area, not even having the time to pay attention to Han Ning. Only to see that the 3 of them struck out viciously, even holding weapons in their hands, and between their strikes, it was actually a flash of lightning and streams of light. Apparently, everyone who performed them were pseudo-martial skills. It's not as powerful as martial arts, but pseudo-martial arts are the norm these days. In less than 5 minutes, the armored demonic bull was finally killed under the combined efforts of the 3 of them. It wasn't until the armored demonic bull was resolved that the woman in charge turned around, only for both of them to freeze the moment they looked at Han Ning. Sister Qingqingruo? Mr. Hanning? With 4 eyes facing each other, it was a bit awkward for a while. Soon after, Qingqingruo also came back to her senses. Why are you in the intermediate ferocious beast region? This is not a place for newcomers to come. If we run into, wait, were you the one who stopped the armored demonic bull just now? Qingqingruo had wanted to give a lecture, having met Han Ning in high school earlier, only knowing that the guy had passed the test and incidentally helped Han Ning take away the prick lynching. But I didn't think that I'd run into you here after not seeing you for a few days. Although Qingqingruo is the daughter of President Qin, she does not know the specifics of Han Ning, the news blockade, coupled with the fact that she left Jiangqing early, so she does not know the situation. Ahem, it's me. I've passed the examination of the Jiangbei First Martial Academy, and now I'm also a student of the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. Sister, what you just said counts, right? Hanning grinned. Naturally it's true, but aren't you a freshman? How could you block the armored demonic bull? Qingqingruo was puzzled, but Han Ning raised his hand, revealing his skinned fist from the impact. Of course it's a price to pay. I was planning to look for 1,000 or 2,000 blood values, but I didn't expect this to come out. Seeing Han Ning speak so lightly, Qingqingruo's heart was also shocked. Even if he now had a blood value of 2,000, bumping into a cloaked demonic bull with 4,000 blood value, and moreover, was still known for its strength. It's also unlikely that just damaging a hand would be enough to block it. There's something weird about this guy. No wonder Grandpa had asked himself to go over and defend him at that time without being told. Qingqingruo thought in her heart, but her mouth was not lacking in effort. Then thanks a lot, heavy thanks are inevitable. And this is the blood recovery pill. School brother Han, hurry up and take it will restore his injuries. As for the heavy thanks, we'll send them ourselves when we're done with the demonic bull. Qingqingruo is also not ambiguous, flinging his hand to send a blood recovery Dan. 50,000 guys said to send people. It doesn't hurt at all. Just like Qin Shui, a big spender. This is even if the aura is revived, women are still defeated. Good thing it's not your own woman. The blood recovery pill is good, I haven't been able to spare it, so it's a good time to try the effects. Han Ning nonchalantly took it and swallowed it directly without thinking. Exclusive to martial artists, after taking it, chi and blood recovery is extremely fast, and the injured parts are repaired extremely quickly. It didn't take long for it to return as before, with only a slight tingling sensation remaining. If you had it, why didn't you take it earlier? One of the people who was handling the demonic ox heard this and looked curiously at Han Ning. This question, Han Ning is also frank. That is my uncle sent, cannot afford to eat, too expensive. So why did you eat it this time? If you guys give it to me, why don't I eat it? White certainly doesn't hurt. Han Ning spoke frankly, but the three of them were speechless for a while, and Chen Xingruo even had a feeling of being belittled. I'm also curious as to what Han Ning's deal is. School brother, it's dangerous for you to enter the intermediate region alone. Why don't you join us? Whether it's for practicing or collecting materials, it will be much safer. Qin Xingruo issued an invitation, wanting Han Ning to follow along to make it easier to observe this strange fellow. It was a pity that Han Ning did not agree. In the intermediate level area, the strongest ones were ferocious beasts with 5,000 qi and blood values, and there were not many of them. Han Ning wasn't so unlucky as to run into it, and even if he did, there was still no problem escaping. There's no point in following them around, adding to the trouble. No need, I'm just here to practice, it works better alone. Sister, pay for it. Han Ning raised his hand and extended it, a move that directly made the remaining two laugh. Qin Xingruo was also a bit embarrassed and distributed some of the processed cow bones to Han Ning. You this guy, at first in school to see you quite stable, should be meticulous smile, how today this look? Qin Xingruo asked curiously, but she saw Han Ning make a farewell gesture after taking the cow bone back into his storage bag. It used to be out of necessity, but now it's just for myself. Chapter 18 Breath Extraction. Get the draw. Formerly an orphan, Han Ning barely had a place to call home when he lived in a government-arranged settlement house. Under the care of Uncle Jan, the old principal, and Mr. Jiang Hanwei, he barely felt like family. Yan Ling sort of gave him the camaraderie of a classmate and friend, but other than that, nothing. Without power or influence, before the aura revival, he could still rely on his excellent grades to gain attention and become a genius in the eyes of others. But after the recovery of the aura, just 1 year later, that genius in the eyes of others was reduced to a waste. That year was a low point, and it also made the original body realize too much, and Han Ning, although he crossed over, had the same empathy. Being a man is not for yourself. As for those who belittle themselves, one day they will regret it. This Han Ning, he's really a weirdo. As she watched Han Ning leave, Qin Xingruo also muttered, after all, she had never seen her grandfather care so much about a junior. Separated from Qin Xingruo's few people, Han Ning also became more aware of the importance of qi blood value. However, active cultivation is impossible, not in this lifetime. After all, with the system in place, breathing is enough, in other words, living is enough. All Han Ning had to do was hammer himself into actual combat, as well as collect materials. There are many opportunities to make money when you become a martial artist, and they are dozens of times greater than those of ordinary people. The opportunity to make money was right in front of him, and Han Ning naturally didn't want to miss it. The intermediate level ferocious beasts area was dominated by ferocious beasts with 1,000 to 3,000 qi blood values. As such, Han Ning had just turned elsewhere not a moment later when he came face to face with a ferocious beast with 2,000 qi blood values. The previous collision of the armored demonic ox had caused Han Ning to suffer a great loss, and he was not going to be spoiled now. Han Ning took the lead, flying out in an arrow step, his fist held, his qi and blood filled, and he smashed out viciously. Bang! A punch to the face and an easy fix. A ferocious beast with 2,000 blood values was completely defenseless in front of Han Ning. Among the ferocious beasts, only after their qi and blood values reached a threshold would they be somewhat different from martial artists. Like the previous armor-cloaked demon bull, it has exclusive attributes, and is known for its defensive strength. This was something that the ferocious beasts needed a bloodline, a qi and blood value to do. Commonly known as qualitative change. A ferocious beast with 2,000 qi blood values is really no pressure. But the material is still good. Ferocious beast materials were worth money, both for martial artists and ordinary people. Outside of the ferocious beast's inner core, some of the beast's organs, bones, horns, and so on, were all quite good materials. Han Ning hadn't been to the Jiangbei wholesale market, so he didn't know how the market was. Still, learned a lot in high school. Since the aura revival, the classroom has been filled with more basic general knowledge about the revival of the aura. Therefore, Han Ning also knew that it was most appropriate to collect those parts. For several consecutive days, Han Ning had been in the intermediate level ferocious beast area, hunting ferocious beasts, collecting materials, and improving himself in terms of actual combat. In the blink of an eye, the storage bag was soon filled to the brim. This storage bag, or after the start of the aura recovery, Uncle Yang personally sent. While hunting and quenching the actual battle, Han Ning was also waiting for the system's settlement. Day 5. The chi and blood value is 3005. This ferocious beast is quite strong. Han Ning looked at the ferocious beast that had stormed before him, and his eyes were also eager to try. Only to see this ferocious beast starting up, the bone wings on its back actually erupted countless bone spikes one after another. It's like a flying knife. Extremely fast. This scene caused Han Ning's entirety to be startled, and he scrambled to dodge. Rather, I didn't expect that this ferocious beast with a chi and blood value of 3005 would have the means to attack. It's really alarming. But the days of hammering weren't for nothing. Han Ning turned and ran, straight into the ruins of the dense forest, using cover to avoid the bone spikes. It also greatly restricts the movement of ferocious beasts. Seeing the ferocious beast become more and more furious, hissing and roaring, Han Ning took the opportunity to scramble out and landed directly on the back of the ferocious beast with great skill and courage. A wild hammering to the head. Han Ning's blood value was only 500 short, and if he attacked the weak spot with all his might, even a ferocious beast wouldn't be able to hold out. It could only be hammered to death alive by Han Ning. King of the hammers of Jiangbei, there is nothing that a hammer cannot solve. After all, Han Ning didn't have a weapon or a martial art right now, and the only thing that worked was this fist. The most direct beneficiary of a martial artist's increased chi and blood values was the physical body. The higher the chi and blood values, the higher the strength of the physical body. Don't look at that one principle as an old man, but as patriarch-level powerhouses they all had a chi and blood value of over 10,000. The strength of the flesh body was also amazing, not to mention opening mountains and cracking the ground that could be easily blocked. After the kill, Han Ning was also ready to get his hands dirty and collect the required materials. Senior Han, we meet again. Just as he was about to make his move, Qin Qingruo's voice was heard from the back. Turning to look, the trio approached. How did you guys find me, sister? Is there something wrong? Han Ning looked curiously and realized that these three people, their chi and blood fluctuations were all a little stronger than a few days ago. Well, get ready to go back, counting the time. It's time for you to report back to the Martial Academy. The other thing is that this ferocious beast has a bit of material that we need and would like to exchange it with school brother. Qin Qingruo said. In fact, the three of them had previously watched the battle from the sidelines and had long since witnessed the process of Han Ning slaying the ferocious beast. The whole process can only be described in 4 words, simple and rough. At the same time, it also allowed them to know more about Han Ning as a freshman. Swap it? That's a trade then. It's fine to swap, but you guys have to come up with something of equal value, senior sister, or I'll be at a disadvantage. Han Ning said in a serious manner that these materials were useful for martial artists, but Han Ning hadn't enrolled in school yet and hadn't touched the systematic things. Naturally, it can't be used at the moment. That's natural. How about $100,000 for a material? Qin Qingruo opened her mouth, a sentence that froze Han Ning for a moment. In the end, they were rich people, opening their mouths for $100,000. No wonder martial artists were a lucrative profession. Deal! By the way, senior sisters, looking at your breath, you've made a breakthrough in the past few days? Han Ning inquired curiously as he collected the money. Well, it's kind of a bit of a gain, boosting the chi blood value by 40 or 50, I guess, and that's still the effect of us practicing hard for a month. After all, it's inherently difficult to raise chi and blood values. Qin Qingruo said, but as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with Han Ning. Only to see that the chi and blood on Han Ning's body also began to rise, bursting forth with an aura that became incomparably strong. It was also at this time that the system, which had been accumulating dust for 10 days, was finally settled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 days of breathing and increasing his chi and blood value by 1,000. Ding! First increase in blood value exceeds 1,000, rewarded with 1 random draw. The system prompt rang out, 1,000 blood values arrived, and Han Ning only felt his body heating up and rolling, his blood rolling over and over, and exponentially more power manifesting itself within his body. This caused a smile to appear on Han Ning's face as well. But a chance at the raffle? With a thought, he opened the system interface and took a look to see that there was indeed an additional lottery option. Of course, the system was only visible to Han Ning, and in the eyes of Chen Xingruo's few people, it was as if Han Ning was in meditation. Anyone who has a breakthrough in qi and blood value and has a relatively large increase will enter meditation. Chapter 19: Disproportionate Speed of Cultivation? He is? The qi and blood values have broken through. We'll stand by and guard him until he wakes up. Chen Xingruo quickly reacted, and the three of them also immediately defended, protecting Han Ning among them. However, they were unaware that Han Ning's so-called breakthrough had long since been completed, and was currently drawing the lottery with great anticipation. Extracting the blood value once every 10 days not only got you 1,000 points of blood value, but it also rewarded you with a chance to draw a prize. That's going to make Han Ning come to his senses. Start the raffle! Before the lottery, Han Ning could have taken a closer look at the lottery system, which had an extremely large number of options. But most of them are amazing. The lottery system has respectively double blood value, probability 35%, 1 random martial art, probability 15%, 1 random attribute, probability 15%, rare random materials, probability 25%, and the last random reward, probability 10%. Every kind of handing is not a loss. After all, the system gained blood value just by breathing, and the draw was against the odds. Ding! Successful draw. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery. Gained random attribute, thunder and lightning attribute. As the page prompted, Han Ning's entire body was excited, and at this moment, his body was changing. In the tumbling qi and blood, there was an extra silver-white light, flickering, yet numerous. It was as if it was integrated into the qi and blood. Outside of his body, along with the overflowing qi and blood, thunder and lightning raged, actually encircling Han Ning's body and emitting bursts of rumbling. This breakthrough, it seems a bit different, huh? Xingruo, this is the martial attribute, right? Isn't he a freshman? Awakened his attributes so quickly? One of them was filled with dismay, and Xingruo was even more perplexed. Totally don't understand what's going on with Han Ning. It was just that Xingruo seemed to be more aware of why her grandfather cared so much about Han Ning. In general, martial artists, only when their qi and blood values reach 5,000 can they explore the mysteries within their bodies and thus awaken the corresponding attributes. This also has to be determined based on the person's attribute, but most of them are 5 elemental attributes. Very few people are able to awaken rare ones. Han Ning's thunder attribute is extremely rare. Xingruo sighed, and at this moment, Han Ning had also opened his eyes. Feeling the tyrannical power within his body, there was an additional, more ferocious and destructive force in his qi and blood. And that's the attribute. Phew, that's pretty soothing. Sister? What are you guys doing? Han Ning opened his eyes and was confused as he looked at the three of Chen Xingray surrounding him. It's not even you breaking through and shielding you. You kid is really weird, breaking through so quickly and awakening the lightning attribute. Chen Xingru was not shy about it. There were just a few of them here, and there was no need to cover it up when they saw it with their own eyes. Seeing Chen Xingru say that, Han Ning also scratched his head, a little embarrassed. This, a fluke, probably a breakthrough because he's been fighting for the last few days. Han Ning's sentence of a fluke made the three of them roll their eyes at the sound of it. What kind of a fluke is this where people can awaken attributes as newborns? Moreover, looking at Han Ning's breakthrough stance, his qi and blood were dazzling, so he thought that the improvement should not be small. Senior Han, how much did you raise your qi and blood values with this breakthrough? Don't worry, we'll keep your business a secret. I reckon Grandpa knows more about you, he should have hidden some of it too. Chen Xingruo was smart, and said it all in a few words. Seeing that Chen Xingru had said so, Han Ning could not refuse. After all, this woman was generous and a great beauty. It's actually not too bad, it's just a boost of 1,000 blood values. What? 1,000? Just as Han Ning finished speaking, the three of them stared at Han Ning with wide eyes in disbelief. Raise your blood value by 1,000? Only 10 days had passed since Han Ning's test, and he had already improved by 1,000? That speed, it's just sick. Are all the new students nowadays so powerful? Boosting 1,000 chi and blood values and also awakening attributes. Those perverts at the Martial Arts Academy couldn't do it, could they? Xinqingru had a bitter smile on her face. If we just raise our chi and blood values by 100, that would take us a month of bitter cultivation, and we wouldn't necessarily be able to do it yet. You're good, you've raised 1,000 in such a short period of time, don't worry, we promise to keep it a secret, so we won't leak it out. It's getting late, let's leave together. The time had come and gone, and it was also the day of the opening of the first Martial Arts Academy of Jianbei. During this period of time, Han Ning had harvested quite a lot in the Fierce Beast region, and he needed to go back and take care of it. Leaving the intermediate-level Ferocious Beast area, Han Ning also returned to his settled room. Just as he reached the door, he realized that the door to the room had been opened. This made Han Ning instantly alert. Bang! Han Ning raised his hand and violently pushed open the door of the room with one hand, and was about to store up his strength to throw out a punch when he realized that what was sitting in the room was actually Uncle Yang. And while the fist swung past, Uncle Jan was not half alarmed. This punch, Han Ning did not mobilize his chi and blood, it was an ordinary punch, but it was not small in power. Good thing it was retracted in time, that's why it didn't hit. Uncle Jan? What are you doing here? Watching Uncle Yang arrive, the tension on Han Ning's face instantly disappeared. In its place, a face full of joy. You kid, it's not about to start school, I didn't catch up when you tried out for the test, and now that you're enrolled in school you're naturally going to come and take a look. Uncle Yang said. He was busy with his affairs and hadn't paid much attention to what was going on in Jianbei. But when he came back and inquired, that's when he learned that Han Ning had actually gotten first place in the trial test. That was a big surprise. It also made Uncle Jan very happy. Hey, Uncle Jan, I'm grown up now, not that kid from the aspect. Original memory: Han Ning's parents died early, elementary school. Han Ning has undertaken the care of Uncle Yang, whether it is a junior high school or junior high school, are accompanied by Uncle Yang. He was not his own father, but it made no difference in the original's mind. Han Ning also had great respect for Uncle Yang. Nice and grown up, and you have no good news for me? Uncle Yang asked with a smile, and Han Ning instantly understood. During the test, the old principal and the others blocked the news, but the examination of the Jianbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy wasn't that easy to block. Uncle, you know all about it. It's not just the first place in the trial test. Wouldn't I be a disgrace to you if I didn't accomplish something? Han Ning sat down and spoke naturally. Looking at Han Ning's appearance that was not modest, yet not proud either, Uncle Yang was instead pleased in his heart. It's true that it's grown up and matured a lot. Ning, you're old enough to go to college now, so be more careful about socializing in the future. I'm here today because I actually have something to say. Uncle Jan had a smile hanging on his face, so I guess it was something good. Han Ning was also in high spirits. After all, Uncle Jan wouldn't harm himself. Uncle, you say it, I'll listen. Han Ning watched attentively, but the next second Uncle Yang said something that made Han Ning dumbfounded. Uncle intends to set you up with my daughter, who is also a martial artist and has similarly entered the Jianbei First Martial Academy. The most important thing is that you have been married since you were children, and if you cultivate your feelings properly now, you won't be separated when you are together in the future. Chapter 20, Marriage Contract? Enrollment in the Martial Arts Academy. Han Ning froze when Uncle Yang's words were uttered. An engagement? Or Uncle Jan's daughter? Uncle, when did you have a daughter? All these years you didn't tell me about your family's situation, and I was worried that your aunt would find out if you kept sneaking money to me. Han Ning only felt a little disorganized in his head at the moment. How could he, an orphan, all alone, living in a safe house allocated by the Union government, with no background connections, have a marriage contract? And Uncle Jan's daughter? Look at you, I can't have a family? Can't it be something your parents set up with me when I was a kid? Although free love is advocated nowadays and arranged marriages are rejected, Uncle truly hopes that you can think about it. Having watched you grow up all these years, Uncle doesn't want to cheapen it for someone else when the time comes. Uncle Yang spoke with a straight face, but Han Ning was able to see some reluctance in his eyes. When you go to college, or a martial arts academy, and become a martial artist, your life afterward is mostly a knife's edge. Uncle Jan is giving up. Han Ning didn't bother to question the authenticity of the marriage contract. Uncle Yang wouldn't lie to himself, it's just that it was a bit sudden, so Han Ning couldn't get used to it for a while. This, Uncle Yang, I haven't thought about this kind of thing. Han Ning scratched his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but when he was in high school before, that woman Qin Shui had taught Han Ning a lesson. All Han Ning wanted now was to become strong and rich. This aspect of the problem was, truthfully, not within Han Ning's consideration. It's okay to fall in love, it's wrong to want to get married. I know you haven't thought about it, that's why I came to tell you that when you start school, sometime, I'll let you guys meet and get to know each other. Probably known each other for a long time too, my daughter was in your high school. As Uncle Nathaniel spoke, Han Ning was also puzzled. A school? Then maybe it wasn't that he knew the other person, but that the other person knew him. After all, before the Aura Revival he was known as a school bully, and after the Aura Revival he was known as a clown waste. This thought Han Ning instead of this matter does not expect, but it is the intention of Uncle Yang, it is not good to refuse. Then listen to Uncle's arrangement. Han Ning nodded his head, and seeing this, Uncle Yang also smiled. Not bad, much more obedient than my daughter. That girl is spoiled by her family, knowing that there is a marriage contract. All day long she is in a mood. All right, we'll go to the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. Don't be shy about spending money, and study hard when you get to school. Uncle Jan droned on for a while before he left, satisfied. Han Ning also sort of relaxed and lay down on the bed, drifting off to sleep. Although he had collected quite a few materials in the Fierce Beast area over the past few days, Han Ning didn't have the time to deal with them when the school year was about to start, so he could only wait until after the school year began. As for the marriage contract that Uncle Yang had talked about, Han Ning didn't care too much about it. This kind of thing would be a pipe dream and impractical for an orphan like him. The next day, the alarm clock rang, and Han Ning opened her eyes to see a message from Yang Ling, congratulating on enrollment. And Yang Ling himself was admitted to the second martial arts academy in Jiangbei, although it is the second, but for him, already satisfied. The first martial arts academy in Jiangbei. Situated on the edge of Jiangbei, near the section of mountains, the entire martial arts academy covered a large area, half of which encompassed quite a bit of mountainous terrain. At the same time, the first martial academy of Jiangbei was also another important place of defense for Jiangqing, fending off the ferocious beast areas beyond Jiangbei. These ferocious beasts, every once in a while, would erupt into a beast tide, and it was because of the number 1 martial arts academy of Jiangbei guarding the area that this ensured the safety of Jiangqing. School entrance. A mountain of people. Those parents who came to drop off their children were all dressed up and drove luxury cars. Han Ning was the only one who walked in leisurely, carrying a small cloth bag. School Bahan! Here! Han Ning was just about to run over to the freshman reception when he heard Chen Qingruo's voice from afar. It's those 3 again. Only, at this moment, Chen Qingruo was in a hot little short pants. Her bumpy and chic figure was as hot as it could be. Only, the moment Chen Qingruo appeared, Han Ning felt a hostile gaze. Granted, this gaze had been experienced in high school, but this was college and a martial arts academy. An academy for martial artists. Here, I'm afraid it's less hands-on. What brings you here, schoolmarm? Han Ning stepped forward and greeted him familiarly without the slightest hint of being out of the ordinary. Of course I'm picking you up. Every new student has an old student to bring them. How else will you guys learn about the martial arts academy? College is a lot different than high school, Chen Qingruo said rightfully. It's true that it's not quite the same, sister, with class placement and all that, and majors, what about all that? Han Ning was curious. After all, these were all things that needed to be considered before the aura was revived. And a lot of the rules changed after the aura was revived. It's actually quite simple. The Martial Arts Academy is all martial artists. There's only one rule here: strength comes first. Besides, in your case, freshmen don't have to care at all. Upon hearing this, Han Ning instantly rolled his eyes. He didn't want to be too adventurous. When the old principal and their secrecy blockade, in fact, Han Ning kinda liked it. There was a time when he had been a schoolteacher, and he did dazzle and make people envious. But a year had long since made Hanning disinterested in that feeling. Ching Ro, what newcomer can actually make you personally come out to greet them? As they were chatting, an ill-timed voice rang out. Only to see a young man walked slowly, a suit, dressed in a manlike, big back hair combed, looking from a distance, giving the impression of a successful person? No, it's like selling insurance. Lu Qin, what does my reception of new students have to do with you? Looking at the approaching Lu Qin, Qin Qingru frowned and disliked back with a single sentence. The original smile on his face also became tightened for a few moments. Qing Ro, you can't say that. Who within this martial arts academy doesn't know that I like you? It's not appropriate for you to get too close to a freshman in such a grand manner. Ryu Qin said it rightfully and extremely narcissistically. Han Ning admitted to himself that he had dog-licked Qin Shui in high school, but it wasn't to the point of Lu Qin. The cheekiness of this is shocking. Shut the fuck up! Chen Qingruo was also sickened by his words and immediately chided him. I say, young Master Ryu, don't you come to the entrance of the school, do you also receive new students? On the side, Zhao Yu, who was following Chen Qingruo's side, opened her mouth and directly pulled away from the topic. Zhao Yu was one of the 3 people who met in the Fierce Beast area last time, and the other one was a boy, Chang Hu. No way, the school arranged it. When Lu Qin was asked, a few moments of embarrassment appeared on his face, then he glanced at Han Ning. Seeing that Han Ning's breath was not weak, he was curious for a moment. This freshman is the one who came first in the examination? Lu Qin finished speaking, making an appearance like he was watching an animal, and there was provocation in those eyes. Han Ning didn't have any good feelings towards this guy who had come to his door to cause trouble for no reason. He was about to have a fit when another voice came from the back. And there's this familiarity. Chapter 21, Mixed-Sex Dormitories. Senior Ryu, what took you so long to get here? I can't even carry my luggage here. A voice sounded from the rear, and without a doubt, it was none other than Qin Shui. Han Ning also didn't expect that this Qin Shui actually knew this Lu Qin. Yuki, coming, this is not to see a celebrity. I heard that the examination first. Lu Qin deliberately turned up his voice, instantly drawing the attention of the people around him. This time around, Han Ning's reputation was making a lot of noise during the examination of the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy. Not only did the new students know about it, but the old students also heard about it. Hanning? Qin Shui froze, looking at Han Ning on the side, then looking at him standing with Qin Qingruo. Her eyes suddenly brought up disgust. But in her heart, Qin Shui felt awkward. His own dog Licker, the one who pursued him, was now standing next to another beautiful woman. This feeling made Qin Shui a little uncomfortable. Something's wrong? Han Ning looked back at Qin Shui, but the latter grunted and didn't reply. Senior Willow, my dad was busy going, dropped my people off and went to meet the dean and the others. You help me with my luggage. Qin Shui said, a request without. Lu Qin, but without the slightest complaint, went forward to receive the luggage. It was a move that made Han Ning curious. Look at Lu Qin, that behavior. Has always been a high-minded and proud lord, otherwise how dare to pursue Qin Qingru? But the way Qin Shui was treated was intriguing. Speaking of which, although Han Ning had pursued Qin Shui during high school, he didn't know much about her family. After all, no one makes a point of checking a person's account before pursuing them, either. Now it seems that Qin Shui's background is not simple. Senior Han, let's go. Qin Qingruo skimmed a glance. Having no interest in Qin Shui, plus a senseless Lu Qin, she was even more uninterested in hitching a ride. He directly brought Han Ning into the martial arts academy. That Lu Qin, with a qi and blood value of 5,000, is a sophomore, but he hasn't awakened his attributes yet, so he can't compare to you. But that guy has a problem with his brain and walks sideways in the martial arts academy on the basis of the family behind him. Qin Qingruo explained that the rules of the martial arts academy were simple. Strength spoke, but these 4 words had a different meaning. After all, the original former consortium family became even more powerful after the aura was revived. Even if the aura had been revived, this gap in status and position, the gap in class still existed. Han Ning, an orphan from an orphan family, had no one to turn to, and Qingqingruo told him that she wanted him to be careful. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't make a mistake if people don't offend me. Han Ning had a relaxed face and didn't put this matter at ease. Whether it was Qin Shui or Lu Qin, it wasn't like it had anything to do with himself. It was fine if they didn't mess around, but if they did, Han Ning wouldn't be soft. Sister, the dean said he promised me rewards, martial arts skills, and bonuses. When will they be given to me? What Han Ning had in mind was the martial arts and the prize money. With the bonus, you can buy yourself a house and have a home you are happy with. Meanwhile, martial arts enhance strength. Well, I don't know, I guess we'll have to finish the freshman ceremony? By the way, you have to be careful with the new student ceremony. There will be a new and old cutting competition after the ceremony. You are the first in the examination. This is a very loud name. Before you came, there are a lot of old students who are thinking about you. Qingqingruo suddenly remembered and hastily reminded Han Ning. Is it a new and old duel? I'm quite curious as to what strength a martial artist with a qi and blood value of 5,000 or more has. After reaching a blood value of 4,000 and also awakening the thunder attribute, Han Ning was worried about finding a suitable sandbag. Since he had become a target, it was a good time to test his strength. The freshman dormitory is here, and for that exact location, you should have received information from the Martial Arts Academy before enrollment. By the way, the ceremony is tomorrow, so don't you forget. Leading the people in, Qingqingruo, Zhao Yuchang, Hu, and the three of them left. There was no professional differentiation in the Martial Arts Academy, and those who came here were here to cultivate and raise their qi and blood values. There is no specialty, but Hanning found something different after opening his cell phone and checking it out. In the message sent by the first Martial Arts Academy in Jianbei, out of the dormitory location, there was also the issue of cultivation in the Martial Arts Academy. Martial artists were focused on boosting their qi and blood values, so the Martial Arts Academy was set up with a combat arena, a physical training room, as well as a quest hall and a library. What's more interesting is that ganging up is allowed within the Wushu Academy. In other words, college students are encouraged to start their own businesses. Hence the big and small studios, companies, and whatnot. It's kinda interesting. Let's check out the dorms first. Following the instructions of the message, Han Ning quickly found the dormitory. It says dormitory, but it's actually a shared house, and it's 3 to a block. That's right, not 3 to a room, but 1. Inside, it is fully equipped and lavishly decorated. But regular universities are completely different. After the recovery of Aura, although ordinary universities still existed, their status could no longer be compared to that of martial arts academies. This is especially true of the treatment of conditions. Push the door and walk in. Hanning saw the two men in the living room at a glance. A man and a woman, or mixed housing. Both of you, I'm freshman Han Ning and I live here. Han Ning raised his hand in greeting. Once these two heard the name, their eyes widened with excitement in their eyes. Han Ning? You're the one who came first in the test? I'll go. I didn't realize that living with us would give me this sense of security in the future. The girls had their hands clasped in an obsessive manner, and the boys were much more emotionally stable. My name is Tang Shan, she is my sister Tangya. We are also freshmen this time. Tang Shan introduced up. They are Jianbei locals, except that the high school they attended is not the same as Han Ning. Very familiar with the generation north of the river. Han Ning, we're planning to go out for a walk. The Martial Arts Academy isn't too far from Jianbei City. Do you want to join us? Tang Shan issued an invitation, and Han Ning thought for a moment, then nodded. The kernels obtained from the examination, as well as the materials collected from the previous Fierce Beast area, all needed to be sold. Physical training at the Martial Arts Academy, the combat arena, even the library, etc., each of which costs money. Even though Dean Chen promised to give a bonus, Han Ning knew that the little bonus wouldn't last long. Go on, I'm going to go over to the wholesale market and sell a little material. Are you guys familiar with that side? Han Ning asked. The most lucrative profession today is the martial artist, and the way martial artists make money is these materials. The material is so versatile that in just 1 year it has been integrated into a wide range of industries. Therefore, the Jianbei wholesale market specializes in collecting, which is considered a transit point. I know, you're trying to sell the materials from the test, right? We don't have much, but we'd like to check it out. The three of them hit it off, and then went straight to the Jiangbei wholesale market. This wholesale market is not far from the Martial Arts Academy, and is also on the edge of Jiangbei City. Although Han Ning grew up in Jiangqing, since he became an orphan, he has lived in a safe house, and has basically not gone out after going to school. After all, alone and without financial resources, Han Ning wouldn't have survived if it weren't for Uncle Yang and his help. Going out shopping and spending money or whatever is basically impossible. Chapter 22, Meeting the Date of Marriage? It's her. Jiangbei Wholesale Market. A sea of people. Half of the people entering and exiting this place were martial artists, and the rest were various vendors of one kind or another. After the revival of the aura, ordinary people became even more ordinary. They could only be responsible for the maintenance of the bottom of society, and were completely and utterly reduced to being instrumental people. In the wholesale market, there were places that specialized in acquiring ferocious beast materials. This wholesale market, there are 3 acquisitions, 2 by private companies and 1 by the union government. There's also a difference in price. The private ones are a bit higher. Let's go to that one. Tang Shan introduced himself, and Han Ning thought for a moment, still feeling better about going to the alliance government. After all, it's official and safe to trade. Screw the coalition government, I'm not making a big deal out of this one. A whole storage bag full of them was naturally not a small deal. However, when the 3 of them walked into the alliance government trading ground, Han Ning realized that not only were they acquiring, but there were also people directly buying here. Only the process aspect is a walk from the trading floor. Sort of over the look of a brokerage fee. To say that martial artists make money, the ones that actually make the most money are these forces that control martial artists. In front of the counter, Han Ning took out his storage bag and took out the material coefficients he had collected, directly looking silly at the siblings on the side. They only had 20 fierce beast kernels combined. But Hanning is much more. There were dozens of kernels alone, and a few other materials. Total $1.5 million, please enter the card number. As the staff voice rang out, Han Ning was satisfied. Martial artists really did make money, just by hunting some ferocious beasts. They could easily exceed $1 million. It made Hanning fantasize about his future life. Ning, why are you here? Just as Han Ning was happy, a voice also sounded behind him. Turning to look, Uncle Jan was standing right behind him. Seeing Uncle Yang, Han Ning was also surprised. Uncle Jan? Han Ning was surprised and was thinking of earning some money and treating Uncle Yang to a meal to repay him when he came over next time. But I didn't think I'd run into it now. Just enrolled. What are you doing here if you're not familiarizing yourself properly at the Martial Academy? Uncle Yang went up and asked. Han Ning scratched his head and laughed. Nothing, it's just the materials that the test got and sent to sell. Uncle, why don't I take you out for dinner? Han Ning has always wanted to find an opportunity to express it. Before not that strength, to now can make money, Han Ning naturally nonchalant. Dinner is fine, and I'd like to plan on calling you out, just so you can meet my daughter. While Uncle Yang was talking and the 2 of them were chatting, the 2 Tongshen siblings on the side were starting to stare dryly. Han Ning, if you have something to do, we'll leave first. I'll see you in the Martial Arts Academy. Tang Shan snorted and led Tangya straight away. Seeing the people leave, Han Ning also followed Uncle Yang obediently. Having no relatives, he had long since felt like a family member after years of Uncle Jan's care. Little Ning, you've grown up quite a bit since becoming a martial artist, but in the future, if you go to a ferocious beast area or fight someone, be careful with everything. My daughter will be here in a few minutes and you can talk about it. Young people should have something to talk about. Along the way, Uncle Yang talked vigorously, and Han Ning nodded her head obediently, and even though she had no feelings about the matter of the marriage contract, Han Ning did not resist. Only because it was Uncle Jan's request. Inside the restaurant, the 2 had just sat down when Uncle Jan beckoned the waiter and ordered a table of food. Yuki, come this way. Han Ning was planning to ask Uncle Yang about his daughter's situation first so that he could have a mental preparation. But before he could speak, Uncle Jan's greeting made him freeze. The next second, it even made Han Ning's face turn odd. Dad, I told you it wasn't necessary. Why do you still want me to come? Where are the blind dates these days? The voice complained and rose, or that familiar flavor. Han Ning, even at the moment the back is turned, but also can hear the owner of this voice, is Qin Shui. Qin Shui came with a reluctant face, just sat down, looked up and froze in the same way. Han Ning? Why are you here? Shouldn't. Dad, what's going on? Qin Shui looked at Han Ning and instantly exploded. Even in death, he didn't expect that the object of the marriage contract that his dad was talking about was actually Han Ning. He was an orphan with no background whatsoever, so how could he be engaged to himself? Qin Shui had originally thought that the object of the marriage contract would be the young master of that family or something like that, but she hadn't thought that it would be Han Ning. Seeing Qin Shui reacting so strongly, Uncle Yang also froze, but quickly reacted and hurriedly asked after him. Yuki, you know Ning? Dad, he's the one I was talking about. Obviously, his chi blood value was only 9 before, but in the test, it was over 2005 at once. The old president and dean, and they're still blocking the news for him. Qin Shui was also furious at the moment, and directly said it in her head. And this guy confessed to me before, kept saying he liked me in high school, and when I rejected it, his chakra value went up. Dad, do you think he got mad at me on purpose? Qin Shui said in an exasperated manner, but at the moment, Uncle Yang was as exciting as riding a roller coaster. Ning, you're really good at hiding. I didn't realize that the one who was blocked from the news was you. I said it, how come the Martial Arts Academy has started, and I haven't seen that person appearing with much fanfare? I thought he was being privatized by the Academy. Not bad, you're really getting somewhere. Uncle Yang was smiling like a bun. He was so happy when he first found out that Han Ning had passed the test and had entered the Martial Arts Academy. Now that he had learned that the genius on the day of the test was Han Ning, he was even more excited. Yuki! What's wrong with you? Ning likes you, how great is that? That's a blessing for you. Besides, you were already engaged, so why did you refuse? In a twist, Uncle Jan is a scolding to his own daughter. A few words were uttered, directly causing the moody Qin Shui to freeze. Even Han Ning didn't expect Uncle Yang to be so double-standard all of a sudden. Qin Shui still wanted to argue, but after seeing the real anger on her dad's face, she instantly didn't dare to refute. Han Ning looked on, also revealing a bitter smile. Memory is also true that there is no Qin Shui and Uncle Yang. This matter, visible original body, is also kept in the dark. I just didn't think that this doggone scene would happen to me. Luckily there was no reversal. He was not Uncle Yang's real son and Qin Shui was not his goddaughter. If this were to be reversed again, Han Ning would feel a bit aggrieved to be a martial artist. Uncle, this thing can't be blamed on others. I didn't know at that time. Besides, high school is still relatively childish. All have already passed. Han Ning opened his mouth, and although it sounded like he was excusing Qin Shui, he was actually trying to appease Uncle Yang. On the contrary, it was Qin Shui who, after hearing Han Ning's words, had more thoughts in her heart instead. By saying this, Han Ning wasn't making it clear that he still had thoughts about himself, and even helped to intercede for himself. In fact, identity aside, today's Han Ning was indeed incomparable, and his strength and talent were both amazing. When she thought about it, Qin Shui had some regrets in her heart, just as she did after the graduation ceremony. Chapter 23: The Sophomore Challenges Him. Uncle Yan had a downcast look on his face, obviously not expecting this to turn out like this either. If I had come clean with them earlier, maybe the two kids would have gotten together. Today, it is a joke. Especially when he looked at Han Ning's calm face, Uncle Yang felt a little guilty in his heart instead. He knew Han Ning's nature well, obstinate and self-respecting. Now that she had been put in such a position by her own daughter, where would she still look at Qin Shui? Preferring to set them up without their knowledge. Isn't that just proper snobbery in the eyes of an outsider? Mean, look at this. Uncle Jan opened his mouth, but was somewhat unable to speak. It's really hard to know how to go on. Uncle, I'd better go back to the academy first. I'll contact you when I have time. After Han Ning finished speaking, he got up and directly left, and Uncle Yang didn't stop him. Han Ning choosing to leave at this time was already the best thing to do. Otherwise it would just be awkward to keep talking. When the people left, Uncle Yang then made a stern face. Xiao Shui, did you say something to irritate Xiao Ning? Ning is such a good kid, what do you think? Uncle Yang asked, but Qin Shui couldn't say anything for a while. She couldn't say that it was because Han Ning was a waste before? But it turned out that today's Han Ning was a genius that she couldn't even compare to. It was even more of an object of contention for all the major martial arts academies. It will soon be your martial arts academy's new student ceremony, and at that time, with Xiao Ning's reputation, I'm afraid there will be no shortage of trouble. Snowy, Dad wouldn't harm you. He's kind of what I've watched grow up. I know exactly what kind of person he is. Uncle Jan's words were a bit of a stretch to try to keep talking about the marriage contract in the current situation. Qin Shui didn't say a word, but in her heart, she was thinking about many things. Inside the martial arts academy. After going back, Han Ning also thought a lot to Uncle Yang here. His favor is difficult to return, but Qin Shui here, to be honest, he does not want to have too many interactions. But since she knew it was Uncle Yang's daughter, Han Ning wouldn't make things difficult for her. Of course, it also depends on Qin Shui herself. If you have to be a demon, Han Ning is not used to it. The next day, the new student ceremony begins. As the #1 martial arts academy, the new student ceremony was vast, with all of the academy's top executives showing up, and there were a full 3 Zhongshu level powerhouses alone. Among them, there were dozens of people at the half-step sovereign level. However, the first half of the commencement ceremony was nothing special, just the dean reading from a script and talking about the same old stuff. Even with the revival of the aura, the doings are still the same. The real focus of the ceremony is in the back. Old and new cuts. Now that's the most interesting time of the year in the martial arts academy. Freshmen possess pricks, and older students always have a problem with them. Accompanied by the end of the rambling speech, President Chen also cherished to announce that the exchange of new and old cuts officially began. New students may challenge old students, and old students may challenge new students, with the intention of sparring, not to casualties. Dean Chen spoke aloud, now instantly becoming fiery. Among the new students, there was no one more popular than Han Ning, who had been in the limelight during the examination. After all, the first place in the test, the gap is huge, and the impression is even more impressive. As soon as Dean Chen finished speaking, he saw a figure immediately rush up to the ring. Sophomore, Lu Qin, with a chi value of 5,000, challenges the #1 freshman, Han Ning. Lu Qin couldn't wait to get into the ring, and didn't wait for Dean Chen to finish the rules. Lu Qin, what's your hurry? President Chen glanced at Lu Qin, and the man who had originally carried a bit of arrogance instantly wimped out, rushing to respectfully salute. There are 3 matches in this cut, so let's begin. As the words fell, Lu Qin's gaze also looked towards the freshman queue, pointing directly at Han Ning. Kid, don't dare to come up. Qin Ro's side isn't that easy to stand by. The first sentence Lu Qin opened his mouth revealed his dog-licking attributes. Han Ning very much didn't want to talk nonsense with this kind of person, but if the other party was intent on it, Han Ning definitely wouldn't wimp out either. The senior dog licker is a good licker, and the junior is a good licker. Han Ning lightly laughed, then took a step and stomped, instantly jumping to the ring. The speed was extremely fast, and as the few people from Dean Chen watched, their hearts were shocked. This kid, the chi blood value has increased again. It seems that Qingro girl was right. This son, his future is unlimited. With regard to Han Ning, President Chen was very satisfied, the first absolute genius to break through 1,000 or even reach 3,000 in the first test. Such a person would inevitably become the leader of the new generation of Daxia. Dean, after all, he is a new student, although the starting point is higher than others, but Lu Qin, after all, has already 5,000 chi and blood value. I'm afraid that this scenery is in the right place when the head of the stick is to eat real. Beside him, the vice president smoothed his beard and spoke with a straight face. After all, in terms of blood value alone, Han Ning couldn't compare to his opponent. There is also a natural disparity in combat power. That's hard to say, what goes around comes around. Dean Chen let out a faint smile, not feeling that Han Ning would definitely lose. Oh? We'll see then. The vice president looked surprised, clearly not understanding where President Chen had such confidence in Han Ning. Han Ning's situation was clear to them, the higher-ups of the martial academy. But even so, how could one have a chance of winning against a senior with a chi and blood value of 5,000? The ring. Lu Qin looked at Han Ning with a provocative face. He didn't have half a good feeling about this guy who was so popular that he was even close to Qin Qingru. Moreover, he had inquired beforehand that this Han Ning had no background. But it's just the leadership of the martial arts academy that looks up to it. But if he became a loser, then he was worth far less than himself. Senior Han Ning, even though it's a sparring match, fists and feet have no eyes, so you have to be careful. Lu Qin said in a very pretentious manner, and with an appearance of manifest generosity. However, Han Ning didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Fighting a martial artist with 5,000 chi blood value was also what Han Ning had in mind. Noisy, is that all the senpai can do with his mouth? Han Ning lightly grunted and whirled into a stance. Seeing Han Ning in such contempt, Lu Qin's face also surged with anger. Arrogant! As the words fell, Lu Qin's steps moved with such speed that only remnants of shadows remained above the ring. However, Han Ning had increased his speed the first time he extracted his chi and blood values, and the second time he extracted it, he had even reached 4,000 chi and blood values, plus the lightning attribute. Lei, also known as Ben Lei, Sun Lei, although not open member, is not right, Lei with 1,000 pounds of force to break the dark cage. Coupled with many times and ferocious beasts fighting actual combat, although Han Ning is a newborn, but the speed of actual combat is not bad. Lu Qin was fast, but Han Ning was unmoved, his body's chi and blood values surging at full force as thunder continued to fill the air. It made Han Ning's entire aura instantly terrifying. Full blow. Han Ning wanted to see how powerful his full-force strike could be against a martial artist with a chi and blood value of 5,000. Thinking of this, looking at Lu Qin, who had already gotten close and had similarly erupted into a terrifying punch, Han Ning did not hesitate in the slightest. 5 fingers pinched his fist, thunderous chi and blood gathered, a violent and destructive punch was ready to be launched. When Lu Qin's fist arrived, Han Ning similarly swung out with a punch. Bang! Cleanly and without the slightest hesitation, the fists collided, instantly erupting with terrifying power. Chapter 24, Winning, shocking the room, suspecting him of cheating? The two fists clashed with each other, and the power that erupted in a flash raged, forming an impact that actually directly shook the two out. Whether it was Han Ning or Lu Qin, both of them took several consecutive steps back before stabilizing themselves. Although Han Ning did not use any techniques, it was simply a punch, but likewise Lu Qin did not use pseudo-martial techniques. Hiss! This freshman is too fierce, isn't he? Lu Qin is 5,000 blood value. This guy actually managed to take on a punch and didn't lose. Worthy of being the #1 freshman. It's really powerful. Shocked the entire audience with just one exchange of hands. The freshmen were excited, and the Tangshan siblings even shouted for Han Ning, drawing countless freshmen to follow. And on the side of the older students, the faces were embarrassed. Han Ning's punch was on Lu Qin, but at the same time, it was also on the faces of their older students. The ring. Lu Qin shook his fist, and a burning sensation actually came from his fist, which did not want to burn like fire. It was unusually hard to penetrate the heart and bones. Could it be because the clash was caused by too much force? Lu Qin thought in his heart, but his eyes became cautious when he looked at Han Ning. He had thought that he could casually take this freshman, but he didn't expect that his opponent would be able to catch a punch. Even with a blood value of 5,000, it couldn't do absolute suppression. This made Ryo Chin serious. Worthy of being the #1 freshman, a little something, but you haven't seen the difference between the old and the new. Lu Qin snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his hands swung out, his chi and blood were like swimming dragons, fluctuating with his palms, displaying a power that was actually even more terrifying than before. Pseudo-martial skill dragon wrapping hands. Lu Qin actually directly utilized a pseudo-martial skill. Fighting with a new student has actually reached this point. The power that Han Ning erupted earlier wasn't simple. The people under the stage looked at Lu Qin nonchalantly using pseudo-martial arts skills. Is this pressure so great? At this moment, Lu Qin couldn't care less about the comments of others. After the exchange of blows, Han Ning's blood value was clearly not weak, definitely not like what a new student should have. Therefore, Lu Qin didn't dare to be careless, and even more so, he didn't want to lose face. Even if using pseudo-martial skills was a bit of a victory, it was still better than losing face. The entangled dragons run around, chi and blood turn into dragons, and what is controlled in the palm bursts out with chi and blood. Lu Qin's gestures became more and more eccentric, and between the chi and blood running around on his palms, the power he brought up was also stronger than ever. The moment. Among the new students, Qin Shui looked at this scene, but the expression on her face was incomparably complex. One moment Han Ning was her betrothed, but now he was shining in the ring. An old student with a chi and blood value of 5,000 needed to use a pseudo-martial skill to deal with him. This made Qin Shui's heart complicated. The current Han Ning was no longer something she could compare to. It was ridiculous that he had turned him down himself. Qin Shui knew that her dad must be watching this scene as well. The ring. Lu Qin's attack was already out, and while his body was forcing his way in, that running palm carried 2 channels of chi and blood, like swimming dragons entwining, not only attacking ferociously, but even forming a defense at the same time. And this is the power of pseudo-martial arts. Han Ning watched with one pair of eyes. Although the power of the pseudo-martial skill was indeed not weak, it didn't mean that Han Ning didn't have a way to deal with it. If one mobilized the district's entire body of thunder and attacked entirely with the thunder attribute as the dominant attack, the effect would, inevitably, be different. Previously attacking, the thunder in the chi and blood did not all explode out, and although Han Ning was at full strength, he was only above the chi and blood values. This time, the thunder attribute was utilized. Lu Qin close to the body, Han Ning immediately speed once again increased. Not only that, under the thunder field, Han Ning's fist strike speed is also much faster. And power-wise, it's even more tyrannical. Bang bang bang. The fists swung and took the initiative to attack, but they were all blocked by Lu Qin's dragon wrapping hands as much as possible. With this power of yours? It can't break through the defense yet. Lu Qin was pleased, and his attack grew stronger, with an oppressive look. However, Han Ning didn't want to bullshit him. After a few collisions, Han Ning had roughly figured it out. Seeing that the dragon wrapping hand attacked and defended ferociously, Han Ning also clenched his teeth and instantly pushed his body's chi and blood to unleash its thunder in full force. Converging on the fist, an extremely terrifying punch was once again presented. The difference in blood value was 1,000, but with the berserk power granted by the thunder attribute and the added speed, Han Ning's punch was not weak. Boom! Clashing again, the thunder break erupted, and for a moment, silver and white flashed and blossomed out in the ring. Silver and white flashed, filling the room with wide-eyed disbelief at the scene. No one had expected that Han Ning would be able to explode with such power. And the older students could see that Han Ning had awakened his attributes. Thunderous Berserk blasted out with a punch, directly shattering Lu Qin's attack while shaking him back fiercely. The rampage of Berserk Thunder directly caused Lu Qin's hands to become scorched black. It's actually a thunder attribute? It's hard to believe that this kid's chi and blood value has also reached 5,000? Isn't he a freshman? The vice dean got up violently, looking at Han Ning on the field in disbelief. At this moment, not only him, whether it was the freshman, or the older students, each and every one of their gazes converged on Han Ning's body. As a new student, what Han Ning displayed this time was even more amazing than during the examination. The ring. The face of Lu Qin, who had been shaken back, was pale, and even after using his pseudo-martial skill, he couldn't do anything to help Han Ning. This caused Lu Qin's face to be completely lost. And this was a duel. The senior management of the Martial Arts Academy were watching. Lu Qin had no way to play for real even if he wanted to. The only thing that could be done at the moment was to try to save face. Thinking of this, Lu Qin was decisive, immediately waving his hand and organizing his clothes, followed by a smile on his face. Only, Lu Qin's smile revealed a bad intention. Worthy of being the #1 freshman, Senior Han Ning is really something. I heard that the high school was using contraband to boost their chi and blood values in order to be able to pass the test martial exam, which qualified them to be accepted into the Martial Academy. It is indeed remarkable that the side effects of contraband can be endured by a schoolmate. So much for this cut. Lu Qin finished saying this with a smile on his face, but his voice was loud and clear to those present on the sidelines. There was a lot of talk. This Han Ning actually boosted his blood value by taking contraband? Crap, no wonder it's so fierce. So it's cheating. Say, this kind of thing doesn't matter to the Martial Arts Academy? What do you care? People look for strength. As long as they have strength, what do they care? There was a lot of talk in the arena, and there were even some older students who cursed the shamelessness. In the face of this situation, Han Ning was not the least bit flustered. It's a sound he's heard a lot. If one's heart is guilty or something because of someone else's tripe, then there's no point in being this martial artist. Frack! Han Ning spat out a faint sentence at Lu Qin, then looked up at Dean Chen at the high platform. This is the kind of thing that he, the dean, has to come out and explain. I don't care about the sounds, but I can't help but be noisy with mosquitoes. Looking at Han Ning's gaze over, Dean Chen understood himself. Now that Han Ning is a student of the #1 Martial Arts Academy in Jianbei, there's no need to cover up the matter of secrecy. Chapter 25, Well Deserved. The room was full of noise and chatter. Mostly blaming Hanning, accusing Hanning, and even humiliating. Others had worked hard to cultivate their qi and blood values and relied on their own efforts to enter the Jiangbei First Martial Academy, but Han Ning had come in by cheating and taking contraband. This will naturally cause a lot of discontent. Lu Qin's face was full of complacency, despite the fact that he didn't win on the duel, but this current situation was not a victory for him. One just loses to someone who relies on cheating, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. Hanning, admit it when you've cheated. It's not good to have a tough mouth. To think that someone like you, who has no talent and still wants to be among the ranks of martial artists, is really asking for trouble. Lu Qin looked around triumphantly. The more curses against Han Ning, the happier he was. Senior, you're full of crap. It's not even if you're not as skilled as the others. Why do you have so much crap? Senpai can't afford to lose. Han Ning let out a cold laugh. This approach of Lu Qin was nothing more than wanting to completely isolate himself within the Martial Arts Academy. Trying to inch myself up. The abacus was quite good, only unfortunately it didn't work for Han Ning. Being mocked by Han Ning, Lu Qin was clearly enraged as well. Immediately he spoke again. Schoolmate is still really tough talking. I heard that school brother's qi and blood value was only 9 in high school, and he was still chasing after Sister Qin Shui one after another. And after being rejected by Sister Qin Shui, he chose to cheat, and that's how he got to be the #1 freshman today. I didn't realize that Hokage's way of chasing people was so different. Lu Qin opened his mouth once again exploding Han Ning's previous past. Only, when he said this, it was someone who was already fidgeting. Among the new students, Qin Shui instantly perceived countless gazes converging over, and even though these gazes carried a feeling of support, Qin Shui's face burned with panic. Similarly, Uncle Yang, who was watching this cut, had an ugly face after hearing these words. The ring. Han Ning narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Qin. This guy, he just had the intention to embarrass himself. Han Ning hadn't expected that Qin Shui would even tell him about these things. Senpai really knows me well. It's just that compared to Senior's dog-licking skills, Senior is really ashamed of it. Better to be rejected than ignored, right? Han Ning was equally intentional, and the entire Martial Arts Academy veterans knew that Lu Qin was interested in Qingqingru. But Qingqingru never responded, and even loathed Lu Qin. He, on the other hand, is as thick-skinned as a licking dog has ever been. Senpai knows so much about my affairs, it's not like you're just eating from the bowl and watching the pot, is it? No wonder Senior Sister isn't interested in you. Han Ning responded unwillingly, and with a few words, Lu Qin's face held a red color. TSK, I've long heard that Lu Qin is interested in Qingqingru. I didn't expect him to play this hand. This schoolgirl didn't catch up, so she started going after the schoolgirls. This Lu Qin's character isn't good either. For a while, there was a lot of talk in the arena, and the words that were originally directed at Han Ning all of a sudden spread out the firepower, and also started to output a bunch of output at Lu Qin. And Qin Shui was already full of shame at the moment. If Hanning hadn't said it without naming it, she would have left here a long time ago. How can you stay here? After all, she couldn't afford to be fingered. Qin Shui also knew in her heart that Han Ning didn't tell the whole story because she had regard for her father. Seeing the chaos and cacophony in the arena, President Chen also stood up. Raising his hand and waving his sleeve, a momentary patriarchal aura spread. Silence! With a cold cry, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's gazes went to Dean Chin. In the face of a patriarch-level powerhouse, no matter if it was an old student or a new student, no one dared to resist. After all, it wasn't something they could afford to mess with. Regarding the matter of newborn Han Ning's qi and blood value, this dean, in collaboration with the deans of the major first-class martial arts academies of Daxia, has simultaneously inspected it and has not taken any contraband. Blatantly slandering the honor of a martial artist, Lu Qin punishes you with a month of closed-door meditation, another 10 compensation for Han Ning's second-grade colonels, and an apology to him. President Chen spoke aloud, and once these words came out, even though no one dared to say anything more under the pressure of his authority. But there were still a lot of people whispering about it. The dean personally certified it, and even the major first-class martial arts academies were involved, so wouldn't that mean that Han Ning was a genius? At this moment, no one dared to talk about Han Ning, but instead, Lu Qin's face became embarrassed. He didn't expect that Dean Chin would actually defend Han Ning like this. What's there to defend about a freshman like that who has nothing? Even though his heart was very upset, but due to the oppression of the patriarch-level powerhouse, Lu Qin could only admit to it. Lu Qin's gaze went to Han Ning, his eyes carrying resignation. Hokage, it's my recklessness, I'm sorry! Lu Qin finished reluctantly, then took out the inner core from his storage bag and flung it to Han Ning, the entire person leaving the ring with a gloomy face. With Lu Qin's departure, Han Ning's reputation within the martial arts academy had clearly grown even larger. The dean gave his approval, and again, he did not fall short in front of the seniors. There was no pressure against martial artists with the chi blood value of 5,000. Such a person is naturally in the limelight. With Han Ning walking down as well, the cut continued. It's just that after Han Ning Lu Qin made such a mess, there's not much to see in the later cuts. The ceremony is over. Han Ning was then taken straight away by Dean Chin. Inside the martial arts academy. Dean Chin, when will you give me what you promised me? This martial arts academy costs money everywhere inside. Ordinary universities still burn money, let alone martial arts academies. Previously, Han Ning deliberately viewed, just inside the physical training, the same will need 50,000 to 60,000 or even 100,000 yuan. Although it is easy for martial artists to make money, but in the same way, martial artists are also very burnt. You kid, just came to the martial arts academy and you're making such a mess, that guy Qin Yang has approached you, right? If it doesn't work out with his daughter, you might consider thinking about someone else. Dean Chin opened his mouth and did not answer Han Ning's words. Instead, he began to care about Han Ning's life events. This left Han Ning speechless. As for the Qin Yang in his mouth, he was also known as Uncle Yang. Dean, no one else's principal promotes relationships, and here you are, up here trying to be a matchmaker. Give me my reward first. Han Ning wasn't interested in talking about women with an old man. Whether he can get up or not is still one thing. After all, it was also unheard of for a cleric-level powerhouse to be left standing. Han Ning's greatest concern was naturally his own interests. After all, it was a condition that had been agreed upon before. This is not taking you there, kid. The path of a martial artist is not easy to walk. You have this talent, so you have to be more careful. Aside from ferocious beasts, the human heart is the most terrifying in this world. It is not only the gap between the rich and the poor that has been widened by the revival of the aura, but also the change in class. Some jumped up and soared, and some fell flat on their faces. Before the aura recovery, there was a businessman with the surname Ma in Daxia, who was rich as a nation, but a year after the aura recovery, he instantly shriveled up. Only to be slaughtered. In any era, the hearts of people are the most terrifying, and Dean Chin was also teaching Han Ning. I guess it's because the wind is so strong that it needs to be reined in a bit to get it right. Chapter 26. The Great Diffusion Star Technique. Here we are, this is the library of the Martial Arts Academy. It's all about aura recovery in there, except for some basic general knowledge. In addition, inside the library, there is another place where martial arts are stored. Upon arriving at the library, Han Ning simply scanned the area and actually realized that the security guards at the entrance were all Zhongshan-level powerhouses. And walking into it, there was an administrator for each floor inside, each of which was also at the half-step sovereign level. Follow Dean all the way in. Soon, the very core of the library was reached. There is a formation set up by an S-rank Divine Vocation Formation Ghost Master here, and even a Patriarch-level powerhouse can't break through it. Come in with me, Dean Chen said, raising his hand to open the formation, and after entering, a room that didn't look too big was filled with quite a few things. Dean, could it be that all of this is martial arts? Is there that much? Han Ning stared blankly at it, a real martial art that was worth a lot of money. It can be said to be a gem with a market without a price. It's only logical that it should be scarce. Of course not. There are actually only 5 martial arts in the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. It's considered to be the one that has the most within a first-class martial arts academy. According to the previous agreement, of these 5, you can pick one to learn. Dean Chen beckoned, and in an instant, 5 boxes flew up and opened in front of Han Ning. 5 martial arts, very different. One of them was the vast sea-swimming dragon decision, which used qi and blood to turn the sea into a sea, with swimming dragons breeding in the sea, and was divided into 3 layers, with each layer corresponding to a martial art. The second, Bijie Huanquan decision, the upper pur Bijie Huanquan, to qi and blood, meridians, flesh and blood, the same is divided into 3 layers. Thirdly, the dragon elephant sea transformation decision, which cultivated the dragon spirit to condense the Dharma elephant, also had 3 layers. The fourth, Dong Qian Qianquan decision, to the human body's fascination, creating infinite Qianquan, divided into 4 layers. The last one, however, was the most troublesome of these martial arts. Or the most difficult. The Great Diffusion Star Technique, using the human body as a star to diffuse the cosmic sea of stars, the power is infinite. Dean, didn't you say that martial arts are a martial artist's means of attack? How come these all look like feats? Han Ning looked puzzled. This was his first contact with martial arts, and he didn't know much about the situation. Seeing this, Dean Chen also explained. Martial arts are rare, and they all appeared around the globe along with the revival of the aura. And martial arts are feats in themselves. Martial artists who can cultivate martial arts follow the most orthodox path, but of course, not everyone who cultivates martial arts can be successful. Those pseudo-martial skills are also feats. The difference is that pseudo-martial skills can be changed at any time and don't affect oneself, whereas martial skills, once practiced, can only go one way. After Dean Chen's explanation, Han Ning roughly understood as well. In that case, the pseudo-martial skill is actually the compatible version, while the martial skill is the official version. In that case, wouldn't it be that I won't be able to learn pseudo-martial arts in the future? Not really. As long as the pseudo-martial skill being learned is in the same direction as the martial skill, there won't be a problem. Well, it's time for you to choose. The first 4 are great, Dean Chen said, directly recommending the first 4 to Han Ning. Listening to Dean Chen talk about the first 4 martial arts one after another, Han Ning was instead interested in the Great Diffusion Star Technique. Perhaps it was because Han Ning had grown up living alone, and what he yearned for even more was the vastness of the place. Dean, what about this 5th one? Is there a problem with the Great Diffusion Star Technique? Han Ning inquired curiously, only to see that Dean Chen was slightly stunned, then laughed. This Great Diffusion Star Technique has never been practiced by anyone, or rather, no one has ever succeeded. Because of the large amount of chakra values required, many people simply can't sustain it at this stage. Even when we tried to use contraband, it didn't work. Seeing the Dean say this, Han Ning was also surprised. So, no one can practice this martial art at all? And what is the value of existence? However, Han Ning had thought of something. The Great Diffusion Star Technique required a huge amount of qi and blood values, and Han Ning was able to extract qi and blood values from within the system every 10 days, at a speed that was far from extraordinary. And there's a raffle, which is predictable once it's doubled. Dean, I'll take this Great Diffusion Star Technique, it's quite suitable for me. Henning spoke up in one bite, without the slightest hesitation. For him, this great diffusion star technique was just right. Sure? Dean Chun was also a bit surprised, but once he thought of Han Ning's perverted rate of improvement, he instantly felt that there was some chance. Seeing Han Ning nod his head, Dean Chun also pondered, and only after a few moments did he agree. All right, in short, whatever is needed, the Martial Arts Academy can provide. You'll learn it here, and when you're done, go outside and pick out a pseudo-martial skill to take with you. After the explanation was over, Dean Chun didn't say much and turned around to leave directly. As Dean Chun went out, Han Ning began to familiarize himself. A martial art is actually a record of some unique ways of running the qi and blood, as well as some key tips. And the martial arts skills hidden within. At this point, Han Ning was not worried. Before the aura revival was a schoolmaster, this comprehension ability was still there. An hour later, Han Ning finally familiarized himself with the Great Diffusion Star technique, and began to run his body's qi and blood in a manner that followed the Great Diffusion Star technique. When the route was followed, the qi and blood in the body was directly drained of most of it. At this stage, Han Ning could be the one with 4,000 qi blood values. Consuming half of it in one go, it was evident that this martial skill required a lot indeed. However, as soon as the run gets on track, then the qi and blood can be invoked. Another hour passed, and Han Ning finally completed all of it, his qi and blood running and operating in a unique way within his body. Han Ning didn't waste any time and got up to leave directly. Inside the library in order to find a pseudo-martial skill, and only then did he walk out of the library. That's it. There's nothing wrong, is there? Were there any mistakes during the period? Dean Chun was stunned as he watched Han Ning come out so quickly. Even for other martial arts, it would take an ordinary person a day or two to complete. This kid picked the hardest, but it was the shortest time to finish. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. Well, this martial skill is indeed not simple, and the qi and blood values required are extraordinary. I just don't know how powerful the follow-up is. Seeing how easily Han Ning spoke, Dean Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes as well. That's a pretty breezy thing to say, this guy. However, Dean Chun also knew that the follow-up of the Great Diffusion Star technique was the most troublesome. Well, improve your strength properly. After that, the newborns will have a chance to enter the secret realm. Although there are chances in there, it's also very dangerous. The secret realm, which appeared along with the revival of aura, was different from the ferocious beast zones around the world. Han Ning's top priority was to familiarize himself with martial arts and raise his qi and blood values. In terms of qi and blood values, Han Ning wasn't worried. With the system in place, there was no need to deliberately cultivate. Just wait for the time to clear. Chapter 27, Preparing to Start a Business. You don't have to explain to me. The martial arts skills arrived, and after Han Ning returned to his dormitory, the $1 million prize promised by Dean Chun was delivered one after the other. It also gave Han Ning a couple million at once. As an orphan, before the aura recovery, he had lived a very tight life. Even if Uncle Yang took care of him, Han Ning had always been very frugal when it came to using money. Nowadays, becoming a martial artist and holding millions in your hands at once is really a bit dreamy. Han Ning, you are now famous, and the students of the entire Martial Arts Academy are impressed with you. What's next? The Tangshan Tangya siblings looked at Han Ning with bated breath. Among the freshmen, Han Ning deservedly led the way. No one can match it, either in reputation or strength. What intention? Of course it's to properly cultivate and raise the qi and blood values. Han Ning really didn't have any idea. This was his college career anyways. Of course he was going to enjoy it. As for the one about raising the blood value, it was just Han Ning fooling around. With the system in place, Han Ning wasn't worried about the issue of qi and blood values at all. Take some time out of your day to practice your martial arts skills. This was no problem at all for Han Ning. Inside the Martial Arts Academy, there are many veteran forces, and the Academy also encourages college students to start their own businesses, and the Academy will give some help and rewards. You say, if we freshmen join the old students' business, that's not being exploited as well. Why don't you just get one yourself? Tang Shan rubbed his hands together and looked at Han Ning expectantly. If this matter could come to fruition, with Han Ning at the helm, their freshmen's days in the Martial Arts Academy naturally wouldn't be too bad. Start your own business? Hanning also froze. It's not a surprise that college students are starting their own businesses. But it's all during junior and senior year. Freshman and sophomore year are relatively busy. And the same is true in the martial arts academy. As freshmen, they had just entered college and had a lot to learn about martial artists. Where is the heart to start a business? Hanning, if you can get your business up and running at the college, you'll have a base to stand on in the future after you graduate. After the revival of Aura, those who are in any kind of business group are not actually relying on any business acumen, genius IQ, much less success. Rather, it relies on the martial artist, to build it all up. You don't want to graduate and look like a fly on the wall, do you? Tangshan, this kid definitely has the potential to do sales, a few words said. Han Ning moved up. Whether the original body was orphaned as a child and had nothing to rely on, or Han Ning, who was reborn, came to this unfamiliar world. For Hanning, having something that was truly his own was more important than anything else. Well, that's something to think about. But what do we do? Entrepreneurship for WU students is not like a regular university. After all, they are all martial artists. The social class after the revival of the aura is very clear. Martial artists have a high status, but they also need to be born to die and lick blood at the tip of the sword. What the common man maintains is the supply and demand at the bottom of society. How about materials? The materials used by martial artists are very expensive. We can get a few squads to collect materials and stuff and sell them out. A little bit bigger. Tang Shan was flexible and thought long term, and Han Ning looked at him, and with a twinkle in his eye, he had an idea. I'll leave this to you guys, I still have to learn martial arts, but you guys can't relax your cultivation, after all, strength is most important. There was no way to get a foothold without enough blood value. The seniors have the depth, but the freshmen are pretty lackluster. How about I bail you guys out and you do it? To put it bluntly, Han Ning now had the greatest fame and strength among the freshmen. In the entire martial arts academy, no one knew what was going on. With him as a signboard, the business is much easier to do. No problem, anyway, you make the big deal, leave the rest to us, we're kind of in the game. Tang Shan was quite satisfied with this. With Hanning's fame, it shouldn't be too hard to do. For the ones from ordinary origins like them, being able to enter the Jianbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy was just a gilded layer. But it can't be easy to get to the community. Even though you are a martial artist, it is hard to escape the fate of a part-time job. If you want resources, status, you need to be dependent on others to be a fence-sitter. Nowadays, entrepreneurship, become they get ahead, not a big deal or work. Han Ning didn't bother with the follow-up. Since he had Tang Shan and the others in charge, he simply became a bit of a shirker. Hanning was going to check out the physical training room. There were many things within the martial arts academy that he had yet to learn about. Having just left the dormitory, Han Ning had intended to go straight to the physical training room, but he hadn't expected to be stopped in his tracks by Qin Shui. Looking at Qin Shui, Han Ning also frowned. To be honest, there hadn't been that many complicated feelings towards Qin Shui originally. At least, before knowing that Uncle Yang was Qin Shui's father, Han Ning already had no feelings for Qin Shui. Of course, Han Ning is not that kind of male-female love for Qin Shui right now, it's just that he's in the way of Uncle Yang and doesn't know how to deal with it. One who has taken care of him since he was a child, while the other is the original high school favorite, the first love. The doggone thing is that there's still a marriage contract between the two. If Qin Shui hadn't refused at that time, it would have become a good story. Hanning. Qin Shui watched Han Ning come out, and for a moment she was also a bit flustered, not knowing what to say. Something's wrong? Han Ning frowned, then responded calmly. At the previous ceremony, Lu Qin's words did put Han Ning in a good bit of public opinion passivity. However, because of Dean Chen's proof, Han Ning instead became more famous. Sort of a blessing in disguise. But if you look at it another way, then Hanning would really be in a bad way. Han Ning's icy words caused Qin Shui to go into a bit of a trance. Thinking back to high school, that's not how Hanning treated himself. But in just this short time, it has become so cold. This made Qin Shui feel a bit uncomfortable. That ceremony thing, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to tell Ryukin. Qin Shui lowered her head and clasped her hands, with a look of self-reproach and guilt, like a child who had admitted a mistake. Who would have thought that the schoolgirl who was so high and sought after at school? Now it was this little womanly gesture in front of herself. Even, it was the same person she had called a loser in front of someone she had once rejected. If this was seen by Qin Shui's suitors, Han Ning could guess that he would be in trouble. Whether it was intentional or not, you know it in your heart, you don't need to explain to me. As for what Uncle Jan said about the engagement, I don't know what my parents did, and you don't have to take it seriously. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Han Ning briefly explained a few sentences. Then he straightly threw away Qin Shui and went over towards the physical training room. To Qin Shui, Han Ning had no need to ink. Although the original body's feelings would have an impact, Han Ning also had his own reasoning, judgment. Enjoying a different college life, waiting for the system to settle, and getting stronger step by step, that's what he wanted. Chapter 28. If you're going to fight, then fight. Physical training room. Bypassing Qin Shui, Han Ning went straight to this place. As the most important place for martial practitioners to cultivate, the physical training room was to train the body, and when the body grew, the qi and blood would improve accordingly. With this, the speed of absorbing aura and quenching qi and blood will also increase. Han Ning didn't need to go through the trouble of cultivating and training his physique. With the respiratory system in place, everything was no problem. Come here for the martial arts as well. Although the Great Diffusion Star technique had officially begun to be practiced, it required a great deal of qi and blood value, and Han Ning also needed to practice more in order to comprehend the true martial skill from it. Together with the alternative pseudo-martial skills, these were Han Ning's means. But it also requires practice to master. After all, the system only grants the convenience of chakra values. Physical training room. There are a lot of rooms and an amazing amount of them. And there are detailed divisions. They are regular room, VIP room, member room, and super member room. The common room costs $10,000 a day for freshmen. While a VIP room costs $50,000 a day, a member's $100,000, and a super member's room is $150,000 a day. After briefly understanding the price, Han Ning also couldn't help but smack his lips. This place, it's like a shady business. That's a lot for one room for one day. Sure enough, nothing that applies to martial artists is simple. I thought that having a few $1 million would be considered rich, but I didn't realize that this amount of money wouldn't stand up to building. Han Ning sighed and thought that the physical training room had to be expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this high. Han Ning now had a qi blood value of 4,000, and after another week, it would almost be systematically settled. Therefore, Han Ning decided to spend the following days in the physical training room, putting together a thorough number of pseudo-martial techniques and martial arts. Yo, isn't this the number one freshman? Coming to the physical training room so soon? Just as Han Ning hesitated to go to that room, sharp voices sounded behind him, and several youths walked forward. The regiment surrounded Han Ning. Looking at the other side, it was obvious that they were coming from a bad place. Seniors, what is the meaning of this? Han Ning swept a glance. Were these guys here to take out their anger on Lu Qin? Or are they trying to retrieve the face lost by the older students? What does it mean? It means that I want schoolmate to stay away from schoolmate Qin Shui. Although your strength is good, but in the end you're just an orphan, how can you be worthy of schoolmate Qin Shui? Even if you have a marriage contract, who cares about a marriage contract in this day and age? The senior at the head of the group opened his mouth to speak, but the words he uttered caused Han Ning's brows to tighten. An engagement? How do these guys know? In just a moment, Han Ning realized. Again, it was Qin Shui who spoke out. This woman, what is she trying to do? She had made herself so clear, and she was still going to be out there babbling. Such a thing as a marriage contract was known to only 3 people, and Qin Shui had even said it. The two had only been separated for a short time before the woman shook things up. This was something that Han Ning didn't expect. What does her business have to do with me? This is inside the Martial Arts Academy, it's a physical training room, do you guys still want trouble? Han Ning looked at the few people with a cold face and had probably guessed that they were probably Qin Shui's suitors. With Qin Shui's looks and bumpy, chic figure, she was sought after everywhere she went. Together with the fact that the blood value wasn't too low, among the new students, excluding Han Ning, she was considered to be the best. It was just that Han Ning didn't understand why she had to come to herself about her business. Schoolboy, that's not the way to put it, even though times are different and the marriage contract isn't of much use. But after all, schoolgirl Qin Shui is a girl, and her honor is still something to focus on. Besides, our young master feels that you don't deserve it. The senior's words instantly caused Han Ning to narrow his eyes and measure up. Looks like another bunch of self-serving people. And that young master? He's the one behind this, isn't he? Oh right, schoolboy, I forgot to tell you, the Martial Arts Academy is not an ordinary university. There is only one rule here. That would be a horizontal robbery. As the words fell, several people instantly exploded their breath and their chi and blood surged, and with just a cursory scan, one could see that the lowest chi and blood value of these 4 people was at 3,000, and the highest was 5,000 chi and blood values. Obviously, after seeing Han Ning's cut against Lu Qin, they also knew that even with 5,000 blood values, a single person wouldn't be able to take Han Ning. What a horizontal robbery! Han Ning snorted coldly, since he wanted to fight. Even though there were a lot of people, Han Ning was not the type to back down. If you are a wimp for a moment, you may be a wimp for the rest of your life. As the saying goes, take a step back and hold back for a while. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Han Ning's chi and blood mobilized within his body and flowed in accordance with the Great Diffusion Star technique, and in an instant, his body's aura skyrocketed. Thunder flows freely. In terms of might, it was actually even more powerful than when he had previously fought against Lu Qin. The Great Diffusion Star technique is really powerful. It can actually significantly enhance the chi and blood attributes. Feeling that the power that erupted was stronger, Han Ning didn't ink it either. Rushing forward, one step ahead of the others, he directly punched a person with a blood value of 3,000 and blew him away. At the same time, the remaining 3 reacted and charged at Han Ning. Various pseudo-martial techniques were unleashed, making it clear that they wanted to teach Han Ning a lesson. Seeing the various pseudo-martial skills greeted over, Han Ning was also decisive, exploding thunder in anger, accompanied by chi and blood surging down. His body was actually filled with thunder, vaguely forming a set of thunder armor. Speed, power, and explosions were raised even more in this moment. Whoosh! Rising up from the ground like a flash of lightning, in an instant, Han Ning directly shook away the martial arts techniques of the 3 by virtue of his raging thunder power. Bang! The fist swung and sent one person flying again. Without waiting for the remaining 2 to react, Han Ning's fist flung out. Although Han Ning was a freshman, he had deliberately gone to the Fierce Beast area to sharpen up for actual combat. Instead, Han Ning had a bit more of an advantage than these few veteran students who were making a name for themselves in the Martial Arts Academy. 2 punches fell, and the 2 hurriedly blocked back, but even so, they were directly knocked back by Han Ning. Taking several steps back in a row, he managed to stabilize himself. Grass! This guy is pretty sick. Is this really a freshman? No wonder Ryu Qin couldn't do anything about him. Together! A few people were appalled at Han Ning's strength while planning to strike again. 4 guys can't hold a freshman, which is ridiculous for onlookers to watch. If word gets out, they'll lose even more face. Seeing that the 4 were about to make another move, Han Ning was also on guard. Although he was able to repel them once by virtue of the increase in the Great Diffusion Star technique, there were many of them, and it was not in Han Ning's favor if it lasted. Stop it all! Suddenly, a cold cry rang out. It immediately attracted people in the training room. Academic Sister Qin is here. I've long heard that Senior Sister Qin and Han Ning have an unusual relationship. TSK, it seems to be true. The bystanders were talking, and when Han Ning saw the people coming, he also took off his guard. You guys, as sophomores, teaming up against freshmen, do you still want to have face? Get the hell out of here! With a domineering and valiant face, Qin Qingru directly drank back a few people. School sister, mighty! Han Ning grinned and gave Qin Qingru a thumbs up. Chapter 29, The Beginning of the Cultivation. Qin Qingru's domineering chugging back caused Han Ning to give a thumbs up. In terms of Qin Qingru's status, in this Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy, no one would dare to disregard it. Not to mention that Chinchingro's own strength was not simple. Hokage, you're really easy to hold a grudge. It seems that not only are you causing envy at the ceremony, but you're not easy when it comes to women either. Chinchingro stepped forward with a big sisterly look and directly put her hand on Han Ning's shoulder. Let Big Thunder bombard Han Ning's arms indiscriminately. It made Han Ning a little embarrassed. Chinchingro's unconventional and brash nature is really holding Han Ning in check. Sister, didn't you have a hand in what happened at the ceremony? I've done nothing to deserve this. Would you like to make it up to me, schoolteacher? Han Ning laughed and said, just ready to stretch out his hand and make a gesture of holding 2 fingers. But he didn't want Chinchingro to push Han Ning. Straight away, he pinned Han Ning against the wall. The slender jade arm blocked in front of her body, directly walloping Han Ning. And along with Chinchingro's pretty face that was getting closer and closer, there was also that big thunder that poured straight into his chest, causing Han Ning's entire body to tense up. This schoolteacher, she's killing people. Compensation? What kind of compensation does that schoolmate want? Are you that short of money? Chinchingro looked at Han Ning with a snicker. This time she came over for training, but she didn't expect to run into Han Ning. Together with the rumors she had heard earlier, Chinchingro then snorted. At first, she had seen with her own eyes how Qin Shui had treated Han Ning, and she could also see that their relationship was not as simple as having a marriage contract. Ahem. That, you see, the price of this place is so expensive, although I earn a little, but also cannot support. I said, schoolmarm, don't top it or you'll get paste on your face. Han Ning really couldn't resist and hurriedly opened his mouth. Watching Han Ning's face redden up, like a fledgling at a loss for words, Chinchingro also smiled smugly. Okay, no kidding. But word is spreading about you right now, and those guys just now, they're from a guy in the sophomore year. This person's chi blood value has broken through 6,000. And once the chi and blood value reaches 6,000, one is already at the martial master level. Chinchingro spoke, and once Han Ning heard it, he also raised an eyebrow. Martial artist? In the old high school, martial arts teachers were already school teachers. But he didn't expect that a martial master level powerhouse in the #1 martial arts academy in Jiangbei was just a sophomore. This shows that even for martial artists, there are different gaps in different places. Well, but I didn't mess with him, so is he hardly a lickspittle? Han Ning asked with a suspicious face, but Chinchingro laughed audibly. On the side, Chang Hu even let out a loud laugh. Senior, this is something only you dare to say. That guy is unrivaled inside the sophomore year. Even if it's the 3 of us, we can't win against him. But you're right to a point, he does have his eye on Qin Shui. Seeing Chang Hu say this, Han Ning was speechless. He had long ago drawn a clear line with Qin Shui. Even if there was still Uncle Yang's sake in it, he would not make things difficult for Qin Shui at most. But you can't always be influenced by her. This was indeed agonizing for Han Ning, and it was simply an unmitigated disaster. It was also Qin Shui's fault that the matter of the marriage contract had gone out like that. Isn't that just putting yourself on the fire? Despite being speechless, Han Ning was in no hurry. When the next time the system settled the blood value, one would be able to raise his strength again. As for that martial master, there was no doubt that he was not capable of a battle. All right, hurry up with your cultivation, right? After a while, we will make a trip to the ferocious beast area. The defense line on the side of the martial arts academy has been a bit loose lately, and the freshmen have spots to participate. Do you want to go? Chinchingro spoke, and when Han Ning heard this, he naturally became interested. On the physical training room, this expensive spending, with the weekly pickpocket, of course one must try to make money. Otherwise you can't even offer it up. Going in about a couple days? 8 days from now, you'll be with us then, don't forget. Chinchingro barked out an admonition, and then the 3 of them left directly. Han Ning watched and smacked his lips when he saw them walk into the super member room without hesitation. In the end, she is a rich woman, this $150,000 a day room, said to enter, completely without hesitation. Himself, on the other hand, is still hesitating between regular and VIP rooms. Forget it, it's still the VIP room. Regular rooms are suitable for freshmen, and most freshmen are in the mid to low 900s to thousands of chi and blood values. And Han Ning is already 4,000, so it's a bit of a stretch to squeeze into a regular room. Walking into the VIP room, it was equally unique inside. It's like a hotel, with the front desk, managed by Martial Arts Academy employees. Check in, pay the fee, get your room card and go by yourself. The employee's voice was indifferent, and Han Ning also stepped forward and spoke in a regular manner. Hanning, freshman year, is staying for 7 days. After that, he took out his bank card and swiped it directly on the spot. 50,000 a day, that's 350,000 in 7 days. If this were to be placed before the recovery of aura, just this amount of money would be enough for Han Ning to work hard for several years. Now, with the drop, $350,000 is gone. It's true what they say about spending money like water. Hanning? That freshman number 1? Not bad, with your chi and blood value, it's just right to enter the VIP room. But it's your first time in the physical training room, remember, when you first go in, don't resist and don't rush your cultivation, or the consequences won't be tasty. With a reminder, the employee handed Hanning a room card and signaled for him to leave. Han Ning was confused, but he had no choice but to follow the room card and find his room. Drops. Open the door to your room and just as you walk in, it closes automatically. Following that, a terrifying sense of gravity instantly enveloped them. It was actually directly pressing Han Ning's entire body to one knee on the ground. It was hard to look up and look at the room, similar to a gym. All kinds of utensils are available. But not only was the gravity in here different from the outside, it was even incredibly hot and dry. It had only been a few minutes and Hanning was already sweating like a pig. Not bad for a training room, it's really different. Han Ning gritted his teeth and slowly got up. Even so, at this moment, he was panting heavily. For the first time in such a high-pressure environment, it was difficult to move. Not to mention learning martial arts, pseudo-martial arts. Well, after half an hour of acclimatization, Hanning's situation then eased off. In terms of cultivating his chi and blood, Han Ning wasn't in a hurry, and was sitting on a yoga mat as he began to run the Great Diffusion Star Technique. Along with the operation of the Great Diffusion Star Technique, the blood and flesh in his body instantly hissed, and even the bones, Han Ning could feel a squeezing sensation and burning sensation. This place is, simply, the perfect place to get in shape. Also, one's breathing was becoming more rapid, which was a good thing for the system. With the passage of time, the Great Diffusion Star Technique was considered to have precisely stepped into the threshold, and all the chi and blood values in the body were all integrated within the Great Diffusion Star Technique. Han Ning's 7 days of hard work have finally begun. Chapter 30, Extraction Again. The chi and blood are raised. Inside the VIP room, Han Ning observed the Great Diffusion Star Technique, while familiarizing himself with the pseudo-martial skill. The pseudo-martial skill was called Star Picking Hands, which fit relatively well with the Great Diffusion Star, and as a compatible version, Star Picking Hands was pretty quick to learn. With Han Ning's scholarly stance, it was natural to cope with these things. Thus, for the next few days, Han Ning kept hammering inside the VIP room in order to master it faster. Pepsi outside. A week has passed since the freshmen enrolled, and part of the freshmen are burying their heads in hard studies, while part of them are starting to join the seniors in various clubs and companies. This has caused a lot of distress for the siblings, Tangsha and Tanya. Originally, I thought that with such a famous figure as Han Ning, the matter of recruiting manpower would be a piece of cake. But I hadn't thought that when the news was put out, there were no more than 10 people who responded. Brother, it's rumored outside now that anyone who dares to join our Han Tang is working against them. Besides, those older students' club company benefits are so good, we can't even recruit them. Danya mumbled at her slightly chubby chin. The siblings have been working hard on this for a while. The rest of the day, except among the cultivation, was devoted to this matter. Tang Shan was also bitter, but having come this far, he couldn't back down. No matter, let's first take people to the low-level ferocious beast area, get some materials, and also as cultivation, open up first. Tang Shan clenched his teeth and made up his mind, bringing along Han Tang's few people and heading straight for the low-level ferocious beast area. On the side of the Jiangbei First Martial Academy, within the mountains and forests, there were likewise some low-level, intermediate, and high-level 3 ferocious beast areas. Except for the advanced area, which was sat by a teacher professor from the Martial Arts Academy, the rest of the 2 students were able to enter. No need to report. Of course, even then, there is a mortality rate in there. From the time they became martial artists, life and death were in their own hands, and even if something did happen, they couldn't blame anyone else. Han Tang's people entered the low-level ferocious beast area without realizing that some people had followed them. Han Ning, on the other hand, was still practicing hard in the VIP room. 7 days went by quickly, but to Han Ning, it was a bit boring. Because he didn't have to worry about qi and blood value cultivation, Han Ning simply focused on martial arts. In 7 days' time, Han Ning realized that the Great Diffusion Star technique was running qi and blood through his body, constantly impacting his meridians. In 7 days, one was punched through. The 12 main meridians in the body, the strange meridians and 8 veins, martial arts cultivation, and raising the value of qi and blood, all of these were key. However, ordinary martial artists practice pseudo-martial arts, and could only open up a few of the 12 main meridians. As for the 8 channels of Qi Jing, they could not be impacted at all. Instead, the Great Diffusion Star technique started directly with the Qi meridian. And this time, the one that was opened was the Chong vein in the 8 channels of Qi Jing. As the charge vein broke open, Han Ning clearly felt that the Qi and blood values became thicker. Obviously a slight upgrade. Although there was a respiratory system that could extract Qi and blood values, it didn't hinder Han Ning's own improvement. Despite its own slow rate of improvement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 days of breathing. Extracting 1,500 points of prana value. Ding! The host has been awarded 1 chance at the lottery. As the system prompt rang out, Han Ning's eyebrows also jumped, and a joyful color immediately appeared on his face. From the last extraction in the ferocious beast area, 10 days had passed, and it took a day to leave the ferocious beast area and return to Jiangqing in the first place. And then enrollment and so on, to the present day a full 10 days. Another extraction, and the blood value was 500 points more than last time. Open the properties. Name Han Ning. Sex male. Martial art, technique Great Diffusion Star technique. Pseudo-martial arts, star picking hand. Blood attribute, thunder attribute. Blood value, 5,700. Current realm, low-level martial artist realm. Looking at the attributes, Han Ning also smiled with satisfaction. The martial realm, below 3,000 is martial artist, divided into high school and low school, while 4,000 to 5,000 is samurai level. Between 5 and 6,000 are martial artists, while between 6 and 7,000 are military generals. Further up, it was Jiang Hanyue's kind of realm, a half-step sovereign. 8 to 10,000 or less. With the help of the respiratory system, Hanning's improvement was amazing. From the beginning of the test until now, the past time was just over half a month, but it had already reached 5,700 points of blood value. That's a speed that's out of reach. Draw first. I hope I can draw double. Doubling the blood value was naturally the best reward for Han Ning. Ding! Congratulations on winning. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the martial arts skill. Ancient body of the heavenly demon. Ding! Detecting that the host already has a martial arts skill, the martial arts skill will automatically fuse. One after another, the winning information surfaced, and Han Ning froze. Previously, Dean Chin had talked about the characteristics of martial arts, but he hadn't expected that this system would also be able to change the self-body condition aside. The ability to practice various martial arts at the same time. Now that the aura has been revived for just over a year, for martial arts, it can be said to be incredibly scarce. Unusual martial artists couldn't even touch it, but he himself had 2 at once. If this were to be known, it would only invite murder. Han Ning familiarized himself with the heavenly demon ancient body, a martial skill that was a pure body refining martial skill. However, Han Ning wasn't sure what grade the body refining ones were among the martial arts. It's just a shame that the time for the VIP lounge has come and gone. Han Ning didn't delay much. Anyway, being able to integrate, Han Ning wasn't worried about not being able to learn. The blood value was raised to 5,700 points, which gave Han Ning more strength. There were quite a few strong people in the Jiangbei First Martial Academy, and Han Ning knew that with his trouble-attracting physique, the only way he could be strong enough to defend himself was to keep getting stronger. Otherwise, it would be hard to deal with. Leaving the physical training room, Han Ning ran straight over to the dormitory. Along the way, no matter if they ran into freshmen or old students, one by one, they pointed at Han Ning. The words keep coming. Han Ning also roughly heard clearly that it was the sophomore guy who started targeting Han Ning. However, among them, Han Ning's heard some key information. This Han Ning turned out to be really hiding in the training room. They Han Tang went out for a few days and hasn't come back yet, so I guess he'll just have to go and clean up. No way! Isn't Han Tang just 7 or 8 people? And it's a low-level ferocious beast area we're going to. It's not so bad that we'll die, right? A ferocious beast is impossible, but the people from the Force Martial Arts Society also followed. When Han Ning heard the murmur, his brows instantly furrowed. Although he did not know what this Force Martial Arts Society is, but when Tangshen they were after the choice of business, the name is also said to himself. With such a connection, the people from the Power and Martial Arts Society were clearly running towards Tangshan and the others. After all, it was built on his own name. If something happened to them, Han Ning wouldn't be able to bear it in her heart. Because the trouble and danger was brought to them by Han Ning. Without returning to the dormitory, Han Ning directly ran over to the low-level ferocious beast area. In the First Martial Academy of Jiangbei, as a line of defense, the route to the ferocious beast area was also very clear. You don't need a guide to find it. Together with Han Ning's increased strength nowadays, his speed was also extremely fast. It didn't take long to enter the low-level ferocious beast area. Chapter 31. Strength is the key. The border of the First Martial Arts Academy in Jiangbei. Within the low-level ferocious beast area, Han Ning entered and ran furiously all the way over, heading straight for the place where the smell of blood was heavy. To Han Ning, the ferocious beasts in the low-level ferocious beast zone were no longer worth mentioning. This danger is not even a concern. In contrast, Han Ning only wanted to find Tang Shan and the others quickly. Just as Han Ning was running wildly all the way through the forest, there was a strong smell of blood. Immediately, he reversed direction and ran straight ahead. Somewhere in the woods, several corpses of ferocious beasts lay strewn about, and on top of that, several of Tang Shan's men were also covered in wounds and bruises at the moment. Leaning on each other, they eyed those who surrounded them warily and angrily. You guys, how dare you make a move on a freshman and go behind his back? Simply shameless! Tang Shan gazed angrily, his face full of resignation. There were already fewer people in Han Tang, and they were all freshmen. Everyone's chi blood value was over 900, even in the low-level ferocious beast area. Hunting ferocious beasts was already a bit of a struggle. However, these old students, they were the ones who played tricks behind the scenes and attracted more ferocious beasts, causing them to directly lose 2 people. Jie, we're all martial artists. It's meaningless to say such words as despicable and shameless. The rules of the Martial Academy have always been to rob across the board, but it's not just about surviving under ferocious beasts, it's also about surviving amongst martial artists. You're freshmen, we're teaching you the rules. The old student at the head of the group had a sinister look on his face, but spoke in a righteous manner. But Tang Shan knew in his heart that these guys were running towards them. Bullshit! That old student would specialize in entering the low-level ferocious beast area? Don't talk pretty here. If Han Ning finds out, you guys won't end well. Tang Shan retorted angrily, very dissatisfied with the shameless behavior of these older students. But these old students are not wrong in their words. A martial artist is a horizontal robber of arms, facing not only ferocious beasts, but more importantly, people who are also martial artists. The human heart is always the most terrifying, harder to deal with than a ferocious beast. Shay Hanning? So what if Hanning knows? Several of us have a blood value of over 4,000, so what can Han Ning do even if he suddenly appears at this time? Or do you guys think that you can gain a foothold in the Martial Academy by relying on a so-called number 1 freshman? The oldest student at the head arrogantly provoked. Even if Han Ning came over, they didn't worry about it, and it just so happened that they could teach Han Ning a lesson in the process. Take a breath for the president. Oh? Is it useless for me to come? Sudden, The old student's voice ended abruptly, followed by an icy voice. Rising from the rear, it instantly gave off a creepy feeling. A few people turned around violently, and realized that at this moment, Han Ning was standing right in front of them. Hanning! Why are you here? You're not at. Han Ning's sudden appearance really startled a few older students. On the contrary, Tang Shan, Tang Ye, and the others were happy at the moment, each one of them as if they were relieved. You guys surprised I'm here? Since you guys have also said that robbing people across the board is the rule, then, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Ning watched with cold eyes. He had already seen Tang Shan and their situation. Han Ning would not be polite to these old students who did not speak of martial virtues. Although he grew up as an orphan since childhood, the original body experienced a lot during the year of aura recovery, plus the Han Ning of today and the past have long been different. More than that, they can't afford to be bullied over the head. Together! Just after Han Ning finished speaking, the three old men instantly struck out at the same time, one by one, their chi and blood soared, two of them with chi and blood values pushing 5,000, and one with a full 5,000 chi and blood value. Pseudo-martial skills were executed, fists rose with fury, and some even held sharp weapons in their hands, exploding with terrifying might as they headed straight for Han Ning. Seeing the three attacking over, Han Ning wasn't spoiling for a fight. Chi and blood erupted, and thunder raged. In the next moment, Han Ning's hands swung up in a bizarre manner, and a strand of chi and blood was like stars converging, becoming glittering under the urging of the thunder. And from that shining thunder star, Han Ning's hands suddenly poked out, and in the face of the attack, he actually resisted all of it by virtue of the terrifying power that erupted from his hands. The gap in blood value was here, only the three people in front of them hadn't noticed it yet, and they all thought that Han Ning was so powerful because of his lightning attribute. The attack was broken in every way possible, and the three of them instantly became grave in their faces. Keep doing it! A person uttered, only as soon as the words fell, Han Ning's figure violently approached, and that one hand instantly smashed out. Thunder flashed on his fist like a star exploding, blasting the man out on the spot. You! Bang! Another punch went out, an unpredictable punch, terrifying to the extreme, an explosion of thunder chi and blood that was simply incapable of being defended against. Two people were sent flying one after another, and the remaining man shivered in fear. Hanning, calm down. We are both students of the Martial Arts Academy, and I am your senior. The man was so terrified and cowed that he was even mute in his speech. Han Ning watched coldly, only feeling ridiculous. It's all about strength. The world of the weak and the strong is indeed the way it should be. If he didn't have enough blood value, he was afraid that none of them would let him go. Two people pay for their lives. As for you, go back and tell your master don't mess with me when there's nothing going on, or I won't be polite. Get out! Han Ning coldly grunted, and the old student nodded his head in fear and staggered out furiously, afraid that Han Ning would regret it. Only after watching the person leave did Han Ning collect his chi and blood. There were thunder attributes incorporated, and under the Great Diffusion Star technique, the thunder chi and blood were perfectly rendered. Combined with the blood value advantage, it was a handful to deal with these few stragglers. However, Han Ning had also seen the power of the star-picking hand. Han Ning, it's thanks to you coming over, or else we'd be accounted for here. Tang Shan's heart palpitated. If Han Ning hadn't come over, there was really no way for them to survive. Come on, it's because of me that you guys are in trouble. Those two, their space rings are collected. Also, how are you guys doing? Han Ning asked. Han Tang was established, but the people were pitifully few. Now that they are still being targeted by older students, it's hard to move an inch. Two died, the rest of us are injured, everyone's chi and blood values aren't high. Just dealing with the ferocious beasts is already a bit troublesome. And they ended up sneaking up on us. Speaking of which, Tang Shan was also filled with resignation. Looking at them all covered in injuries, even Tang Ye, Han Ning felt a little guilty instead. Actually, you guys can develop on your own, you don't have to be tied to me. My current reputation is not that of being the #1 freshman, but being seen as an enemy by the older students. Come with me, you will be in danger. This was something that Hanning also said out of concern. Hanning was wanting his own power, his own home. but also don't want to drag anyone else down with it. Han Ning, what do you mean by that? We're all martial artists, but we're not to the point of being afraid of death, otherwise we wouldn't have come here. Chapter 32, Stupid People. But it was just being targeted by some older students, so Tang Shan wasn't going to back down. What's a little targeting if you want to get ahead? Besides, Han Ning saved them and just patted his ass and walked away, something they couldn't do and didn't want to do. Seeing Tang Shan say this, the remaining few people also nodded heavily, and Han Ning fell into a somewhat helpless smile. Good. Since you are willing to continue to follow, I won't dissuade you. Let's all work together to make Han Tang grow. Han Ning's heart was somewhat comforted, no matter what they had joined because of in the beginning, but at least at this moment, several people had the same goal. However, Han Ning, this time, the Force Martial Society took a shot at us, and I'm afraid that they will continue to trip us up afterward. We're too few to fight against it now. But I've inquired about it, and there are dozens of people in the Ricket Club. A university club with only a few dozen people sounded a bit small, but these dozens of people were all martial artists, and each of them had a chi and blood value above 3,000. With this comparison, the gap between the two becomes apparent. There's no way to recruit people at the moment. We can only take it as it comes, since the rules of the Martial Arts Academy are to rob the martial arts horizontally. There's no need for us to be polite. Han Ning pondered for a while and finally made a decision. Hard fighting doesn't work, and consumption doesn't help. After all, Han Tang was just a few people now, and what he could do was just too small. During this period of time, everyone goes out together as much as possible. In addition, although the Martial Arts Academy is a horizontal robbery of the martial arts, but there is a teacher where they don't dare to go too far. Let's just take this opportunity to improve our strength, and you guys can't slack off in your cultivation. To catch a break. After discussing the matter, the group also left the low-level ferocious beast area. Today, Han Ning's blood value was as high as 5,700 points. Even if it was placed within the sophomore martial artists, it could still be ranked among the top. Only, the Martial Arts Academy can be more than that. Upon returning to the Martial Arts Academy, the moment the several people appeared, they attracted the attention of a crowd of veteran students. The Liwu Society had picked a fight, but instead, they were taught a lesson by Han Ning, and someone even died. But this matter had quickly spread throughout the Martial Arts Academy, and it had also caused Han Tang's name to be presented for the first time amongst the Martial Arts Academy residents. Looking at the materials collected over, Tang Shan Tangya's siblings also recorded them. We did get quite a few on this trip, but the ones we dealt with were all low-level ferocious beasts, with most of their chi and blood values below 1,000. Fierce beast materials below 1,000 chi blood values aren't worth much. With their strength limited, Han Tang was now left with 6 people, and other than Han Ning, the leader, whose chi and blood values exceeded 5,000, the rest were all floating between 900 and 1,000. After all, they are freshmen with limited abilities. There's no rush, I still have a few million here from selling materials before, and rewards from previous trials. Xia, this money will be given to you for safekeeping, and is considered Han Tang's first startup capital. Han Ning didn't ink, and directly took out his savings. The system had just settled the chi and blood values, so if you wanted to settle them again, you could only wait for 10 days. During this period, Han Ning didn't need to deliberately cultivate. It would be better to think of more ways to build up Han Tang. Millions? But Brother Han, if you give it to us, what about yourself? You are the top pillar of Han Tang, improving your strength is most important. Tangya immediately refused. Whether Han Tang could gain a foothold in the Martial Arts Academy and develop, money was only a supporting factor. The most important thing is the need for a facade. There was no doubt that Han Ning was the face of Han Tang, and only with his increased strength could he stabilize Han Tang's development. Don't worry, I can't use it right now for the time being. Besides, I've also made an appointment with Senior Sister Qingqingrua and the others, and I'm going to make a trip to the ferocious beast area. And bring back some materials in reverse. During this period of time, you guys reduce your outings, recruit people when you can, and if you can't, grab the strength. It was good for one person to be powerful, but if he could elevate the entire Han Tang, that would be truly powerful. Only then could Han Tang truly gain a foothold in the Martial Arts Academy. With this arrangement by Han Ning, the Tangshan's siblings were relieved. However, just as Han Ning and the others were planning Han Tang's way forward, in another part of the Martial Arts Academy, deliberations were likewise going on within the Force Martial Society. Rikyu Society. President, we lost 2 people this time. We must not let this Han Ning go. I didn't expect this guy, a freshman, to have a blood value over 5,000. And it's ruthless, which won't be good for us if we let it go. In the club, several sophomores opened their mouths in succession. As one of the clubs of the Martial Arts Academy, although they were not the strongest, they were not to be offended at this stage of the sophomore year. I didn't expect to be defeated in the face of a few freshmen. Nowadays, there was an extreme amount of rumors circulating within the Martial Arts Academy, which had caused some impact on their Force Martial Arts Society. Those I understand. After the words were said, only a low voice could be heard, and the entire society instantly became serious. In front, a youth slowly walked out. Inch-haired, lanky, and with a touch of tyranny in his rigid face, he struck fear into people at first glance. And he's the president of the Rikyu Club, Muley. A martial artist whose chi and blood values had passed the 6,000 threshold. Although Muley looked intimidating on the surface, his mind was not weak. Han Ning had shown extraordinary strength from the moment he entered the martial academy. Last time, against the Lu Qin, he could still only manage a tie. But now, only 10 days had passed, and Han Ning was able to face martial artists with a chi and blood value of 4,000 or even 5,000 and completely crush them. This growth rate, which is truly amazing, makes one have to be on guard. President, don't forget, Miss Qin and that guy are married. If we don't solve it, I'm only afraid. Having said this, Muli naturally understood the meaning. Humph, it's just a freshman, you bunch of mealies, you can't even deal with a freshman. I heard that Qingqingru invited Han Ning to the Fierce Beast region before, so his Han Tang has no backer. Use some cleverness and settle Han Tang. As for Han Ning, I will deal with it myself. Muli immediately arranged to get up and get hit in the face by a freshman, and it was also related to Qin Shui. Of course Muli wouldn't let it go easily. Qin Shui worshipped strong people, and now Han Ning was the biggest dark horse in the martial academy, and had a marriage contract with Qin Shui. Only by defeating Han Ning would Muli have a chance to walk to Qin Shui's side. Everyone on both sides prepared, and uncharacteristically, launched into action. The next day, Han Ning walked out of the dormitory after arranging his affairs. Chen Qingruo, Chang Hu, and Zhao Yu had been waiting for a long time. Han Ning, you're finally here, making us 3 schoolmates wait. You're really imposing as Han Tang's boss. Seeing Han Ning appear, Chen Qingruo also opened her mouth to snicker. Hearing this, Han Ning was immediately embarrassed. After the previous incident with the Force Martial Society, Han Ning's reputation in the Martial Arts Academy was now not small. Hokage, you guys should stop teasing me. I can't help it, if you're willing to take in, it's not impossible for Han Tang to join you. Han Ning smiled, and several people shook their heads when they heard this. Chapter 33, A Man Can't Say No. Forget it, you're now a person of concern to all parties. If you join, even we'll have to suffer. The competition between martial artists is fierce. However, we can't do anything about this asylum, but offering some help is starting to be possible. Chang Hu smiled, and spoke bluntly. But it did speak to Han Ning's current situation. At this, Han Ning was helpless, but there was no way to avoid it. If it wasn't for that woman Qin Shui, Han Ning wouldn't have gotten into a conflict with the Power Martial Arts Society, nor would he have been targeted by other societies. Then I'd like to thank the senior sisters in advance here. However, it's not the right time yet, and I won't be polite if there's real trouble. Han Ning smiled. To these 3 people, Han Ning still felt good. Okay, you're welcome on that. Let's get going. Chen Qingruo laughed cheerfully, and then also pulled Han Ning away without seeing any outsiders. This move had invariably made many more enemies for Han Ning. This left Han Ning speechless. It's clear that you're pure and virtuous, and you just want to be a good student and get a third-rate medal or something. But the redheads are always coming down on their heads with their unwarranted calamities. Leaving the martial academy, the 4 of them ran all the way over to the Fierce Beast region. This time, the one to go to, on the other hand, was the intermediate Fierce Beast region. What we're going to do this time is gather some materials for making equipment. These materials are rather special. Basically, only ferocious beasts with over 6,000 chi blood values will be born. On the way, Qingqingrou also told the purpose of this trip out. Different ferocious beasts, with different chi and blood values, would breed materials that were not used on their bodies. For martial artists, it was a necessary material to enhance their strength, but for this era of aura revival, these materials were even more versatile. It can be used in the medical industry, scientific and technological research, military weapons manufacturing, and many other applications. Of course, a lot of it is in the development stage. After all, it's only been a year or so since the aura revived. But it is also because it is in the development stage that more materials are needed. A beast with 6,000 blood, can we handle it? This ferocious beast is different from a martial artist. Below 5,000 chi blood values, there was no obvious gap, but when you went up to 6,000 chi blood values, the gap would be very obvious. Because of the strength in the flesh, there would be no way to compare. This is also quite troublesome. It's not a big problem. Chan Hu and I already have a blood value of 7,000, and Yu also has 6,500. Together with you, we can handle it. Hearing this, Han Ning froze for a moment. 7,000? It turned out that these three had such strong blood values. At first, Hanning thought they were only 4,000 or 5,000. Immediately arrived, intermediate level area, there is the crescent moon ring fox. This kind of ferocious beast was born with a chi and blood value of 3,000. Those that can reach 6,000 already belong to the adult. Extremely fast and strong attacks, everyone be on guard. Within the forest, Qingqingrou walked at the forefront and immediately opened her mouth to warn. After all, this was an intermediate level ferocious beast area, and ferocious beasts with 6,000 chi blood values were already dangerous. It's not easy to deal with. If they were not careful, and the ferocious beasts found a chance to break through, they would die. In an instant, Han Ning's few people began to alert their surroundings. The forest became quiet, but then a strange odor permeated all around. It's fox odor? How come it feels like after smelling it, the chi and blood values are suppressed instead? As soon as this fox odor appeared, Han Ning noticed a difference. Qingqingrou, on the other hand, hurriedly reminded up. All pay attention, the crescent moon ringed fox is coming. As soon as the words fell, the crescent moon ringed fox instantly rushed out from the back. It's strangely fast. Even though Han Ning and Chan Hu reacted quickly and raised their hands to block, they were directly knocked away by the crescent moon ring fox. Both men were left with claw marks on their hands from the crescent ring fox. This beast, it's really troublesome. I don't see how we can cope with it by just getting together. Chan Hu took a blow, and his face brought up anger. The speed of the ferocious beast was too fast, but rather, it was also amazing in terms of blood value. It was vaguely close to the level of 7,000 blood values. In this case, it is indeed difficult to cope. Sisters and seniors, you have high chi and blood values, so prepare in advance and make your move once you have the chance. I'll do the chasing. Han Ning scanned the circle, and in terms of speed, Han Ning was similarly not weak. Being armed with two martial arts, the transformation brought about by the Great Diffusion Star Morning caused the chi and blood values to metamorphose into thunder chi and blood, drastically increasing the speed burst. In addition, the pseudo-martial skill Star Picking Hand was also one that emphasized speed and stance. It was with this that Han Ning intended to create an opportunity with this crescent ring fox Zhou Xian. Senior, can you do it? This is close to 7,000 blood values, and the speed attack is extremely high. Qingqingrou was a little worried, thinking that she was still a little too big to come over this time, and should have brought more people with her. Who would have known that the moment he came over, he would run into a ferocious beast that was close to 7,000. A man can't say no. Hokage, you guys keep an eye on it. Han Ning grinned, and the seriousness brought up on his face rather surprised Qingqingrou's heart. This time, he had brought Han Ning over, firstly to give him some more opportunities to practice, and secondly to see the caliber of this strength of his. But looking at Han Ning like this, Qingqingrou instead felt that she had still underestimated Han Ning earlier. Coming! Sudden! The crescent moon ringed fox reappeared, strangely fast as a gust of wind blowing by. Once again, it attacked towards the several people. Seeing this situation, Qinqingrou's 3 people immediately gathered together. A panicked look left Han Ning out in general. That was precisely why the crescent moon ring fox instantly turned its attack towards Han Ning. Seeing the attack coming, Han Ning's thunder chi blood instantly catalyzed, his body flashing silver and white as he instantly exploded in the next moment. The speed was extremely fast, rising like thunder, leaving behind only residual shadows. The crescent moon ring fox's sharp claws missed, but also reacted quickly and directly recoiled. However, Han Ning had prepared for this, and the star-picking hand was then executed, although the chi and blood in his body were affected by the fox stench and some suppression occurred. But the great diffusion star technique was a martial art, holding a huge value of chi and blood. And thick and incomparable, this point of influence, in the full force of the outbreak, is simply virtually null and void. Picking star hands like ghosts, facing the crescent moon ring fox also strange fast incomparable sharp claws, the 2 sides actually directly appeared to briefly exchange hands. The sharp claws were sharp, and Han Ning's arm instantly became drenched in blood. However, at the same time, the explosion of thunder chi and blood filling the entire body made the crescent moon ring fox not feel good either. Although the flesh of a ferocious beast with a chi and blood value of 6,000 or more was powerful, it would be injured just the same in the face of a terrifyingly powerful burst of thunder. "It's now!" Han Ning bellowed, and the 3 Qinqingrou people behind him didn't hesitate, taking out their weapons and directly casting pseudo-martial skills at the crescent moon ring fox. Boom! Several streams of light erupted one after another, and the crescent moon ring fox was about to draw back, but Han Ning clasped his sharp claws. It was trying to dodge the rear attack, and in a moment of negligence, it instead lowered its suppression of Han Ning, giving him a chance. By the time the crescent moon ring fox reacted, the attack fell. Each blow ran towards the deadly abdomen. Chapter 34. Your speed is scary. The 4 of them worked together to deliver a fatal blow in an instant. The crescent moon ring fox was simply unable to resist under such an attack. It can only fall heavily. After resolving the crescent moon ring fox, Qinqingrou's trio also immediately walked towards Han Ning. In the previous attack, Han Ning had almost single-handedly resisted the crescent moon ring fox's attack. Facing the gap in blood value, Han Ning's injuries were definitely not light. "Well? It was still too risky just now. I should have known to have an extra person to help you draw fire." Qinqingrou stepped forward and looked at Han Ning's bloodied hand, and immediately became a little frightened. Originally a bit of a big and straightforward person, her face was also showing worry at the moment. After all, they are the ones who brought the people out, and if something really happens, they will not be able to bear it in their hearts. Besides, Haninko was specially poached by her grandfather. Talented, a genius. It would be stifling for someone like that to die in a place like this. Only, when Qinqingrou asked after him, Han Ning waved his hand. "It's fine, it's not a big problem. This ferocious beast has a high chi and blood value, but I can still carry it without being killed in seconds by my opponent." Han Ning was also direct. With his 5,700 blood value, plus the support of the Great Diffusion Star Technique, and the special Thunder Chi blood, how could he not be killed in seconds by a ferocious beast that had not yet reached the half-step zone? Sure. Though Han Ning did get pinned down throughout. However, it was also dragging the crescent moon ring fox, so that there was no way for it to break free. That's what cooperates together for the kill. "Carry it? Did you bring the blood-returning elixir?" Qinqingrou couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at Han Ning with a big heart. "Blood recovery pill? That stuff can be expensive. Han Tang is just starting out now, so we have to save it for them. Besides, didn't I come out with you guys' senior sister? It counts as me being employed by you guys." Han Ning's words were exited, and angry Qinqingrou ignored the injury on his hand and directly stepped forward to give Han Ning a chokehold with her elbow. That even when Han Ning was forced to stick to the headlight and enjoy the silky smoothness of the indulgence, Qinqingrou had no intention of letting go. "How poor are you, this guy? So reluctant to give up on yourself too. If you come out alone and get hurt, it's hard to wait to die." Qinqingrou grumbled in a good-natured manner until she realized that the headlights were getting unbearably hot and dry, and only then did she let go of Han Ning. Then he glared and pulled out the blood return pill. Here, take this, and next time you don't prepare properly, see if I beat you up. After Qingqingruo finished speaking, she even raised her fist and threatened Han Ning. There was nothing Han Ning could do about this. I'm not as rich as you guys. A lot of things you can't just splurge on. With that, Han Ning also hurriedly took the blood recovery pill, and his injuries began to stabilize. Alright, there are plenty of opportunities for martial artists to make money. Let's seize the time and dispose of this ferocious beast. By the way, Han Ning, I only heard that you dealt with the Force Martial Society before. Your blood value has reached 5,000, right? How much exactly? Chen Qingrua suddenly realized that how long had it been since Han Ning had entered the martial academy? The chi blood value had already reached 5,000, which was an absolute crush compared to many students in the sophomore year. This 5,700 points of blood value make do. Han Ning responded while chewing on the blood recovery pills, and that tone of disinterest heard Chen Qingrua, Chang Hu, and the others instantly blacken their faces. What the hell? 5,700 points of chi blood value is called making do. How can you say that? You guys, you're really something. Thinking about it, when I reached 5,000 chi and blood values, it took me a full 5 years to reach it, and it cost me a lot of material resources. You've reached 5,700 in less than a month. Chang, who couldn't help but spit it out right away. He had only reached 5,000 chi blood values in 5 years, raising his chi blood values by an average of 1,000 a year. And this was achieved with the help of adequate resources. After that, the blood value increase was also incredibly slow. But Han Ning's rate of improvement was just a bit too terrifying. Ahem, this a fluke. Han Ning scratched his head awkwardly. As far as the point of boosting the blood value was concerned, Han Ning hadn't really worried about it, nor did he worry about it in the slightest. When placed in high school, Han Ning was afraid of racking his brain every day to figure out how to improve. But now, with the system in hand, Han Ning wasn't worried at all. You don't even need to concentrate on your own practice. There's no way anyone can compare to that. A fluke? You fluke, brother, right? Other people struggle to raise 100 points of blood value, but you're fine, it's like riding a rocket. Chang, who continued to spit, and both Qingqing Ro Zhao Yu didn't know how to describe it. They had seen Han Ning raise his blood value, and the astonishing magnitude of that raise was simply not something normal people could compare to. He just didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Han Ning had already reached 5,700 points of blood value. At this rate, Han Ning was afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to catch up with them, or even surpass them. The point is that this guy talks angry. It's either a patchwork, or a fluke, and it's a complete failure to treat others as human beings. With your speed, it is indeed a bit too intimidating, but the situation in the martial academy is complicated. It would be good for you to improve your strength as soon as possible. Qin Qingru sighed. The few of them, when they were in the first martial academy of Jiangbei, all considered themselves to be considered geniuses. But now when compared to Han Ning, it's a bit of a small thing. Can't get on the stage. This time, for the materials of the Crescent Moon Ring Fox, we'll only take the blood essence from it, and the rest will go to you. After all, you put in the most effort. Qin Qingru stepped forward to organize, and after taking down what they needed, the rest was given to Han Ning. This generous move also caused Han Ning to smack his lips. I can't really fit in a bit with this rich people life. A ferocious beast with a chi and blood value close to 7,000 could be considered to be full of treasures and worth a lot of money. It's in the millions, to say the least. That was much more profitable than Han Ning's hard work in going to the low-level ferocious beast area to brush the inner cores. But Qin Qingru just lightly dumped it on Han Ning. As you can see, rich women don't just have big chests, but at the same time they are very generous. Of course, Han Ning wasn't polite with them. After all, Han Tang needed it for development, and so did Han Ning himself. Since becoming a martial artist, a lot of things weren't a dream, but it also required a lot of money to do so. After dealing with the Crescent Moon Ring Fox, the four of them also continued to walk around the intermediate-level fierce beast region. When you come across a ferocious beast, you directly kill it with your hands. Luckily, along the way, they didn't run into any fierce beasts with 7,000 chi and blood values, or even close to 8,000, or else the 4 of them would have been out of luck. This was only a mid-level ferocious beast area after all. 7,000 blood values are rare and hard to come across. And as for the ferocious beasts with 8,000 chi blood values that had already stepped into the half-step zone, sure, it would be impossible to come across them. And only premium areas will have these. Only the dangers there are multiplied. For 7 days in a row, the 4 of them wandered around the outside of the intermediate region, hunting and killing quite a few ferocious beasts, and the harvest was not small. After dividing the spoils once again, Han Ning was also satisfied. This trip was a huge harvest for him. Not only did it make the pseudo-martial skill star picking hand more skillful, but at the same time, the Great Diffusion Star technique had also stepped into a smooth stage. Next, it was time to polish another martial skill, the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body. Chapter 35 Sister Regrets Regret Again. The experience in the Fierce Beast area was the most suitable place to hone martial skills. Of course, the Great Diffusion Star technique was obviously different, as this martial skill required a huge chi and blood value. While the chi and blood values in Han Ning's body had already transformed into thunder chi and blood, it wasn't easy for him to cultivate the first martial skill of the Great Diffusion Star technique. Even though Han Ning had a system boost, all that was provided was just the chi and blood values. The rest, Han Ning still needed to figure out on his own before he could do so. As for the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body, Han Ning would also need to cultivate it up as soon as possible after returning. It's a big boost for Hanning. Martial artists usually use equipped weapons. It was made after the revival of aura and the emergence of martial artists combined with modern technology. It is able to enhance the battle power dramatically. And the chakra value is the starting point to support this. The first martial arts academy in Jianbei. When they returned from the Fierce Beast region, Chen Xinghua and the others went back first. This trip out was mainly to help them find suitable materials. And Han Ning had brought back a lot of materials in addition to his adventures, which helped Han Tang a lot. Only, when Han Ning had just returned to the dormitory, there was no one to be seen. This caused Han Tang to be a bit puzzled at once. It was thought that Tang Shan and the others had gone out to hunt down ferocious beasts and collect materials. But just as Han Ning was about to move to the physical training room and start practicing the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body, a few students hurriedly ran by, their mouths agape. Hurry up, you won't see the game if you're late. It's an exciting date for a Han Tang guy from this Liwu society. This time, Han Tang is afraid of disbanding. The words of a bystander passing by instantly made Han Ning frown. Although they had deployed and instructed them before they left, it was clear that the Liqua society hadn't given up. This is the intention to fight Han Tang to the end. Han Ning didn't hesitate, but chose to follow. Martial Arts Academy Square Ring. It's also where the freshman ceremony is held. Countless people surrounded it at the moment, and there were even people who kept cheering. Their shouts were all in support of the Lifu Club. And in the ring, several of Han Tang's men had already suffered heavy casualties. Hanning? What brings you here? You get out of here before they find you. You'll be in trouble if someone from the Power Muscle Club sees you. Han Ning had just walked into the crowd to watch when a familiar voice rang out beside him. Turning his head to look, it was none other than Qin Shui. At the moment, she wore a worried look, like she was genuinely anxious for Han Ning. It was a pity that Han Ning did not appreciate this gesture of hers. Why is Han Tang as well as himself in this trouble? It wasn't all because Qin Shui was tongue-tied and had to tell the truth about the marriage contract. Otherwise, these people from Han Tang would not be in danger. At Qin Shui's words, Han Ning only felt ridiculous. Qin Shui, don't you know in your heart what Han Tang's trouble is because of? Or do you think I'm the type to give up my friends? Han Ning coldly returned 2 sentences, because in the way of Uncle Yang's face, coupled with this period of time Han Tang's matter, Han Ning did not have time to find Qin Shui to say properly. But this woman came to the door all by herself. She's the one who got the trouble started, and now she's trying to talk herself out of it. Do you really want to get yourself into a situation where you're unkind and ungrateful? Han Ning's 2 cold words caused Qin Shui's face to suddenly become embarrassed. Hastily, he opened his mouth to explain. I don't know why this is happening. Muley pursued me. I just said I was engaged and not interested in her. He was the one Who did? Qin Shui opened her mouth to explain, obviously still wanting to use this as a reason to make Han Ning believe her. It was just a shame that her words were not convincing. Han Ning snorted coldly and did not continue to pay attention to Qin Shui, but instead directly rushed out of the crowd and headed straight for the ring. Is that what the Rikamusha like to do to bully freshmen? A bunch of old students, bullying new students, what a big face! The sound rang out, and the entire ring venue instantly fell silent. As he looked on, dust and smoke rose from the ring as a figure slowly walked away, and it was clearly Han Ning, who had been in the ring. As a hand of Han Tang, Han Ning's big reputation in the martial academy today was not small. Thus, his appearance instantly drew the attention of the entire room. It's Han Ning! How dare he show up? This guy is really wild, the experts of the Force Martial Society are all here. This freshman is really getting more and more rampant, I'm afraid I'm going to suffer today. If you don't die, you're going to lose a layer of skin. As Han Ning appeared, one by one, there was more than a few comments, and the older students basically carried the same attitude towards Han Ning. A freshman enrolled in the school, and in just under a month's time, one after the other, he made the older students lose face. It was even the first time ever that a freshman dared to form a power. It's natural that no older student would like such a prick. While there was more than just talk around them, in the ring, Han Ning was frowning. Looking at Tang Shan, Tang Ye and the others, one by one they were beaten up, not to mention that some of them even had their arms and legs broken. The rules of the Martial Arts Academy are horizontal robbing and snatching. Even if they are killed, there won't be too much trouble. What's more, the people of Han Tang are all from ordinary families. There's no background, no way to compare to these people. Han Ning, be careful, their chi blood values are all above 5,000. Donaldson coughed, and carried a bruise on his face. Seeing this, Han Ning also hurriedly took out the blood recovery pills and distributed them. These blood-restoring pills actually he had always brought with him. He didn't bother to use them in the ferocious beast area, for one thing, because Qingqinghua and the others were following them, so he didn't have to worry about it. Secondly, it's true that you can't afford to give it up. After all, Hanning grew up as an orphan and didn't have that habit of spending money lavishly. But for those around him, Hanning was never stingy. After taking the blood recovery pill, the Tangshan few were obviously much better. Why are you guys fighting them in the ring for good reason? Han Ning asked curiously. Tang Shan didn't look like an impulsive person either, not so stupid as to fight against someone. Not to mention a group of older students who completely crushed them. That just doesn't seem normal. We can't do anything about it, selling the materials. A few of them over at the wholesale market have a share, and the Riku Shrine just made a mess out of it, forcing us to take on the competition. Otherwise, we can't sell our materials. All the major associations have more or less the same financial path, and over in the wholesale market, are all kinds of occupy a certain share. Now Han Tang wants to get a share of the pie. Naturally, some people will be dissatisfied. The power in martial arts society and Han Tang already had a grudge, and they went along with it to get to the door. Understanding the general situation, Han Ning guessed in his heart that this was a deliberate attempt by the Force Martial Arts Society. It was to pull Han Tang's people and teach them a lesson here in public, so that Han Tang would have no way to gain a foothold. By then, not only would there be no way to sell the materials, it would also be impossible to recruit new people to join. And Han Tang is off the hook. Hee, the Rikyu Club is still really powerful. What are you going to do now, after the last assassination in the Fierce Beast District? Han Ning's cold eyes gazed at the several people across from him. Shay, Han Ning, do you really think that, with you being a freshman, you can make the club work? You are unbeatable in front of our Riku Shrine. The sophomore senior at the head of the group taunted nonchalantly, but completely missed the identity issue. Chapter 36. The Great Diffusion Star, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch. Han Ning wasn't polite either, and immediately mocked. A sophomore taking on a few freshmen, but four at once with a blood value of 5,000 or more. I don't know whether this Power Martial Arts Society is powerful or not. Or does it already like to hold the strong and the weak? This kind of association has a face to exist? Han Ning's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly, and they all understood what the Force Martial Arts Society had done. Although the older students did not have a favorable attitude towards Han Ning, but all the same, this kind of behavior from the Force Martial Arts Society was indeed a bit disgraceful. Facing a freshman, even 1 or 2 out of 5,000 in chi blood value would already be giving face. For at once is a bit of a bully. I didn't realize that the Riku Shrine was so shameless. It's right for a martial artist to rob across the board, but one should at least speak of the dignity of a martial artist. TSK, what do you guys know? The president of the Riku Club was doing it for love, that's why he had to do it. For a while, the older students were talking, directly causing the originally dominant Force Martial Arts Club to be filled with embarrassment. The person in the lead was even more annoyed as he looked at Han Ning. Humph, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy, robbing across the board, strength speaks. This statement, in the end, caused the surrounding people to boil even more. It is obvious that they are bullying others, but they still say things like the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. The Rikamush's popularity rating lowered all of a sudden. Han Ning watched, but smiled. Yes? Then remember what you said. As the words fell, Han Ning's chi and blood surged around his body, and his thunder chi and blood instantly surfaced. Surrounding the circumference, thunder flashed. The aura erupted and the people watching were dumbfounded. Those present were all martial artists, and they could tell from the aura that Han Ning had erupted, as well as his thunderous chi and blood. Han Ning's blood value was also above 5,000 at the moment. Hiss! This Han Ning is really a pervert. The last time he fought with Lu Qin, he was still considered to have a comeback, but I didn't expect that he would actually get to 5,000 now. Less than a month, 5,000 chi blood values. No wonder the dean spoke for him in the first place. That's true genius. The old students all exclaimed, looking at Han Ning with shocked faces. And in the crowd, Qin Shue's beautiful eyes flickered as she similarly looked towards the dazzling silver-white light on the ring. Tested together, enrolled in school together, but Han Ning was now at a height she could not reach. During the time she had entered the academy, Qin Shue had also practiced hard, and her chi and blood values had only barely risen to a level close to 2,000. Even so, she was able to become the proud daughter of heaven in the mouths of others. But when compared to Han Ning, it seemed so small. At this moment, Qin Shue's heart was even more regretful. If she hadn't refused in the first place, now in the martial arts academy, she should be able to be equally dazzling. The ring. The few people from the Force Martial Society looked at Han Ning, and that exposed aura made their hearts sink, but when they thought about it, 1 person against 4. Both with a chi and blood value of 5,000, they had an absolute advantage. Han Ning, even if you raise it to 5,000 blood values, so what? Last time you were just a sneak attack winner. Today, Yo Force Martial Arts Society will teach you to be a human being. As the words fell, the 4 of them instantly rushed out. The speed was extremely fast, heading straight for Han Ning. A martial artist's chi and blood bursts forth and can be incorporated into a weapon to bring out greater strength. You can also use yourself as a weapon and be strong in melee physical combat. The 4, however, were divided out 2 by 2. The 2 men, armed with long soldiers, took the lead. The pseudo-martial skill churned up. The chi and blood were like swimming dragons walking on the phoenix, and it carried a surging momentum at the beginning of the swing. Seeing this, Han Ning was not spoiled. With a single step, his speed instantly exploded, his body transforming into a phantom. Under the naked eye, one could actually only see the pulsation of silver-white thunder, completely unable to see Han Ning's route figure. So much so that the 2 men's attacks fell, but they all fell short. However, before he could react, Han Ning's star-picking hand, which had been stored up, had already burst out, blasting back 2 people on the spot. This guy's pseudo-martial skill is strong. Do it together! The leader of the seniors bellowed as their forehand was suppressed, making them feel Han Ning's terror. If it was 1-on-1, no one at the same realm would be Han Ning's opponent. The 4 of them struck in unison, their attacks sharp, completely blocking the maximum amount of time Han Ning could avoid, forcing Han Ning to engage them. Bang! 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 Several times against each other, Han Ning's chi and blood surged unabated, thunder raged, and despite being surrounded by 4 people, Han Ning didn't feel the pressure. On the contrary, it seemed as if the Great Diffusion Star technique had some strange movements. Han Ning quieted his mind and focused on the four, and when the attack came over again, Han Ning's pace shakily stepped out. In an instant, the figure disappeared in place, but the next second, Han Ning appeared behind them somewhat uncontrollably. Almost didn't control it. Han Ning let out a dark cry in his heart. The previous oppressive exchange of blows had caused the Great Diffusion Star technique to be stimulated. Instead, it helped Han Ning smoothly pass through the first stage, thus comprehending the first martial skill of the Great Diffusion Star technique. 3 feet in front of your body. Shrink to the ground. In that instant just now, Han Ning had used this martial skill. It was a pity that he had not yet mastered it skillfully, and the consumption of chi and blood was actually twice as much as that of the star-picking hand. TSK, shrinking the earth, the Great Diffusion Star technique is really different. Han Ning sighed, and when he saw that the four had recovered from their dismay and continued to make their moves, Han Ning struck out again. Although shrinking earth had not yet taken control, the sudden disappearance and appearance, coupled with Han Ning's own strong burst of strength, the four people were instantly in chaos. Bang! Defense! Come on, defense! Grass! Why is this guy suddenly out of nowhere? The four people were roaring with anger, and their pseudo-martial skills were wielded out regardless, but they brought no effective results. Time and time again, the turn was empty, but Han Ning, on the contrary, was more ruthless than once. A fist smashed out, breaking one person's arm on the spot. And the next thing you know, it becomes a one-sided hanging. While the screams began to rise and fall, the older students who had gathered around were already all stony-faced. There was no more opening of mouths to mock and snicker, and the strength that Han Ning displayed at this moment was absolutely crushing. Belonging to the same 5,000 chi and blood values, Han Ning was undoubtedly powerful within this level. All four are no match for him. Bang! Another punch, and the last man is hammered straight through his incisors and falls hard out of the ring. Han Ning stopped his body's thunder chi and blood seemingly emptied out. The good thing was, the chi and blood values raised the realm, and although martial arts execution consumed chi and blood values, they could all be recovered afterwards. The Rikyu Society, unbeatable. Don't forget the previous agreement. Han Tang has a share in the market, and that share comes from within your Li Wu Society. Han Ning did not make himself polite. The Force Martial Society had initially been because of that woman Qin Shui, but they had struck out at Han Tang twice, and the two sides had long since escalated their feud. Naturally, it is also necessary to give each other any face. A loss in the Li Wu Society ring meant that Han Tang would be able to do business smoothly in the future, and would be able to take a share of the wholesale market. It's a small share, but it's very important to the fledgling Han Tang. Chapter 37 Fluke's Daily Fluke. The Li Wu Society lost the battle and its reputation was completely tarnished. The four that had a blood value of 5,000 or more were unable to win or even crushed in Han Ning's hands. Han Ning's reputation is greater and Han Tang gets a share of it and is able to develop better. The old students gathered around, but at this moment, no one would say any mocking words anymore. Han Ning used his strength to prove that even as a freshman, having strength was a way to shut people up. The ring crowd gradually dispersed. In the crowd, Qin Shui looked at Han Ning with a complicated expression, wanting to go up and say some words of congratulations, but once she thought of Han Ning's attitude before, Qin Shui stopped her steps. She could clearly feel that Han Ning did hate herself. Big brother Han, you're improving so fast. Since we enrolled in school, we haven't relaxed our cultivation either, but the lack of chi and blood value enhancement isn't fast either. I didn't realize you'd reached 5,000. Han Tang's few people left, and Tangya was even more excited. With Han Ning around, Han Tang was even completely steadying his steps. In the future there will be a place in the Martial Arts Academy. Looking at Tangya's happy appearance, Han Ning was helpless. It doesn't matter if I'm strong alone. There's always a time when I'm not there, in case I don't make it next time. Han Ning's meaning was clear. Han Tang couldn't rely on Han Ning alone. To grow up, you need more powerful people. Otherwise, amongst this martial arts academy, with so many societies, there was no way for Han Tang to stabilize. Taking food from a tiger's mouth is already dangerous. not to mention the fact that the martial arts academy is still a horizontal robbery. There's no reason for that. Kill at will. Well, I know, next we'll have time to be able to properly cultivate as long as our business stabilizes. Bring up the strength. With Han Ning's deterrent this time, for other associations, they would certainly not act rashly. However, the Rikimusha is a different story. Han Ning and the others could be said to have won a great victory, and with the various materials that Han Ning had brought back from this outing, all of them were ferocious beast materials with a chi and blood value of 5,000 or 6,000. All of a sudden it boosted Han Tang's funds. On the other hand, the Rikimusha's side, it's embarrassing. Failure in the ring and a big dent in the reputation of the Force Martial Arts Society caused them to not be able to hold their heads up amongst the Martial Arts Academy. It also made Muley unusually angry. Inside the society, Mu Li's face was gloomy, originally thinking that he would take advantage of Han Ning's absence to properly suppress Han Tang, so that Han Tang had no way to sustain himself. But I didn't expect Han Ning to come back so quickly. And the strength shown is even more amazing. A bunch of trash. 4 or 5,000 chi values and they can't even beat one person. Mu Li was angry. The Force Martial Arts Society had lost face this time. Not only was he crushed in strength, he didn't even land a good reputation. Nowadays, one has to give away a portion of the market share. President. There's something odd about that Han Ning. He has more than one pseudo-martial skill, there's another, and it's strange to see it explode out with his thunder attribute. I suspect it might be a real martial art. Listening to his men, Mu Li's face instantly grimaced. In the ring, Han Ning's performance was seen by many. Moreover, with Han Ning's talent and such a terrifying increase in strength, the Martial Academy was bound to focus on cultivating him. It was to be expected to get a real martial art. Real martial arts? Humph, so what if it's a true martial art? Mu Li's fists clenched, his chi and blood erupted, and his eyes were filled with a murderous aura. To be able to establish a society in the Martial Arts Academy and develop and stabilize it, which one of them didn't rely on their strength to kill their way out? 3 days later, the Martial Academy will hold a screening for the Secret Realm quota. With his strength, he will definitely be selected by the Martial Academy, and at that time, I will personally strike. All of you behave yourselves these days. It's not appropriate to risk your head with the reputation of the Force Martial Society damaged. After Han Ning is resolved, there will naturally be no repercussions. Muley's mind was made up. Secretly, I thought to myself, bear with me for a few more days. At that time, he would let Han Ning understand what strength meant. The grudge was now more than just because of Qin Shui, it was also for the sake of his own face. After this incident, Han Tang's situation has improved, plus there is enough money injected into it, which has helped Han Tang a lot in the initial stage. Normal recruiting has also begun. Han Ning stayed for a day, and after participating in management for a bit, he went straight over to the physical training room. Just after arriving at the physical training room, before he had the chance to enter, Han Ning was called by Dean Chen. Dean? Why are you free to come over? After all, President Chen was the president of the #1 Martial Arts Academy in Jiangbei, controlling the entire situation. Day-to-day management is most hectic. Now that he had personally come over, it was a surprise to Han Ning. You've made some scary progress, you kid. In just this amount of time, the chi and blood values have risen to more than 5,000. It looks like you've already started with the Great Diffusion Star technique as well. Dean Chen met and sized up the circle, and the words of praise came out of his mouth without mincing words. Hearing this, Han Ning also smiled sarcastically. It was just a fluke. If it wasn't for the dean providing it, I wouldn't have had the chance. A fluke? Oh, you are modest. It's not simple to be able to quickly comprehend martial arts, and the increase in chi and blood values is also different from normal. After the revival of the aura, there may indeed be some other physiques that we have never seen before. Dean Chen also laughed somewhat helplessly as he listened to Han Ning's sentence about a fluke. The aura hadn't been revived for a long time, and it was normal for something outside their perception to appear. Only, they couldn't have imagined that the reason why Han Ning was swift ahead of time was because of the existence of the system that could become stronger just by breathing. It doesn't have much to do with fitness. This time, I'm looking for you because 2 days from now, a secret realm in Daxia will open, the third secret realm to open in the country since the recovery of Aura. It's not far from Jiangqing, and each other's major first-class colleges will select the younger generation to enter, and at the same time, there will also be martial artists from outside the country who will fish in the water. The secret realm, after the revival of the Aura, will be opened randomly, and there will be some omens before it opens. And in the secret realm, there were hidden heavenly treasures, and even more so, there were some powerful weapons. This category, called the Holy Soldier. It's something that martial artists scramble to coax out. Of course, the same goes for martial arts. While martial artists are individuals, nations are not. Therefore, every time a secret realm opened, the task of the martial alliance was very significant. What does the dean mean? I can participate as a freshman. Han Ning was surprised. According to seniority, sophomores and juniors could only go in. It's such an important place after all. Of course you can, with your strength, there's nothing wrong with entering it. Besides, some secret realms have special restrictions, and there's no way for the Patriarch level to enter. Prepare yourself, the selection is in 2 days, I'll tell you whatever you want to know then. Dean Chen could have high hopes for Han Ning, and was looking forward to Han Ning's growth. Become the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. As he watched Dean Chen leave, Han Ning also began to calculate. The secret world is a nice place. It's time to think about it yourself, and maybe even give Han Tang a better chance. Chapter 38. A Martial Arts Academy's Underpinnings? Because of the secret realm selection, the Martial Arts Academy had settled down in recent days, and many people had begun to bury their heads in bitter cultivation without causing any trouble. Even if they were to cross paths, everyone would tacitly show mercy. It could be said that in such a place where horizontal robbing and plundering was the creed, it was indeed unbelievable that such a scene of harmony could still occur. It is also very rare. Han Ning, on the other hand, dove headfirst into the physical training room. Same choice of VIP rooms. Although cultivating the heavenly demon ancient body, the harder the environment, the better, the price was too expensive. 50,000 a day for a VIP room. Han Ning felt unusually extravagant. The 100,000 and 150,000 are just too scared to go. Han Tang now has elevated funds, but recruiting and training every place costs money. He, being the boss, naturally wants to save some. Heavenly demon ancient body, the system is compatible, but this is a pure body refining martial skill. How come it feels like it just complements the great diffusion star technique? Room. Under the scorching heat and gravitational pressure, Han Ning began to familiarize himself with the heavenly demon ancient body, and discovered that this martial skill, which was based on the 8 meridians. Nowadays, the great diffusion star technique opened up the 12 proper meridians, while the heavenly demon ancient body targeted the 8 strange meridians and expanded the limits of the physical body. Enhancing the chi and blood and condensing the ancient image of the heavenly demon within the 8 veins of the odd meridians could drastically increase the limits of the physical body. Moreover, when a martial art is accomplished, it can break through the shackles of the physical body. Although Han Ning didn't understand the issue of physical body shackles, but the heavenly demon ancient body martial skill was quite apt. It's also very suitable for Hanning. This aspect of melee combat had always been commonly used by Han Ning. No weapons were used. The reason for this was and is simple. Some martial artists choose to use weapons because they are convenient and more powerful. The most important point is that the family is in a position to support learning after the revival of Reiki. Maneuvering a weapon was not something that could be accomplished by just picking it up and waving it around and injecting it with chakra values. Hanning is alone and doesn't have that kind of family. With the passage of the 8 strange meridians, one can condense 8 heavenly demon ancient bodies. It's really not easy to fully cultivate them successfully. Han Ning chanted, but nevertheless began to act according to the path of the heavenly demon ancient body. Similar to gymnastic exercises, yet somewhat strange, every time the arms stretched and swung out in a strange position, Han Ning could feel the chi and blood in his body running in a strange way. What made Han Ning even more puzzled was that this unique mode of operation was actually able to fuse with the Great Diffusion Star technique. The Great Diffusion Star, the diffraction cosmic star, is most complicated. This heavenly demon ancient body's path can be fused. It is somewhat of an ocean. After all, he was a schoolteacher, and Han Ning quickly found a similarity between the two martial arts. Together with the help provided by the system, there is no obstacle to practicing. In 2 days' time, Han Ning had successfully stepped into the threshold of the heavenly demon ancient body. Only, in order to successfully coalesce the first ancient statue, he needed to open one of the 8 veins of the Qi Jing. Currently, there is no way to do that. Counting the time, it's time for the blood value to settle. On the last day, Han Ning stopped his cultivation and began to harmonize his qi and blood. Also looking forward to this systematic settlement. Ding! Congratulations on completing 10 days of breath accumulation, rewarding 1,200 points of blood value. Current blood value 6,800 points. Ding! Completing 1 cumulative settlement, earning 1 chance at the lottery. Watching the system settle, the blood value instantly skyrocketed. The surging qi and blood in his body was like a wave, and under the prodding of the Great Diffusion Star Technique and the heavenly demon ancient body, Han Ning realized that when the system settled the qi and blood values, the influx of the huge qi and blood values pushed forward the progress of the martial skills instead. It's good to be on for a while, but it's good to be on all the time. Sincerely. Feeling the convenience brought by the system, Han Ning called out that it was so good. Originally, I thought that the system only settled the blood value and had a lottery, but I didn't expect that after practicing martial arts, every time it settled, there would be the same enhancement to the martial arts. Then, in that case, why did he still work so hard to cultivate martial arts? Wouldn't it be easier just to fight? That proverbial man has to fight. That's pretty good, let's draw first and see. Before entering the mysterious realm, 1 more strength is 1 more guarantee. A trip to the secret realm was a chance to get rich, and Han Ning certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Start the raffle! The raffle began, and Han Ning was looking forward to it. If something could come to save his life, it would be the best guarantee for Han Ning. Ding! Congratulations on winning! Receive a double blood value card. Enhancement. The double blood value card gains double the current settlement's blood value, and can be kept for 10 days. If not used before the next settlement, it will expire. Hiss! Nice one, double card! So, the actual blood value gained from this settlement is 2,400. This number, this kind of qi value, others wouldn't be able to earn it in a year. And it stays on for 10 days, so it's effective if you use it within 10 days. This is not a temporary card, an experience card. The system is pretty good. The feeling of being open is suddenly a bit lonely. Han Ning left the physical training room contentedly, only feeling relaxed. The blood value had reached 6,800 points. This also made Han Ning's bottom line more plentiful. Not only that, there are doubling cards. Coping with the secret selection should be solid. Han Ning, if you don't come out, I'm going to break down the door. Walking out of the physical training room, Tang Shan was already waiting outside, and as he watched Han Ning come out, he began to urge him on. The Martial Academy has already released it before, the Secret Realm selection, of our Han Tang, and even the entire freshman, you are the only one who can participate. The selection process starts tomorrow, so you need to get ready. The 2 men were talking as they walked. Tang Shan's words also caused Han Ning to be a bit stunned. Isn't it just a draft? With his chakra value, even if he couldn't get first place or anything, passing wouldn't be a problem. Besides, first doesn't even matter as long as there are spots available. It's just a matter of getting a spot for this selection, there's nothing to prepare for, right? Can't we still cheat on the selection? Han Ning inquired curiously, and Tang Shan instantly rolled his eyes. Thinking about what? Tang Shan had no choice but to tell what he had gathered in the past few days. Our Han Tang has recently set up an intelligence network and has inquired about something. Then downhill began to tell it. Overall, there were only 15 places in this secret realm selection. 15 may seem like a lot, but that's encompassing sophomores and juniors, and even graduate students from the Academy of Martial Arts will be involved. That's a lot of people, that's a lot of people. There are a few of the selectors that need special attention this time. If you run into them at the selection, your chances of winning are slim. Listening to Tang Shan's words, Han Ning also became interested. Speaking of which, Han Ning had come into contact with very few seniors at the Martial Arts Academy. There aren't many with the power. Aside from Muli, who hadn't yet been exchanging blows, the rest were Qingqingra and a few of them. For the others, it was true that Han Ning hadn't known much about them. It was also curious as to what the underpinnings of the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy were as a book institution. Chapter 39. If you're not enemies, you'll never get together. Those who were able to directly participate in the selection were the best of the best from the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. Although Han Ning's current blood value was at 6,800, it would be a different story if he ran into a half-step sovereign. Inside the sophomore year, there aren't really many of note, just one newly from the Force Martial Arts Club. However, within the Daisen martial artists, there are a few you should pay special attention to. A Liu Yunzhou, who is said to be already a half-step Zongshi level powerhouse, and whose founded Liu Alliance Society is also a top 5 ranked society in the entire martial arts academy. Tangshan spoke, and Han Ning pondered. There are bound to be hidden dragons and crouching tigers within the martial arts academy. Those students in their junior year are practicing much earlier and have a lot of depth. Strength is naturally powerful. Secret Realm selection, these people were strong opponents. Next, Tang Shan also introduced Han Ning to the others one after another. Almost every one of them was at the half-step sovereign level. By the way, Han Ning, that Liu Yunzhou that was mentioned before, you should beware of him. Liu Qin is his younger brother. I've heard that the Liu family has seen strong people appear one after another in the past year or so of aura recovery. The power has risen so much that it already belongs to a prestigious family. Tang Shan opened his mouth again, and as soon as these words came out, Han Ning also understood the meaning. This Liu Yunzhou, it was highly likely that he would come down hard on himself in the selection. This is a half-step sovereign level. The blood value was at least 8,000 to start with. It was true that Han Ning had never touched a powerhouse of this level before. Soldiers come and go. Not to mention that the selection doesn't always happen. Han Ning said so, but in fact, he was already thinking of ways to deal with it in his heart. The system draw gave a doubling card that would allow one to gain another 1,200 points of blood value. Together with the 6,800 points of chi and blood value he had today, Han Ning would also be able to step into the ranks of a half-step sovereign. At that time, there may not be no chance of winning. Come on, since it's all about to start, we need to get ready. Hanning is a step up in the physical training room this time. The blood value was raised by 1,200, and at the same time, the martial skill Heavenly Demon Ancient Body was practiced, and together with the previous Great Diffusion Star, Han Ning thought that he still had some cards. Back to the dorms. Now that Han Tang had formed, he had successfully gained a foothold in the Martial Arts Academy. The stronghold of the society was picked in the area of Han Ning and Tang Shan's dormitory. When establishing a society, the Martial Arts Academy would also provide some facilities, which made Han Tang's preparations incredibly smooth. Since Han Ning defeated the people from the Force Martial Arts Society last time, Han Tang's recruiting had gone much smoother. Today the staff is a dozen strong. Only it's all freshmen. Even so, Han Tang was now walking in the Martial Academy. And that's all on Hanning to fight it out. For this selection, it's a lottery mode. It'll be randomly selected on the screen when it's down, so with a bit of luck, you'll be able to get in instead. 15 places shouldn't be too much of a problem. If Han Ning could become a success, it would be the greatest help to Han Tang. After all, it was the only decent thing, the top of Han Tang. As long as he didn't run into a half-step sovereign level, Han Ning had complete certainty. The next day, Jiangbei First Martial Arts Academy, on the square. The students of the Martial Arts Academy gathered together, and at the same time, the bosses of the groups from all over Jiangqing and the big shots came out one after another. To Han Ning's surprise, among this group of bigwigs, Han Ning actually saw the figure of Uncle Yang. This surprised Hanning. Although he knew about the relationship between Uncle Yang and Qin Shui, he also knew that Qin Shui was indeed from a superior family. But so far, Hanning didn't know what Uncle Jan actually did. Little is known about their relationship by outsiders. If Qin Shui hadn't had a brain problem and told the truth about the marriage contract, outsiders wouldn't have known that Han Ning and Uncle Yang were related. As people entered, Soon the entire ring was overcrowded with freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, each taking a seat in their own area. Silence! In the venue, there was a cacophony of noise, and the vice dean immediately got up to rebuke him, his patriarchal aura permeating the entire venue. It was like watching a fistfight, and at the vice president's word, everyone quieted down. For this secret realm selection, there are a total of 15 places. Everyone participating in the selection process, draw lots intelligently, and those who draw will immediately go up to the stage to face each other. For this selection, remember, no injuries to life. Martial arts prosperity, everyone, begin! After a few words from the vice president, the tryouts officially began. The Big One region. Hanning looked up at the screen and wondered what his luck was. Hanning. Just as Han Ning was focused on watching, Qin Shui walked over at some point. Looking at Qin Shui's figure, Han Ning also frowned. However, it did not drive away Qin Shui. Uncle Yang was watching from above. Han Ning could not let Uncle Yang lose face. Something wrong with you? You must be more careful when you participate in the auditions. With your talent, even if you can't this time, you will definitely be able to next time. It wouldn't pay to be brave and get hurt. Qin Shui opened her mouth, sounding as if she was consoling Han Ning, but it was no different from singing her praises. This made a few people in Tangshan sound uncomfortable. Qin Shui, Han Ning isn't even on the court yet. Are you saying that you want him to admit defeat when he gets on the court? Tang Shan didn't have the good sense to dislike a sentence back, instantly causing Qin Shui to directly choke on it. Hanning was also helpless. This Qin Shui, now acting like she's concerned about herself. When she was in high school, she was so loving. He even mocked and humiliated himself in all sorts of ways. But now, Qin Shui was like a different person. Start getting all kinds of close. It was a feeling that did make Hanning laugh a little. When really, the former schoolgirl had lived to become her most hated form. It's none of your business if I'm in the draft. If you don't want to embarrass Uncle Jan, you shouldn't talk so much. Han Ning also did not ink, if it was not for the consideration of Uncle Yang's face, where Han Ning would still talk nonsense with her. She was told to get as far away as she could a long time ago. By Han Ning's words, Qin Shui's face also brought up some shame. One can only lower his voice. Then you be careful. Her words, Han Ning rightly ignored them. Nor was it on the mind. Soon the big screen rolled. Hundreds of players' names rolled up at the same time as everyone watched. When the scrolling stops, 2 names are presented one after the other. Just the moment it came out, the whole place was abuzz. Crap! It's actually Hanning and Muley? Is this really smart randomization? Big data is peaking, right? These two were already feuding, and now they're bumping into each other in the first match. TSK, there's something to see. It's said that Han Ning's chi and blood value is more than 5,000, and his Muley is over 6,000, so I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with. For a while, students were talking and paying attention. Both sides' grudges were well known to passers-by, and everyone knew that once they ran into each other at the selection, the outcome would be predictable. Although the rules don't allow for killing, this is a martial arts duel. Even if you can't kill, it's not uncommon to get maimed or something. Chapter 40. Senior, don't you like to smile? This is going to be fun. Dean, did you set this up on purpose? The vice dean looked at the elected person and also found it somewhat interesting, then looked at Dean Chin. In response, Dean Chin was also helpless. Intelligent and random, as a dean, it's not appropriate for me to take sides even if I do. Besides, take a look at this kid, you'll find something unexpected. Dean Chin was very optimistic about Han Ning. From the fact that he was able to cultivate the great diffusion star, he knew that this person was not simple. What's more, his chi and blood value boost could be described as terrifyingly abnormal. It's not at all unusual. Dean Chin, you actually have such a high regard for this one new student. Aren't you afraid that something will go wrong when the time comes? It's the first time your institution has let a freshman participate in tryouts. Since the aura had been revived for over a year, the secret realm had appeared a few times, and several selections had been made. No matter if it was the #1 martial arts academy in Jianbei, or any other first-class martial arts academy, it was not so. Hanning could say it was the first time. Hee hee, Lu family master, take it easy. Han Ning can be different from newborns, you'll know later. This Lu family head was none other than the Lu family head behind Lu Qin and Lu Yunzhou. Nowadays, it can be considered a hegemon in Jiangqing. It's also quite prominent in the Martial Arts Alliance. Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here today. Of course, this Lu family head had naturally heard about Lu Qin's previous conflict with Han Ning. If the dean has said so, then I'd like to see how capable he is. Speaking of which, I've heard that this person has some relationship with Mr. Qin and a marriage contract. Mr. Qin really has good eyesight. The Lu family lord's words carried a sense of eeriness, and Qin Yang listened, but he merely swept him with an indifferent glance and did not reply. He knew in his heart how Han Ning was. However, as for Han Ning's specific strength, Qin Yang was actually not sure. That's why I came over to check it out. In addition, it is also a worry. Looking at the awkward relationship between his daughter and Han Ning, Qin Yang had an immense headache. For him, both sides were the meat of his hand, and Han Ning had grown up without clothes and food, without brocade. Yet, it was also the one that made Qin Yang feel most at ease. It's just a shame that his stupid daughter did the wrong thing and made the last setup meeting awkward. This led to Qin Yang not knowing how to find Han Ning to explain himself all this time. One can't morally kidnap Han Ning and say that he helped him for so many years and let him join the family or something. This was something that another person might have done, but Qin Yang obviously wouldn't. As the first appeared, Han Ning and Mu Li also stepped into the ring. As a freshman, and a first-time participant in the draft, there were clearly a lot of calls for Han Ning among the freshmen. On the contrary, Mu Li had some impact on his reputation because of what happened before, but instead, not many people gave him solidarity. The ring. Mu Li's face was cold, and his gaze was cold as he gazed at Han Ning. As a freshman, you are indeed remarkable, just a little bit of time, and you are actually qualified to participate in the selection process. But that's as far as you go. Mu Li spoke in an overbearing manner, his qi and blood waving out with an astonishing aura. The moment the breath burst forth, the crowd of onlookers exclaimed in shock one after another. Look at this qi blood value of Mu Li, I'm afraid it's already 6,500. This guy's rate of improvement isn't slow at all. Han Ning, even if he's a genius, his cultivation time is far from enough. I'm afraid this has to end just as soon as the tryouts begin. In their perception, Han Ning's blood value was just over 5,000. But there's no way to compare it to Molly. Therefore, they believed that Han Ning was bound to lose. And with the grudge between the two sides, it was clear that this time Han Ning would not fare well. Han Ning, when you get into this ring, you won't have a chance to admit defeat. There's a huge gap between you and I. If I let you cultivate for a year, I think I can't compare to you, but right now, you're far from qualified. Mu Li was confident, his eyes full of arrogance. Today, he was going to get his face back here, and the face of the Power Martial Arts Society. Listening to Mu Li's words, Han Ning didn't actually feel much. It's even a little ridiculous. Because from the beginning to the end, Han Ning had never taken this Mu Li to heart. At first, because of Qin Shui, Han Ning only thought that Mu Li was a lickspittle and had nothing to worry about. But then dealing with Han Tang one after another showed Han Ning that Mu Li was an arrogant fellow. Again, not enough to fear. What's more, the current Han Ning's blood value was at 6,800. Hokage, don't be overconfident. I don't talk as much as you do. Han Ning responded calmly, gazing at Mu Li, even though at the moment, he was imposing and looked very domineering. But for Han Ning, there was no pressure. But Senpai is right, when you come up here, there's no chance of admitting defeat. As the words fell, Han Ning's pace exploded, and in a mere instant, his figure actually disappeared in front of everyone. In the blink of an eye, Han Ning appeared in front of Mu Li, close at hand. The sudden attack startled Mu Li, who had been in full swing. It is? Shrinking? Han Ning took one step, but instantly stunned everyone present. Aside from Mu Li, who was taken aback, the other players, and even President Chen and the rest of them on the high platform, were equally surprised as they looked at Han Ning. Indeed, it's shrinking Earth, Dean. Han Ning is learning the martial skill Great Diffusion Star Technique? The Vice Dean opened his mouth, and the rest of the few people, the Liu family master, and Qin Yang were equally shocked. The difference between martial arts and pseudo-martial arts was clear to them. And martial arts are expensive, powerful, and unimaginable. I didn't expect that Ding Chun could be so generous, and directly endow him with a real martial art. From this, it could be seen how much importance President Chen attached to Han Ning. This is the price. If not, Han Ning could be a student of another martial arts academy. If the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy wants to cultivate it, naturally, they need to pay a price to do so. As Ding Chen spoke, a few people looked at the ring again. At this moment, Han Ning shrank into the ground and appeared in an instant, raising his hand and punching as his thunderous qi and blood erupted. Boom! Even though Mu Li reacted faster, and had already staggered his arms in advance to resist, he was still hardened by this punch and smashed his leg out. Full of explosive, thick and heavy power, Mu Li's entire body couldn't help but stagger. Feeling the power of that punch just now, Mu Li's face became grave. Your qi blood value has broken through again? The whole room boiled up again at these words. Mu Li's words were like a bomb. The whole room was appalled. Seeing Mu Li ask this, Han Ning grinned. It seems that senior has a good eye. Your brain, however, is not very good. Han Ning mocked nonchalantly, and as soon as his words fell, he only saw his arms swinging, and in an instant, majestic qi and blood presented themselves, thundering around his body. The aura that was displayed actually completely overshadowed Mu Li. My blood value at this moment is 6,800 points, senior. After this battle, please still have your tail between your legs. Han Ning's extremely provocative and arrogant sentence caused everyone who heard it to suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he also felt that Han Ning was a bit too rampant at the moment. Chapter 41 I, Han Ning, am not hung up. Han Ning's words completely caused the entire room to boil with chatter. In the freshman area, Qin Shui looked at the dazzling Han Ning on the stage and listened to the various discussions of Han Ning from the people around her, some of which were worshipful, envious, and jealous. All are proof of Han Ning's excellence, Han Ning's dazzling. She who had a marriage contract with Han Ning should have enjoyed the same dazzling in her heart, but at this moment, Qin Shui was mute. I don't know how to respond. Even, Qin Shui had a feeling that she was becoming less and less able to see Han Ning. Big 3 region. As Qingqingruo's few people watched, the same surprise appeared on their faces, only compared to the others, their surprise quickly turned into a matter of course. They had seen Han Ning's perversion with their own eyes. Holy crap, let's hope we don't run into him in the back. This is another martial art, and the qi and blood values aren't low, so I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Originally, they had thought that Han Ning would need time to catch up with them even if he was more powerful. However, he hadn't expected that Han Ning's growth rate today was simply too perverse. It simply cannot be judged by common sense. After all, most new students, who had entered the martial academy for a year, were able to raise their qi and blood values by 1,000 points, which already proved that they had good talent. But Han Ning, not to mention a year, this was only a month ago, and he had already reached 6,800 points of blood value. This kind of gap is no longer comparable to riding a rocket. Totally open. However, what a few people didn't know was that Han Ning was really just fucking open. But he won't admit it. I, Han Ning, am definitely not open. The moment. Shocked back by a punch, when Mu Li looked at Han Ning again, the arrogance on his face had long since disappeared and was replaced by a face of gravity. With a blood value of 6,800, this was more powerful than himself. Between the blood values, a difference of single digits in the early stages can be significant, although in the later stages, a difference of 100 digits can be significant. So what if you have a high blood value? So what if there are martial arts skills? I don't believe I can't win you. Mu Li was furious, originally thinking of suppressing Han Ning in the selection match to get his face back. However, he didn't expect that Han Ning would actually be so perverted that in such a short period of time, his qi and blood values directly surpassed his own. Mu Li charged forward, while already having a war hammer in his hand. The war hammer swung, and under the qi and blood enchantment, it carried the force of 1,000 pounds as it continuously smashed towards Han Ning. Mu Li is not agile and is clearly the main power play. However, There was always the thunder attribute, thunder chi and blood, and even the great diffusion star's martial skill shrinking earth. Agility was convenient, and Han Ning was completely just at an advantage. Thus, no matter how the warhammer fell, Han Ning was always able to dodge it with ease. Nowadays, the shrinking ground was able to avoid perfectly even though it hadn't reached full proficiency. A few strikes in a row, none of them touched Han Ning once, but instead, it made Mu Li look a bit strained. After all, maintaining the blood value inside the warhammer for a long period of time was a considerable drain on him. "Hanning! Is that all you can do is hide?" Mu Li rebuked angrily. Han Ning's actions gave him the feeling of being treated like a monkey. That was something he would never allow. "Hiding? I was just trying to see how stupid you are." Han Ning let out a light laugh, saying that he was hiding. In fact, Han Ning was just using him to make himself skilled in shrinking. After all, it was a martial skill that required a high level of chi and blood value, as well as a high level of control over the chi and blood value. Han Ning wanted to fully master it, and the only way to do so was best through battle. "Arrogant! The hammer stuns the 8! Mu Li couldn't bear it. His own club was humiliated by a freshman schoolboy with all kinds of face slaps. Now even he is being teased in the ring. This made Mu Li, who was already good at saving face, unable to stand it any longer. It erupted directly. The war hammer danced and instantly divided, actually directly transforming into several war hammers, carrying thick and heavy power as it smashed towards Han Ning. Obviously, it was only a frontal attack, but after the pseudo-martial skill was executed, it was presented in all directions, surrounding Han Ning completely. Seeing this, Han Ning was also unperturbed. Ghosts flowed under his feet, and shrinking ground into inch was performed, but even so, because the attack was too close, Han Ning hadn't fully mastered shrinking ground into inch yet, and there was no way to avoid all of it. Of course, Han Ning had no intention of avoiding it this time. Utilizing shrinking ground to find the right moment, the star-picking hand was instantly launched. In the face of the war hammers coming from all directions, the star-picker was traveling with ease. Totally effortless and easy to catch. Bang! When Han Ning clasped the real war hammer with one hand, the next moment the star-picking hand fell and instantly struck Mu Li's body hard. Being hit by a punch, Mu Li's body stumbled back, nearly unsteady. But at this moment, Han Ning had already rushed forward. Although the star-picking hand was a pseudo-martial skill and had good power, Han Ning did not use it consistently. And simply holding his fist, thunder chi and blood tyrannized and gathered, instantly smashing out towards Mu Li with force. Bang! A punch! Bang! Another punch! The fists were like a rainstorm, coming from all over the sky. Mu Li was initially able to resist for a moment or two, but along with Han Ning's increasing speed and power, he could no longer resist after the advantages of thunder chi and blood were brought into play. Offstage. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes twitching as they watched, their hearts looking up. On the stage, Mu Li had already spat out blood from his nose and face, and in the face of the fists that were still sweeping over, he didn't even have a chance to open his mouth to speak. Bang! The last punch fell, and Mu Li's entire body fell into a pool of blood. His stout body was like a sandbag, being whacked by Han Ning without mercy. The fall of Mu Li also meant victory for Han Ning, and at the same time, it meant that the position of the Limu society was in jeopardy. Instead, Han Tang was given the opportunity to be able to replace Rika Shrine. First match, Han Ning wins! As the referee finished speaking, the whole room whooped and hollered. On the high platform, a pleased smile appeared on Qin Yang's face as he watched Han Ning win. The son of the deceased will have his day. This Han Ning, striking out viciously, not at all like a freshman, not simple. The chi and blood attributes are completely fused, the growth of chi and blood values is exceptional, and the most difficult to cultivate martial arts skill, the great diffusion star technique, can also be learned. Dean, I can kind of see your good intentions. At this moment, it dawned on the vice president. Originally, he had thought that Han Ning was just amazingly talented, but he hadn't expected that it could be amazing to this extent. Admission was such a short period of time, and the chi blood value had reached such a point. More so, he had mastered many things that were the envy of other martial artists. Oh, there's no rush, what he's shown is not yet all. Although that Muli has 6,500 blood value, he has not awakened his attributes, so it's normal that he can't fight. That was what Dinshin said, but the satisfied smile on his face was not hidden in the slightest. To the side, the Lu family master also had a serious expression on his face as he surveyed Han Ning, seemingly thinking about something. Thinking of a genius like Han Ning, or a supreme genius, either party felt excellent. Now that the aura has recovered, even though there is a martial arts alliance, everyone still focuses on their own. A strong helping hand is what every party expects. Chapter 42. Half-Step Master. The first win was a dominant crushing. Muley was carried out of the ring with a swollen nose, and Han Ning won easily. However, the auditions were only just beginning, and there were more powerful opponents afterward. Those were the people that Han Ning really needed to pay attention to. As for Muley? Just goods to understand the grudge and become a stepping stone. Han Ning won the first match cleanly, presenting a blood value as well as martial arts skills that made the rest of the players pay attention. They were all martial artists, but more than 90% of them did not possess martial arts. Because of the rarity, many of them were unable to obtain martial arts skills even though they had power and influence in their families. And Han Ning is obviously lucky. There are those given by the system, and then there are those given by the martial arts academies. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body martial skill Han Ning hadn't planned to expose yet. Back to the freshman area. Han Ning won the first game and all that was left was to wait for the second. The entire selection is divided into 4 rounds, with half eliminated in the first round and then in descending order. After 4 rounds, the remaining 15 people were also the final candidates to enter the secret realm. The first round was intense, and after Han Ning, it was all dueling between older students, some of whom had grudges and competed with exceptional ferocity. Most of them are bruised and battered, or missing an arm or a leg. However, Han Ning didn't care about their enmity, but rather, he was somewhat marveled at the strength of this group of older students. As the second match began, the veterans who took the stage basically had a chi blood value of 6,500 or more. Even, most of the chakra values were above 7,000 points. This shows that it is not an easy task to stand out from the selection process. Next match! Lu Yunzhou vs. Tai Feiyun. Another match began, and this was the first time since the selection that a half-step sovereign-level powerhouse had taken the field. Han Ning also perked up when he saw the name on the screen. This Lu Yunzhou was related to Lu Qin, and according to Tang Shan, it was also highly likely that he would take action against himself. Moreover, Han Ning also wanted to see how powerful a half-step sect master-level powerhouse was. The ring. Lu Yunzhou on the field, the moment countless old students cheered, and it's, as a half-step Zhongshu level, the entire martial arts academy, students inside is extremely rare. Every one of them is a powerful person on one side. And his opponent, Tai Feiyun, was much worse. Senior, even though I have not yet reached the half-step Zhongshu, I still have 7,600 points of blood value. Today, please give me some advice. Tai Feiyun was decent, knowing that he couldn't withstand it, but he still chose to respond to the battle. Fighting with a half-step sovereign level would be of great benefit to his advancement. Lu Yunzhou flicked his hand indifferently, and did not respond, but only slowly raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing that Lu Yunzhou was so arrogant, Tai Feiyun was not angry. His chi and blood swung and arrowed out. Instantly, he ran towards Lu Yunzhou and exploded a punch. The chi and blood values coalesced, and this punch burst incomparably, and its power was not to be underestimated. Even if Han Ning was watching from the sidelines, Tai Feiyun could not be negligent in dealing with this punch on his own. Still have to resist with all my might to do so. However, in the face of Tai Feiyun's extremely powerful punch, Lu Yunzhou did not change his face and slowly raised his hand, easily clasping Tai Feiyun's fist. No matter how strong the power in the fist was, when it reached Lu Yunzhou's hands, it was like cotton. Let it be taken. With his fist restricted, Tai Feiyun's other hand swung once again, and the pseudo-martial skill was then executed. But as he watched the blood value soar wildly, the majestic power poured out as his moves were amazing. Straight to Lu Yunzhou. In the next second, Lu Yunzhou let out a light humph and raised his hand, actually breaking Tai Feiyun's pseudo-martial skill directly on the spot. That's it! Half-step patriarch, is it not for you to provoke? Lu Yunzhou opened his mouth, his words filled with mockery. I had thought that you would be more sensible and just admit defeat and forfeit, but if you don't know your own strength and identity, you're just asking for death. As the words fell, Lu Yunzhou clasped Tai Feiyun, and when the other party was completely unresponsive, his fists fell like rain. Not only that, the fist merely condensed less than the value of qi and blood, and the power that erupted was even more terrifying than Tai Feiyun's full strength. Punch after punch, it was even rougher than when Han Ning initially dealt with Mu Li. Because Tai Feiyun had absolutely no room for resistance. One-sided thuggery. It wasn't until Tai Feiyun's arms and legs were broken, and he was thrown out of the arena by Lu Yunzhou like garbage, that everyone realized that this Lu Yunzhou, who appeared to be as gentle as jade on the surface, was in fact ruthless and merciless. Han Ning watched, and was shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected that the difference between a half-step sovereign level and more than 7,000 qi blood values would be so huge. This is really unexpected. When the blood value reached 8,000, he had stepped into the half-step Zongshi level. And the terror presented by Lu Yunzhou was indeed shocking. Han Ning, this Lu Yunzhou is a smiling tiger, you'd better not run into him in the second round or you'll be in trouble. This guy is ruthless, he can be ruthless with that Tai Feiyun even without any grudges. If he runs into you, it's not likely that he'll be even more miserable. Tang Shan hurriedly reminded, having seen the terror of a half-step sect master, he was instead more worried about the next round. Although Han Ning's talent and strength were both strong, he hadn't reached half-step sect master after all. This gap in realm was a gap in hard power. There's no way to smooth it out. It's hard to say about the second round. So far, the half-step sect master level people haven't even run into each other yet. Brother Han, are you sure? This first round is going to remove half the number of people, so the chances of running into each other in the second and third rounds are much higher. Although Lu Yunzhou did not show too much strength in this battle, it was precisely because he didn't show it that he instead easily decompressed a person with a blood value of 7,000. This shows that the strength is as terrifying as it is. Han Ning also understood that the second and third rounds would be troublesome. But there's still the doubling card in hand, big deal to break through. This secret round quota, Han Ning wanted it. Don't worry, 15 places, although there are quite a few half-step sovereigns, there aren't that many. What if I get lucky? Han Ning spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, chatting with Tang Shan, Tangya and the girls, while Qin Shui, who was sitting on the side, was like sitting on pins and needles. Neither knew what to say to comfort nor how to break the ice. Despite the outward talk about the marriage contract, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Han Ning didn't have feelings for Qin Shui. Soon, the first round ended, and as expected, only average players remained. And the ones that stayed, most of them were all above 7,000 qi and blood values. Han Ning, on the other hand, had become the dark horse among them, only in front of a few half-step sect master level powerhouses. Han Ning, the dark horse, couldn't go too far. Next, the second round begins! With the referee's voice ringing out, the additions are still going hot. As the intelligent draw began, Han Ning raised his eyes and gazed, and with just this glance, the scrolling stopped at once, and Han Ning's name was clearly presented. Not only that, there was another name that appeared at the same time, instantly causing the whole place to boil. Chapter 43, Open Your Eyes. In the first match of the second round, Han Ning vs. Lu Yunzhou. As the names of the two appeared, Han Ning was also surprised and couldn't help but look at Ding Qin on the high platform. Seeing that the latter also looked embarrassed, Han Ning was speechless. This smart extraction is as good as toxic. Knowing all the grudges between the two, they still managed to line themselves up. At this moment, Ding Qin was also speechless. Han Ning's luck is really bad, to run into Lu Yunzhou so quickly. Dean, I'm afraid Han Ning doesn't stand a chance. Should we notify down the road and ask Lu Yunzhou to be a little more merciful? Having seen Han Ning's natural ability, the Vice Dean was also in love with his talent, even if Han Ning didn't get the quota to enter the secret realm. Can his growth rate just need enough time? Inevitably, achievement is not low. It would be bad to get maimed in this ring instead. Just as the words left his mouth, the Lu family master on the side was starting to gloom and doom. This is the secret realm selection. Favoritism and cheating isn't like something the Jiangbei #1 Martial Academy can do. When the children of all families enter it, they all hope to receive a fair treatment. Dean, I believe that your academy is not so far gone as to be able to tolerate such tactics. The lord of the Lu family was completely singling out the purpose. But at the same time, the man finished without forgetting to sell the favor. Of course, Han Ning is a freshman and Mr. Qin's son-in-law to be. I'm sure Yunzhou will have a sense of propriety. In a few words, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the Jiangbei #1 Martial Arts Academy, while at the same time selling favors to Qin Yang. If Han Ning had heard it, he would only have sighed that the checks and balances of interests between these bigwigs were intricate. Hee, don't worry, Lu family master. Ding Chen responded, and although there was dissatisfaction in his heart, he couldn't say anything more. I only hope that Lu Yunzhou will really be more sensible. Otherwise, President Chen would not care about the issue of face. We'll try to keep Hanning no matter what. A martial artist who was able to successfully cultivate the martial skill Great Diffusion Star technique with an extremely fast rate of enhancement and the lightning attribute. This grows up and can be the top fighting force of Great Xia. It is also the honor of the first martial arts academy in Jiangbei. A few people discussed it, while in the ring, Han Ning Lu Yunzhou had already made a double appearance. Lu Yunzhou had a relaxed look on his face, but his eyes still held a bit of contempt as he sized up Han Ning. As a freshman you did excel. But I've heard that my no-good brother couldn't even win in your hands. You hit my Lu family's face, and in all reason, today, you must be taught a lesson. Lu Yunzhou said it as it should be, but Han Ning listened with a speechless face. These people are really saying the same thing. If you want to play hard to get, just say so. With Han Ning's reputation in the martial academy nowadays, no matter who it was, if they pressed past Han Ning, they were bound to become infamous. Senior Ryu, there's no need to say anything flashy. Just as well, I'm also curious as to what a half-step sect master level of strength is like. Han Ning stared, and as his words fell, his thunder-chi blood instantly rioted. Even as he stood in place, in the eyes of the onlookers, Han Ning's figure still flickered incessantly, as if he had already acted, and as if he had not yet begun. While Han Ning looked like he was ready to strike, Lu Yunzhou was acting calmly. Jumping clown, is a half-step sect master not something you can provoke? Similar words as before, from which it could be seen that Lu Yunzhou similarly did not place Han Ning in his eyes. The blood value is only 6,800, not even compared to Antai Feiyun, such goods, indeed not worth putting on the heart. Looking at how arrogant Lu Yunzhou was, not taking himself seriously in the slightest, Han Ning didn't ink a word. Proactive. The speed was strangely fast, and with the martial art of shrinking the earth, he approached in an instant. At the same time, the star-picking hand swung out decisively, heading straight for Lu Yunzhou. However, this means that used to work well in the past is very tender at this moment. Even by virtue of his martial arts skills, he had not gained any advantage. The star-picking hand that should be unpredictable was like child's play in front of Lu Yunzhou. Hand gestures waved, Lu Yunzhou easily avoided. Not only that, a backhand palm shocked out, actually directly shook Han Ning back on the spot. Even though he had performed shrinking ground in time, he was unable to avoid Lu Yunzhou's strike. Reaching half-step sovereign, that even though Han Ning had martial arts skills on his side, there was no way to completely block them. With this palm, Lu Yunzhou had exerted a lot of force, and if Han Ning didn't still have the ancient body of the heavenly demon in his body, I'm afraid he would have been spat out blood. Ha! Looking at Han Ning being knocked back with just some changes in his face and not suffering too much injury, Lu Yunzhou was also somewhat surprised. Sure enough, certain skills, it seems that real martial arts are indeed different, to be able to hold up. However, do you think you can carry the power of a half-step sect master? Lu Yunzhou didn't slow down, twisting his wrist in a manner that made it seem like he wanted to give Han Ning a lesson. However, at this moment, Han Ning also straightened up. The strike just now was indeed amazing, and it did make Han Ning realize that his current blood value was not a match for Lu Yunzhou. So there is only one way left. Doubling cards. Use the doubling card. Han Ning's heart murmured, and the system was also automatically using the doubling card as a lottery reward from the previous extraction of the blood value, and it was just right to use it now. His blood value was already at 6,800 points, and with these 1,200 points, Han Ning's blood value had just reached 8,000 points. It also meant that Han Ning had similarly stepped into a half-step sovereign. When the doubling card was used, in the next moment, Han Ning's chi and blood values around his body were running wildly, and the Great Diffusion Star, the ancient body of the heavenly demon, began to run at the same time. The 12 proper meridians and the 8 strange meridians were each broken through one. Breath soared, and thunder chi and blood rushed up to the sky, forming a piercing pillar of light around Han Ning's body. The blood value rose, and at this moment, Han Ning's blood value directly soared to 8,000. Right at the threshold of a half-step sovereign. The steep change in blood value and the instant surge in strength left everyone dumbfounded. No one had expected that Han Ning would actually raise his blood value on such an occasion. Even more frightening was the fact that Han Ning had only been in the martial academy for how long? I can't believe it's elevated again. How is this possible? This kid can actually raise his chi and blood values? Can it be that it's some kind of secret technique? It can be raised briefly? On the high platform, the Liu family master had obviously become unable to sit still. It had been thought that Liu Yunzhou could easily win by crushing. But I didn't expect such a turn of events. It's not a secret method, but Han Ning himself is different, and since the recovery of the aura, a lot of the research has been unknown to outsiders, even to us. Han Ning might have possessed an extremely high talent and physique to break through quickly. It's just that this brat's rate of improvement is indeed too frightening as well. Ding Chen didn't know whether to be happy or cry at the moment. The last time he saw a boost was a few days ago, but he didn't expect Han Ning to boost again in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he had directly stepped into the level of a half-step sovereign. Half-step sovereign? This Han Ning, how on earth did he do that? Han Tang is going to rise. This Liu Yunzhou is afraid that it's going to be unlucky. The chi and blood values increased, especially after taking this step, the strength would change drastically. Chapter 44, Punching a Pretentious Man, Shocking the Whole Place. With the help of the doubling card, he managed to raise his blood value to 8,000, and at the same time stepped into the half-step clan. Han Ning's heart was also incomparably surprised as he felt the surging power within his body. It didn't occur to me that just a slight difference in chi and blood values could bring about such a drastic change. This is a real surprise. Half-step sovereign? You actually managed to break through? Liu Yunzhou looked at Han Ning with a face full of consternation. How could he not expect that in such a short period of time, Han Ning would actually be able to raise his chi and blood values, directly reaching a half-step sovereign? This is something that was totally unexpected. It also made Liu Yunzhou re-examine Han Ning. This freshman was gifted with a powerful talent far beyond imagination. The party I so experience half-step sovereign power is not from you. A mere half-step sovereign, I can arrive in the blink of an eye. How long did you use it? Han Ning smiled lightly. 8,000 blood values. The power of a half-step sovereign made Han Ning's heart incomparably satisfied, and the absolute sense of security that power brought made him yearn for it. Han Ning's naked mockery caused Liu Yunzhou's face to become embarrassed. He had been practicing since the recovery of the aura, and had relied on resources and hard work for more than a year to get to this point. But what about Hanning? In just a month's time, he had reached half-step Zhongshe. The disparity is so enviable. Showing off your tongue, even if you reach half-step sect master, so what? I already have 8,500 points of chi blood value. It's not something you can compare to. Liu Yunzhou snorted coldly and instantly moved out to strike. It hadn't been on my mind before, but things were different now. If he couldn't defeat Han Ning, then his face would be completely gone. Just because there's a gap doesn't mean you can win. Han Ning was eager to try at the moment, having long wanted to try out how strong this half-step sect master's power was. Liu Yunzhou took the initiative, his hand forming a sharp claw and snapping away towards Han Ning. Extremely fast and ferocious attack. Unexpectedly, Liu Yunzhou's chi blood value was equally different. As sharp as gold. Incomprehensible. Metallic chakra? Senpai is really good. Han Ning instantly recognized that the qi and blood attribute, Lu Yunzhou's qi and blood attribute, was precisely metallic. The metal nature was enhanced, making his qi and blood sharper, and his offense manifested dominance. Humph, do you think that you're the only one who has it? I'll show you the gap today. Lu Yunzhou angrily rebuked, his speed steeply increased, and the qi and blood on his palm actually coalesced and became a dark golden sharp claw. The sharp claws were sharp, and a few times over, Han Ning was left with deep claw marks on his arms. This power is, indeed, strong. The metallic qi blood was more sharp than the thunder qi blood. But Hanning didn't think he was any worse. Swinging his arm, Hanning was instantly on fire. Thunder qi and blood surged, even more so than before. A step was taken, and the ground was shrunken into an inch with precision. After his strength had increased, shrinking earth had also been greatly improved, and his divine state was no longer something that Lu Yunzhou could react to. Star Picker! The star-picking hand came out, the thunder qi and blood was enhanced, and the hand and fist collided, smashing against the sharp metallic qi and blood of Lu Yunzhou. Bang, bang, bang! Attacking one after another, Lu Yunzhou was actually somewhat unable to fight. The body line retreated back and forth. Hiss! So ferocious! Han Ning's fighting style is also too terrifying. That martial skill is completely unable to capture the body line. There's no way to return the favor. Lu Yunzhou can only passively defend. Looking at the two people in the ring, Han Ning completely gained the upper hand, directly stunning everyone. After reaching half-step sovereign, Han Ning's strength increased by leaps and bounds. It became even more terrifying. Don't underestimate me. Being passive all the time made Lu Yunzhou incomparably angry. Seeing Han Ning's attack coming up again, Lu Yunzhou also mobilized his qi and blood, instantly exploding. The golden sea wheel turns. The pseudo-martial skill was executed, and in an instant, Lu Yunzhou's entirety was like a gilded and sharp sword, and wherever it passed, the sharpness was revealed. For a time, the star-picking hand couldn't resist, countless thunderbolts fell, but they were directly cut apart by the sharp metal qi and blood. Hanning couldn't get close enough for a moment. Kid! Do you really think you can overpower me? You dream! Lu Yunzhou sprinted over. The metal qi and blood that surrounded his body was extremely sharp, completely forming an offensive and defensive unit. Seeing this, Han Ning wasn't hiding anything. This round, it must go over. This is the only way to get a spot without any problems. Only to see Han Ning precipitate his qi and blood, and in an instant, with the surge of his meridians, an ancient statue was diffused within his body. Around Han Ning's body, it coalesced with thunder qi and blood, hideous as a demon, with an astonishing aura. As the ancient statue presented itself, Han Ning rushed forward once more. A fist took the pinch, and the star-picking hand came out in a smooth manner, and when it was performed with the body of a heavenly demon, its power instantly skyrocketed. Bang! As soon as the punch went down, only the sound of metal shattering could be heard, and before Lu Yunzhou could react, Han Ning's fist followed. It was actually crushed again. And Lu Yunzhou's metal qi blood was like brittle skin, being torn apart by Han Ning. Fist to fist, in just a few minutes, Lu Yunzhou was suppressed by Han Ning. And it gets snotty. Bang! With another punch, Han Ning's heavenly demon ancient body collapsed, but this punch was the one that directly knocked Lu Yunzhou out of the ring and onto the ground. Blood was spat out in large gulps, and Lu Yunzhou's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily gazed at Han Ning. How could he not expect that a freshman, a guy who had just stepped into a half-step sovereign, would have such a perverted combat power? I can't believe I managed to beat myself up like that. At this moment, everyone stared wide-eyed. Originally, they had thought that even if Han Ning would win, it would at least be very tragic, but they hadn't thought that it would actually turn out like this. This is really shocking. Yunzhou! It actually lost? At this moment, the Lu family master on the high platform completely froze, his entire body paralyzed in his chair. This result was something he hadn't expected. Although Han Ning was amazing, no matter what, that was still a latecomer. But I didn't expect that Han Ning was the one who made it to the top. This was hard to accept in the heart of the Lu family lord. In this battle, Han Ning won. I didn't expect this kid's strength to be so terrifying, reaching half-step sovereign and adapting so quickly. But Dean? The martial skill he used afterward, how come it doesn't look like the Great Diffusion Star? It feels a bit odd. The Vice Dean said, and no one paid any attention to the Lu family master. After all, their Lu family had lost a lot of face this time. Indeed odd, however, the martial skills are not entirely familiar to us. After all, that is the Great Diffusion Star, and no one has ever succeeded in practicing it. This little guy, he gives so many surprises. Dean Chun was incredibly satisfied at the moment. The better Hanning performs, the more correct their choice was in the first place. Over the past year or so since the aura recovery, although various strong people had emerged, those people had other reasons. While those like Han Ning, who had risen all the way up, were rare. Moreover, his rate of improvement was so amazing. Chapter 45. This son's pregnancy is extraordinary. As a renowned half-step sect master of the martial academy, Lu Yunzhou's reputation in the academy was not small. But now, it was defeated by a freshman who had been enrolled for a month. This was a great blow to Lu Yunzhou. On the contrary, by defeating Lu Yunzhou, Han Ning also made it through the second round. Not only that, but the reputation has made it a sought-after program for countless freshmen. Enrolled in school for 1 month and reached a half-step Songshi. A qi and blood value of 8,000. Oh my god, Han Ning is just too terrifying. In the month since I enrolled in school, the blood value I've raised so far is just over 100 points. I'm barely 500 points. The freshmen were talking. A freshman who could reach such a point in such a short period of time could be considered the first person since the recovery of aura. He's so powerful. Qin Shui gazed straight ahead, looking at the Han Ning at this moment, whose qi and blood values had reached 8,000 points, stepping into the half-step sovereign level. As for himself, he had once tested himself as a self-proclaimed genius, thinking that after stepping into the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy, he would be the most shining. But I didn't expect Hanning to go all the way up the ladder, leaving people in the dust. The current Qin Shui, with a qi and blood value of just over 2,000, would indeed be the shiniest of the new students if Han Ning wasn't around. Along with the Vice Dean's words, Han Ning let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yunzhou's overall strength was still above Han Ning's, and if it weren't for the fact that Han Ning still had a heavenly demon ancient body, the strength it displayed would be far beyond imagination. This was what broke through Lu Yunzhou's metallic qi blood. Back to the audience area. Han Ning calmed the qi and blood in his body as the heavenly demon ancient body and the great diffusion star technique ran slowly, allowing the previous exertion to be calmed. The third round is still some time away, so Hanning isn't worried about form either. Hanning, you're really something. To actually reach a half-step sovereign. I really don't know how on earth you cultivate. I've only raised my blood value by 700 or 800 here, but so far. Tang Shan's face was full of envy. In fact, his own words were equally enviable to the other freshmen. To be able to raise 700 or 800 qi blood values in the first month of enrollment, that was definitely considered to be outstanding. Of course, the further a martial artist went, the more difficult it was to improve. Harm, just normal practice, just a fluke. Han Ning laughed, but in his heart, he was calculating, the second round to win some pressure, then after the third round, can be trouble. The only way to actually get a spot is to pass the third round. There was no need for a final winner to be decided in this audition at all, so there wouldn't end up being any finals or anything like that. As soon as the 15-member quota is created, it will naturally end. And Hanning's goal is the quota. A fluke? That's a pretty good fluke you got there, too. But then it's really up to you. You defeated the half-step sovereign Lu Yunzhou, which means that there's one less threat of a half-step sovereign powerhouse in the third round, and the other contestants are bound to be fiercely competitive. So in the third round you might be able to run into players below half-step sovereign. Tang Shan began to analyze it, and in this kind of thing, he was quite thorough. See very clearly. Han Ning's heart also prayed that it would indeed be much easier if he came across one that saved him. The second round went on, and almost all of the half-step sect masters who took the field were sure winners. With the exception of Lu Yunzhou, the rest of the half-step sovereigns had managed to enter the third round. However, because of the time, it was nearing evening after the second round, and the third round of selection could only be placed tomorrow. As the second round came to a close, the number of players was once again cut in half. Tang Shan and a group of Han Tang's brothers yelled down to the restaurant to give Han Ning a proper celebration. But just as he stepped out of the square, Han Ning saw Uncle Yang, and in the same company, there was also Dean Chin. Seeing that Uncle Yang and Dean Chin looked familiar with each other, Han Ning was also very curious. What is this Uncle Jan's identity, really? Uncle Jan, you're here too? Han Ning stepped forward and greeted with a smile. No matter what attitude he had towards Qin Shui, Han Ning was still respectful when facing Uncle Yang. After all, Han Ning couldn't grow up without him. Of course, how could I, as an elder, miss such a wonderful fight you had? Ning, go, accompany Uncle and Dean for a meal. When Uncle Yang said yes, Han Ning also froze and looked at Tang Shan and the others beside him, and for a while he didn't know how to respond. Han Ning, just go ahead, we'll gather first, and then we'll celebrate you when you precisely get the quota and before you enter the secret realm. Anyway, you're the president of our Han Tang, you call the shots. Tang Shan naturally saw the situation and immediately jumped the gun, giving Han Ning a leg up. Hearing this, Han Ning didn't say much. Followed by Dean Chin, Uncle Yang left together. On the street outside the martial arts academy, the three of them picked a restaurant, ordered food, and started chatting. Han Ning was also looking at the two people in front of him, his heart curious. Uncle Jan, Dean, you guys called me out for dinner, what's it all about? Wouldn't it be a little early to be celebrating just for me? Looking at the two people who didn't move much and looked composed, Han Ning couldn't help himself a bit instead. Directly, he opened his mouth and inquired. Seeing Han Ning ask, Uncle Yang also coughed, and then opened his mouth. Xiao Ning, your qi and blood values have now reached half-step sovereign. This rate of improvement is unprecedented. So, Dean and I are actually curious as to how this qi blood value of yours has increased so quickly. Accompanying Uncle Yang's question, Dean Chen also looked at Han Ning with a curious expression. Although it was known that Han Ning's qi and blood values were incredibly high when he was first tested, one could say that the starting point is higher than others. But even so, a month's time to elevate to a half-step sect master was still too terrifying. It was good that this time it was at the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. It was their internal selection, and no one would leak it outward. Otherwise, it's bound to cause quite a stir. That I don't know how to explain. Probably maybe a fluke. Han Ning had long guessed that someone would ask about this kind of thing. After all, he had utilized his respiratory system and extracted his qi and blood values every 10 days, so naturally, that growth progress wasn't something that normal people could compare to. However, Han Ning naturally wouldn't say anything about this kind of thing. Everything, it was a fluke. Obviously, Han Ning's reply caused the two to frown at once. This fluke argument is just not convincing. Forget it, your physique is estimated to be unusual. Now that the second round of the selection has passed, I don't think the third round will be much of a problem. In addition to eating today, I'm also stopping by to remind you that when the selection is over, it's time to enter the secret realm, and at that time, we won't have time to admonish you. Dean Chin sighed and didn't continue to dwell on it. He was afraid that if he continued to pursue it, Han Ning would come up with another fluke. It's okay to hear this kind of talk once, but hearing it over and over again, it's easy to destroy one's own Taoist heart. Secret realm? Dean, is it hard to believe that there are any special rules? Besides, I haven't even gotten a spot here yet, so you're planning to backdoor me? Chapter 46. The World of a Martial Artist. Han Ning didn't have much of a pedigree and had to get all the resources he needed on his own. If it weren't for the system, there would be no way to turn it around. However, even so, until he had fully grown up, Han Ning was still the same. The third round of selection would be even more brutal, and if they encountered a half-step sect master, there would at least be an even more hurtful existence than Lu Yunzhou. In that case, then, the situation in which Han Ning could win was smaller. Now that Dean Chen had said this, it gave Han Ning the illusion of going through the back door. Back door? You kids don't think I've given you enough back doors, do you? It's never been the case that a new student enrolls in school and can learn martial arts directly. Moreover, I see that you should have mastered 2 martial arts, right? Dean Chen looked straight. Han Ning heard, immediately waved his hand. Alas, Dean, say technique not to say it, civilization you and I him, you at least is also the Dean. Han Ning deliberately changed the subject. After all, the other martial skill was obtained by lottery. Han Ning hadn't thought of a suitable reason for a moment. However, listening to Han Ning's bullshit words, Dean Chen instantly rolled his eyes. You kid, cut the slick talk. I knew during the test that you guys weren't too old and had a lot of heart. That great diffraction star skill is an alternative amongst martial arts. It's already great that you've comprehended shrinking ground, and now that you've learned another martial art, it's indeed very good. Only 2 people have learned the great diffusion star so far, and only 1 person has comprehended the shrinking earth. So the other one you performed should be the second martial skill of the great diffusion star technique, right? Dean Chen's parsing of this meal almost didn't send Han Ning's CPU into a whole fever. Originally, he himself was thinking about what kind of excuse to find to put it off. It hadn't occurred to me that President Chen had thought of something to say on his own. This operation really surprised Han Ning. But that's not bad, at least it saves Han Ning the trouble. Han Ning laughed awkwardly, pretending to look like he had been seen through. Look! In succession, Han Ning uttered a sentence that instantly infuriated Dean Chen, who rolled his eyes. Come on, you're lucky, I think it's pregnancy. Getting down to business, this time the Secret Realm, in addition to our Great Xia's major martial arts academies, Martial Arts Alliance, and the major forces, it's highly likely that the outside world will also infiltrate. I'm afraid that there will also be a patriarch-level powerhouse among them. As the Dean's words left his mouth, Han Ning was instantly alerted. Sovereign level. Some half-step sect masters were already difficult to deal with, and if they encountered sect master level powerhouses, they would have no chance of winning. Martial artists robbing each other across the board, not to mention spies from outside the country. If that's the case, why doesn't Great Xia send a Zhongshu level powerhouse? Han Ning couldn't help but ask out. Uncle Jan, who was on the sidelines, also picked up the conversation. Naturally, there is a patriarch level leading the group, but there won't be many. Furthermore, it's only been over a year since the recovery of the aura, and almost all of today's Zhongshu level powerhouses are only able to reach the Zhongshu level by virtue of gaining opportunities within the secret realm. When a martial artist cultivates, 10,000 chi and blood values is a shackle that is hard to break through. And nowadays, globally, the number of Zhongshu level powerhouses is actually not small, and there are even powerhouses above the Zhongshu level. But for more than a year, do you think that they all rely on down-to-earth cultivation? With this introduction from Uncle Yang, Han Ning was also puzzled. Seeing how they reacted, the fact that they had reached a half-step sect master in a month had already shocked them, and it was even more of an unprecedented stance. That being the case, which of those martial artists at the Zhongshu level, or even stronger, how did they come into being? Those people, most of them are some old monsters before the aura revival. The great summer culture is colorful and has been passed down for thousands of years, so naturally there are some Xian men inheritances, and under the aura revival, it's as if they are riding on a ladder. Go to the top. Uncle Yang's introduction made Han Ning instantly understand. There are 2 very amazing things about the history of Daxia. One is 100 legacies that have endured, no matter what kind of dynasties and what kind of chaos they have gone through. The other one, on the other hand, is the family of the world, which can also be called the family of the service. Throughout history, the path of the family has been continued, and even the strong period can sway the imperial dynasty. Even today, in the new modernized century, they are just as present. These people are the biggest beneficiaries under the aura recovery. Uncle Yang, how do you know so well? Also, since there are all these powerful people, what is there to worry about? Han Ning was a bit puzzled. Right now, he didn't have a big goal and only wanted to gain as much benefit as possible inside the secret realm. Come out and develop Han Tang. Get yourself a home with peace of mind. And the other, naturally, is the quest to be powerful. As for other factors, Han Ning never considered them. They won't be able to do it easily. You'll know the reason for this later, not to mention, they're not on the same path as the Martial Alliance. As for your uncle, I'm actually a member of a military special operations team in Daxia. When Uncle Yang finished speaking, Han Ning also froze down. No wonder for so many years, Uncle Yang was always a god and a dragon. He was never the only one looking for himself. He had no way to find him. Dare I say military? Uncle, you're hiding this so deeply. But you guys can't tell me this and make me deal with the spies, can you? Han Ning sighed, and Uncle Yang rolled his eyes. You kid, we're warning you ahead of time to beware. Well, hurry up and eat. Uncle Jan prodded, and even though the business was finished, Uncle Jan actually had some personal business. After Dean Chen left, Uncle Yang left Han Ning alone. Ning, there's one more thing that Uncle needs to trouble you with. Uncle Yang opened his mouth, and Han Ning did not move. He had probably guessed that what Uncle Yang was going to say should be related to Qin Shui. Uncle, you tell me things without trouble, as long as I can do them. Despite guessing, Han Ning would not refuse. Ahem, the emotional issues between you and Snow, Uncle will not intervene. As for that marriage contract, it was actually what your parents set with me in the first place. Whether you wish to fulfill it or not, that is for you young people to decide. What Uncle is going to say is that this time, in the secret realm, I will find a way, from my side, to let Yuki go in as well. Having said that, Han Ning roughly understood. Uncle Yang didn't continue to talk about the marriage contract, nor did he make any moral abduction moves. Han Ning was actually quite happy in his heart. Of course, if Uncle Yang had to do that, there was no way Han Ning could refuse. Uncle, do you mean for me to take care of her inside the secret realm? If it's something like that, don't worry, Uncle. Even if you didn't warn me, I won't just sit back and do nothing. Uncle Jan is already considered Han Ning's relative, his daughter, even if there have been unpleasant occurrences. Just for the sake of Uncle Yang's face, Han Ning wouldn't sit idly by. With this answer from Han Ning, Uncle Yang was also satisfied. There were many opportunities inside the secret realm, and Qin Shui's talent wasn't bad, it just wasn't comparable to Han Ning's. But if you can get the opportunity, you can naturally improve a lot. Chapter 47 The son of the heir pregnant manifests his power again. With Dean Chen, Uncle Yang, and the others opening the way, Han Ning's understanding of the secret realm was gradually becoming clearer. At the same time, there was a deeper perception of this world of aura revival. Lu Man and its cultivation is far away. Even with the help of the breathe and become stronger system, the road Han Ning has to travel is not short. It still required Han Ning's concentration. Back to the dorms. In the room, Han Ning thought about what Uncle Yang had said. To Qin Shui, Han Ning indeed did not have much interest, and the little bit of affection that the original body had for Qin Shui had long since been wiped out. Forget it, a debt of gratitude can never be repaid. Thinking about it, Han Ning couldn't think of any good ways. It was not his style to hide, but if he got too close, the remarks of others were not yet cared about, but if Qin Shui fell in love with him because of it. That's the trouble. The next day. Early in the morning, Han Ning had just gotten up, and there were already Han Tang's people waiting outside the door. To Han Ning's surprise, Qin Qingru Changhu and the others were among them, and not only that, even Qin Shui was there. This point really surprised Han Ning. You guys? This is coming over for breakfast? I don't have any money, haha, can't afford to support so many people for breakfast. Han Ning looked at each of them with a hungry look and directly spat out. When Qin Qingru heard this, she immediately went up and twisted Han Ning's ear, and that appearance was as ambiguous as it could be. Even when the tantalizing dare rubbed against Han Ning's body, Qin Qingru didn't mind in the slightest. You guys, everyone is here to cheer you on. Besides, these are all your Han Tang's people. What's wrong with you being the boss and treating them to a meal? Qin Qingru gave a reprimand, and Han Ning surrendered. He really couldn't do anything about this big sister schoolmate. While Qin Shui watched from the side, her heart was not in the right place. The person who was originally close to Han Ning should have been her, not Qin Qingru. But now that Han Ning was treating himself, Qin Shui didn't know how to respond. One can only stand silently and watch. Senior sister, this audition will start soon. We'd better hurry over there. By the way, you three are up to the third round too, right? Han Ning hurriedly changed the topic. So many people eat a meal Han Ning or heartache. Although Han Tang's current activities are funded by Han Ning, one thing is not the same thing. He didn't have the expansive style of these rich girls like Qin Qingru. Chan Hu and I made it to the third round, and Yu was unlucky enough to run into a half-step sovereign. 2 out of 3 is a pretty good result. Today's third round, however, is the one that counts. Let's go, it's really just a matter of luck today. The group left and soon arrived at the plaza. Nowadays, Han Ning was the most dazzling, attracting the attention of countless people as soon as he appeared. And as Han Ning was now also a half-step sovereign, he was naturally focused on by those older students. In the third round, 15 people will be screened out. The same takes place by lot. Along with the vice president's word, the intelligent extraction began. Watching the screen scroll, Han Ning also stared, thinking that it shouldn't be his turn this time. After all, the suspicion of pretending to be the first one on the field every time was just too great. And this was the third round, in case the opponents they encountered were also at the half-step sovereign level. It would be a bitter battle, and there might not be a way to win. Round 3, Match 1, Han Ning vs. Zhang Tao. As the name appeared, Hanning instantly crossed a batch face. This luck is, indeed, against all odds. Hanning also didn't expect to still be the first one on the field. Despite being helpless, he made his way to the ring. However, the bitter battle that Han Ning had imagined didn't happen. The opponent's blood value was only 7,000, after seeing that he was facing Han Ning and was still a half-step sovereign. Direct option to abstain. This instead made Hanning happy. I go, this Zhang Tao is a veteran student anyways, but he actually directly abstained. It's so spineless, isn't it? Where is the dignity of a martial artist? Although Han Ning is strong, even if he can't win the fight, it's always okay to cross swords and spar, right? With Hanning's first fight, everyone had expected to see another exciting and thrilling battle. But I didn't expect the other team to abstain and bail out Hanning directly. This operation drew an immediate scolding. Hanning also sat back down comfortably. Geez, this luck, it's pretty good. Just after sitting down, Hanning sighed. Han Ning, I think you should stop thinking about luck for now. Han Ning had just finished speaking, but Tang Shan on the side gave a reminder. These words were also a bit confusing for Han Ning to hear. That's the same as a turn, it's the same as getting a spot. What's not luck? Don Hill, what's the problem? Hanning had a curious look on his face. However, he saw Tang Shan pointing at the high platform, the location, where Dean Chen and the others were. That place, there was one sitting there yesterday. I've inquired about it, it's the head of the Liu family, a Zhongshu-level powerhouse. Don't forget that Liu Yunzhou was defeated in your hands yesterday. That was a slap in the face to the Liu family. Tang Shan paid close attention and realized that something was wrong after noticing that the people from the Liu family had disappeared, and even Liu Yunzhou hadn't appeared. Although it's a martial arts academy, martial artists themselves have to face all kinds of crises, and the Liu family is not a small force, so if they're looking for face back, their means are bound to not be small. Tang Shan's reminder was a bit of a surprise to Han Ning. That kind of thing, do they care that much? It's an audition, it's normal to win or lose. It's not so bad to come after me for something like that, is it? Although Han Ning understood, he still felt that it was a bit outrageous. It's not like we're killing people off, so what's the point of being catty? In response, Tang Shan was helplessly patting Han Ning on the shoulder. Brothers, you and I come from ordinary backgrounds and naturally don't take such things to heart, but others are different. Different classes look at different things. We like that want to get ahead, so there will be people who will go out of their way to be woefully unprepared, and businessmen look at profit, and have milk. And their kind of class looks for decency. Tang Shan's words were simple, but their meaning was profound. One moment brought Hanning to his senses. During this period of time, since being reborn over, getting the system, and even having his strength raised to a half-step sect master, Hanning did get a little carried away. Not even noticing the potential danger. Well, it's good that you noticed, but without going out of the martial academy, I think they wouldn't dare to mess around. Han Ning said, but Tang Shan was tapping his shoulder. That's what they say, but who knows what they'll do? I wouldn't have noticed that if I hadn't been taking care of Han Tang and dealing with other clubs during this time. Don Hill isn't really smart either, he's just honed in on it. After all, they were all Han Tang's people, and if something happened to Han Ning, no one could run away well. Naturally, I've been paying more attention. The third round went on fiercely, but after Tang Shan reminded him, Han Ning's heart began to calculate. Chapter 48: The Liu Family's Compulsion. As he passed the third round with ease, Han Ning also managed to get a spot to the secret realm. As for the fourth round, it's largely optional. It's nothing more than a contested cut between those older students. Han Ning wasn't interested in that. The tryouts had already put him in the eyes of many. There was no need to continue to make a spectacle of himself. Not to mention, most of the remaining half-step sovereigns. Even if Han Ning was also a half-step grandmaster at this moment, there was likewise a considerable gap between the two. After all, Han Ning had just stepped into the threshold of a half-step sovereign, and had been able to defeat Liu Yunzhou, originally relying on his martial arts skills. However, between half-step sovereigns, the same distinction between strength and weakness existed. There was a huge difference between the hundreds of qi and blood values. Not to mention that the boundary of a half-step sovereign lies in 8,000 to 10,000 points of qi blood value. For every 100-point difference in qi blood value, the difference in strength between was obvious. Now that Han Ning had successfully obtained a place, he naturally didn't need to go through the trouble of tangling with the older students. The auditions were over, and Uncle Yang Dianchen was also busy preparing for the various matters of traveling to the secret realm. Han Ning also returned to Han Tang and explained to several people in Tangshan. Inside the dormitory. After the quota is chosen, tomorrow I will also follow for going to the secret realm, Tang Shan. If Han Tang encounters any trouble that can't be solved, look for the Martial Academy. They'll take care of one or two. Han Ning barked and took out all the remaining materials in his storage bag, while also giving them 2 million in one breath. This is all that Han Ning has left. The ones they brought back from their last outing with Chen Qingruo were also given to Tang Shan and the others to deal with. Han Ning, you keep a little bit more or less, now our Han Tang is considered to have some funds, so there's no rush. Watching Han Ning hand over a brain, the whole thing was like explaining the aftermath. Tang Shan was instantly speechless. It's fine, you guys prepare a few more storage bags for me, I'm going to stock up. Han Ning spoke as he cleaned up, listening to Tang Shan's few people who directly froze. Stocking up? What kind of operation is this? The opening of a secret realm, that was extremely rare, and within the entirety of the Great Summer, there was only the third one today. It's nice to come across a rare opportunity inside. Instead, Han Ning was thinking of going in. This operation is really confusing. However, Han Ning was the boss, so Tang Shan didn't say much and turned his head to get ready. Evening. In order to send Han Ning off to celebrate, the people of Han Tang were also gathered together. It was also the first gathering of the Han Tang Society since its inception. Today there are more than 20 members. Although it was predominantly freshmen, in the Martial Academy, with Han Ning's reputation as a half-step grandmaster, he already possessed a certain status as well. The club dinner, Han Ning thought it was just everyone having a meal together, and saying a few words symbolically, but just as the people arrived, an uninvited guest came over. The person who came was none other than the head of the Liu family. The place where Han Ning and the others gathered was inside the dining hall within the Martial Arts Academy. The Liu family lord was alone, walking at a steady pace, with a faint smile on his face that made him look uncomfortable. Student Han, you're really young and talented, 1 month after enrollment, and you've already reached half-step zonesure, congratulations. The Liu family lord stepped forward and opened his mouth in a congratulatory manner. Seeing the people coming over, Tang Shan Tangya also immediately got up, and the 20 or so people from Han Tang stood up in unison, gazing at the Liu family master. Looking at the actions of Han Tang's group, the Liu family lord couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Oh, still young and impetuous. As the words fell, only the eyes of the Liu family lord glared, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure appeared out of thin air. This mighty pressure presented itself, instantly pressing everyone to their knees. Even Han Ning, who was a half-step sovereign, was pressured by this terrifying pressure and had to bend down. A true clan-level powerhouse. Just an aura alone could make martial artists below the sovereign level be shaped like ants. Han Ning gazed at the other party with cold eyes. Previously, Tang Shan had warned about it, and now this Liu family lord had come alone and made such a move. The meaning of this is self-evident. There was no doubt that this was coming to give Hanning the boot. Family Master Lu, what do you mean by that? Is it because you want to come to gain face for Lu Yunzhou? Or do you want to hold the strong against the weak and get back your Lu family's face? Han Ning gritted his teeth and said, here, in front of so many people, this move by the Lu family lord was undoubtedly suppressing Han Ning and suppressing Han Tang. Of course, Han Ning opened his mouth and spoke just as loudly, also making this practice of holding a strong and weak position by the Lu family lord known to everyone, making his face even more untenable. Otherwise, even after Han Ning said this, the Lu family lord's face twitched slightly. This kid, he's really something. How dare you resist in the face of a Grand Master level powerhouse? Even uttering threats. Heh. The Lu family lord let out a cold laugh, and only then did he reluctantly withdraw his aura oppression. Hanning-san is really smart. However, the matter of the selection tournament is in accordance with the rules of the Martial Academy, so naturally, this family head will not take it into account. The Martial Academy is happy to have such an outstanding genius like you, so is this family head. Withdrawing his aura, the Lu family master, however, also opened his mouth to speak. It sounds like the words don't count, but it shows everywhere that the guy still holds a grudge. I'm grateful to the Lu family master for looking up to me. If it's all right, I apologize for not seeing you off. Henning responded, the dismount, was it a warning? Or is it a threat? Inside the Martial Academy, he didn't dare to make a direct move. But if you go out, it's hard to say. Just from the way the Lu family lord was acting right now, it was obvious that this person was a small-minded fellow. What's the rush? This family master personally came over. Naturally, he has something to say. This Han Tang of yours, it looks like it's taking shape, but it's weak, not to mention unsupported, and it's not easy to develop even if you want to in the Martial Academy. How about this? My Lu family can invest in you, of course. This investment is naturally going to take a certain share. The Lu family lord opened his mouth and stated the purpose of his coming over this time. The various societies of the martial arts academies are backed by various corporate families that are nominally invested. It's really about recruiting, taking them in and making them work for you. Nowadays, Han Tang was the only one with value in Han Ning. After all, reaching a half-step sovereign at such a young age and with such a progress had never been done before. Sorry, Han Tang isn't interested. Han Ning didn't hesitate and directly balked. Han Tang was built by them. If they let someone pick the fruit, what would be the point? Especially this already feuding Ryu family. Please return, Lu family master. Han Ning is not interested in the Lu family's investment. Han Ning continued to speak, and at this moment, the Lu family lord's face had become embarrassed. He was a great powerhouse of the sovereign master level, but he was being rejected and threatened in front of his face. That's a first. Kid, do you realize what you're saying? This is a chance for you from the head of this family. The Lu family lord's voice was already a bit low, obviously restraining his anger. With his strength, he could easily kill any of Han Tang's men in seconds. But today there is no half-hearted deterrent. Especially after Han Ning's refusal, the Lu family lord realized that every single person in Han Tang had very determined eyes. Chapter 49. The Secret Realm Opens, Big Brother Gathering. The coldness in the Lu family lord's eyes gradually brought up, and that threatening implication became very strong. Han Ning could see that this Lu family lord was determined to take in and wanted to make himself work for the Lu family. Not only was it to get back his face, but he was also looking at Han Ning's strength. Hee, Lu family master, this is a martial arts academy, and this is really a unique way for you to invest your money. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a voice rang out, and the coldness on the Lu family master's body instantly retracted. Looking again, at some point the vice president had walked over. As soon as the vice dean appeared, the Lu family head's face became unnatural. I was thinking of continuing to pressure, really can't get on some strong-arm tactics. As long as they don't get killed, the Martial Arts Academy can't do anything about it. But I didn't expect this vice president to come. Vice President Lu, I'm just admiring my juniors and came over to take a look. Is it possible that the Martial Arts Academy even has to be in charge of such trivial matters? Naturally, the Lu family lord would not go along with Vice President Lu's words. Instead, he just turned the conversation around. And Vice President Lu clearly had no intention of inking with him. In that case, I won't keep you. I've come over to announce that from now on, the Han Tang Society will receive investment from the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, the Academy won't interfere with anything Han Tang does, it only needs Han Tang to be able to give support when the Academy needs it. Hanning, what do you think? The moment Vice President Lu's words came out, it was undoubtedly a hard slap to the face of the Lu family master. Han Ning even agreed without thinking. The Martial Arts Academy was neutral and backed by daxia, unlike these conglomerates, families, and whatnot. Although they were also daxia people, their hearts were not toward the group, toward daxia. Holding on to the thigh of the Martial Arts Academy at this time would naturally be beneficial to the development of the society. At the same time, it's a way to find a backer for the association. Hey, that Vice President, since it's an investment, how much is the Martial Arts Academy prepared to invest first? And that physical training room, I think since we've invested in it, can we let our Han Tang people use it for free? Before the Lu family's master could leave, Han Ning came over to the Vice Dean's side and began to haggle over the price. Hearing this, the Vice Dean's mouth twitched up as well. This kid, he really has the guts to open his mouth. Let's discuss it after you come out of the secret realm. No problem giving you guys some discounts. The Vice Dean coughed and said, and Han Ning instantly blanked out. Alright, anyway, the Martial Arts Academy will take care of it in the future. Master Lu, still want to talk about the investment? Han Ning once again looked at the Lu family lord, but the latter snorted coldly and turned around to leave straight away. Obviously, the plan didn't work out, making the Lu family lord feel very uncomfortable in his heart. It wasn't until the person left that the Vice Dean looked at Hanning. Alright, prepare well and leave early tomorrow morning. As for Han Tang's side, someone from the Martial Academy will come to negotiate. The Vice President barked an admonition and left the dining room one after the other. Han Ning, on the other hand, continued to celebrate with Han Tang's people. Although the people of the Lu family would not be willing to stop, but now with the support of the Martial Arts Academy, it became easier. Han Ning was also able to go inside the secret realm to stock up with confidence. The next day, early in the morning, Han Ning organized his storage bag, and Qin Qingruo waited outside. Along with them, there was Qin Shui. Uncle Yang was obviously using his way to get Qin Shui to follow him into the secret realm as well. Let's go, the team will be leaving soon. It's a good thing that the place where the secret realm opens this time isn't too far away. Qin Qingruo urged, and the three of them joined together, quickly rounding up with the team from the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. 15 candidates, along with some people who had joined in from various forces, amounted to more than 24 people. And leading the way was none other than the Vice President. Leaving the Martial Arts Academy, there was a special car for transportation, and it was also a special car for the military. Although Qin Shui followed all the way, she didn't say a word. The few times she had opened her mouth earlier and tried to communicate with Han Ning, she had long since been beaten back by Han Ning's cold and icy attitude. It caused her to not know how to speak. On the contrary, it was Qin Qingruo, whose entire directly leaned on Han Ning's shoulder in a very natural manner. Ahem, senior sister, what exactly is this secret realm? Also, I see how our car is getting farther and farther away from Jiangqing? And it's still entering towards the deep mountains? Looking out the car window, Han Ning was also curious. Away from the city, the outside can be an area where ferocious beasts are active. Very dangerous for martial artists. Although Han Ning had already reached the level of a half-step sovereign, there were similarly half-step sovereigns among the ferocious beasts. Even stronger. The secret realm appears randomly. This time it's outside of Jiang City, 300 kilometers away from the high-level ferocious beast area. Thanks for not being in the ghost level, dragon level area, or else there's no way for any of us to go. Ghost level, the dragon level area, is far above the advanced areas, but at the same time it is the furthest away from the city. Secret realms appear in randomized locations, and this time it was within the advanced area. Even though it's in an advanced area, both the military and the Martial Arts Academy have been jointly mobilized to ensure safety. But with the opening of the secret realm, there will also be ferocious beasts running in, plus the danger within the secret realm itself. Qin Qingruo explained, and also gave Han Ning a general understanding. After entering the secret realm, Everyone will be randomized to different locations, so the beginning is the most dangerous time, so be careful. Chen Qingruo spoke clearly, but Han Ning was even more curious about the secret realm. Since the recovery of the aura, martial artists and ferocious beasts had appeared one after another, and this secret realm was even more marvelous. Hanning was a newcomer to the threshold and didn't know much about too many things. It's also good to know what it's like inside the secret realm, in the end. The car traveled for 5 days. Caravans also converged from all directions, from all martial arts academies. The opening of the secret realm was a matter of great importance, and all of the first-class martial arts academies of Great Xia had teams going there. On top of that, there are those lineages, some sects. Essential, of course, are the offshore forces lurking in there. Advanced region, Beastwalker Mountain. This place was a certain mountain within the advanced area, and it was also the place where the secret realm was opened. There was still some time left before the opening of the secret realm, but this place was already filled with martial artists. Their number, already in the thousands. Just as he arrived at the place and got off the bus, Han Ning saw various military airplanes, as well as people from the army surrounding the entire area. Let's go! The Martial Academy teams will all gather together. Even though there is a patriarch-level powerhouse leading the group, the danger here is still not to be underestimated. The vice president said, leading the Jianbei team all the way forward. In no time, Han Ning saw a few familiar faces. It was the same few old deans who had fought together for Han Ning after the test in the first place. Han Ning also didn't expect that a secret realm opening could actually attract so many sect-level powerhouses. Since the recovery of the aura, for more than a year, the sect master-level powerhouses had basically just stood on one side, and rarely had so many sect master-level powerhouses converged. Jianbei's finally here. Hanning is here too? Chapter 50. The bad old man is very bad. As soon as these words came out, in an instant, the deans of all the major martial arts academies came over. It directly surrounded Han Ning. Looking at this one old man with familiar faces, Han Ning was also a bit embarrassed. When the time came to pull the strings, they put down a lot of money. It was only a pity that Han Ning ended up choosing the Jiangbei First Martial Arts Academy. Han Ning, if you're not used to staying in Jiangbei, come to our Heavenly Mansion Martial Academy. We have divine machine martial techniques. Go, to come, that's also our South Sea Martial Academy. For a while, a few old men got together and started fighting again. However, Vice President Liu shielded Han Ning with one hand. Gentlemen, calm down. Han Ning is now my Jianbei student, and furthermore, my Jianbei has invested in his Han Tang. Oh right, I forgot to say that this time the secret realm quota was not given to him specifically by the dean, but rather Han Ning relied on his strength to fight for it. Nowadays, his strength is already at the half-step sect master realm. Accompanied by Vice Dean Liu's words, in an instant, several old deans instantly exclaimed in shock. What? Half-step sovereign? My goodness, it's only been a month, right? It's actually reached half-step sect master? Damn, Jiangbei really got lucky! For a while, the deans of several martial arts academies spoke in succession, and the commotion directly attracted people from all the major martial arts academies present. Those who can come here are all overly strong or have background stature. Now that the deans of several first-class martial arts academies and several sect master-level powerhouses were exclaiming at the same time, it naturally attracted extra attention. Looking at the fuss they were making, Han Ning was also rather speechless. Each one of them is already of the age of Olden. How come they are still so immature and unsteady? There's no look of stability at all. Ahem, I say several deans, even if you're happy for me, you don't have to be so loud, right? I'm going to enter the secret realm later. You guys are clearly pulling hate on me, aren't you? Han Ning was powerless to spit out the fact that a few of them old guys, each one of them highly respected, were staggering around here to a student of theirs. And talk about it. This other martial arts academy's people heard about it, and after going into the secret realm, they mustn't have to find themselves to try it, right? Ahem, accidental accident. The Heavenly Mansion Dean coughed repeatedly, then looked at Han Ning with a satisfied expression. Not bad this time when you go into the secret realm, maybe when you come out, you'll be able to become a patriarch. At that time, join the Martial Alliance and we'll introduce you. Oh yeah, and that Han Tang or whatever it is you have, we at the Heavenly Mansion Martial Arts Academy also invest in it. Just a few minutes of normalcy, and the group of old men were buzzing again. Han Ning looked at Vice President Liu with a speechless expression. Seeing Han Ning's gaze, Vice President Liu also understood and hurriedly asked Chen Qingru to take Han Ning to the side. After all, it's too flashy. Far away from a few old guys, Han Ning was considered breathable. Only, it was also obvious that people from other martial arts academies were gazing over. I say, schoolteacher, are these old denizens suffering from Alzheimer's? This pits me. Han Ning spat, and Chen Qingru couldn't help but laugh. Actually, if they don't tell us, sooner or later someone will know. The time of the opening of the secret realms should be in these 2 days, so let's just rest and build up our strength. The camp was large, holding thousands of people. At the same time, there were people from the Daxia military making rounds to check back and forth, just to prevent any spies from outside the country from mixing in. In the Jiangbei camp, the group sat down to rest. As he watched them all begin to meditate and cultivate their qi and blood one by one, Han Ning was also curious. Senior sisters, this is going into the secret realm. There's no use for you guys to be busy cultivating at this moment, right? What do you know, the place where the secret realm appears, the aura is the most dense, several times more than usual. This is a good opportunity, don't you grab it yet. Entering the secret realm, although there is a chance to step into the sovereign, there aren't many of those chances. Seeing Chen Qingru say this, Han Ning didn't say much. Cultivating qi and blood, others needed it, but he didn't need it. After all, a month of painstaking cultivation could not catch up with 10 days of his own extraction. Therefore, Han Ning simply lay down and huffed. When the group of people woke up from their cultivation and listened to Han Ning's gradual snoring, the group was directly confused. What is Han Ning doing? We're all in the same Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Academy. Shouldn't we be practicing hard at a time like this? Why is he even sleeping on it? This guy is a freak. Someone like Lu Yunzhou can suffer in his hands. We don't need to care about him. As the few people spoke, Chen Qingru and Qin Shui looked at Han Ning, but they were somewhat helpless. After all, cultivating here was simply a heavenly paradise that no martial artist would miss. But Han Ning looked like he didn't care, which was really helpless. Isn't that guy Lu Yunzhou? Why is he here too? Suddenly, outside the camp, a familiar figure came walking, and when Jiangbei's people fixed their eyes, they all froze. After all, Lu Yunzhou didn't get the quota, so it was reasonable that he couldn't come here. Even though the Lu family has a patriarch-level powerhouse, it's not yet qualified to enter as a side of the lineage, is it? Who knows? It could be climbing into some relationship. Discussions rose until Lu Yunzhou walked in, and at the moment, he had a lonely face and held his head high. There was absolutely no trace of the woeful state he was in when he was defeated earlier. Only Lu Yunzhou's eyes surveyed, and in a flash, he saw Han Ning lying on the side. Han Ning, you really dare to come to the secret realm? After entering the secret realm, there's no one who can protect you. I'll see how arrogant you are then. Lu Yunzhou was unceremoniously putting out harsh words, and the Lu family head was personally rejected at the door and even humiliated. Coupled with Lu Yunzhou's defeat, Han Ning and the Lu family now had no room for relief. Lu Yunzhou, what do you want to do? Don't forget that you are also a student of the Martial Academy. Besides, you're the one who's less skillful than the others, so is it possible that you still want to break the rules? Chen Qingru immediately got up, her cold eyes gazing at Lu Yunzhou. However, in the face of Chen Qingru's words, Lu Yunzhou did not take them to heart in the slightest. Everyone, seeing as we're all from the same martial arts academy, then I'll advise everyone that after entering the secret realm, whoever dares to help Han Ning will have to bear the consequences. But it's not just my Willow family that wants to deal with him. Lu Yunzhou spoke confidently, looking at Han Ning as if he was looking at a dead man. Although the Lu family is not compared to the famous family, but it is also a status and position, but one after another in the hands of a freshman loss of face. The Lu family wouldn't put up with this kind of thing. However, when Lu Yunzhou finished speaking, the scene also became quiet. Everyone was wondering if this Lu family was involved with that side of the force, even to the point of disregarding the face of the Martial Academy. But right at this moment, Han Ning's snoring became louder and louder, and the whole of Lu Yunzhou froze when he heard it. Did you think that Han Ning didn't even hear what you just said and threatened? Hanning! Lu Yunzhou was instantly enraged, and immediately shouted angrily. This commotion rang out, and Han Ning, who was originally asleep, woke up. Chapter 51. They're nervous, I'm into the goods. Who's barking? Han Ning opened his eyes and spoke with some impatience. It was not easy to have a place to sleep after 5 days of sitting in the car all the way. I was having a good time, but I was disturbed by a man. Han Ning's heart was also a bit uncomfortable up. This scolding sound rang out, and each one of them also looked at each other in disbelief. Only Qin Qingruo directly laughed out loud. The awkward scene came to an abrupt end along with Qin Qingruo's laughter. Only then did Han Ning come back to his senses, and looking at Lu Yunzhou, who already had an angry face, he felt even more curious. What's going on here? Han Ning got up and inquired, while Lu Yunzhou had long since gritted his teeth in anger. To restate it again would only make you look more like a fool. Now that he hadn't entered the secret realm yet, even though Lu Yunzhou was furious, he could only endure it. Han Ning, we'll see in the secret realm. Lu Yunzhou coldly threw down a sentence, and then angrily left. Only a bewildered Han Ning was left behind. Has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? I thought he didn't have a spot. Han Ning had a curious look on his face, while Qin Qingruo began to explain. The Lu family should have hitched their wagon to some of the worldly families and sects, and that's how they got a spot to come in. In short, they'll come after you, so be careful when you go in. Hearing Qin Qingruo's words, Han Ning didn't take them to heart. There are thousands of people coming here, what can he, a Lu Yunzhou, do even if he has help? Besides, one wouldn't really be stupid enough to run to him. Boosting strength and getting in the goods, that was the goal of this secret world. Don't bother with him for now, let's cheer up, the secret realm may open at any time. Qin Qingruo reminded that not only Jiang Bei, but almost everyone from the first-class martial arts academies stood in a line. Apart from the martial arts academy, those who came here were also some of the great Xia's lineages, as well as some sects. The so-called sects are those that still existed before the revival of Aura, such as Wudang, Longhu Mountain and so on. Everyone was waiting for the secret realm to open, and Han Ning was bored. The next day, Han Ning got up early in the morning, looked at this large camp, but it is crowded with people, and the outermost part of the army stationed. Want to take a walk cannot be done. He was looking up, when suddenly his feet trembled violently, and the whole mountain shook terribly. A moment that startled everyone. Quickly, get ready! The secret realm is about to open! Soon the voice rang out and everyone perked up. The shaking that resembled a small earthquake continued, and what followed was a sudden surge of patches of mist that engulfed one individual after another. That's what it looks like when the secret realm opens. Han Ning looked down curiously, not expecting the opening of the secret realm to be such a sight. Make it look like the end of the world. That's right, the Misty Link is the secret realm, Han Ning, don't worry a bit, we were all randomly teleported in. You may be around other people by then. Entering the secret world. Before Qin Qingru finished speaking, she was engulfed by the mist that filled over, and her voice came to an abrupt end. Before Han Ning could react, he was already wrapped in the mist. In the next moment, only a horrible sense of weightlessness was felt sweeping over him. The mist in front of him gradually receded, and what was presented was an unprecedented scene. The mountains and rivers were beautiful and green, and there were even boulders and hills floating up in the air, and even waterfalls flying down, as well as various buildings. In this place, the richness of the aura was extremely terrifying, and one could feel the surge in qi and blood values just by breathing. This is the secret place. After landing, Han Ning was also marveling at the fact that, when it was said to be a secret realm, this was completely a side of heaven and earth. Moreover, the trees around them kept swaying as if they had new life. Like ferocious beasts, even if they were vegetation, they had a chakra value and were in danger. The secret realm is really different, everyone, let's all get together. As Han Ning sighed, a voice came from behind him as well. Turning to look, he saw several people walking out one after another, looking at their dress, wearing school uniforms, the clothes clearly carried the word Tianfu. This student, you're Han Ning, right? Before Han Ning could say anything, a few people from the other side walked forward. Putting on a smile, he said, "Hello? You guys know me?" Han Ning was curious. He hadn't come into contact with anyone from the Heavenly Mansion Martial Academy other than the Dean. "Of course we know each other. Before coming in, the Dean gave special orders that if we bumped into you, we should take care of you a bit more, so that we could take care of each other. Besides, I'm afraid that all the major martial arts academies are familiar with you now." At the beginning of the several Deans' reactions to sayings, all fools could see that Han Ning was extraordinary. Could make a couple of Deans that poised. "My name is Wu Fei, Half-Step Sovereign. Several of us are students of the Heavenly Mansion. You can join us if you wish." Wu Fei extended an invitation, and Han Ning didn't refuse. I just didn't expect those old men to take such good care of themselves. This is something that Han Ning really didn't expect. "Let's go. It's not safe in this forest. These are all tree demons. I just came and tested them. At least the chi and blood values are all above 6,000. Wu Fei held the instrument in his hand. This type of instrument was used to test chi and blood values. Apparently it's practical inside the secret world. Just these trees alone had a chi and blood value of 6,000, thus showing that there would be just as many dangers inside this secret realm. "Senior Wu Fei, what treasures are in this secret realm? These tree demons will have materials too, right?" Han Ning followed the group and was also curious to inquire. He didn't know much about the secret realm, and now that he was scattered with Jiang Bei's team, Han Ning too wasn't in a hurry to find it. After all, this place is so big that it's not easy to find. "Of course, there are a lot of treasures inside the secret realm, but these things you're talking about aren't actually very useful to us. Compared to the real treasures inside the secret realm, these things will only be a waste of time," Wu Fei explained instantly. In his heart, he was very curious about Han Ning. To be able to make the Dean pay so much attention, or to reach half-step sect master in a month's time. How capable is such a person? Thinking of this, Wu Fei also got some ideas to see how strong Han Ning was. "Senior Han, the most valuable thing inside the secret realm is about the treasure that can promote you to the level of a Grand Master, the Bodhi fruit. However, Bodhi fruit is hard to find, and there are not many of them, and they are guarded by ferocious beasts within the secret territory. It's very difficult to get it." As Wu Fei talked about it, Han Ning was looking forward to it. "Bodhi fruit? Is it hard to believe that if you take it, you'll definitely be able to reach Songshi? Besides this, what else is inside the secret realm?" Han Ning pressed on, desperate to figure out what was valuable here. "Then take as many out as you can. That way Han Tang's development wouldn't be a concern." "That's a lot. The secret realm will also contain martial arts, weapons, and so on, as well as all sorts of treasures that contain aura chi and blood. However, most of them are guarded by ferocious beasts. Besides, there are thousands of people entering the secret realm this time, and the competition between the martial artists will only become more intense. Robbing people horizontally is the most basic guideline. Especially in a place like the secret realm, where profit is driven by." Chapter 52. I'm serious about buying goods. In Wu Fei's mouth, Han Ning was considered to have a general understanding of the secret realm. Within the Great Summer, there had already been a precedent for the opening of the secret realm, and Wu Fei and the others were judging based on the experience summarized by their past predecessors. As for Han Ning, martial skills and Bodhi fruit like this would obviously be everyone's target, and the competition was fierce. With his own strength of having just stepped into a half-step sovereign, it wasn't practical to try to compete. Might as well find a way to get more other babies. The party walked on, and soon passed through the woods, presenting, on their face, a small grove of fruit trees. The fruit on the tree was crystal clear, and there was a blood color surging within the fruit, making it look particularly enticing. "This is blood-based fruit. I didn't expect us to be so lucky with so many blood-based fruits." Looking in front of him, a dozen or so trees with a wide array of fruits were particularly eye-catching. Han Ning looked on, equally curious. "Blood-based fruit? What is it?" "Solidifying the essence, it can make the chi and blood values pure and also raise the chi and blood values. Although it's not much, it's a great tonic. Everyone, although we come from a martial arts academy, there are also ferocious beasts guarding this place, so let's each rely on our own abilities next." Forming a team was merely to prevent martial artists from other forces, but when it came to encountering treasures, everyone still fought on their own. As soon as Han Ning heard this, he burst out laughing. Since it's every man for himself, he has nothing to feel guilty about. I was thinking that I knew them, so I would take care of them more or less. Do it! Now that it was just a few of them, even if there were ferocious beasts guarding the place and a few half-step sect masters were present, they would be able to take down these blood-based fruits without any problems. With Wu Fei's voice ringing out, in an instant, everyone went out, straight to the fruit grove. However, the moment several people approached the fruit grove, a huge vine poked out from the ground like an octopus tentacle, sweeping towards them. These vines only have 7,000 chi blood values. Everyone don't stay back. Wu Fei led the way, going up and slashing. The rest of the group followed suit. Although it was only a vine with a chi and blood value of 7,000, it was a demon after all, and it was relatively terrifying in terms of defense. And there are so many of them that it is not easy to deal with them. As Han Ning watched, he immediately took a step out, and shrinking ground into inch was unceremoniously executed, and by virtue of the burst of thunder chi and blood, these vines instinctively avoided when they touched the thunder chi and blood. This instead allowed Han Ning to rush straight inside the fruit forest in the easiest way possible. Thunder is supposed to represent destruction and can be considered a natural enemy of vegetation. As for Han Ning, with a chi and blood value of 8,000 and a half-step sovereign, these vines naturally couldn't stop them. I go! Han Ning went over? This speed of his is also too fast, the vines actually can't stop him. Looking at Han Ning, who had already started picking the fruits, Wu Fei's few people were also startled. But as he watched Han Ning already frantically collecting fruits, Wu Fei was also anxious and no longer stayed his hand. A powerful slash was swung out, instantly breaking through the vines. By the time a few people arrived, Han Ning had already gleaned all the fruit from the 3 trees. Seeing this, Wu Fei's few people also hurriedly made their move, fearing that if they were a step slow, they would be lost to Han Ning. Half an hour later, there were only a few leaves left swaying in this fruit grove, and the original reddish fruits had long since disappeared. Gee, the harvest is full. The secret realm really is a good place. Han Ning weighed his storage bag, lest he had picked a few hundred fruits. You could say it's a big money maker. Senior Han, this strength of yours isn't simple. You've just stepped into a half-step sect master, and your speed is so terrifying, and it's still a lightning attribute. No wonder Dean and the others have their eyes on you. Wu Fei stepped forward and spoke, although he hadn't seen Han Ning make a move, but just the burst of chi and blood, and the speed, was already surprising. Of course, what surprised Wu Fei the most would be Han Ning's bandit-like actions. He took half of this piece of fruit by himself. Hey, it was just a fluke. Senior, let's keep moving. There are a lot of good things in this secret realm. If we let people grab them all first, it won't be worth it. Han Ning urged, then also took out a blood-based fruit and directly ate it. This is a fruit that has never been eaten before. After a mouthful of this, the changes in the chi and blood in the body were very obvious. Not only that, the energy brought in also allowed the great diffusion star and the ancient body of the heavenly demon to speed up their progress at the same time. Go! The group didn't tarry any longer. It was nice to be able to come in and have something to show for it. In the secret realm, although there are treasures, the danger will not be less. Just gone for a while. Wu Fei and his party stopped in their tracks. Wait, the instrument detected a large number of fluctuations in chi and blood values in the vicinity. Wu Fei was on guard, thinking that he had run into an ambush by other martial artists. Looking at the instrument in your hand is like radar. It was modified over through technology after the aura was revived. This chi and blood value fluctuation is also too much, although it's not strong, it's quite a lot. Just as Wu Fei finished his words, he saw a dense pack of wolves instantly rush out from the forest in front of him. The number was staggering, and as far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds. Crap! Fierce beasts in the secret realm, the lowest blood value of these wolves is 5,000. Hurry up! Wu Fei just glanced at it, and no longer hesitated, but simply turned around and left. Although the wolves' chi and blood values were not high, there were many of them, and this was after the recovery of the aura. The wolves were more ferocious, and with teamwork, they could not be hard fought, even if they were encountered at the Zhongshu level, and there were too many of them. A few people scattered their legs and ran, but the wolves had already set their sights on them. The wolves are out and about, and they are extremely fast. Although the chi and blood values were not high, and none of them had reached the half-step zone sure, the crushing of the number of people was scary just by looking at it. Besides, on Han Ning's side, he and Wu Fei were the only two who were half-step sect masters. There's no way to resist. The group of people ran up wildly, but the wolves' pursuit was getting closer and closer. There had even been wolves biting up, forcing them to return fire. Don't stop. It's okay to take a few wounds, but don't let them form a siege. Wu Fei made a continuous sound, and Han Ning retreated while looking back and surveying. I say, let's split up. It's too big a target to get together. It's better to spread out. So many people running together are sheep in the eyes of the wolves. The only way to escape is to spread out your target and distract yourself. Yes. Wu Fei agreed in one bite, and several people immediately began to disperse, but at the same time, the wolves' pursuit still did not abate. The wolves had spread out a bit as a result, but there were still quite a few wolves for each of them to face. Behind Han Ning, the same dozens of wolves followed. What a pain in the ass, but these chakra values aren't high, but they can still serve as rations, right? Han Ning took stock as he ran. Got a lot of fruit, but that's all to take out. You can't eat fruit all the time when you're in the secret realm. At the thought of this, Han Ning's frantic pace came to a halt. Just as he turned around, he saw the wild wolf that was running at the front of the pack slam into Han Ning's body at once. Han Ning's sharp braking caused the wolves in hot pursuit behind him to fail to react for a moment, and crashed hard. Chapter 53, An Encounter with the Maoshan Sect? A sharp break nearly sent the coyote crashing into the bird. Thanks to Han Ning's quick eyes and hands, he was able to blast away with a timely punch. After all, this was a ferocious beast, not an ordinary coyote. Looking at the dozen or so wild wolves in front of him with less than 8,000 chi blood value, Han Ning grinned and immediately took a step out, directly casting Heavenly Demon Ancient Body. Started fighting each other in a physical way. This condition was the most suitable for exercising the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body, and thus, Han Ning did not delay in the slightest. While killing, he enjoyed the surge in his chi and blood values. In battle, the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body obviously progressed a bit faster, and hammered away at close combat in the best way possible. Han Ning's half-step sect master strength, combined with his thunder chi and blood, as well as the strength of his martial skill Heavenly Demon Ancient Body, wherever he passed, there were corpses everywhere. It was a pity that the original team had been dispersed by the wolves after dispersing, and now Han Ning could only walk alone in the secret realm. But it's nice to find out that you don't have to split the treasure with anyone. After all, Han Ning's purpose this time was to come in for goods. After getting some wolf meat for rations, Han Ning made his way over towards the center of the secret realm. That place, the place where the Bodhi fruit and martial skills appeared, was also the goal of all the martial artists who entered the secret realm. Of course, martial arts Han Ning does not want to. Bodhi fruit scramble inevitably also understand, if you can get, Han Ning naturally will not ink. Crossing over the wolves, without realizing it, Han Ning walked within the sand. The environment within this secret territory could be described as ecologically perfect, with mountains, hills, deserts, dense forests, and everything in between. It took 2 days to walk all the way. Of course, Han Ning hadn't been idle in the past 2 days, killing the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way and collecting materials. Unfortunately, it didn't come across any treasures. In the desert, Han Ning continued on, and hadn't been walking for long when he heard noisy voices. Listening carefully, there was even Qin Qingruo's voice coming through. Aren't you Maoshans too unreasonable? This ancient corpse blood essence is all hijacked by you guys. It was clearly defeated by us joining forces together. Why don't you share it with us? Think our Jiangbei #1 martial arts academy is easy to bully? Hearing the commotion, Han Ning also quickened his pace. The moment. A depression in the desert. Chen Qingruo, Chan Hu, and even Qin Shui were there, leading a few students from other martial arts academies, and were confronting a group of people dressed in Taoist robes. Jie, so what if you guys made a move? There's not even a half-step sovereign, and you can't put up much effort. Besides, this ancient corpse blood essence is most useful for the secret arts of my Maoshan school, and there's no use for you guys to take it. The leading Maoshan disciple had a sneer on his face, a look of clear domination. It's a rule that martial artists rob each other horizontally. To be strong is to have a voice. Even though Qinqingru was furious, what the other party said was the truth. It's just that it's not nice to have something good taken away from you like that. What Moshan moking, since we're cooperating, the stuff should be shared equally. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Qinqingru's few people turned around violently, only to see Han Ning walking out with a smile on his face. Hanning? How did you find it? As soon as Han Ning appeared, Qinqingru instantly smiled. With Han Ning around, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage this time around. Of course it's because I heard school sister's loud voice. Han Ning joked, only just after this was said, Qinqingru pinched Han Ning's arm. To even dare to snark on senior sister, you don't have a lot of guts. Being pinched by Qinqingru like this, Han Ning also grimaced in pain. Even though he was a martial artist and had a body-refining martial skill like the heavenly demon ancient body, Han Ning wasn't defensive towards his acquaintances. And Qinqingru was really getting down to business. While watching Han Ning and Qinqingru play around, Qin Shui, who was on the side, had a dark face. He didn't even dare to go up and say hello to Hanning. However, at the moment, Han Ning's attention was not on Qin Shui. Rather, they were very curious about what they were fighting over. Senior sister, what are you guys robbing? I didn't hear it too well when I came over just now. Han Ning returned to the topic and inquired curiously. Qinqingru seemed to have known that Han Ning would ask, so she simply responded as well. An ancient corpse with blood essence in its body is of great benefit to martial artists. Refining even a single drop of it can raise the qi and blood values by quite a bit. It's just a pity that Maoshan's people bully us at will on the basis that they have a half-step sect master. Little Ning Ning, they're bullying school sister. Qinqingru said, her sandbag-sized fist directly pounding on Han Ning's chest. Looking at Qinqingru like this, Han Ning was also taken aback. Ahem, don't worry, senior sister, I'll grab the stuff back. Han Ning hurriedly took a stand and was busy distancing himself from Qinqingru. This school sister, obviously looking hot and moving, but her nature is straightforward, and now she is pretending to be pampered. The back and forth is just too scary. Han Ning was really a bit overwhelmed. The Maoshan school, right? Hand over the ancient corpse and I can let you leave safely. Han Ning didn't think much about it and stepped forward, looking directly at the few Taoist priests from Maoshan. And this, too, was the first time Han Ning had come into contact with a martial artist other than the Martial Academy Martial Alliance since he had become a martial artist. Maoshan, Daxia Ancient Sect, or a recovery before the existence of, just more is rumored in the TV novels above. After the revival of the aura, such as Maoshan and other sects with inheritance, they received the greatest benefits. Because of the underpinnings, many people were able to climb up quickly in terms of their blood values. It was precisely for this reason that the various large sects within the Great Xia territory now had a strong foundation. Che, a brat, is there no one left in your Jianbei Martial Academy? If you want an ancient corpse, it depends on whether you have the ability. The Maoshan half-step sect master at the head was extremely arrogant, completely not putting Han Ning in his eyes. In the eyes of these sects, martial arts academies were just not in the league. So it was never on the radar either. Only to see the Maoshan martial artist raise his hand and wave it, a yellow paper talisman seal was suspended, and the moment his qi and blood surged in, there was actually thunder running through the talisman seal. The power is amazing. It did not lose out to pseudo-martial skills at all, and its power was even directly comparable to that of a martial skill. 5 Thunder Talisman, boom! With a cold cry, thunder ran out, heading straight for Han Ning. It was a ferocious attack, so it was evident that even though the other party looked down on Han Ning, their hands were by no means soft. Seeing his opponent's attack coming over, Han Ning didn't ink his hands and lifted them up. Instantly thunder qi and blood emerged. The surging aura was formed in an instant. Facing the attacking thunder, Han Ning did not hesitate to cast an ancient statue. The ancient statue was strengthened, and his arms blocked, allowing the thunder to bombard him, but he was unable to break through the ancient statue. As he watched Han Ning execute his martial skill, the Maoshan martial artist was instantly shocked. A student of this martial arts academy, who looked unassuming, was actually a half-step Zhongshe. And coming up with martial arts skills. So it's also a half-step sect master, no wonder he dares to be reckless. But you still don't know the difference between the martial artists of the sects and those of your martial academy, do you? I'll show you today. My Maoshan sect is no match for you. The Maoshan martial artist snorted coldly, and although he had seen that Han Ning was also a martial artist, he was not the least bit intimidated. Instead, the hand gestures were raised, and 3 talismanic seals were instantly presented. Chapter 54, Martial Technique Breakthrough. Repel the Maoshan martial artist. The 3 talisman seals rose up into the air, and with the chi and blood value boost, the talisman seals were connected to each other by a streak of thunder. The momentum is building. Subdue the demons and kill them, Thunder Edict! Along with the Maoshan martial artist's voice falling, the power of the 3 W talisman seals actually converged together, and the power that erupted from them was actually comparable to that of a martial arts technique. Thunder crisscrossed and formed thunder spikes in a flash, carrying an extremely terrifying power as it broke through the air. Seeing the shocking attack, Han Ning's mind was also puzzled. Why did this Maoshan martial artist have so many tricks up his sleeve? Among the martial artists that Han Ning had seen and fought, basically, aside from pseudo-martial skills, they all relied on fists and feet, or weapons to increase their means of attack. But this Maoshan martial artist, just by relying on the talisman to strike out more than one means. And the power was amazing, completely not losing to a pseudo-martial skill, and this move in front of him was even more similar to a martial skill. This puzzled Hanning. Hanning, don't gawk! This power is not small! At the back, Qin Qingrua watched and immediately reminded anxiously. Han Ning, on the other hand, was not the least bit flustered. With a single step, the thunder chi and blood under his feet generated a cyclone, and in an instant, the moment the thunder spikes arrived, Han Ning directly disappeared in place. Before the Maoshan martial artist could react, Han Ning had already bullied his way forward. How is this possible? How could you if you didn't go over to the half-step clan master? The Maoshan martial artist had an incredulous look on his face, simply not expecting Han Ning to have such horrifying tactics. Shrinking. With this kind of means, one can almost say that one can be invincible. The thunder spike parried, and the Maoshan martial artist was shocked. However, Han Ning wasn't interested in explaining it to him. The hand was like a star, gathering thunder into a nebula. The hand seemed to dance, and the next moment it violently probed out from the nebula. Bang! With a palm, a fist, and a falling star pick, the majestic thunder nebula instantly exploded in front of the Maoshan martial artist's chest. Only to see the Maoshan martial artist's figure fly out backwards. This sturdy attack and amazingly powerful. The burst of thunder chi and blood was even more amazing than his talismanic seal. Psst! The Maoshan martial artist could only feel the air and blood rolling around in his chest, and when he didn't hold back, he spat out blood. That force just now was truly amazing. It was actually nearly impossible to resist. Thunder chi blood? Humph, compare me to Ray? The Maoshan martial artist wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then held his hand seals and recited words under his breath. In a flash, thunder light streaked across his body, instantly transforming into a Thunder Man. Only to see the Maoshan martial artist arrow out, like a thunderous shadow, charging towards Han Ning. The speed was extremely fast, and between strikes, it brought up a thunderous thunderclap. Close combat? I'm not afraid. Han Ning was still worried that the second ancient statue of the heavenly demon ancient body wouldn't be able to coalesce, and what was lacking was actual combat. The earlier wolves weren't very effective, with too little gaming skill. The ancient statue presented itself, and Han Ning similarly stepped on the thunder and rushed out. The Maoshan martial artist transformed his fist into a palm, and actually clasped Han Ning's palm in his hand in the process. Shock! In an instant, thunder filled up in his palm, and with a cold cry, berserk thunder exploded in Han Ning's hands. Terrifying power raged, instantly causing Han Ning's face to change in pain. Fortunately, the ancient statue's defense was extremely strong, and this wave of raging thunder was instead absorbed by the flesh. It began to quench the flesh without stopping. But so! Again! Taking the next blow hard, Han Ning threw his punches faster and faster. Bang, bang, bang! On the desert, two thunder shadows intertwined and entangled, one faster than the other. Every time they collided, electricity flashed and yellow sand flew. And under one collision, the heavenly demon ancient body, stimulated by this oppression, also finally riveted enough energy to run towards the second meridian to impact. Again! Even though the two men's arms had already been scorched by the thunder long ago, they did not have the slightest intention of stopping. The chi and blood values were like boiling and kept bursting out. The great diffusion star skill within Han Ning's body was even more incessantly supplied. Bang! Another fist clashed, and Han Ning's second meridian slammed through. And in this instant, Han Ning's fleshly body once again improved. The power skyrocketed and the thunder chi blood grew even stronger, directly punching the Mao Shan martial artist back out. The heavenly demon ancient body corresponded to the 8 strange meridians, and now that the second meridian was opened, the second ancient statue was also successfully condensed. This meant that Han Ning's power defense was now reduced to twice what it had been in the past. As this punch came down, the Mao Shan martial artist was clearly powerless to resist it. His body staggered back, and if it wasn't for his companion's timely support, he would have fallen to the ground. You guy, how come you're getting stronger the more you fight? Feeling the change in Han Ning's strength and chi and blood, this caused the Mao Shan martial artist to be puzzled, and at the same time, his heart was appalled. He had also just stepped into a half-step sovereign, and could sense that Han Ning was doing the same. But the collision between the two, the competition of chi and blood, and various other aspects, Han Ning completely suppressed himself. Han Ning looked at the other party's horrified appearance, and immediately snorted. I can accompany you to fight all day. If you are sensible, take your people and get out, this ancient corpse belongs to us. Han Ning wasn't polite, but he didn't really lay his hands on him either. The other party is also a half-step sect master, really to the moment of desperation. Who is stronger or weaker is not yet known. Moreover, the other party was from the Mao Shan sect, and Han Ning was still unclear about these sects, so it was better to be cautious. We'll see. The Mao Shan martial artist had already sensed Han Ning's strangeness, and was unwilling to continue pestering him, so he could only endure the pain and leave the ancient corpse behind to leave. Watching the Mao Shan sect's people leave, Han Ning was also relieved. Fighting this Mao Shan martial artist was even more exciting and stressful than Lu Yunzhou back then. Han Ning, not bad, a half-step master of Mao Shan can be evenly matched. But the other party obviously has some concerns, or else if the talisman seals were really flying all over the place, you wouldn't be able to carry them. Qin Qingru rushed forward and patted Han Ning on the shoulder, excitement on her face. Once the Mao Shan sect people leave, this ancient corpse is theirs. Come on, senior sister, let's just sort out the blood essence of this ancient corpse first, and bring the rest of the matter to a later time. Han Ning immediately interrupted Qin Qingru. This good thing has just arrived, naturally, it is important to divide it up in a hurry. Otherwise, it's too late. You're such a money grubber! Qin Qingru didn't have the good sense to blankly stare over, but she didn't avoid it either. Ancient corpse blood essence needs to be refined. This ancient corpse is well preserved. It should be able to refine quite a lot, at least about 20 drops, right? 20 drops? Once he heard the number, Han Ning also looked at the remaining few people. Other than Han Ning, there were a total of 5 of them, Qin Qingru. I'll tell you what, 2 drops for each of you, and I'll take the rest, is that okay? Han Ning instantly made his assignments, and Chang Hu on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened. Knowing Han Ning as a person, he naturally knew this approach of Han Ning. You guys, it's really... Qin Qingru was powerless to spit out the fact that she had just estimated it, and this guy had already assigned it. The others were also looking at Han Ning with bated breath, and the implication was very clear. Han Ning was also a little embarrassed by their looks. Ahem, schoolmates, as you all know, I'm an orphan, all alone, and now I have Han Tang to support, so it's too hard for me. Get, just do as you say. Qin Qingru hurriedly interrupted with her exit, fearing that Han Ning would start chanting. Chapter 55, The Origin of the Secret World, This is the Ancestor? Han Ning opened his mouth and began to sell misery, The words were said in a perfect way, but also gave people a feeling of weeping. It made Qingqinghua feel a little embarrassed. If they let Hanning talk any longer, they might have to say something else. Anyway, it was also relying on Han Ning to get the ancient corpse back from the Maoshan sect's hands. They wouldn't have a problem with Han Ning taking the lead. Hey, senior sister, how do you refine blood essence with this? Hanning rubbed his hands together in anticipation. It was only the baby that turned him on. Inside the secret realm, there were all sorts of exotic treasures that were of great benefit to martial artists, and were equally valuable. This trip to the secret realm was simply a heavenly opportunity for Han Ning. It's usually refined with the fire attributes qi and blood values, and the lightning attribute is also fine. You're the only one of us with the thunder attribute. So it's up to you to refine it. Qingqinghua began to explain it to Han Ning. The blood essence amongst the ancient corpses needed to be refined with bursts of energy, while the qi and blood were only suitable for the fire and thunder attributes after possessing their attributes. Han Ning raised his hand, and his thunder qi blood was instantly released, a streak of rushing thunder instantly wrapping around the ancient corpse. While refining, Han Ning also learned some sect news from Qingqinghua, as well as the situation of this ancient corpse. Maoshan is an offshoot of the Jingyi sect. They were able to borrow trace amounts of aura to utilize their means before the recovery of the aura, and after the recovery of the aura, it was even more drastically increased. So, those various talisman seals of theirs, some of their power is on par with pseudo-martial arts. There are a lot of sects entering the secret realm this time, and we might run into them again afterward, and they're all a bit more powerful than ordinary martial artists. In Qingqinghua's place, Han Ning sort of had a clear perception of these so-called. Previously, that martial artist from Maoshan had a very good strength, and if it wasn't for the breakthrough of the heavenly demon ancient body, which had broken through the second meridian, Han Ning wouldn't have been able to suppress the other party with any certainty. Besides, the real means of the other party had not been shown. If he really had to fight hard, Han Ning wasn't sure he could win. Senior sister, then inside this secret realm, why are there ancient corpses? I see there's some kind of palace or something. There's something odd about it. From the moment he entered the secret realm, Han Ning realized that something was wrong. Under the revival of aura, the outside world had indeed become dangerous even though it had bred ferocious beasts. But it was even more outrageous within the secret realm. According to the experts' investigation, it was basically determined that the secret realm is a relic of a certain era that once existed, which has resurfaced because of the revival of the aura. So the palace in here, everything, belongs to that era. As Qingqinghua finished speaking, Han Ning's eyes widened at once. In that case? Then wouldn't this ancient corpse be someone's ancestor? I fucked his ancestors? Han Ning uttered these words with an odd expression, and hearing Qingqinghua's few people instantly rolled their eyes. You're so brainwashed, can't you think in the right direction? What if it's your ancestor? Qingqinghua also disliked her back nonchalantly, instantly causing Han Ning to become embarrassed. Ahem, senior sisters, you'd better guard your surroundings, this refining isn't that fast. Hanning hurriedly changed the subject. Refining the blood essence of ancient corpses was time-consuming and laborious, during which Han Ning hadn't been able to stop. Qingqinghua's few people nodded their heads and began to be vigilant in their surroundings. In case someone comes by, then they'll have lost the whole thing. Fortunately, the secret realm was so large that not everyone could run into each other, and thus, over the next 2 days, Han Ning was able to support himself for a full 2 days before he was able to refine the blood essence of the ancient corpse. Just as Qingqinghua had said, Han Ning had refined a full 20 drops of blood essence. Give them 2 drops each, and Hanning alone owns the rest. Total 10 drops of blood essence. Finally, the hustle is over. Sitting mummified for me for the last 2 days. Han Ning stood up and stretched his waist. Sitting in meditation like this, and having to concentrate on refining, the consumption of one's mental energy was enormous. Hard work. It's not a wasted effort this time, with these blood essences. After absorbing and refining them, it will be a huge boost to our chi and blood values. Maybe we can enter the half-step sect master as well. Excitement throbbed on Qingqinghua's face. Qi and blood value boosts were already very difficult for them. To raise 100 qi blood value, it often required a month of hard training to get it. But now they have blood essence, which helps them a lot. Senior sisters, then you guys seize the time to refine it. One more strength inside this secret realm is one more safeguard. I'll guard you. Han Ning was also dry, Chen Qingruo and the others elevated, which was also beneficial to Han Ning, and after that, when they came across the treasure again and needed to fight for it, they would have a little more power. Good. Chen Qingruo's few people didn't hesitate, both Shi and Chang, whose qi and blood values were over 7,000, which wasn't too far from the 8,000 qi and blood values of a half-step sovereign. Now this ancient corpse blood essence was a great tonic for them. It's natural to jump at the chance. A few people sat down and began to take the blood essence, while Qin Shui, who was on the side, was a bit overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. From the moment she entered the secret realm, Qin Shui ran into Qin Qingruo and the girls. The other party was because of Qin Shui's father, as well as Qin Shui's status as a student of the Martial Arts Academy, which was why he had been staying with her. Otherwise, with her qi and blood value, within this secret realm, if she casually encountered a ferocious beast, she would surely die. After all, the ferocious beasts within the secret territory had a minimum qi and blood value of 3 to 5,000. It was simply not something Qin Shui could handle. Qin Shui, you also grabbed the refining. Also, this is the blood-based fruit. It's good for fixing the root and cultivating the vitality, and it's best for those who don't have a high qi and blood value to use. Han Ning looked at Qin Shui on the side, and could also tell that she wasn't quite able to fit in here. In the world of martial artists, strength is honored, and looks and other things are only secondary. After all, with great strength, what kind of woman doesn't have one? Qin Shui is clearly not the one who is sought after by millions of people today. However, in the way of Uncle Yang, Han Ning would still take care of her. As she watched Han Ning take out the blood foundation fruit and allow herself to refine it again, Qin Shui didn't slow down a bit for a while. Oh. Well. Thanks. Qin Shui responded in a somewhat frazzled manner, for a moment actually looking a bit flustered, not knowing what else to say. Han Ning didn't think too much of it, but instead, he was on the sidelines, alerting the surrounding area. Calculating carefully, it had been almost 10 days since he had entered the secret realm. In another day or two, the system will be able to settle the qi value. Breathing in the secret realm is different from the outside world. After all, the aura inside the secret realm was rich, and the growth in qi and blood values should not be small. What Han Ning was most looking forward to at the moment was the system's settlement. Strife began to present itself in the secret realm, with one sect jockeying for position among the forces, as well as those spies lurking outside the country becoming active. On the other hand, Han Ning's few people, who were far away from the strife, enjoyed a brief moment of silence. For 2 days in a row, Chen Qingruo and the girls also finished refining one after another. The qi and blood values increased rapidly, directly raising to half-step sovereign. Chapter 56, Moneylender? This is thrift. Blood essence is really good. Chan Hu and I have also stepped into half-step sect masters now. You don't have to be afraid to run into the Maoshan sect again afterward. Chen Qingruo got up, her entire body refreshed. If it wasn't for this secret realm, where they had encountered the blood essence, there would be no way for them to complete their breakthrough in such a short period of time. Directly stepping into a half-step clan master. That's the key. Resources are indeed better than hard work sometimes. And a lot of civilian martial artists don't have access to that in their entire lives. I've also boosted, and now I have about 6,000 qi values. On the side, Qin Shui also got up with a face full of excitement, and with the blood essence, as well as the blood-based fruit that Han Ning had given her, she had directly raised to 6,000 qi and blood values. It was a big leap for her. Very nice. Since everyone's finished, we should get moving, or else all the treasures in this secret realm will be snatched away by others. Han Ning had been itching for the past 2 days, and when he thought of the many treasures in the secret realm, if he didn't have a wholesale purchase once, he felt a blood loss. The team's strength was now greatly increased, which helped tremendously in the subsequent fight for the treasures. Go! Chen Qingruo Chang, who was also nervous and energetic, and the group packed up and went over towards the depths of the desert. Only by crossing the desert was it considered barely close to the center of the secret realm. And the closer one gets to the center of the secret realm, the more dangers one encounters. Although the same treasures will appear, there are definitely a lot of dangers that come along with them. Han Ning, why don't you use blood essence? With your talent, if you use the blood essence, you might be able to reach the Grand Master level. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those half-step sect masters from the major martial arts academies are all running towards this goal. Road. Qin Qingru looked at Han Ning and asked curiously. Everyone had refined the blood essence and used it to enhance their strength, but Han Ning had not. In response, Han Ning spread his hands. I'm not like you guys. Han Tang is too weak right now, so of course it's better to bring these good things back. As for myself, I've reached half-step sovereign anyway, so there's no need to waste it. The higher the chakra value, the less the blood essence can achieve. Thus, there was no need for Han Ning to waste time refining the blood essence. Anyway, with the respiratory system in place, you can extract it every 10 days. This was something that could not be compared to countless blood essences for Han Ning. And now, Han Tang needs to develop and needs these things even more. Come on, you're just being a miser. Being so stingy with yourself, but quite attentive to Han Tang, do you not want to create a superpower? Qin Qingru spat breathlessly, having seen Han Ning's miserly stance many times before. When they had first encountered each other in the ferocious beast area, Han Ning had shown it to the fullest. The genius is beyond compare. It's not impossible. When Han Ning heard this, he just casually said that founding the Han Tang was not his original intention, but was only facilitated by chance. But now that he had, Han Ning also wanted to have a power of his own. Or a dependency of one's own. After the revival of the aura, ordinary people could only be at the bottom, working in the service industry. Even professions that were once all kinds of high-end have become bottom tier by now. Therefore, martial artists were the only way out, and a necessary path for Han Ning. Gee, seeing as you're so into it, I'm tempted to join. Little Ning Ning, do you think it's best if I have to be Han Tang's boss's wife if I join? Qin Qingru immediately hitched her hand forward, pretending to have a flirtatious look, and blew into Han Ning's ear one after another. And that big thunder was even rubbing against Han Ning, intentionally or unintentionally. It caused Han Ning to become bitter. Sister, don't fuck. You're holding me back from getting rich. Han Ning was also helpless. This Qin Qingru spilling her guts was indeed a bit intimidating. The key to this woman's body is really too good. A little seduction, a man will feel unable to resist. However, as Qin Shui, who was following behind, watched this scene, her heart brought up a different flavor. In terms of posture, in terms of figure, she was actually not much worse than Qin Qingru. However, the current her was relying on Han Ning to even raise her qi and blood values in order to do so. Even entering the secret realm relies on home. This made Qin Shui feel bad in her heart. Every time she thought back to her high school days and Han Ning's past, it was even harder in her heart. Even though she had made several overtures to Han Ning, she could no longer get any response from him. Some people, missing out is missing out. Qin Shui even regretted why she had rejected Han Ning in the first place. It was just a shame that she didn't have the guts to say these thoughts out loud. Without realizing it, the group had already approached the edge of the desert. Further on, the canyon landscape. The terrain is extremely complex with hills and cliffs and gullies. But even if one was just close to the edge, one could feel the thick flavor of qi and blood coming from within. Bloody hell. It also means there's an extreme amount of killing inside. Everyone cheer up, the lot in front of us is the closest to the center of the secret realm. It's also very dangerous. Half-step sovereign's ferocious beasts are feared. Qin Qingru put away her gesture of flirting with Han Ning and instantly became alert. Walking into the canyon, the smell of blood wafted out, and before a few people could react, they only heard a hissing sound. Look out! Han Ning's eyes shook, and he immediately pulled Qin Qingru back as soon as she was in front of him. It was also in the moment of returning that an attack instantly burst out from behind the boulder in front of him. It slammed hard in front of several people. This is a ferocious beast's attack? Everyone froze as they watched the attack appear just now, but before a few people could react, a ferocious beast appeared one after another around them. Huge in size and similar in appearance to a rhinoceros, but each one of them had a ferocious light in their eyes, which was extremely frightening. Looking at the chi and blood floating again, all of them were actually at 7,000 chi and blood values. We've been ambushed by a ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts in here are really not simple. The higher the value of the ferocious beast chi and blood, the more intelligence it possessed. After reaching 7,000 chi blood values, there was even no gap between them and normal people. Luckily there's no half-step sect master, kill it out. Chang Hu said, taking a step forward. His chi and blood values erupted, and his chi and blood carried a sense of heaviness. Standing Tiger's chi and blood attribute was earth, so it was the strongest in terms of defense. Chen Qingruo's chi and blood value attributes, on the other hand, belonged to the rare wind attribute. It was fast and powerful, similar to thunder, but without the terrifying destructive power and strength of thunder. 3 half-step patriarchs protected the front, while the rest were vigilant at the back. Do it! Han Ning landed with a bang, and in an instant, the 3 of them erupted out, and the several ferocious beasts came running wildly, coalescing a channel of energy from their bullhorns and continuously attacking towards the several people. Bang! Han Ning was the fastest and took the lead, directly colliding with a ferocious beast. With just one punch, Han Ning was actually even shaken back a few steps. Although the ferocious beasts were also repelled by Han Ning, it was clear that the strength of these ferocious beasts was not low. Chapter 57, Ambush at Mount Mao, a knot is formed. Good lord, these are really thick-skinned. Senior sister, do you know what these ferocious beasts are? What are their weaknesses? This level of defense was even more terrifying than the armored demonic ox that Han Ning had encountered in the fierce beast region back then. After all, the current Han Ning could be a half-step sovereign, which was fundamentally different from back then. I'm not sure about this. The ferocious beasts within the secret territory are from that previous era, but there are no records. I'm afraid that only those from the sects know about it. Chen Qingruo was also clueless at the moment. Having just reached half-step Zongshi, she had thought that she could still have a bit of scenery, but the 7,000 chi and blood value ferocious beasts that popped up all of a sudden had put them in a difficult situation. The feeling is, indeed, a bit stifling and uncomfortable. Then there's no way out. Pull out all the stops. Once Han Ning heard this, he also knew that he could only go hard. After all, 3 half-step sect masters, if they really wanted to explode, a 7,000 chi blood value ferocious beast still couldn't block it. Wind blade wild dance! Qin Qingruo leapt forward, the blade in her hand bursting out, and with the wind attribute chi and blood values, the wind blade that erupted became extremely violent. The wind attribute looks soft and has no killing power. However, when the wind coalesces together and moves at an extremely fast speed, the destructive power generated, the killing power is not low. Earth River Shock Cracker! At the same time, Chan, who was likewise exercising a pseudo-martial skill, his hands violently thrusting into the ground, lifting up several earth walls in an instant, directly and completely fending off the ferocious beasts that were impacting over. It was also at this time that Chen Qingruo's attack fell, instantly killing. The two worked together to easily tackle ahead. Han Ning also relied on his heavenly demon ancient body to directly engage in physical combat. With the second ancient statue, Han Ning's strength and defense had now increased to twice what it had been in the past. And this, in turn, gave him the capital to fight hard against the ferocious beasts. Hiss! Han Ning is awesome! He's directly fighting a ferocious beast? Good lord, that's horrible! Schoolmate Qin Shui, you said before that you have a marriage contract with Han Ning. This future husband of yours is really something. That's right, obviously we are 1 term younger, but this strength is simply heaven-defying. The remaining few people watched as Han Ning and the ferocious beast punched each other, not showing the slightest sign of backing off even when the ferocious beast's hooves slammed into their bodies. It was a sight to behold for them. That level of attack, if it landed on their bodies, it would definitely be either death or injury. But Han Ning was as unaffected as nothing. Qin Shui listened, but at the moment, her face was brought up with embarrassment, as she didn't know how to respond. Watching Han Ning struggle ahead while she could do nothing was not good for her heart. My engagement to him doesn't really count, it's all in my dad's and their own words. I went to high school with Hanning and he used to get good grades. Qin Shui said, only she didn't finish all of her words, but uttered part of them. As for her rejection of Han Ning, even to the point of mocking and humiliating her, Qin Shui simply didn't have the guts to say it, nor did she have the face to say it. You guys. Find the right opportunity to do it. Ahead, Han Ning's voice rang out, and Qin Shui's few people reacted, immediately casting their pseudo-martial skills one by one. Although they were not strong enough, they could similarly bring about considerable damage under the suppression of 3 half-step sect masters. Boom! Bang! The battle didn't last long, and in the span of 10 minutes or so, the few ferocious beasts were settled cleanly. The moment he stopped, Han Ning also let out a long breath. Han Ning could clearly feel that his heavenly demon ancient body was able to make a decent improvement after every battle. The strength of the physical body increased. This made Han Ning very satisfied with this effect. It was just a pity that the only thing the system boosted was the blood value. In terms of martial arts, Han Ning would have to rely on himself. It can be sorted out. I didn't expect us to be tossed around by a few ferocious beasts with 7,000 chi and blood values just after we reached half-step zone. Sure. Motherfucker, it's still bad luck. Chan, who was also panting, performing pseudo-martial skills one after another, was a great drain on the chi and blood values. And he, who had been responsible for defense, naturally sank under the most vicious attacks. It can't be helped, the ferocious beasts inside the secret realm aren't simple, it's just that. We just came in, how come we're surrounded? Strange, the people who came in before didn't see any bodies or anything. Qin Qingruo surveyed the surroundings. Clearly there were some footprints as well, but she just didn't see any traces. Except for their own fight just now. Sister, what is this? Just as Qin Qingruo was curious, Han Ning, who was currently taking materials from the ferocious beast, also spoke up. Looking at Han Ning, who didn't even care about resting and directly started collecting materials, Qin Qingruo also furiously rolled her eyes. When he was about to go up and dislike Han Ning for being a miser, he realized that Han Ning was holding a silver needle in his hand. Where did this come from? Qin Qingruo took it and her brows furrowed. Taken out of a ferocious beast, it's quite deep. I'm guessing a few others have as well. Han Ning also sensed that something was wrong, only that Han Ning was not aware of these things. This is a tactic of the Maoshan school. These guys, they are deliberately manipulating these ferocious beasts, just waiting for us to come in and let the beasts kill us. Qin Qingruo spoke in a cold voice, clearly having recognized these tactics. It was no wonder that the journey was originally safe and uneventful, and just after coming into the canyon, he was ambushed by the ferocious beasts. And it's all being manipulated by someone behind the scenes. Them again? Han Ning was also surprised. He just couldn't imagine that the Maoshan sect had so many tactics. Well, it's the way they used to drive corpses in the past, similar to the ones that drive corpses. These guys are upset that we robbed the blood essence. It's just a pity that they didn't realize that our overall strength has increased now, and they can't get us killed just by relying on this. Qin Qingruo was angry in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. That's how it is between martial artists, those who loot from across the board. Even if they have complaints and grievances, they can only rely on their strength to resolve them. That's quite a few tricks. Next time you run into one, just do them. Seeing as they have so many means, there must be treasures in their storage bags. Han Ning said with a firm face, with that look, not caring at all about being ambushed by them. Instead, he was more concerned about whether or not there were any treasures in their storage bags. You guys. Qin Qingruo was almost powerless to spit out Han Ning's style. However, since there was a grudge, it was natural to settle it cleanly. Let's go, these people are only controlling it remotely, the people are no longer here. I reckon there will be treasures up ahead, otherwise they wouldn't just let the ferocious beasts ambush them. Qin Qingruo said, and the few people continued to move. Gradually, as they went deeper, Han Ning and the others began to run into martial artists from other martial arts academies as well. The martial arts academies themselves were one, so it was only natural that they would converge together. It's just that the other martial arts academies aren't doing so well. Chapter 58, A Bold Plan. Deep in the canyon, when Han Ning's group arrived, they soon ran into martial artists from the major martial arts academies. Among them, there were also some from the Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy. Qingruo, you guys came over too. Did you run into any danger along the way? Looking at Qingqingruo's few people, one of Jiangbei's schoolmates also went up to inquire. This woman, Ji Yingying, was a junior in college and also in the same club as Qingqingruo. Luckily, something went wrong and I ran into someone from Maoshan. Why is everyone gathered here? Qingqingruo was also curious. Almost all the martial artists from all the martial arts academies were all here, adding up to hundreds of people. However, it was also evident that some martial arts academies had lost some of their manpower. Asking this, Han Ning also came over to listen. Only Ji Yingying said helplessly, "There is a relic inside the canyon, the relic's inside the secret realm. There are always just a lot of good things, it's just that it's being hijacked by all the major sects, and our martial arts academy people only have to wait for a while before they can go in. There have been a lot of clashes over this and a few deaths." As Ji Yingying finished speaking, Han Ning then noticed that each of the other martial academy martial artists had unwillingness on their faces. Obviously, there were treasures in the ruins in front of them, but they could only watch. It's a feeling that makes people uncomfortable inside. These sects are too overbearing. Isn't it obvious that they are bullying our martial academy? Qingqingruo's willow eyebrows wrinkled up. Her face was tinged with anger. But even though she was angry, there was nothing she could do about it. There were thousands of people coming in this time. There were quite a few people from the sects and the lineages, and they were the most ostracized from the martial arts academy. Naturally, he wouldn't let the people from the martial arts academy take advantage of the situation. So we're just going to watch them take over? Han Ning scratched his head. It was a bit of a shame to have a treasure, but not be able to do anything about it. That can't be helped. On our side of the martial academy, although there are quite a few half-step sect masters, compared to the sect families, the means are too singular. There are very few of them who can possess martial arts. Not to mention, they have a Zhongshu level powerhouse. On the side, a person from the South Sea Martial Academy stepped forward and spoke in more detail. Under the South Sea Martial Academy, Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e arched his hand, and Han Ning sized it up, but his eyes fell on the other party's storage bag. This storage bag was full, so there must be a lot of good stuff. Ahem, what's the approximate blood value of a clan master level powerhouse? Han Ning retracted his gaze and began to pursue the matter, counting the time. It was time for him to reach the system settlement. At that time, the blood value would certainly be able to increase significantly. Even if you can't reach the sovereign level, there's still the raffle in place, so you might be able to double it again. The breakthrough clan level is probably right around 11,000. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Han Ning's eyes also rolled up. To let go of the treasure and not take it is simply outrageous. He had come to buy goods, and if he didn't even move, Han Ning felt sorry for the storage bag he had prepared. Sister, I have an idea. People don't go in because they're afraid of clashing with the sect worlds, so we'll sneak in. Anyway, the place is so big, if it's really a treasure inside, they'll have to scramble up themselves, so let's take advantage of the chaos. As soon as Han Ning said that, Qingqingru instantly knew what he was thinking. The other party has a Zhongshu level. Even if they just stepped into the Zhongshu level, that's not something we can compare to. What's more, even if it's a half-step sovereign, there's just as much of a gap. You can't take a life for this greed for money, can you? Qingqingru was speechless. Obviously not supportive of Han Ning's approach. After all, this was the dragon's den. Compared to those ferocious beasts, it was the people from these sects and families that were the most troublesome. After all, when they got their hands dirty, they would never show any mercy. Not to mention the presence of offshore spies. I do think that Senior Han Ning has a good point. People die for money and birds die for food, and they're going to implode up themselves, so let's take some of it while we can. Gu Chang'e immediately spoke up, looking good at Han Ning's method. Looking at his storage bag full of looks, Han Ning knew that this guy had definitely collected a lot of good things along the way. At first glance, it's a money-grubbing family guy. Han Ning hated these money-grubbing and lustful people the most in his life. Ahem, Senior Gu has a good point. How about this, Senior Sisters, you guys wait outside, we'll go in and take a look. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Han Ning said, then glanced at Gu Chang'e, the two of them meeting for the first time, yet they appear to have a tacit understanding. A glance at each other reveals the stance of a fellow traveler. Before Qingqingru could respond, Han Ning and Gu Chang'e looked like old acquaintances, hooking shoulders as they passed towards themselves. Senior Gu, you have a bottom card, right? How else would you dare to enter the ruins? Senior Han, you're not simple either. I heard that you reached half-step sect master in the first month of your enrollment. There are quite a few means to protect your life, right? The two of them had a word for each other and began to test each other. Han Ning listened and immediately laughed. Senior, we're with each other. It's just that we don't know how to split it up when we go in. You're a senior, and I'm kind of a freshman, so seniors don't bully freshmen, do they? I was raised as an orphan. I haven't been clothed and fed since I was a child. I rely on myself for all my spending, and as you know, martial artists spend a lot. Han Ning opened his mouth and skillfully sold his misery, using the mold of claiming facts. However, Han Ning had thought that Gu Chunga was somewhat sympathetic, but who knew that this guy was even more shameless? I, as senior, it's really not that senior is cruel and heartless, it's just that I have parents on top who need to be supported, and a small group of pretty girls underneath, so this pocket is really tight. Hearing Gu Chunga's words, Han Ning was instantly speechless. This guy, too, is a city slicker. To be able to talk about something like a bevy of beautiful women as if you've been wronged. It's really hard for him, too. No wonder the cheek is so thick. So, 50-50? Cool. The two winked half a dozen times, and in one shot, they ran straight over to the ruins. At the back, Qingrou's few people watched the two go in, and immediately felt a bit strange. Qingrou, why do I get the feeling that these two people have a feeling of being in league with each other? They're not going to cause any trouble if they go in there, are they? I've heard of that Gu Chunga guy. He's infamous in the South Sea Academy. His hands are full of a bunch of pickpockets. These days, training martial artists to become pickpockets, this guy is also the first. Ji Ning said, clearly feeling that Gu Chunga was so quick to pull Han Ning into doing something, and was bound to have some impure intentions. But in reality, at this moment, Qingrou instead felt that both of them were not good people. Ying, don't worry, these two may not know who will suffer. As far as that miserly Han Ning was concerned, Qingrou didn't believe that Gu Chunga could take advantage of Han Ning. Instead, the greater concern was the danger of them going in. There were many people from the sects and families inside, at least a few hundred. Even if there was only one Zhongshu level, they would be in danger if they ran into it. Chapter 59. The Mutual Pit begins. Brother, save me! Canyon Ruins. Because the secret realm was a product of the previous era, and the ruins belonged to that era, in which the aura existed, the ruins, even if they looked dilapidated and were crossed by canyons. But even the bricks and mortar that flowed out carried a strong aura of aura. Not to mention the many treasures hidden within. Just after entering the ruins, the two began to be vigilant in their surroundings. Senior, don't you think it's a little strange? Why does it feel like there's less aura inside this relic than outside? This is inside the secret realm. Curious, Han Ning had just entered, and the absorption speed of the Great Diffusion Star technique became slow. And this made Han Ning realize that the level of aura inside wasn't very high. You can even discover this? It seems that the information I received was correct. You really have practiced martial arts. Martial skills sense aura most strongly, and according to you, that means there's a certain place inside the ruins that gathers aura. A place that can gather aura is bound to harbor treasures as well. When the words were spoken, the two men perked up. Keep going all the way. Not a moment later, an unexpected discovery was made in a side hall of the ruins. I'll go. This side hall is actually a medicine garden, so many spiritual herbs and medicines, and no one actually came to take them? Looking at the medicine garden in the courtyard of the side hall, Gu Chunga's eyes went straight. He was about to make a move, but was stopped by Han Ning. What's the hurry? Senior, those worldly families and sects are the ones who came in first. How could they let go of this good thing? Han Ning analyzed, even if the family sects were more powerful than the Martial Arts Academy, it would be impossible for them to have so many spiritual herbs and medicines, so how could they be willing to give them up? TSK, surely there are rats with guts that dare to come in. As soon as the words left his mouth, voices rang out all around him. In the next moment, 5 people appeared one after another, directly surrounding the two. Crap, you crow's mouth! Gu Chunga spat out as she watched the person appear. I didn't expect to be told by Hanning. This just came in, and before he even started to do anything, He was caught in someone else's trap, and it was really unlucky. Where the ruins are, martial arts academies and dogs are not allowed to enter. Now that you're here, you'll stay here and sleep long. The man at the head spoke in an arrogant tone, and the rest of the few people even lit up their respective weapons, their chi and blood values bursting out. All 5 of them were surprisingly half-step zonesure. And look at their dress, each different, obviously from different sects. I'm your father, do you think I can get in? Guchanga spat on her lips, but she turned her eyes to harden. A direct line of dislike. At the same time the chakra values mobilized. As Han Ning watched, this guy's blood value was at least at the 9,000 level. Within a half-step sovereign, it was already considered extremely strong. However, Guchanga hadn't lost her backbone, and Han Ning naturally wouldn't be willing to give in. I'm your grandfather, do it if you can! Han Ning followed and clamored, instantly listening to Guchanga glaring and blackening her face. Only, before he had the chance to mix words with Han Ning, the 5 people from the other side had already rushed over. Each break through! Guchanga left a sentence behind and took the lead in charging out, actually not caring for Han Ning at all. Looking at this stance, Han Ning instantly understood. Although the 2 men are from the martial arts academy, they are also competitors, and the Swiss will is working together this time, but the cooperation is limited to sharing the treasures. This Guchanga obviously wanted to see how strong Han Ning was as well. Understanding this, Han Ning likewise did not slow down, and a thunderous whirlwind was born under his feet, and in an instant, shrinking ground presented itself, instantly flashing directly out from within the encirclement of the 5 people. Crap! Han Ning suddenly burst up and instantly disappeared, directly breaking out, a scene that directly caused Guchanga to freeze. Obviously, it hadn't occurred to him that Han Ning would be able to break out so quickly. However, just as Guchanga froze, the attacks of the remaining 5 had already landed, directly sending Guchanga flying out. It hit the ground hard. What are you hitting me for? Hit him! People are running away. Guchanga watched as the 5 made a move to strike again, and immediately became anxious, having thought to test how strong Han Ning was. If you don't involve 1 or 2 more people, you can break out yourself. But I didn't realize that Han Ning didn't talk about martial arts and just left. Now the pain would be his alone. Cut the crap, he can't escape just as well after you're settled. It's just relying on martial arts, it's not enough to worry about. Hearing this, Guchanga was furious. At that moment, he was not holding back, his chi and blood burst out, in a flash. His chi and blood were like waves. Not only that, around Guchanga, countless water droplets were actually condensed in the air. Coalesce out of thin air. The water droplets converged and turned into currents again, flowing in the Guchang singer. Water attribute chi and blood? The Martial Academy isn't exactly trash, there are still some capable people, it's just a pity that you won't be able to escape today. As the words fell, the 5 instantly erupted, flying swords came out, and the sword line arrayed, directly surrounding Guchanga. Along with countless flying swords, talisman seals exploded out and an attack fell, but they were all absorbed by Guchanga's water wall. The water is gentle, but sometimes it is fierce, and it converges and rises up like an ocean, while the sea is full of rivers. In the face of the ferocious attack, Guchanga was clearly able to resist for a while. At this moment, somewhere in the side hall, Han Ning was also looking at the battle inside, calculating in his heart. This Guchanga's strength isn't bad at all, 5 half-step zonesure. It looks like they have a chi and blood value of 8,000, but they can't take him for a while. Well, take some elixir while you're at it. Han Ning immediately made a decision, and looking at the few people who were fighting, Han Ning once again seized his steps. Shrinking again. When Han Ning arrived with a lightning flash, Guchanga, who had been struggling to support herself, was suddenly struck by a wave of emotion. Thinking that Han Ning had come back specifically to help himself. The remaining 5 were wary, thinking that Han Ning was planning a sneak attack. However, just as they were paying attention, Han Ning simply passed by them and headed straight for the medicine garden. Raising his hand, the storage bag made a move and directly loaded the elixir into it. And it was so fast that in the eyes of a few people, Han Ning had just made a slapdash pass over the medicinal beds, and then a dozen or so spirit medicines had disappeared into thin air. Also disappearing was Hanning himself. Watching this scene, Guchanga was so angry that her mouth twisted. Skulba! Be a man! We're teammates, it's a partnership! Guchanga immediately shouted. He knew that Han Ning could hear him, and if he didn't step in to relieve the pressure, he wouldn't be able to support himself. However, Guchanga's shouts didn't have any effect, and in the next few minutes, Han Ning flashed by one after another, just not striking, with a clear goal of going straight to the medicine garden. This could make Guchanga directly break his defense up. Pissed. The 5 people's attacks fell in turn. Guchanga had absolutely no room to fight back, and not only that, she was viciously hit by the other party's attacks. A mouthful of old blood was spat out. Senior Han! I'll trade my treasure with you for a shot! Guchanga couldn't hold back any longer. His chi and blood values were depleting too quickly, and maintaining this pseudo-martial skill, as well as resisting, put him in a difficult situation. However, the other 5 completely ignored Guchanga's call. Go ahead and scream, he won't help you even if you scream your throat out. Chapter 60, No Good Man. TSK, a greedy guy, just let him take it. When we settle you, we'll make him go down to be buried with you. The man in the lead smiled. Han Ning's actions a few times made them subconsciously think that Han Ning was a money-hungry guy. The more elixirs he took, the more it meant that this guy wouldn't make a move. They, on the other hand, would soon be able to take care of Guchanga. At that time, it would naturally be no problem to deal with a guy who had just broken through to a half-step sovereign. However, just as the 5 thought so and went all out to deal with Guchanga, Han Ning, who had once again appeared behind them, was still not on their minds or even on their guard. It was precisely in this manner that Han Ning's heavenly demon ancient body was instantly augmented the moment he appeared. A second ancient statue surged forth, raising his hand and slamming out with a vicious punch. Bang! A fist fell, 10 layers of power erupted, coupled with the tyranny of the thunder chi and blood, and straightaway, a half-step sect master was seriously injured on the spot. The sudden scene caught everyone off guard. But before they could react, Han Ning made his move once again. The fist swung round and slammed hard. Bang! A punch went over, and even though it was blocked in time, it was directly sent flying out by this ferocious force. Senior, what are you waiting for? Han Ning blurted out, and the originally desperate Guchanga instantly reacted, mobilizing her body's chi and blood and instantly exploding out. The stream of water on his body instantly transformed into the shape of a sharp sword and directly charged out. The 2 of them, one after the other, erupted with full force, instantly catching the remaining 3 off guard. Of the original 5, 1 was seriously injured, while the other was also quite injured. Kill them! Han Ning's eyes crossed as his words fell, and his star-picking hand instantly burst out. Thunder Chi blood was originally based on speed and explosions, plus the power boost from the heavenly demon ancient body, as well as shrinking earth. Han Ning's attacks were divine, instantly forming a crush. And Guchanga, who had a chi value of 9,000, found the right moment to strike. The water swords swept, and the nebulae in Han Ning's hands fell brightly, and even though several people repeatedly used means to fight against them, they were all blocked by Guchanga's water wall. Instead, Han Ning's explosive attacks slammed into the body over and over again. Pissed. With one hand picking the stars and thunder exploding, under the ancient statue's augmentation, Han Ning gasped for air and directly punched out the last person. This battle lasted for 2 hours. The 5 were killed one after another, while Han Ning and Guchanga were exhausted. The blood value was swept away. Of course, Guchanga was even more in a sorry state, and her body was not lightly injured. I go too. You guy, if I had known you were such a pit, I wouldn't have worked with you. Guchanga leaned against the wall, panting throughout, and spat out while taking the blood recovery pills. And Hanning, with a blank stare, was equally uninvited. Don't you guys want to test me too? Those 5 people are only around 8,000 chi blood values. They can't get you killed in a moment. But if they team up against me, I'm dead. Listening to Han Ning's words, Guchanga was immediately told to shut her mouth. After all, that's what he had planned to do. But he didn't expect Han Ning to be so incredibly strong. It was clear that he had only stepped into a half-step sect master not long ago, but his strength was astonishing. Senior, you have more than one martial art on you, don't you? The Jianbei Martial Academy has treated you really well. Thanks to your martial arts power is not weak, or body refining aspect, otherwise even if you come back to help me with a clear conscience, we can't win. Gu Chang'e sighed, and in her heart she had a renewed perception of Han Ning. This freshman from Jiangbei was indeed extraordinary. No wonder the deans of the major martial arts academies held him in high regard. The strength of means is indeed uncomplicated. Senior knows about body refining? Well, that's the path of an ancient martial artist, and it's also a saying that has been passed down from some sects after the revival of the aura, and it's very difficult for those like us who became martial artists after the revival of the aura to become ancient martial artists. After all, they need to be polished from a young age, and there's quite a lot of that over at Shaolin Temple. The first time he heard this kind of statement, Han Ning also felt curious. It's just that, by his own reckoning, he's not really an ancient martial artist. This was all dependent on the ancient body of the heavenly demon. Without the heavenly demon ancient body to add to his body, if he relied on the great diffusion star technique alone, Han Ning would just be a bit faster, and his qi and blood values would last a bit longer than the others. Come on, we've earned it this time. There are quite a few treasures inside these 5 people's storage bags. I'll take 3, and you take 2, senpai, Han Ning said, collecting the storage bags of these 5 people who had died. Just as soon as he said distribution, Gu Chang'e instantly became anxious. Crap! You're inhuman! I'm the one who took the beating, and you even took the opportunity to take away so many spirit medicines that the entire medicine garden was half gripped by you. No, I want 3 storage bags, and also, you have to share half of the elixir with me. We agreed on a 50-50 split. Gu Chang'e immediately spoke. A look of not accepting Han Ning's advice. Seeing Gu Chang'e like this, Han Ning was also unhappy. I took the risk to fetch all this, and when it goes into my storage bag, there's no reason to take it out. Let's split the rest of the medicine garden 50-50, and as for the storage bag, it's right that you took a beating. But you deserved that, didn't you? Besides, I took a risk to help you. Han Ning similarly spoke with a reasoned voice and threw Gu Chang'e 2 storage bags with his backhand. Looking at Han Ning's stance, Gu Chang'e was also too angry to speak. In his heart, he only felt that he had suffered a great loss. Next time, I'll make sure to make Han Ning suffer a big loss. Gu Chang'e agreed with a bitter face. After all, he couldn't refute what Han Ning said. Blame it on the fact that he had made his purpose too obvious, and had treated Han Ning with too much contempt. That's what caused this. As for the rest of the elixir, the 2 of them split it in half. Looking at Han Ning's storage bag full, Gu Chang'e was envious in her heart. I say, Senior, with this strength of yours, within the half-step sect masters, you should be considered as having few enemies. And it's still thunder chi and blood, no one should be able to deal with you in a one-on-one situation. Shall we? We get a big one? Having just finished dividing the spoils, Gu Chang'e hit his calculations. Once he heard this, Han Ning also raised an eyebrow and looked at him. This senior, his mind is wilted. I don't know what idea I'm holding back again. Senpai, you say? Look, Gu Chang'e said, stepping forward and then resting on Han Ning's shoulder, but his other hand was quietly reaching for Han Ning's storage bag. However, just when Gu Chang'e thought she had gotten it, she was hit hard on the hand by a sudden burst of thunder. Crap! What are you doing injecting qi and blood onto your storage bag for nothing? Gu Chang'e violently withdrew her hand and looked at Han Ning with a speechless expression. Hey, Senior, I'm used to this, I'm an orphan, my own things have always been very precious, naturally, I have to protect them. Besides, you can't do any better than me if you put a storage bag directly under your crotch. Han Ning mercilessly poked and prodded, directly causing Gu Chang'e to lose face. It's the first time he's met someone so difficult. Chapter 61. Do you believe I have a card? Gu Chang'e suffered a big loss, not getting much of the good stuff, but instead being taught a lesson in return by Han Ning. This caused Gu Chang'e to become embarrassed. However, he couldn't make a move against Han Ning. And let's say whether or not he could beat Han Ning, with his speed and his restrained own thunder chi and blood, Gu Chang'e had no way to help him. Furthermore, in order to obtain more benefits within the relics, the two would need to cooperate in order to do so. School brother, after that, no matter if we come across people or treasures, we must cooperate. After all, the ones we came across this time were only a few half-step sect masters, and there might be more after that. The slightest mistake and we'll both be dead. This is originally a business of licking blood from the tip of a knife, and the slightest mistake can take the lives of two people. Don't worry, senpai, I still have my measure. If this life is gone, no amount of treasures will be of any use, no. Han Ning hemmed and hawed and gave Gu Changa a reassuring expression. However, when Gu Changa looked at Han Ning's smile, she felt somewhat less assured, less secure. The two searched the side halls and continued in towards the depths of the ruins. Only, a little more careful along the way, too. There are a lot of people from sectarian families. Almost wherever there was still a palace building, they had left a dozen or so people to guard it and scour it. And basically, as long as there was a place with people, either the treasures hadn't been collected yet, or they were already in their pockets. It wasn't easy for the two Han Ning Gu Changa to profit from this. Senior, isn't it a bit difficult for us to reap the benefits here? It's all guarded by them, and they've even taken it already. With so many people, they must have quite a few treasures in their storage bags. Darkness. The two of them hid and looked at the group of 15 people watching in front of them. Whether they wanted to go over there or take the treasure, they would need to face this group of people. Han Ning was naturally not too happy in his heart, and in the face of treasures, it was a bit inappropriate to just ignore them without asking. Moreover, the sects and families acted in an overbearing manner and didn't give martial arts academies a chance to live, so if they wanted to gain benefits in the secret realm, they could only fight for it themselves. Well, if the people from the martial arts academy were here, we would have a way, but now that they're not here, the two of us really can't. Gu Changa was also very helpless at this, and by the looks of it, it could only go so far. After all, with more than a dozen people, and most of them were half-step sovereigns, it was impossible for the two of them to fight against them. This is inevitable and absolute. Only, Han Ning was not willing to be like that. Senior, I'll keep an eye on it here, go back and inform Senior's sister and the others to come in, all of them. We can't just let the sect world take advantage of it. Han Ning suddenly spoke, but Gu Changa froze. Let them in. Schoolmate, don't forget that the other side has a sect master level powerhouse. It's not something we can fight with just because we're outnumbered. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to wait for you guys to come over, we would have gotten in a long time ago. With a patriarch level powerhouse around, these people of theirs didn't carry any weight and couldn't threaten each other. Therefore, there is little need to take risks. Lives were naturally a bit more important than treasures. Then what if I have a way to deal with a sovereign-level powerhouse? Senior, wouldn't that be worth the risk? Han Ning's words directly caused Gu Changa to freeze. His own chi and blood value of 9,000 was not able to do anything, but he was only 8,000 and actually said that he had a way to deal with a Zhongshu-level powerhouse. It's hard not to. The Jiangbei Martial Arts Academy had given him a lot of means to save his life. After all, Han Ning was the object of the dean's regard in all the major martial arts academies. Thinking about it this way, Gu Changa instead became somewhat convinced that Han Ning had the ability. Are you sure there's a way to deal with it? Gu Changa opened her mouth again to confirm, and only after seeing this point from Han Ning did she agree to Han Ning's approach. Okay, then you keep watch and don't do anything rash. Gu Changa didn't hesitate and immediately moved to rush back with all her might. Luckily, the distance wasn't too far away, and as Han Ning watched the people leave, his gaze was relocked on those people. With a dozen or so people, it's true that there's no way to make a move. Even though Han Ning had martial arts skills on his side, these people all came from sectarian families, and they didn't have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Like the people from Maoshan before, the power of just a few talisman seals was incomparably amazing. If they really went up against each other, Han Ning couldn't stop them. Gu Changa rushed back and talked about the situation with Qinqingruo, as well as the people from the various martial arts academies. For a while, everyone got excited. If there really was a way to deal with it, the risk would naturally be worth it. This was a secret realm, and everyone had originally come in for the opportunity, so that they could break through to the sovereign level. But being suppressed by the sect family, the martial arts academy couldn't raise its head at all. In this way, they have nothing to do with those opportunities. Fuck it! Since there's a way out, we can't wimp out. Soon, quite a few people opened their mouths to agree with Han Ning's approach, and as the saying goes, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and more people rose in solidarity. However, Qingqingru was the only one who had a thoughtful look on her face. Senior Gu, I think it's still a bit unsteady. In case of a slip-up, Qingqingru said, how she couldn't think of any means of preserving Han Ning's life that her grandfather could give her. After all, he was his own granddaughter, and he hadn't even given himself anything good. Sister is overly concerned. Don't forget, that guy is the object that all the deans of the major martial arts academies look after. That martial arts academy student can have this kind of treatment. If he died in there, I'm afraid a couple of the dean's side wouldn't be able to say the same thing, right? Our South Sea Dean has said that he will try to help protect it. Gu Chang'e spoke, and a few words made Qingqingru not know how to respond up. After all, Grandpa had specifically instructed this before. Perhaps it was true that Han Ning had been given some means of preserving his life in private. After all, some of the martial artists who entered the secret realm could break through to the sovereign level at any time. Faced with the oppression and danger brought about by the patriarch level, it was impossible for them to be unguarded. Thinking of this, Qingqingru had no choice but to agree to it, and just like that, the people from the Martial Arts Academy also walked in with great vigor. It didn't take long. Under Gu Chang'e's leadership, a large number of people from the Martial Academy arrived, and as they watched the martial artists from the Academy arrive one after another, the martial artists from the sects and lineages that had originally stayed behind also panicked. Originally, I thought that with a patriarchal-level powerhouse to deter them, the people from the Martial Arts Academy wouldn't dare to mess around. But the results are clearly different. All of the people from the Martial Arts Academy were out in force, so vastly that they immediately scared a dozen people into fleeing in fear. These guys, who were so godlike before, are now like street rats. It's just embarrassing. When Gu Chang'e remembered how she looked when she was surrounded by a few people, she couldn't wait to hurry up and bring someone to chase after them and give them a good beating. Han Ning looked at him like that and couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Senpai, you're pretty fast at this. It's okay if they run away, they're going to face each other sooner or later anyway. The martial artists are robbing people across the board, they were unreasonable first, so there's no need for us to be polite to them. Entering the secret realm, life and death have their own destiny of riches and honor, and everyone knows this. That's why they've come to suppress the Martial Arts Academy by virtue of a single Grand Master-level powerhouse. Chapter 62. Get out of the way, I'm going to play the fool. Hurry up and keep up. Those people were bound to ventilate after they left, and besides, it's not far from the core of the ruins, there must be something good there. Gu Chang'e didn't count too much. After all, the matter of being surrounded and violently beaten before was only Han Ning as long as. If she said any more, Gu Chang'e was afraid that Han Ning would just shake this kind of thing out. If that happened, he'd really lose face. The Martial Arts Academy martial artists began to move forward with great vigor. And it's not slow. One day later. In the center of the ruins, there was a dense crowd of people, all of whom were sect family gets. Only, at the moment, their apparent camps were clearly divided, and a standoff was beginning to occur as well. On the side of the sects, Longhu Mountain, Wudang, and Shaolin were the main ones, while on the side of the lineages, Qin, Yi, and Ji were the main ones. You sects, you have taken up enough benefits, this Yu dynasty's sacred seal must not be handed over to you. Either that, or we'll all divide it up together, the holy seal shattered into 7 pieces anyway, but our lineage family will need at least 4 pieces to make it work. The youth at the head of the Qing family had a haughty face and spoke in a domineering manner. It was as if he did not have the sect in his sights. This was because this person, after stepping into the secret realm, was the first person to break through to the sovereign level along with the large group. Qin Siyue of the Qin family. Don't even think about it. Qin Siyue, even if you've reached the sect master level, but don't think that we don't have a way to deal with you. At least, holding you back isn't a problem. You guys don't forget that the people guarding the outside have returned, the Martial Academy's side can arrive at any time, and at that time, if you want to divide it up again, you'll be in trouble. On the side of Longhu Mountain, a young man in a Taoist robe opened his mouth, and a few words made the originally arrogant and domineering Qin Siyue gnash her teeth in anger. The two sides had been tugging at each other for a long time over the Yu dynasty's sacred seal, and had even come to blows a few times. And every time, Qin Siyue, a patriarch-level powerhouse, was held back by a few of the opponent's strongest combatants. Although he couldn't help Qin Siyue, it left him with no way to do anything. Now, the people from the Martial Arts Academy have created the most complicated situation by rushing in despite the threat. Yo, you guys don't seem to be that close. Is this an unequal division of the spoils? Abruptly, just as the two sides were arguing, Gu Changge's voice rang out with frivolity and mockery. Subsequently, Han Ning Qingqingrua and several others stepped out one after another, as well as a large number of Martial Academy martial artists who similarly stepped out. The original two sides had instantly turned into a three-legged situation. Only to see Qin Siyue and a few people from the sect glance at each other, both sides tacitly cooperating. Qin Siyue stepped forward and raised her hand. Breath disclosure. The aura of a patriarchal-level powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire field. The oppression that comes with it makes everyone uncomfortable. Han Ning looked at Qin Siyue, and then surveyed the sects on one side. It was immediately apparent that the group seemed to be covering something up. The moment Qin Siyue stepped forward to pretend, someone from each of the lineages and sects walked around, seemingly blocking something. Do the people from the Martial Arts Academy want to die? This clan has said that the Martial Academy is not qualified to get their hands on this place. Qin Siyue relied on her own sure-level strength and pressurized the crowd of the Martial Academy over. And the words with killing intent revealed even more threats. Facing Qin Siyue's questioning, Gu Changge was also nervous. After all, she was the one who had just pretended. However, when facing the sovereign level, he had no confidence in his heart. One could only look at Hanning beside him. Senior, quick, it's your turn to act tough, show your bottom card, otherwise we won't be able to get our treasures, and we'll have to put our lives on the line. Gu Changge urged in a small voice. Qingqingrua Jiying and the others also looked toward Han Ning, and in their eyes, they all carried expectations. After all, they were all here because of Han Ning's words, and that was why they dared to come over boldly. Only, looking at them one by one like this, Han Ning instead also looked innocent. I don't have a card, you've all seen what I can do. As soon as these words came out, Gu Changge and the others immediately widened their eyes and looked at Han Ning in disbelief. Crap? You're not kidding, are you? This is deadly. You don't have any cards, what are we going to use against this guy? There's also those people from the sect who are watching intently. Gu Changge was immediately infuriated by Han Ning's words and held her face red. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Ning was a great pitcher and would not show any mercy, he would have wanted to teach Han Ning a lesson. And Qingqingrua was also confused by Han Ning's words. Han Ning, my grandfather didn't give you any means to save your life? Qingqingrua also didn't believe Han Ning's words, and in the face of the patriarch level, they, the half-step patriarchs, could not be of any use. Moreover, the Martial Academy seemed to have a lot of people, but there weren't many who had reached the half-step sovereign level. It's not even comparable to a family. Seeing Qingqingrua ask about it as well, the people from the Martial Arts Academy also panicked. Qin Siyue snorted even more as she listened. I said, how did you trash dare to come in here, so you were used as a gun? A mere half-step sect master, do you want to fight against this sect? Qin Siyue sneered, and in the next moment, her qi and blood raged, instantly presenting a tidal column of qi and blood around her body. And this is the symbol of the clan level and the sight of the aura in full bloom. In the face of Qin Siyue's oppressive mockery, the Martial Arts Academy crowd panicked, but Han Ning was not the slightest bit anxious. I am not having any undercurrents against the sovereign level. However, it's not that difficult to deal with the sovereign level. When Han Ning said this, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire crowd. A half-step grandmaster who dares to say such words? Is it hubris or not? Or is it really something? Even those who were the best in the sect would not dare to say such words alone. Because they didn't have that confidence to face a zone sure level powerhouse. The sovereign level, but it was a powerful person who could dominate a party. Humph, rampant. This clan would like to see what you, a scumbag from a martial arts academy, can take against this clan. Since stepping into the Zhongshu level, Qin Siyue could be considered to be above all others here. No one had ever been ungrateful enough to pretend to be in front of him. And with such contempt for himself. On the contrary, at this moment, Han Ning was not in the least bit anxious. From the moment Han Ning decided to come in and compete for the treasure, Han Ning had already calculated the time. As of today, it is exactly the 10th day. Senior, don't sell yourself short. If this guy gets angry, it doesn't matter if we die or not, you'll definitely die without a burial site. Gu Changde looked at Han Ning and didn't respond, but instead had a light smile on her face, a look of a non-speaking pretend expert. It immediately made Gu Changde anxious. Don't worry everyone, isn't it just the sovereign level? To deal with the sovereign level, you only need to break through to the sovereign level. Soon after, Han Ning's sentence rang out, directly causing the entire room to boil over. Sovereign level? And break through the sovereign level? What is this martial arts academy thinking? What kind of goods is this guy? Does he think the clan master level is a cabbage? Qin Siyue that reached 10,000 chi blood value, just to the critical point, before she coincidentally broke through to the Zhongshu level. I think this guy is crazy. The worldly martial artists taunted one after another, and Qin Siyue laughed in exasperation. He himself had spent countless resources in order to make a breakthrough, not to mention that he had stayed at the realm of half-step sovereign for several months alone. Now a student of the Martial Arts Academy dares to speak up. Chapter 63 Master Teacher? Nothing more than that. Undoubtedly, Han Ning's words were a stupid statement that didn't go over his head in the eyes of the crowd. No one believed that Han Ning could do it. Gu Changde, Qin Xingruo, and the others also froze, unable to imagine that Han Ning would say such uncouth words. They all knew that Han Ning was a freshman, and even though he had broken through to a half-step sovereign in a month, how long had it been? I can't believe you're just thinking about the Grandmaster level? Schoolboy, you're not kidding, right? Aren't you only a freshman? It hasn't been long since you broke through the half-step sect master, not even half a month. How can you get to the sect master level? Gu Changde really couldn't help it. It feels good to pretend, but you can't pretend hard, can you? Besides, Han Ning's words were clearly nonsense, whimsical words. Gu Changde was anxious, and Qin Xingruo and Qin Shui were also nervous. However, Han Ning was bland and opened the system silently in his mind. System settle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 days of breathing, due to the special environment of the secret realm, the cumulative increase. Ding! 10 days of cumulative settlement of 2,500 points of blood value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning one lucky draw chance. In succession, the system settled successfully, and 2,500 points of blood value arrived. Han Ning's breath instantly burst out. As everyone watched, the thunderous chi and blood around Han Ning's body rose up into the sky. It actually formed a pillar of thunder and blood in an instant. A sudden surging and terrifying aura filled out, and the entire hall was filled with raging thunder. Qin Siyue's aura was instantly suppressed over. This? Is this a breakthrough? This thunder chi and blood pillar, it's a symbol of the patriarch level. He actually really broke through to the sovereign level? How is this possible? Damn, breakthrough when you say breakthrough? Is this still human? In an instant, the martial artists of the worldly sects were completely dumbfounded, and the crowd of the Martial Academy looked at Han Ning with the same shock. Especially the people from the Jiangbei Martial Academy, they knew more about Han Ning's situation. A freshman, in a little over a month's time, had actually reached the Zhongshu level directly. This is unbelievable. And at this moment, Han Ning, under everyone's shock and horror, very naturally began to draw. Ding! Congratulations on winning the fire attribute. As the attribute was added, in the next moment, a flame instantly surged out of the thunder chi and blood. Sizzling and rising, accompanied by the tyranny of thunder, spread throughout the entire field. Holy cow! A second property! Is this guy still human? Breaking through the sovereign level is like a joke, and now he's even awakened a second attribute. It's unbelievable. This guy, it's just as unbelievable as the day the aura revived. For a time, everyone went completely insane, simply unable to believe what they were seeing before their eyes. When you say breakthrough, you break through, and attributes come and go. No one else could reach this height after months of hard work. Even more so, they relied on the great chance within the secret territory to break through to the sovereign level. But no matter what, no one can reach this point directly in a month or so. This is truly shocking. With the attributes added and the blood value breaking through, Han Ning only felt some incomparable surging power within his body at the moment. The great diffusion star directly broke through the 3 proper meridians the moment it broke through. The heavenly demon ancient body had even broken through the 3rd meridian. Martial skills were likewise improved. Is this what it feels like to be at the patriarch level? Han Ning clenched his hand into a fist and looked at the thunderfire chi and blood that kept circling in his hand, and his heart could hardly contain its excitement. With the existence of the breathe and become stronger system, Han Ning didn't have the slightest bit of pressure at all. And naturally, the next step is to do what you can. For example, pretend. Han Ning's gaze turned and landed on Qin Siyue's body, and before Qin Siyue could react, Han Ning took a step out, and shrinking ground presented itself, appearing in front of Qin Siyue in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand and snapping it, he instantly pinched Qin Siyue's neck. And the column of qi and blood behind him instantly fell apart. So what if you're a sovereign level? Your qi and blood value, it's only 11,000 points. I, on the other hand, am 12,400. Extracting 2,500 points of blood value allowed Han Ning to break through to the sovereign level in a single breath. But before that, Han Ning's qi and blood values had also increased quite a bit since he had entered the secret realm. Together with the system settlement, this only reached 12,400 points of blood value. The difference between the qi and blood values was even more pronounced after the cleric level. Therefore, there is also a difference between the strong and weak amongst the master level. At this moment, being easily held by Han Ning, Qin Siyue was also terrified and fearful. More like incomprehensible. It was impossible to understand how someone who clearly had a qi and blood value of just over 8,000 could instantly rise to the Zhongshu level. Not only that, having just broken through the sovereign level, his qi and blood values were actually more powerful than his own. This guy, what kind of monster is he? What do you want? Qin Siyue's hoarse voice. Under Han Ning's suppression, he didn't dare to move at all, or even mobilize the qi and blood in his body. A Zhongshu level that doesn't even have attributes, it's still really trash. Han Ning let out a cold snort and lifted his hand, directly slamming Qin Siyue hard onto the ground. Bang! In quick succession, Han Ning casually flung his hand, and a strike of beams of lightning and fire instantly smashed onto Qin Siyue. Pissed! A strike that heavily injured Qin Siyue. The scene left everyone dumbfounded and their hearts trembling. The people from those sects were even more afraid to move. The previous Qin Siyue they were still able to hold back. That was because Qin Siyue was just a bit luckier. A martial artist with no attributes who had broken through to the Zhongshu level and had just done so, his qi and blood values weren't exactly high. Real combat power is naturally not that exaggerated. But now, they were facing Han Ning. It was a patriarch who had reached 12,400 qi points of blood value right after his breakthrough. Moreover, it was also a sovereign who possessed the dual attributes of lightning and fire at the same time. Such a strong person was simply not something they could hold back. Now, this clan has spoken! As Han Ning swept his gaze, the martial artists of the lineages and sects lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Hand over all the treasures you've searched in the ruins! This clan will only say it once. Han Ning wasn't polite either. Earlier, the other party had suppressed the martial arts academy based on the sect level, but now, Han Ning was going to suppress them. They were robbed horizontally, and they were forced to obey even though they were dissatisfied. This? Fellow Taoist, is it not a bit too overbearing to hand them all over? As soon as Han Ning finished speaking, he saw a martial artist from Maoshan step out and object. Looking at this person, Han Ning also frowned lightly. A martial artist from Maoshan? They hadn't settled the score with them for their earlier backstabbing ambush. Seeing the Maoshan martial artist open his mouth, Han Ning didn't make any nonsense and raised his eyes to gaze, and in an instant, a terrifying aura surfaced around the Mao Shan martial artist. Thunder and fire intertwined, instantly igniting in his body. You! How dare you! Miserable screams rose, but before he could finish his words, in the blink of an eye, this Mao Shan martial artist was directly crushed by the lightning fire and turned into pieces. Han Ning's ruthless and decisive actions directly struck fear into the hearts of the lineages and sects, no longer daring to raise any objections. Chapter 64, The Yu Dynasty, The Age of Mystery? Raising his hand to easily kill a half-step sect master, his hands were ruthless without any hesitation. Han Ning's approach undoubtedly directly subdued everyone. It forced the worldly families and sects to concede down. Compared to Qin Siyue, Han Ning's Zongshi level was even more terrifying and threatening. So, on balance, they naturally put their own lives first. If not, little lives will be lost. This clan doesn't like nonsense, hand over the stuff. Han Ning's voice rang out once more, and for a moment, the people from the sects and families complied, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Senior Gu, senior sister, collect them and let the group share them equally. Oh yeah, don't forget my share. Han Ning said, so many people's treasures, that quantity is definitely a surprise. Their harvest from entering the secret realm and entering the relics was not small, even though the martial arts academy added up to hundreds of people, everyone could still divide some of it up. For them, the trip to the secret world was good enough. The crowd from the martial academy were all holding their treasures, and their faces were happy, and when they looked at Han Ning, there was even more admiration in their eyes. Nowadays, Han Ning was a sect master level powerhouse, and if it wasn't for Han Ning, they wouldn't have been able to obtain these opportunities. I didn't expect Han Ning to be so powerful. This guy, he's really getting more and more perverted. I guess he had a strange encounter in the secret realm. Chan, who also sighed, they entered the secret realm. If they hadn't encountered the ancient corpse blood essence, they wouldn't have been able to reach the half-step sect master. Moreover, the ancient corpse blood essence had relied on Han Ning to get his hands on it. Now Han Ning had even directly broken through to the sect master level, crushing the sect lineage. This operation directly dumbfounded them. He just can't be viewed with common sense. With this talent of his, those sect families' hidden heavenly pride, I'm afraid they can't be compared to him. The major martial arts academies also have something to hide, but compared to Han Ning, it's the same. Chen Qingruo's few people said that although they were familiar with Han Ning, they couldn't help but sigh after seeing his strength reach such a level. Other people who raised their qi and blood values would have to die and have to cultivate hard for several months in order to have a minuscule increase. But Han Ning's raising his blood value was like a joke, and it was really enviable. With that kind of talent, anyone who came along would only be ashamed of themselves. Qin Shui looked at Han Ning, looking at the treasures shared in her hands, and while her heart was happy for Han Ning, it also revealed bitterness everywhere, and she felt even more heartbroken. If she had known that Han Ning would soar to such heights, why would she have rejected him in the first place? And how could they do those things? Her heart was filled with regret, but Qin Shui couldn't say anything, nor did she have the face to get close to Han Ning. One could only stand far away and silently watch Han Ning. After all, the Han Ning at this moment had given her an unattainable feeling. Hokage, cowboy, you're as good as papier-mâché in this clan, master, just say it. Here's your share, but I've picked it out specially and saved the expensive ones for you. Gu Changa stepped forward, and his face instantly took on a dog-licking appearance. Han Ning rolled her eyes when she heard his words. Senior, don't you know if it's papier-mâché if you try it? Han Ning's snide remark immediately startled Gu Changa into embarrassment. Naturally, he didn't dare to really compete with Han Ning. This was something he wasn't absolutely sure of before he reached the sovereign level, not to mention the fact that after reaching the sovereign level, Han Ning's strength was as terrifying as it was. Qin Siyu is also a grandmaster, but she can't even support a round in his hands. Naturally, he himself would not have nothing to do with it. Ahem, I'm just kidding, right? Earlier this sectarian family was scrambling here, don't quickly ask them what they're grabbing. Gu Changa hurriedly changed the topic. Although everyone was a student of the martial arts academy, they were not a martial arts academy after all. Combined with Han Ning's money-hungry nature, Gu Changa was really worried about this guy putting his hand up. After Gu Changa reminded him of this, Han Ning also remembered. With a glance, he suddenly looked to the back of the Great Hall. At the moment, a few people from the sect world were still on guard. Han Ning didn't make a fuss either, stepping out in a single step and arriving in an instant. The aura erupted and directly shook back these few guarding half-step sect masters. The sect said that everything here belongs to the sect, how dare you keep it private? As the words fell, Han Ning was also nonchalant, lifting his hand to flick out several balls of thunder fire, directly incinerating those few people. The tactics were so vicious that the people from the world's families and sects were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak, and could only allow Han Ning to take the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty. The sacred seal of the Yu dynasty, broken into 7 pieces in total, but on each piece, there was an extremely strong aura. And there are complicated axioms on it, it looks very peculiar. This thing? What's it from? Han Ning collected the 7 fragments, then turned his head to look at the people from the worldly sect. This was what they were fighting for, but even if it was a treasure, it shouldn't be of much use when it was shattered like this. But looking at each of them, Han Ning felt that it was bound to be something other than ordinary. Seeing that the people from the sectarian families were all silent, it was obvious that they didn't want to tell the truth. Han Ning wasn't spoiling for a fight either, and his breath erupted once more, directly grabbing the leader of the sect's side. Speak! This clan does not have much patience. Han Ning's voice was thievishly cold and murderous. Obviously, he was just a martial arts newcomer, a freshman of the martial arts academy, but he acted in a sophisticated and ruthless manner. Even the guys from the sect who had traveled all over the world couldn't help but be terrified when they saw it. After all, Han Ning was now an actual Zhongshu level. It was simply not an existence they could provoke. This, the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty. The sacred seal of the Yu dynasty? Yu dynasty? Han Ning froze and also felt something odd. Whether it was in his previous life or here, the Yu dynasty had always been nothing more than a guess in the mouths of those archaeologists. It hasn't gotten much empirical evidence, so it hasn't been finalized. The Daxia culture has been passed down for a long time, and there are many things that are not known. But I didn't expect that this thing was actually the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty. Tell me everything you know. And what the hell is going on with this Yu dynasty? Han Ning forced the question, only to see the sect martial artist's face in horror, as if he was afraid that Han Ning would get him killed. Hastily explaining up. This time, the secret realm, in our sect, we have already speculated that it is the era of the Yu dynasty of the Great Xia, when the aura was not depleted, and the Yu dynasty was also dominated by martial artists. So, that's why we were told to make sure to bring back the Yu dynasty's sacred seal. Yu dynasty, the age of the martial artist. In the thousands of years of Daxia's history, the one thing that has been recorded is the Xia dynasty, and even earlier it was only the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, but those were all in the form of settlements. I didn't realize there was a Yu dynasty. Then what is the purpose of this Yu dynasty sacred seal? Han Ning continued to inquire. It was no wonder that all sorts of genius spiritual treasures could be found in the secret realm, as well as martial arts and so on. It turns out that the secret realm is the previous era when the aura was not depleted. This made Han Ning curious. The aura had been revived for more than a year, and within the Great Summer, this was the 3rd secret realm to open. Although Han Ning didn't know anything about the first 2 times, it was predictable that martial artists had become the mainstream of this era. Strength became the absolute word. The Grand Master level may be strong, but maybe it's just a threshold. Chapter 65, The Bodhi Fruit Controversy. This Yu dynasty's sacred seal, I don't know what it's for, it's a special instruction from the elders in the sect. Seeing this person say this, Han Ning also frowned and backhanded this person and threw him out. It looks like these guys are just following orders. It was just that something that could make the sect families fight for it would definitely not be that simple. It's worth something to keep it anyway. Okay, fuck off. What's here is none of your business anymore. Han Ning didn't make a fuss either, and directly told the people from the worldly sects to leave. There were still large and small places in the ruins that hadn't been scavenged, so Han Ning naturally couldn't let the people from the sectarian families stay on. Dictatorship is the way to go. When Han Ning gave the word, the sect's people left in disgrace, but the lineage side was hesitant before this unwillingly left. Before she left, Qin Siyue gazed at Han Ning with a face full of resentment, and in the crowd, Han Ning didn't notice. Lu Qin similarly mingled in the crowd, his spiteful eyes gazing at Han Ning. There was no doubt that Han Ning's breakthrough to the sovereign level had hitched a great deal to Lu Qin. Originally, at first, when he saw Han Ning come over, Lu Qin was still thinking of teaching him a lesson or two, but in the blink of an eye, Han Ning had reached the sovereign level. This made Lu Qin feel bad in his heart. It was clear that Han Ning had only reached the half-step sect master level after him, but now he had stepped into the sect master level in the blink of an eye. It's almost as if people are more angry than they are. Han Ning, you wait for me. Take that thing and you'll surely die this time. Lu Qin darkened his heart and left along with the people of the world family. Because of Han Ning's stirring, the relics had all fallen into the hands of the Martial Academy, and naturally, they had been scavenged by the Academy. This time, the Martial Arts Academy could be considered a great victory. Han Ning, thanks to you, otherwise we really won't get anything this time. As the dust settled on the matter of the relics, the group of people went over towards the center of the secret realm. After all, that's where the final destination is. You don't have to compliment me, schoolmarm, I'm doing it to get in. We can't let the worldly sects keep the benefits all to themselves. Han Ning didn't feel anything special about this. The power felt after reaching the sovereign level was indeed very different. But Han Ning was also clear that there were people outside of people. Having made a spectacle of himself this time, he was bound to attract the hatred of the worldly sects. There was also the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty. If this thing fell into the hands, I'm afraid that the people of the sects and families would not stop there. I say, senior, how are you so sure that you can break through to the sovereign level? This realm, are you saying break through, in case you fail, won't everyone be dead? Chan Hu asked curiously. In fact, these words, too, were of interest to Gu Chang'e and the others. Previously, Han Ning had faked a hand and was calm and collected, not at all like he would fail. In response, Han Ning smiled awkwardly. Well, it's just good luck. Che, luck again, you guys are too lucky. As Han Ning finished speaking, Chen Qingruo's few people also rolled their eyes. Obviously, they had long been tired of hearing this kind of answer from Han Ning. Likewise, it is not believed that Hanning is what is called luck. After all, who can be so lucky all the time? Breaking through the sovereign level was like a joke. There was no pressure at all. Most of the time has passed since the opening of this secret realm, and there are only 3 days left. We need to hurry up and get over there early to meet up with the vice president and the others. From the time they entered the secret realm, those sect-level powerhouses had all gone to the center of the secret realm early. After all, the Bodhi fruit and martial arts skills that were most important. It is related to whether a party's power can soar and be strengthened. With each additional patriarch, this strength naturally rose by 1 point. This is the consensus of almost everyone. Han Ning was also curious about the center of the secret realm. Previously, when there was only a half-step zonesure, Han Ning hadn't even thought about it, and just thought that it would be fine to stock up from other parts of the secret realm. But now that he had reached the sovereign level, it was natural to share some of this good stuff. A day later, the center of the secret realm. This place was encompassed by a lake, and in the center of the lake, there was a small island, and in the middle of the island, a big tree in the sky was very eye-catching. And the tree, the Bodhi tree. So many people, almost all the martial artists who are still alive are here, right? When the crowd from the Martial Arts Academy arrived, soon, people from the surrounding sects and lineages showed up. The crowd was dense, but it didn't encircle the lake. And on the island, the dozen or so sect master level powerhouses that led the way over were on the island at the moment. I'll go in and take a look, you guys be careful, schoolmates. Above the lake, half-step masters of martial arts simply have no way to wade in, not only because half-step masters cannot fly in the air, the most important from the lake there is an extremely terrifying aura. Non-patriarchal, unable to withstand it. This was why so many people from sectarian families did not go in. With a bark, Han Ning leapt forward and headed straight for the island. The moment. On the island, the leaders of the various sects and families had grim faces, and no one wanted to back down against the several deans of the Martial Arts Academy. This Bodhi fruit is only 10 in total, since everyone wants it. Why not speak with strength? Why bother nagging here for half a day? At this moment, one of Wudong's patriarchs opened his mouth, clearly having become somewhat impatient for everyone to argue and test the waters here. After all, the Bodhi fruit was right here, and rather than talking about how to distribute it, it would be better to just do it and be done with it. After all, everyone is a patriarch. Humph, that's a nice way of putting it. Don't you sects and families join together just to exclude us from the martial academy so that you can divide it up amongst yourselves? At this moment, the dean of the heavenly mansion had a furious expression on his face as he gazed at the other party in a grumpy temper. If you really want to fight for your lives, you guys won't be able to get any favors. Don't forget, there are so many people outside. Who knows there are no foreign spies inside? Is it hard to believe that you worldly sects are also oblivious to spies? The heavenly mansion dean disliked back with a few words, directly rendering the sect side speechless. Everyone actually has the same attitude towards spies outside the country. Although the aura has recovered and the sects and families are stronger, surpassing the martial arts alliance. But after all, it was also within Dacia. We're all kind of in this together. No one wants to be taken advantage of by someone outside the country in such matters. That's true, but even if there are spies, they're willing to let a couple of zoners come over? Dean of the Heavenly Mansion, I think it's rather you who are a bit delusional. You only have so many people, why do you have the right to share equally with us? Soon after, a patriarch of the Qin clan opened his mouth, and beside him, standing there was clearly Qin Siyue. Humph, then you guys can try your hand at it. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Even if we can't get it, we can still leave a few of you behind today if we fight to the death. Dean Tianfu had a fiery temper, and it was obvious that he didn't have any patience when dealing with outsiders. Obviously a martial arts academy director, but acting like a bandit leader. Looking at the heavenly mansion dean like this, it instead caused the people from the worldly sects to freeze again for a while. It wasn't supposed to be easy to reach the sovereign level, and each of them had gone through trials and tribulations and spent resources in the past year or so to reach the sovereign level. No one wants to die here. Chapter 66. Conflicts erupt. Caught in the crossfire. Someone's coming? Just as the three parties were at a stalemate with each other, and the swords were drawn, suddenly, a figure on the lake swept in at high speed. And the figure was extremely fast, and carried a thunderous flash. Thunder Attribute Patriarch? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any lightning attribute sect masters appearing in the territory yet, right? Is it hard to believe that it's from some hidden sect? The sect master who suddenly came over made everyone alert. However, on the lineage side, Qin Siyue looked at the figure and her pupils instantly contracted. Yes, it's him! This is the guy who took away the Yu dynasty's sacred seal and killed several disciples of the World Family sect. It's Han Ning from the Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, Qin Siyue opened her mouth, and her eyes were filled with angry blood. What Han Ning had done to him in the ruins before, Qin Siyue remembered clearly. The same was at the sect master level, but he was easily crushed by Han Ning and thrown out like garbage. This made Qin Siyue lose face. Han Ning? Isn't he a half-step sovereign? This is at the sovereign level? Upon hearing the name Han Ning, Vice President Liu also froze. How could he not expect that Han Ning would actually break through to the sovereign level? This is just unbelievable. It's really this kid. I didn't expect the progress to be so terrifying. At this moment, the irascible Heavenly Mansion Dean also froze. Several Martial Academy deans looked at Han Ning with shocked faces as he came over. Han Ning was something they had witnessed since the entrance exam test, when he had only just become a martial artist. How long has it been? A month or so? In less than 2 months, he actually went from being a freshman to directly reaching the sovereign level? What the hell kind of speed is that? Vice President Deans, what are you doing? Arriving at the island, Han Ning was also relaxed. After reaching the sovereign level, Han Ning finally didn't feel any oppression in front of this group of sovereign-level powerhouses. It was relatively easy. Only, looking at this one gazing over, Han Ning probably guessed what they were thinking. Deans, you don't have to look at me like that, I just got lucky. This is not immediately rushing over to help you. Han Ning opened his mouth to interrupt, only his words sounded like he was being beaten up. And after the people from the worldly sects learned about this fellow Han Ning, they likewise looked at him with fiery eyes one by one. This little friend, to reach the Zhongshu level at such a young age, and to make a breakthrough in such a short period of time, it seems that his talent is not low. I wonder if you're interested in joining my Dragon Tiger Mountain? At that moment, the patriarch of Longhu Mountain stepped forward and unapologetically threw an olive branch towards Han Ning. Not only that, the rest of the sects followed suit. Almost everyone except Mao Shan began to speak. On the side of the worldly families, however, there wasn't much movement, but the way they looked at Han Ning clearly wasn't very good either. Stop! How can you say that you are also the sect's governing elders? Why are each of you so shameless? Han Ning is a student of my Jiangbei Martial Academy. When was it your turn to fight over it here? The vice dean spoke, and he had already regained his senses from the shock, and his heart was happy at the moment. For Han Ning to break through to the sovereign level, this was definitely the greatest gain for the Jiangbei First Martial Academy. This is a boost for the Martial Arts Academy. And the other Martial Arts Academy deans did the same. After all, martial arts academies were united. The composition of the Martial Alliance is what unites them. Guys, there's no need to join or anything. I'm a man who was used to being uninhibited as a child, and I don't like constraints. Growing up, Han Ning did take it easy on his own, and although he was a school bully before the Aura revival, he lived a free life. There are no constraints. The same is true after becoming a martial artist. Besides, Han Ning didn't have a good feeling about sex. All of you are elders, and you all came here for the Bodhi fruit, so since that's the case, it's better to talk about how it's going to be divided. Of course, if you do it, you can save yourself the trouble. Han Ning opened his mouth. Originally speaking, as a junior, he didn't have this qualification to say such words. But now that he had to be at the same Zhongshu level, and there were still a few deans backing him up, Han Ning didn't panic at all. What little friend Han Ning said is also true. This Bodhi fruit is limited in number. How we divide it among these three parties is indeed a problem. How about this? Each side will take 3 each, and as for the remaining one, everyone will do what they can. The Longhu Mountain Patriarch opened his mouth, echoing Han Ning's words, and instead gave a relatively good solution. The Martial Academy side had no problem with it, and the sect side readily agreed. After seeing Han Ning and learning about his situation, anyone who had seen him knew that breaking through to the sovereign level in such a short period of time must be a heavenly pride. In time, it's not impossible to reach that level. Such a person, they naturally wanted to draw in. Besides, if the real fight goes on, it's no joke for the sect masters to fight each other. Wait! Who said anything about agreeing to your program? Don't forget, everyone, that Han Ning still has the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty in his hands. What is the use of that thing? If the Martial Academy doesn't know about it, aren't you sects clear about it? If you kill the people from the Martial Academy and kill Han Ning, not only will you get more Bodhi fruit, but you'll also get the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty. Suddenly, 2 people walked out one after another in the middle of the worldly family. One of them was the Qin clan patriarch, Qin Jin. The strength was not bad, and this person was also none other than Qin Siyue's uncle. And the other, also a patriarch of the Liu family. The two sang together, instantly making the situation delicate. The crowd of sects suddenly fell silent, obviously also aware of the lure of the Yu dynasty's holy seal. On the contrary, several martial arts academy deans flushed to protect Han Ning behind them. Qinjin, do you want to make a move? The dean of the heavenly mansion angrily rebuked, only for his words to fall as several patriarchs on the worldly family's side struck out one after another, heading straight for the martial academy's side. In an instant, pillars of qi and blood burst out, a terrifying qi and blood like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, covering over towards the martial academy. The people of the world's families made their moves with great speed. Seeing this, several people from the heavenly mansion deans similarly rushed up. This battle would have been inevitable again. Hanning, watch yourself! Patriarch-level battles are no joke. The vice dean barked out a warning and similarly tangled with a clan master from a worldly family. In a blink of an eye, the two sides fought as one, the pseudo-martial skills were continuously executed, and one attack continuously collided, just like a blooming firework. Han Ning, on the other hand, watched from the rear, and for a while, a bit of a headache rose. In this real fight, the martial arts academy would indeed suffer. But just as Han Ning was calculating a solution, he didn't want to realize that he was already surrounded by 3 people. Jia Han Ning didn't expect it, did you? You will also have today. I'll let you die here today. Qin Siyue's face was fierce, and her eyes revealed a ferocious light. The 3 Zhongshe levels joined forces, and even if Han Ning's strength was good, his blood value was only 12,400 points. It was simply impossible to fight against the 3. Chapter 67. Even a Grandmaster has a gap. The trio surrounded it, looking extremely confident. Qin Siyue even had a sardonic smile on her face, as if she had already seen Han Ning on his knees begging for mercy. Looking at the 3 of them, they were all at the same sect level, and excluding Qin Siyue, the remaining 2 worldly sect masters all had a blood value of around 13,000. It's a bit higher than Hanning. The only shortcoming was that only one of these 3 possessed attributes. Killing for treasure, you guys have good ideas. Aren't you afraid of role reversal? Han Ning scanned the circle, his body's qi and blood surging up, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly executed the heavenly demon ancient body. The fusion of the 3 ancient statues skyrocketed the power by 3 times. Humph, arrogant! Qin Siyue snorted coldly, most disgusted with Han Ning's smug appearance. Immediately, he locked eyes with the 2 men, and in the next moment struck out in unison. Behind Cloud Sword! In an instant, the worldly clan patriarch's qi and blood soared, as if he were swallowing the waves of the sky, and a sharp blade did not come out from the sea, heading straight for Han Ning. With a blood value of 13,000, the sharpness of a sword was extraordinary. And the remaining 2 simultaneously executed their means, heading straight for Han Ning. The speed was extremely fast, and an attack came one after another. Completely blocked and surrounded Han Ning. As he watched the attack come in force, Han Ning was not the least bit intimidated. After reaching the sovereign level, Han Ning had yet to fight from his full strength, and now he was curious as to what level of strength he had reached. Heavenly Demon Ancient Body! Congeal! The 3 ancient statues fused, flooding Han Ning's surroundings with a faint golden light, which was mixed with the flow of thunder and fire. Although it seemed inconspicuous, Han Ning was able to feel the incremental increase in power. As the attack came, Han Ning raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Bang! With only 1 punch, he shattered the Beihai sword, took 1 step in succession to shrink the ground, and instantly appeared in front of Qin Siyue. Filthy goods, how can they be worthy of besieging this clan? Han Ning's cold words rang out, and in the next moment, a star-picking hand instantly pulled out towards Qin Siyue's chest. Not waiting for Qin Siyue to react, she only felt a coldness in her body, and when she looked again, her entire chest had been penetrated by Han Ning with 1 hand. Perished on the spot. Easily killed Qin Siyue, Han Ning back, the remaining 2 patriarchs immediately combined their efforts to surround and kill. The speed was extremely fast, and the explosion of qi and blood was astonishingly incomparable. One of them, whose water attribute qi and blood turned over, actually directly formed a water prison, trapping Han Ning to death. Dare to kill a member of my Qin family, suffer death! Qin Siyue was instantly killed in seconds, and the 2 had already reacted to the fact that although this Han Ning had just broken through to the sovereign level, his strength was now weak. And mastering martial arts with weird speed. If you don't get it under control, there's no way to deal with it. Thus, one of them directly moved to create a water prison in an attempt to use it to restrict Han Ning's movements. The other person, on the other hand, began to strike in an attempt to kill Han Ning with this. While looking at the water prison, Han Ning was smiling. With this? I told you guys to read more, thinking that after the recovery of the aura, your previous knowledge is useless? Remember, water conducts electricity. As the words fell, Han Ning's entire body's aura skyrocketed, and in the next moment, thunder erupted and spread throughout the entire water prison. The patriarch who was controlling the water dungeon was even directly caught up in the thunder on the water dungeon. The moment the berserk thunder erupted, his entire body was struck by lightning. In an instant, the qi and blood collapsed and the water prison disappeared. The restriction disappeared, Another person attacked. Han Ning was also nonchalant, his fists were held, and thunder fire, chi, and blood was on fire. Bang! A fist was swung, and the moment the fist clashed, it directly sent the man flying out alive. Even though the blood value was a bit higher than Han Ning's, the suppression in attributes and the threefold power brought by the heavenly demon ancient body was enough to narrow the gap. Knocking one person away, Han Ning's gaze also turned to the other. The water attribute chi blood, which was exactly what he was restraining, was much easier to deal with. You guy is actually of the thunder and fire attribute. Looking at Han Ning's sudden appearance, the Qin clan patriarch instantly panicked. When a grandmaster fights, they all go all out, not to mention the fact that the island is a mess at the moment. Once the rest of the martial academy deans came back to their senses, Han Ning could not be killed, and the Yu dynasty's sacred seal could not be obtained. At that time, he was bound to be in trouble. It's too late for that. Han Ning laughed coldly, and with the 3 ancient statues added to his strength, his star-picking hand struck out blatantly. Bang! Holding the sun and the moon in his hand was like holding the door to one's destiny, and under the heavenly demon ancient body's augmentation, this strike was incredibly powerful, directly knocking the Qin clan patriarch back. Han Ning repelled 2 sect masters one after another, while on the other side, the fight between the lineages and martial arts academies came to an end. There were no deaths or injuries on either side, but they were consumed. Damned worldly families, each one has many tactics, it's not good to deal with them at all. The president of the Heavenly Mansion cursed angrily. The foundation of the martial arts academy couldn't be compared to the world family, and just this kind of exchange of hands, it was impossible to gain the upper hand. Han Ning was actually able to remain unharmed under a 3-man siege? This kid, his strength is really odd. On the side, the vice dean was momentarily surprised as he watched Han Ning not only kill one person, but also render 2 world clan patriarchs powerless. Everyone, it won't do us any good to continue fighting, so why don't we just call it quits and divide the Bodhi fruit first, as we said earlier. At this moment, seeing that the worldly martial academy was indistinguishable from each other, the situation would only get worse if the real fight continued. The Longhun Mountain Patriarch simply stepped out once again and rounded off the scene. On the side of the world families, each one of them had resentment on their faces. Failing to gain the upper hand from the martial academy had already caused them to lose face, but now they had also been killed by Han Ning. This made the worldly family upset in their hearts. If you worldly families want to fight, I, the martial academy, will accompany you to the end. If not, follow the rules. Although the dean of the Heavenly Mansion is hot-tempered, he also knows that there is no good result in this fight today. Furthermore, each of these people was targeting Han Ning, and it was clear that they were still thieving against the Yu dynasty's holy seal. Taking the Bodhi fruit and leaving as soon as possible is the best thing to do. Good! It's a deal! On the side of the lineage, at this moment, they could only grit their teeth and respond. After all, when they fought just now, the sex side had no intention of helping at all. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be able to take any advantage. A fight, but a lonely fight. Han Ning felt a little funny even as he watched from the sidelines. It seemed as if all of this patriarch-level powerhouses were very life-thirsty. Only, looking at Qin Siyue's corpse on the side, Han Ning only felt that this was an unlucky child. After all, he's the one who died after all the fighting. However, the Bodhi fruit was divided equally among the 3 parties, and in the end, there was one left. Once the 3 parties had each taken 3, everyone's eyes fell on the last Bodhi fruit. Just as the group was about to make their move, but unexpectedly, Han Ning's figure suddenly appeared. Guys, this last one is mine. Only Han Ning's voice could be heard as he directly activated his shrinking ground, pocketing this Bodhi fruit with great speed. This kid's martial arts skills are really powerful. Extremely fast, godlike, within the clan masters, I'm afraid no one can catch up. As the crowd watched Han Ning take the Bodhi fruit in a big way, the worldly family side was furious and blue in the face. The martial arts academy, on the other hand, was happy. The great diffusion star technique was displayed to its fullest extent in Han Ning's hands. A shrinking ground turned directly into Han Ning's old 6th means. Chapter 68, Return, Early Graduation? Watching Han Ning accept the last Bodhi fruit, The faces of the lineages were extremely pale, while on the side of the sects, every single one of them moved their hearts. Han Ning had displayed amazing talent and strong strength, and such a sect master was naturally the one they were interested in drawing in. Not to mention, Han Ning still had the Yu dynasty's sacred seal in his hands. As I said earlier, the last one goes to the one who can, and since Han Ning of my martial academy got it, it naturally belongs to him. Anyone who dares to make a move to snatch it is crossing the line with my martial arts academy. The dean and vice dean of the heavenly mansion both stood out in defense, fearing that those from the worldly family would once again lash out. We all have our scruples, but nothing matters in the face of profit. Being careful is the most important thing. Facing the strong martial arts academy, and those guys from the sects are fishing in troubled waters, the families can only break their teeth and swallow their stomachs. As the division of the Bodhi fruit ended, a group of patriarchs also began to return one after another. This time in the secret world, everyone had more or less gained a lot of goods. It was just that when all the sect masters left the island, the conflict between the three forces was rearing its ugly head. Because of the last action at the relics, it resulted in heavy losses on the side of the worldly sects, and basically all the treasures obtained at the secret realm had been scavenged by the martial arts academy. It also gave rise to a not-so-subtle grudge between the two sides. Even on the side of the sects that had moved against Han Ning, each and every one of them had unhappy faces. It would be strange for them to be at ease when a good chance was robbed. The martial arts academy's approach is too overbearing, isn't it? Robbing others of their chances is really ugly. That's right, that Han Ning, he's simply a bandit, actually relying on the strength of his own shur to hold a strong and weak position. For a while, the crowd rallied and began to accuse Han Ning. Facing pressure from both sides, several deans at the moment also had big heads. They had been in the center of the secret realm to grab treasures, and hadn't cared at all about what was going on elsewhere. Nor did he even know what kind of commotion Hanning had made outside. Now that they came out to hear about it, each one of them was also numb. Now that's a bit of a bad situation to deal with. Gentlemen, what's wrong with martial artists robbing each other horizontally? Besides, wasn't the Qin family also killing several people from my martial academy and blocking the academy's entry with a single patriarch back then, so I'm just following suit? Is there a problem? Or is it that everyone doesn't want to leave from this secret realm and fight to the death here? In the face of accusations, Hanning was not at all intimidated. It wasn't even on the radar. Even if they had complaints, they could only swallow them back with broken teeth. Hanning doesn't give a damn how they are. Wouldn't dare do it anyway. After all, so many patriarchs are here, really all fight, everyone is not sure. Han Ning's words caused the people of the lineage to gnash their teeth, while the side of the sects were surprisingly silent, which made Han Ning realize that the people of these sects should have other plans. Slowly, the secret realm also finally began to close before the conflict completely erupted. All of them were swallowed along with the mist, and one by one, they returned to their original world. The moment. Inside the advanced zone. As the people who had entered the secret realm came out, the great Xia army was also the first to appear. At the same time, the few patriarchs who stayed outside also appeared one after another. Dean Chen, Uncle Yang. Watching the dean come over along with Uncle Yang, Han Ning also relaxed. He was worried that those people from the world family wouldn't stop there. You, boy, can really cause trouble. We've all heard about what happened in the secret realm. The chance is certainly important, but you're really the first one to offend so many people this time. Uncle Yang came forward and did not look at his daughter first, but patted Han Ning's shoulder. He laughed and cursed, but in his heart he was happy. Especially after learning that Han Ning's strength had reached that of a Grand Master, the two of them, Dean Chen and Uncle Yang, were extremely excited. Cut the crap and hurry back. You've brought back a big problem this time. Dean Chen urged. Under the military's deterrence, both the lineages and sects could only choose to go back. Han Ning and his group also got into a car and returned to Jiangqing. Car. Han Ning counted the contents of his storage bag. The harvest from this trip was huge, enough for Han Tang to grow a wave. For Hanning, it was able to drive Han Tang up quickly. That's the big takeaway. Come on, how many times have you read this along the way? This time you go back, you'll get to graduate early as a freshman instead. Any thoughts on what to do afterward? Chen Qingruo looked at Han Ning as he counted his way up with a cherished look on his face. Especially with that face, it really looks like a miser. It made Chen Qingruo unable to stop herself from spitting up. Graduation? Aren't I just a freshman? How come I'm graduating? Han Ning froze and looked at Chen Qingruo with a curious expression, clearly not understanding what she meant by this. Martial arts academies aren't like ordinary universities. You can graduate once you've reached the Zhongshe, and of course, you can choose to stay in school. It's just that most of them join a side or create their own. It depends on what you choose. As Chen Qingruo finished speaking, Han Ning also began to ponder. The current him, but only 19 years old, although it is already a Zhongshe level, but want to mix in the society, foothold, just rely on the Zhongshe level strength cannot be enough. That when we get back. Not thinking about it at the moment. In this regard, it was true that Han Ning had not yet considered it. After all, Han Ning had already gotten lost once back when his chi blood value was only 9. If it weren't for the system, Han Ning would thankfully not know what to do. And now, there's sort of a goal. There was no end to the clerics, and even when they reached the cleric level, it was not the time to block their steps. A few days later, the group returned to the Jiangbei Martial Academy. After going out for a while, it was the same as always within the Martial Academy. However, to Han Ning's surprise, Han Tang was doing well today. Things are looking up, so to speak. Han Ning, you're finally back. During this period of time, our Han Tang has been growing rapidly, and has already annexed the Force Martial Arts Society, with a staff of more than 50 people. Back at the dormitory, Tang Shan was also the first to report on the situation. The Rikimusha were merged. Listening to the news, Han Ning was also a bit surprised, obviously not expecting this outcome. That was, after all, a sophomore club, and none of the martial artists were of low strength. Well, thanks to the help of the Martial Arts Academy, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. By the way, how was your harvest from going to the secret realm this time? Don Hill was curious. Han Ning immediately waved his hand, instantly displaying the various spiritual herbs and medicines in his storage bag. In an instant, the Tangshan Tangya siblings looked directly dumbfounded. This much? Crap, you're really going to stock up, aren't you? As Tangshan watched, he couldn't help but spit it out as well. Each of the resources required by martial artists were extremely expensive, and it was already good enough to get a small amount, but Han Ning was releasing a bunch of them. Chapter 69, The First Step in Society. What's this? It's just one of those things. Other than that, there's the blood-based fruit, ancient corpse blood essence, and so on. I'll give you 5 drops of the ancient corpse blood essence, 1 for you and Xiaoya, and you can distribute the rest as you see fit, if the people are okay with it. Boosting strength is most important. Ancient corpse blood essence, which could make their chi and blood values rise dramatically, was a heavenly treasure for low-level martial artists. It's luxury. By the way, I'm supposed to be graduating, so I'm making plans, and I have to take care of Han Tang. Just as the Tangshan siblings were shocked, another sentence from Han Ning directly caused the siblings to freeze. What? Graduation? Have you done something in the secret realm that people and gods are angry about? The siblings looked at Han Ning with a confused look on their faces. If he graduated, could this Han Tang still exist? After all, it was because of Han Ning that Han Tang existed. If Han Ning just left, wouldn't it be a waste? Step aside, think of me as someone. It's when you reach the zoner and can graduate. Han Ning spoke lightly, but once again, he gave the siblings a big shock. Grandmaster? Holy shit, how long has this been going on? Patriarch. It hasn't even been 2 months, and you've actually reached Patriarch? Boy, it's the first time I've seen this kind of cultivation speed since the recovery of Aura. Tang Shan swallowed his saliva and looked at Han Ning incredulously. If someone else had said this, he would have never believed it, but when it came out of Han Ning's mouth, there was nothing to doubt. It's just luck. Han Ning spread his hands. The problem now was what Han Tang would do after he left. Originally, Han Ning had envisioned that after graduating together, he would directly bring Han Tang out, so that even after breaking away from the Martial Arts Academy, he himself would still be able to have power in society and start a business. But now that you have to graduate early, it's hard to say. As for staying in school, Han Ning actually does not have this intention. After all, if you stay in school, you will be limited to this one place. This was not what Han Ning had in mind. After seeing the world of martial artists, Han Ning naturally thought about going to see more. Then after you go out, won't our Han Tang be disbanded? Soon, Tang Shan also realized the problem. Because of Han Ning's presence, Han Tang was able to carry on smoothly, but if Han Ning was gone, then Han Tang would lose its pillar, which would not be a good thing for Han Tang. Just as the three of them were thinking about how to deal with it, outside the door, Chen Qingruo's few people walked in. Hey, are you guys still hiring at Han Tang? As soon as they entered, Chen Qingruo's words directly froze the trio. Beside Chen Qingruo, there were also a few seniors, each with the strength of a half-step sovereign. Sisters? What are you guys? Han Ning was a bit stunned, clearly not knowing what Chen Qingruo and the others wanted to do. Moreover, Han Ning also realized that Qin Shui was among them. Although there was nothing between him and Qin Shui now, and there wasn't any awkwardness in meeting, however, in the way of Uncle Yang, Han Ning would still take care of it. Join Han Tang, of course. With your nature, if you leave the martial academy, there won't be no one to guard Han Tang. Besides, the martial arts academy is now invested in Han Tang. When you're a shirker, someone has to watch, right? With Chen Qingruo's words, Han Ning was instead much more relaxed. This way, even if you leave, you don't have too much pressure on your mind. By the way, my grandfather wants you to grab a trip to his place. There's something else to tell you, Chen Qingruo said as Han Ning exchanged a few pleasantries with them before leaving. Inside President Chen's office. When Hanning walked in, he found that the Vice Dean, Uncle Yang, was there. Hanning, sit down first. Seeing Han Ning walk in, Dean Chen greeted him as well. This time in the secret realm, Han Ning's harvest was enormous, and they all saw it in their eyes. While he was happy for Han Ning's increased strength, he was also worried about the danger that this secret realm would bring. Dean, uncle, what do you want with me? Han Ning had thought about finding a chance to talk to them about graduation, but now it was just right. Qingruo told you, didn't she, that with your strength, you're no longer suitable in the martial academy. According to what was agreed upon, we will recommend you to enter the martial alliance, but don't worry, the martial alliance will not restrict you from anything. For that matter, Qin Yang will take you there when the time comes. Besides, there's one more thing. Speaking of this, President Chen's tone became noticeably heavy. This also made Han Ning feel that things didn't seem simple. You offended the world family in the secret realm, and there are those sects that have thoughts about you as well. More importantly, you got the Yu Dynasty's sacred seal. Mentioning this, Han Ning was also even more curious. When this thing was first up for grabs, Han Ning felt that it wasn't simple. Something that can make the world's families and sects rush to it and salivate over it is naturally extraordinary. Except, again, it's not a treasure or a weapon. It doesn't do much for the practice either. What can you do with this kind of thing? Dean, I've always been curious about this Yu Dynasty sacred seal. What exactly does it do? I see those worldly sects care quite a bit. Hanning asked. Dean Chen also said in succession. This Yu Dynasty's sacred seal has a map on it about the Yu Dynasty, and the Yu Dynasty era is one that we have not learned about, and was a true era of martial artists. Therefore, all forces want it, and now the Martial League and the Great Xia government are also highly concerned. So, Qin Yang is here on behalf of the military this time. Saying this, Dean Chen also turned his gaze towards Qin Yang. It would be better for Qin Yang to say the next words. Xiaoning, what the above means is that it wants you to hand over the Yu Dynasty's sacred seal, but of course, when the map is found and determined, it will naturally have your share. You're now at the Zhongsha level, and with your high talent, the country will only value you more. Accompanied by Qin Yang's words, Han Ning roughly understood. Since the stakes are so high, there is no way to keep it on your own. Han Ning was also clear in his heart that he was now alone, and since the Yu Dynasty's sacred seal had no direct effect yet, keeping it would be troublesome. Okay, Uncle Jan, at your service. However, the Martial Arts Alliance and the state have to give me some compensation. How can they say $50 million? I'm graduating and leaving soon here, and I need money to grow outside the area. Han Ning grinned, and without any hesitation, he directly handed over the Yu Dynasty's sacred seal. Since you have a share of the future, there is even less need to hold on to it. As the saying goes, a piker is a piker. If he insisted on not giving it, not only would he be in trouble with the lineage sects, but he would also offend the country and the martial alliance at the same time. Leave it to them and have less trouble yourself instead. Han Ning's quickness to come up with it was also a surprise to Dean Qin Yangqin. I thought that this guy would covet the treasures he got after the Yu Dynasty's holy seal, but I never thought that he would give it so decisively. As for the conditions Han Ning put forward, that was nothing at all. Chapter 70, Famous Ancestors? What's it got to do with me? The sacred seal of the Yu Dynasty is of great importance, and all forces have ideas, even those outside the country. Now that the country and the martial arts alliance had taken over, Han Ning was naturally happy to give it out. After all, he didn't have that kind of skill to master right now. Ning, don't worry, the compensation piece won't be missing you. Since you're graduating, come with me to Kyoto, where the Martial Arts Alliance is headquartered. That's a good place to be over there, too, if you want to grow. The aura was revived and martial artists were in charge, but because the aura had not been revived for a long time, there were only a handful of first-tier cities in the whole of Dusha that were completely martialized. Places such as Jiangqing are actually still dominated by ordinary people. Once upon a time, Han Ning was one of these ordinary people who had come this far in a very short period of time. For Kyoto, Han Ning also had ideas. It was a really big city after all, and a place for martial artists. Well, Uncle Jan, let me know when you're leaving. Even though he joined the Martial Alliance was merely an alliance, and would not provide any shelter or anything like that to the members therein. At the same time, it will not interfere with them. Therefore, Han Ning went to Kyoto and still had to develop alone. With the strength of the sovereign, I don't think the development will be that complicated. Leaving the office, Han Ning was also at ease. Since stepping onto the path of a martial artist, Han Ning had experienced the benefits of strength. It's just as much in the limelight as it was when you were a schoolteacher. The next day, Han Ning had given most of the treasures brought out of the secret realm to Tang Shan and the others, and even though he was leaving, Han Tang was still Han Ning's support. When he graduates, he can likewise become Han Ning's right-hand man. Therefore, treating Han Tang, Han Ning are very generous. Han Ning, you go to Kyoto to develop first, and when we can get out, we'll go to Kyoto to look for you. Develop Han Tang completely, Tang Shan said with a serious face, and he was equally very attached to Han Tang. Don't worry, it's you guys instead, seize the time to raise your strength. Han Ning barked a few words, and only after Qin Yang came over did they leave together. Thus ended the life of the Martial Arts Academy, which came and went so quickly. However, Han Ning had left behind a near-mythical story in the Jiangbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy. In less than 2 months of enrollment, he directly reached the Zhongshu level. The Han Tang left behind will also become the largest society in the Martial Arts Academy. Car. Han Ning was distracted along the way, and he didn't know what he was nervous about starting. I always feel that after leaving Jiangqing, my heart is still a little reluctant instead. Ning, when you go to Kyoto, be careful with everything, that place is where most of the worldly family groups gather. It can be difficult to break in alone. Qin Yang, who was on the side, could see Han Ning's apprehension and immediately spoke out in relief. Hearing this, Han Ning was also curious. Uncle Yang, these lineages, will they be a bit out of control? I see that the sects still have a certain level of adherence to Daxia, so how come the lineages instead look unscrupulous? The last time he was in the secret realm, Han Ning had already sensed this gap. The sect inheritance originally originated from the land of Great Xia. So, they are kinda keeping to the rules. But the family is different. The reason for this is complicated. Simply put, the economic lifeline is held by them. Even if the aura is revived, the economy is still just as important. Qin Yang's explanation was simple and straightforward. Speaking of which, your family is just as much of a lineage. Your parents left early, plus you were too young to remember at that time. With your reputation in the Jiangbei Martial Academy, I'm afraid that the Kyoto side has already received the news, and I'm afraid that after you go over there, someone will come to your door. When Qin Yang said this, Han Ning also froze. Yourself? What could be different in your own home? In Han Ning's memory, indeed, there is not much about the parents. After all, that time is still small, otherwise it would not be an orphan, relying on others to succor before growing up. Han Ning was also aware of this, so after hearing Qin Yang say this, Han Ning became curious instead. Also wondering what the hell is the connection. Uncle Jan, you said my family has connections in Kyoto? What the hell is going on with this one? Han Ning was curious, so Qin Yang did not hide it. For Han Ning, with his strength and talent today, sooner or later, he would have to face it. Qin Yang paused, then this said, the Han family is also a famous historical family lineage. Once upon a time, Korea in the history of Daxia was. All in all, today's Han family carries a lot of weight amongst the lineages, and the strength they possess is beyond imagination. As for specifics, I'm not really sure they know more about your parents. As Qin Yang finished speaking, Han Ning only felt his brain buzzing for a while before he could send a response. After all, in Han Ning's memories, he himself was an ordinary child from an ordinary family, who had suffered the accidental death of his parents in his childhood, thus becoming an orphan. Didn't even know I had such a distinctive birth. So there's more to it. Uncle Jan, how come I haven't heard you tell me about this before? Han Ning was curious. If he had known this before, he wouldn't have had to live so miserably, and he wouldn't have to rely on other people's succor to get by. It was a situation that was a bit of a surprise. Well, I didn't know the situation until a few years after your parents died. Besides, the other party, after all, has an extraordinary status and position, and they had also come over to inspect you when the aura was revived, and at that time, your aura value was only 9, so they gave up on you. After Qin Yang said this, Han Ning instantly understood. This Han family, it was abandoned because they felt they had no value. Although he didn't know the relationship between them and his parents, what Han Ning could be sure of was that the Han family was a place that valued profit and strength. No wonder Uncle Jan said he would be approached after he passed. Uncle, don't worry, it's their loss if they don't want it. Besides, I don't belong to anyone. Just being strong enough is enough. Han Ning was quite open about this. With the Breathe and Become Stronger system in place, Han Ning didn't need to think about these complicated family relationships, social relationships. As long as one was strong enough, then everything could be done as he wished. Even in this world, it is the same. Well, it's nice of you to think so. Anyway, you have to remember that there's no room for sloppiness in this kind of thing. When we go to Kyoto, I'll take you to report to the Martial Arts League first. After that I have work to take care of, so be careful in Kyoto on your own. Qin Yang admonished. Han Ning was the one he watched grow up, although he felt that Han Ning had changed since the test. But Qin Yang was just as pleased that Han Ning's temperament and mindset were good. The only thing that was a shame was that the affair with his own daughter was a complete washout. Qin Yang was also too embarrassed to mention his daughter again. 2 days later, Han Ning smoothly arrived in Kyoto, which was even more prosperous and, at the same time, rich in aura. Martial artists could be seen everywhere here, and it was a completely different scene from Jiangqing. Chapter 71, First Time in the Capital, Mixed Up with Fish and Dragons. Kyoto. The capital of the Great Xia was located, and it was also one of the few cities within the Great Xia where martial artists were normalized. Here, all of them, from various conglomerates to small roadside stalls, were made up of martial artists. Walking into Kyoto for the first time, Han Ning felt new and strange instead. Uncle, this Kyoto is really different. Let's grab the Martial League. I was thinking of taking a turn. Han Ning urged, such a good place, such a prosperous place. It would be really good if he could have his own place. Okay, let's go over there. Qin Yang could also see that Han Ning was only 19 years old, and although he was already at the Zonshu level and had a steadier heart than the others, he was still young in the end. It's normal for this to want to hang out and have fun. After all, in the strong strength, and then powerful people, have passed into this world of flowers. As the saying goes, the world of flowers is fascinating, and who can jump out? And where the Martial Arts Alliance is located, it's actually an official organization. There were not many people who registered here and joined the Martial Arts Alliance. Although after the recovery of the aura, many powerful and talented martial artists had been drawn in by various sects and families, the Martial Arts Alliance was after all supported by the state, so there would still be some attraction. This is the Martial Alliance? The moment Han Ning stood at the entrance of the Martial Alliance with Qin Yang, looking at the gate of the Martial Alliance, Han Ning was immediately somewhat speechless. Uncle, are you sure this Wushu League isn't a converted gymnasium? And it's still a bird's nest? Han Ning was also speechless. Although the bird's nest was magnificent, he didn't expect that the emergence of martial artists after the recovery of the aura had brought about such a big change. It was really a bit unexpected. Nonsense, your kid used to know how to study in boredom, and after the recovery of aura, he also thought about the chi and blood value all day long, and didn't care about the outside world at all. Since the recovery of aura, countries around the globe have national organizations similar to the Martial Arts Alliance, and likewise, the Olympic Games have changed, and now it can be all about the participation of martial artists. Listening to Qin Yang's introduction, Han Ning also couldn't help but smack his lips. Times are changing just as fast, not out of the River City, really do not know these changes. However, Han Ning was also clear that this was the general trend. Walking into the Martial Alliance, Han Ning immediately detected a powerful aura. The aura was so strong and shocking that it actually gave Han Ning a feeling of being above the patriarchs. Uncle, what exactly is the realm of the upper Zhongshu level? Han Ning asked, but Qin Yang was in no hurry to respond. Instead, he told Han Ning to go in and talk about it. Not much longer. Inside a conference room. When Han Ning walked in and looked at the people in the conference room, he instantly froze. In here, there are actually people from the sect. For example, Lung Fushan, Amei, Wudang and Shaolin are already household names. Division Lu, this is Han Ning. Qin Yang introduced himself to one of the men, only to see Lu Chu get up with a smile on his face. Looking towards Han Ning was full of kindness. Good, worthy of being a teenage genius, join the Martial League and defend the country. Your information has been registered. There's no need for a special ceremony to join the Martial Alliance, however, your situation is unique, and these people have traveled from all over the world for your sake. Han Ning also froze when Lu Chu said this. Rushing over? Together, they are not from the Martial Arts Alliance. Division Lu, these seniors, what are they looking for me for? Stepping into the sovereign level, Han Ning could sense that every single one of those present was at least sovereign level, and there were even some whose auras could make him feel afraid. Such strength is unimaginable. Naturally, I'm pulling you in. You surrendered the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty, but in reality, you were even more noticeable. 19 years old at the Zhongshu level, to reach the Zhongshu level in just over a month of enrollment is a rare occurrence amongst the new generation since the revival of the aura. Once Lu Chu said this, Han Ning understood. It's the same as when the high school test was first administered. All want to come and pull themselves together. Little friend Han Ning, now that you've graduated from the Martial Academy, if you're willing to come to our sect to further your training, I'm sure your strength will be greatly increased. Of course, we will also regard you as a core disciple. Listening to one old man after another, Han Ning was unable to raise the slightest interest. They were looking at their own talent, but they actually wanted to make themselves work for them, something that Han Ning did not like and was not willing to do. Joining the Martial League, it was because the Martial League was national, and Han Ning was choosing from the perspective of a countryman. As the saying goes, it is the responsibility of everyone to see the world rise and fall. Han Ning couldn't be more selfish than to forget that. Seniors, I'm really sorry, I won't be joining any side. As for my cultivation, I'm not worried. Division Lu, this is my compensation for turning in the sacred seal of the Yu dynasty? Han Ning didn't ink, and after knowing their purpose, he directly and simply refused. It's not like these sects would meddle in the affairs of Kyoto, and joining them would still require them to go to the deep forests, where they would do nothing but fight ferocious beasts or meditate, which was really no fun. Not nearly as glamorous as the City of Lights. Don't worry about the compensation, I'll have someone call you right now. But you really don't think any more about what a few people mean. Lu was not expecting Han Ning this age, have this kind of talent strength also, even if, in the face of the temptation to pull together, but also can refuse to be so dry. Of course, this point of liking money was not expected. Oh, Mr. Lu, no harm done. Little friend Han Ning's surname is Han after all, so it's normal for him to reject us. We came over on this trip firstly to make good karma with little friend Han Ning, and secondly for the Yu Dynasty's holy seal. Before Han Ning could respond, someone immediately spoke up. It was just that the words that came out did surprise Han Ning a bit. He had just come to the capital, and was even just learning about his own life, but he didn't realize that someone else had already figured it out. This is a real surprise. When Lu Chu heard this, he was also stunned, then reacted and did not continue to ask more questions. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Ning left the conference room and left the Martial Alliance. The moment he walked out, Han Ning received a text message on his cell phone that the compensation given by the Martial Alliance was a full $80 million. It's more than the $50 million that was agreed upon beforehand. Kyoto. Here I come! Han Ning had a smile on his face and was equally excited in his heart. Such a prosperous place to start a business in would indeed be exciting and exhilarating. Even though the pressure wasn't small, Han Ning felt that he was at least at the Zhongshu level of strength, so it wasn't so difficult to move an inch. So, Han Ning took a cab, first planning to find a place to land, and after that, he would calculate how to create Han Tang. Just as Han Ning was gleefully making his move, a man dressed in a black suit walked in quickly at a certain manner in Kyoto. Walked right up to an old white-haired man. Bishop saluted respectfully, then said, "Boss, the person has already arrived in Kyoto and just left from the Martial Alliance. By the looks of things, it's planning to go buy a house and live in Kyoto." The person the man in the suit was talking about was none other than Han Ning. Chapter 72, It's a Deal, Stupid. On this side of the manor, all of Han Ning's movements were being grasped, while Han Ning himself was blissfully unaware. Directly to a sales office in Kyoto. Manson Real Estate. The sales office was crowded with people, each scrambling to be the first to look as if the houses inside were on fire and were all up for grabs. Han Ning looked on, but his heart couldn't help but laugh. These speculators, they're pretty good. Suddenly it's a half-step clan leading a speculative group. I also wonder how many of these actually came over to buy a house. After all, everyone here was a martial artist, and no one lacked money. As for Han Ning, he was just coming over to take a look, and if there was a suitable one, it would be good to find a place to land. "Does this gentleman need to see the house?" Just as Han Ning walked in, a salesgirl followed him. In the crowded situation, Han Ning was found with precision. It directly exposes the speculators. This situation, too, was somewhat amusing to watch Han Ning. "Why did you come to me when so many people were asking?" Han Ning lightly laughed at the inquiry, and looking at the unnatural embarrassment of the sales lady, Han Ning knew that he had guessed correctly. So many people, all speculators, and you're the only one who came to see the house? This big city, it's true, has a bit more of a setup. Indeed, it's a bummer. Sir, they're all booked. Why don't I introduce you to the house first? The sales lady was a little embarrassed by Han Ning's stare. Although Han Ning was only 19 years old, because of these 2 months, either the ferocious beast area or the secret realm, fighting and killing constantly, the tenderness in his body had long since been swept away. Combined with his tall stature, he naturally gave the illusion of being an adult. "Okay, let's see first." Han Ning did not say much. This sales lady is good-looking and cute, 1.5 meters tall, like a small potato. It was not good for Han Ning to continue poking at it. Just in time to learn more about the Kyoto house. As a first-tier city in the capital of Dacia, this place could be described as an inch of gold. Soon, with the sales lady leading the way, they walked to the exhibition area. Looking at the placed sand table, this sales lady began to explain up haughtily. "Sir, every single one of our Wanxing Real Estate's houses is built on top of a spirit formation, and each suite is set with a different spirit stone. Make sure the house is full of aura for cultivation. The price range is anywhere from $10 to $80 million. Soon, after the sales lady explained, Han Ning also gradually understood. Kyoto was a gathering place for martial artists, where even the places where they lived, private houses, hotels and guest houses, even entertainment venues, would have spirit formations. The so-called spirit formation was something that utilized spirit stones to construct a spell formation and condense spiritual chi. And building a house to live on the spirit formation, which has many benefits for martial artists. Of course, because of the factor of the spirit formation, it resulted in the price of the house rising. Since they're all this kind of house, and you seem to have all the amenities and stuff here, how come no one comes to buy them? There's not much point in looking for those speculation groups, is there? When he thought that a group of people were all speculators and only he came over to sincerely look at the house, Han Ning felt that he had suffered a loss. Therefore, Han Ning said it directly, causing the sales lady to directly freeze in place. There was no way to know how to answer Han Ning's words. However, at this moment the clamor of the speculative group at the entrance suddenly came to an abrupt end. One after the other, there was a sharp sound. The Wanxing group is really bold. If not even one suite is sold within the deadline, this place will be owned by my Qin family. The shrill voice was exceptionally loud, and even Han Ning, who was in the exhibition area, could hear it clearly. Upon hearing the word Qin family, Han Ning immediately became interested. On the other hand, the sales lady on the side had a furious look on her face, and her breath disclosed that she was actually a half-step zongsure as well. These assholes! Do they really want to drive them to extinction? Listening to the sales lady's gnashing of teeth, Han Ning was also curious. This Qin family? Is it that family? The Qin family that Qin Siyue belongs to? Han Ning is not sure. After all, there are a lot of surnames in Daxia. Without confirming it, Han Ning is not good enough to get into this mess. Sir, you know Qin Siyue? The sales lady had a surprised look on her face, followed by a mumble. That Qin Siyue went to the secret realm and got killed, she simply deserved it. We should really kill all of them, Qin family, a bunch of assholes. Seeing the salesgirl with this grumbling look on her face, Han Ning was also interested. Tell me, what has this Qin family done? Maybe I can help you guys. Han Ning said, his gaze was also looking out. That speculation group was invited by the Wanxing group. Among them, there were half-step sect masters as well, and the rest of the martial artists' chi and blood values weren't low either. But none of them actually dared to resist the other. It is evident that the opponent has strong momentum. The Qin family tricked my father into signing an unequal betting agreement with them, and then started messing around, causing no one to dare come to our Wanxing to buy a house. They've always used this tactic to annex businesses large and small. As soon as the sales lady said it, Han Ning also froze. Your father is the chairman of Manson? Han Ning also did not expect this. How to say is also the group's 1,000 gold miss, but now is to run here to act as a sales lady. This Wanxing group is being forced into a desperate situation by the Qin family. Got it, girl, I'll have to get a discount on this house if I help you beat them back. After all, I for one don't like to suffer. Han Ning said, then stretched his arms, and on the first rack he came to the capital, he ran into an old enemy. That's really a lot of wrongdoing. Mu Shaoqi, hurry up and come out. Today is the deadline. If you're sensible, you'd better come out obediently and sign the contract. Otherwise. The young man from the Qin clan at the head of the group had a haughty look on his face, and he had an air of superiority. That gesture felt familiar to Han Ning even from a distance. Simply the same as that Qin Siyue at the time. Moreover, looking at the aura on this person's body, it appeared to be a moment at the sovereign level, a moment at the half-step sovereign level. The chi and blood values were actually a bit unstable. What else can you do? Just as the youth finished speaking, a voice rang out, and before the youth could sweep his eyes, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped him. In a flash, Han Ning, who was still in the exhibition area, instantly appeared at the entrance of the sales office. Shrinking into the ground, after stepping into the clan master level, he became more and more skilled, but with a distance of 100 meters, he was also able to arrive in an instant. Looking at Han Ning, who had suddenly appeared, the youth of the Qin clan was also stunned. Obviously not expecting the person who came out of this to be at the Zhongshe level. Patriarch level powerhouse? This is my Qin family's matter. Is it possible that you want to interfere? The youth returned to his senses and immediately crossed his eyebrows, gazing at Han Ning with the same indifference. His body's breath erupted, and although he had a patriarchal aura, his momentum was too much weaker than Han Ning. Looking at the other party's stance, he understood that he was not afraid of Han Ning at all. Even if you know that there is a gap between the two sides, this is Kyoto. Han Ning was empty behind him, but behind him, there was the entire Qin family. This is the absolute bottom line that comes with a powerful background. It was a pity that if it were anyone else, they might still weigh the weight of the Qin family, but Han Ning would not. Chapter 73. This clan favors arrogance. The youth had a haughty face. The other party was at the Zhongshu level, but he had never seen it in Kyoto, and had always been nothing more than an outsider. What can a mere outsider do in Kyoto? The Qin family? I don't care if you're the Qin family or the animal family, I made a deal with someone. I'm responsible for leveling the playing field, so naturally I can get a bit of a discount on this rate. Han Ning gazed indifferently. It seemed that the people of the Qin family in front of him didn't know themselves yet. This is good, just arrived in Kyoto. If the Qin family stared at as soon as he arrived, Han Ning is not yet able to do things. Deal? A discount on the price of the house? This friend, as long as you don't interfere in this matter, let alone a favorable offer, or even a free gift, my Qin family can afford it. After hearing Han Ning's words, the youth also couldn't help but laugh. How could he not expect that the other party was actually just for the price of the house? As a martial artist, especially a Zhongshu-level martial artist, most of them were backed by power and did not lack money at all. A few, if not many, were richer than the average martial artist. It was ridiculous that a Zhongshu level like Han Ning was still greedy for this cheapness. Oh yo, you're quite generous. I'm a person who likes to take advantage, but, as the saying goes, there's a way to steal and a way to keep your word. So you don't have to bullshit either. Han Ning smiled, not expecting this guy to be so willing to give up. It was also true that a house of tens of millions of dollars was nothing to a worldly family. It's not worth it. It seems like you're determined to go against my Qin family. The youth immediately gritted his teeth as he looked at Han Ning, his qi and blood churning nonstop, and the complete appearance of bursting into flames at any moment. However, the next moment Han Ning's words caused the youth to directly freeze. Qin Siyue wouldn't even dare to speak out in front of the sect. After all, the person who said such words has already been killed by the sect. As the words fell, Mu Xiuqi, who had arrived from the rear, also froze. You're Hanning! When these words came out, the Qin family martial artists all looked terrified. That guy in the secret realm where 3 sect masters surrounded him and didn't die, even easily killed Qin Siyue in seconds. Such a person is not at all comparable to them. Even if there was a patriarchal level, this was not even on the same level compared to Han Ning. Answer correctly then, and I'll give you tickets to the Yellow Springs tour. The corners of Han Ning's mouth rose, and in the next moment, his steps gave birth to thunder, and between his raised hands, the thunder and fire brought up a brilliant arc. Bang! In an instant, thunder and fire erupted, and the mere eruption of qi and blood values suppressed the other Qin clan martial artists on the spot. This is Kyoto. Han Ning, even if you're at the Zhongshu level, you're still just an outsider. How dare you be reckless here? The veins of the youth in the lead rippled, and the terrifying suppression of the thunder fire qi and blood actually caused him to not be able to lift half of his strength to resist at all. He could only grit his teeth and look at Han Ning, attempting to force the other party with his words. But this is ridiculous to Han Ning. Indiscretion? This clan has never known what it means to be unbridled. This clan only knows what arrogance is. As the words fell, Han Ning raised his hand, and the thunder and fire condensed in his palm, erupting in an instant. Psst! A strike of lightning fire directly penetrated the youth's chest, killing him on the spot. As the people of the Wanshan group watched this scene, each of them swallowed their saliva and looked at Han Ning with a face full of horror. Don't even dare to come up and talk to them. Such a person, at the patriarch level, was so powerful that he didn't have any regard for the Qin family even when facing them. Simply ruthless. Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and clear the trash? I'll be your owner soon. Han Ning looked to the side, each with a shivering and fearful look on their face. Although they were suppressed by the qi and blood values, they were not at all bloodthirsty. It's really a bit scrappy. You guys hurry up and clean up! So that you're Hanning? Behind him, Mu Xiuqi stepped out and hurriedly ordered up, then walked over to Han Ning's side, looking at him incredulously. Looking at this 1.5 but curvy woman, Han Ning nodded slightly. That's right, it's me. What? You're going to give me the house for nothing? Hanning grinned. If it was really for nothing, the sentiment was still very good. Although the Marshall Alliance had given $80 million for this trip to the capital, there were still some treasures left over from the secret realm that he had brought with him. There's some money in it, too. But for Hanning, who needs to develop here, this amount of money will not be enough. I'm afraid this won't work. It's just, Hanning, are you really only 19? Mu Xiuqi froze in embarrassment, then hurriedly changed the topic. Wanxing Group is in a difficult predicament at this time. How can it still send houses around to do favors? That's right, as in fake. Seeing that Han Ning had simply admitted it, Mu Xiuqi's face also brought up a few points of joy. My name is Mu Xiuqi, nice to meet you. As for the house, let's put it this way, I'll give you the highest specification. How about charging you only $30 million? Mu Xiuqi was dry, and at the moment she had a genuine look on her face. It's completely different from being a thief at the beginning of the presentation of the house. Fine, that was meant to be the deal. Miss Mu, please make the formalities faster. I've just arrived in Kyoto and haven't rested yet. Han Ning urged. He still had to think about how to get a foothold in Kyoto and how to get Han Tang back up. That's the crucial part for Hanning. Okay, I'll have someone take care of that. You come with me. Mu Xiuqi didn't make any ink, and immediately had people start organizing it. As for herself, she led Hanning straight to the housing area. Soon. Arriving at the neighborhood, Han Ning's house is of the highest specification, naturally a detached villa within the neighborhood. It's worth $80 million and it all looks very extravagant and flashy. The thought of that settled house of his, which was so small that it couldn't be any smaller, and now a set of villas was just in front of him, also made Han Ning sigh. After all, only a little over a month has passed so far. Walking into the villa, Mu Xiuqi also started to introduce herself. It's equipped with a gravity chamber to provide practice and all kinds of smart furniture. Han Ning, are you planning to settle in Kyoto? Mu Xiuqi introduced it while throwing out another topic. Obviously trying to inquire about Hanning. Well, that's good. If you have anything to ask, it's just as well I have something to ask you. Han Ning could tell that this Mu Xiuqi had something to ask for. So there's no need to beat around the bush, just do it. Hey, I was going to ask if we could work together again. If you're willing, if it comes to fruition, our Mu family will pay you $50 million. Seeing Mu Xiuqi also speak out bluntly, Han Ning was also surprised. After seeing the prosperity of Kyoto, Han Ning naturally knew that $50 million was nothing. But for today's embarrassed Wanxing Group, that still carries some weight. Tell me about it. Cooperation or trade, after all, Han Ning himself still has a request to make. So it was not rejected. Watching Han Ning agree, Mu Xiuqi's face also brought up excitement. It's like this, our Mu family is only a third-rate family in Kyoto, and the group's strength isn't strong, so you can see the dilemma today. So, my dad wants to recruit some manpower and make a trip to the advanced Fierce Beast region. Chapter 74. This pill is a little bit dangling. High-level Ferocious Beast area? Upon hearing this, Han Ning was also surprised. Going to an advanced area, that probability of encountering a zone sure level ferocious beast was very high. A totally dangerous operation, so to speak. That's right, the Mu family and the Qin family signed a parley, and now that you're the first to buy the house, this agreement is naturally considered a win for our Mu family. But the Qin family has despicable tactics, and there are additional payments on the contract that require getting the inner core of the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. As Mu Xiuqi finished speaking, Han Ning was also surprised, not expecting it to be like this. How do you enter into such agreements? Isn't it foolish behavior to sign something that is completely unequal? The big thing is to fight. However, Han Ning had obviously thought a bit simplistically. It can't be helped, our Mu family has only 2 Zonsha levels so far, we can't compare to the Qin family. Besides, martial artists are supposed to rob each other horizontally. It's already good that the Qin family can use the agreement. And the agreement has been issued by the Chamber of Commerce. If we can take down the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, then the Mu clan will be safe. Hearing this, Han Ning also understood. The Chamber of Commerce? This is a noteworthy one. Han Ning wanted to start a business in Kyoto, so he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid dealing with them. No problem, but I can't guarantee it will go well. Han Ning agreed in a single breath that Kyoto's defenses were strong, so the Fierce Beast District couldn't pose a threat at all. But that doesn't mean it's not available elsewhere. Han Ning also wanted to go to the Fierce Beast area to get more high-level materials and more funds for his own benefit. Then it's my turn to ask you next. What do I need to do to get a foothold in this Kyoto? As soon as Han Ning asked, Mu Xiuqi also froze before remembering. I'm afraid I can't. If it was any other martial artist, they would just put in a random resume, get a job, and probably stabilize. Provided there are no enemies. All of Kyoto is filled with martial artists, so in terms of law and order, as long as it doesn't cause a major incident, no one cares about anything else, and you've offended the Qin family. Mu Xiuqi's meaning was clear. Offending the Qin family and wanting to settle down in Kyoto is hard to do. This is something that Hanning also understands. Finding a job and all that, Hanning didn't bother to think about it. After all, right now, Han Ning didn't really like the feeling of being squeezed. Ordinary people's work is only 996, but martial artists are different, because physical fitness is far superior to ordinary people in all aspects. Therefore, the work can be described as endless. It is a continuous black and white shift, with only meal breaks in between. Not looking for a job, I'm talking about starting a business. What's required? Hanning asked. Mu Xiuqi froze. If anyone else were to ask this, even if they were a sect master level powerhouse, Mu Xiuqi would find it laughable. But the Han Ning in front of him was not simple. The major martial arts academies favored the young and strong. And after offending the Qin family in Kyoto, it seemed that entrepreneurship was the only way left. Well, it's no trouble. As long as you can hold back the pressure brought on by the Qin family, you can do whatever you want. Whether it's a service class or something else, if you can afford to give it treatment, naturally martial artists will join. Mu Xiuqi spoke very thoroughly, and Han Ning roughly understood. As for the Chamber of Commerce, according to Mu Xiuqi, before a company has a certain strength, in the eyes of the Chamber of Commerce that is a small workshop. Not of any value. Therefore, Hanning didn't need to consider this either. Understood, thanks. As for the matter of going to the Fierce Beast region, just let me know when you've made arrangements. Figuring everything out, Han Ning finally relaxed. The whole thing was very cozy just lying on the couch. Looking at the large living room, contentedly, he fell asleep. The Qin family in Kyoto. The killing of a group of people quickly drew the attention of the Qin family. As a lineage family, although it only belonged to the second-rate family in the middle of Kyoto. But after all, there is heritage and strength. Being slapped in the face like that naturally infuriated me. Young master, it's clear, the person who did it was that Han Ning, and this guy even bought a house over in Wanqing. It's thrown a wrench in our plans. At this moment, within the Qin family, a youth in a white suit, dressed like a gentleman. Handsome, but always with a touch of sinister between the corners of his eyes. And he was the current young master of the Qin family, a direct descendant, Qin Yushan. Oh? Han Ning? Qin Siyue also died in his hands. If not for my previous closure, the secret realm, this kind of waste has long been killed. This person is not to be feared, just a nameless junior. As for the Wanqing group, the company I'm looking at, that's their honor. Soon they should be heading to the Fierce Beast area. Make some arrangements for them. Qin Yueshan was calm, and when he mentioned Han Ning, he even showed a look of disdain. Although the Han family behind Han Ning was amazing, very few people in Kyoto knew about it. Furthermore, Han Ning came from Jiangqing, and even though he had come from the first martial arts academy of Jiangbei, no one would associate him with the Han family. That was why Qin Yueshan treated him with such contempt. The Qin family was not destined to rest, while Han Ning, after a day's rest, had ushered in yet another settlement of his own. Inside the villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 days of accumulation. Ding! 10 days cumulative, totaling and counting 1,500 points of blood value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning one chance at the lottery. The system rattled one after another, and Han Ning also felt the qi and blood values enter his body. Reaching the cleric level, the increase in chi and blood values also reached an astonishingly difficult level. At least, when Han Ning's chi blood value reached 12,400, so far, the natural increase in chi blood value hadn't exceeded 100. If it wasn't for the system settlement, Han Ning would have needed to spend a month just on these 1,500 points of blood value. After leaving the secret realm, the extracted chi and blood values have all become less, but barely scraping by. Currently, the chi blood value had reached 13,900 points. Among the sovereign level, this wasn't considered strong and still belonged to the lower level. As a result, Han Ning didn't get too excited. Instead, they are pinning their hopes on the lottery. Ding! The raffle is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining 10 red blood pills. Pills? Han Ning froze. Although there was everything inside the raffle, it was the first time that pills appeared. This is the kind of thing that can be bought with money, and for that it's a waste of a lottery opportunity. It made Han Ning feel a bit shortchanged. However, when Han Ning saw the introduction of the red blood pill, he froze again. Red blood elixir. After taking it, it can skyrocket your chi and blood values by 3,000. The duration is half an hour. And ignore the realm. Watching the introduction, Han Ning's brain buzzed. After the cleric level, the difference in chi and blood values was obvious and huge. This was how Qin Siyue was suppressed in the beginning. And this red moon pill, even if taken by a Zhongshe level, could immediately increase the blood value by 3,000 points. This is a definite advantage for briefly increasing strength. After all, there was a difference between 100 more points of blood value and 100 less. Chapter 75, Big Data Killing, Don't You Understand? Settling for 1,500 points of chi blood value and receiving 10 red blood pills, this was a good boost for Han Ning. At this rate, in another month, it would be considered a breakthrough to 20,000 chi blood values. Han Ning's mind was calculating that at the Grandmaster level, it was at a chi and blood value of 10,000 or more, and when it reached 50,000 chi and blood values, it was when he could break through to reach Grandmaster. Walking around Kyoto, just a sovereign rank was completely insufficient for Han Ning. However, cultivation was impossible to cultivate, and in the aspect of chi and blood values, Han Ning didn't have much of a mind to practice hard. Just spend some time honing your martial arts skills as well. The second martial skill of the Great Diffusion Star Technique still needed to wait, now that only 3 of the 12 proper meridians had been opened, which meant that only 3 proper meridians were able to run chi and blood in the Great Diffusion Star manner. Only when he reached 5 would Han Ning be able to comprehend the second martial skill. After all, it was a system-enhanced system, so Han Ning was spared the need to follow the rules of learning and understanding. This will save some time. Let's see how to start a company first. After the adjustment, Han Ning was refreshed, and every time the chi and blood values were raised, it brought great improvement to the human body. Han Ning took out his laptop and started searching the internet. Starting a business may seem simple, but it can be very tricky to do. Although he had a similar experience when he was in Jiangbei, this was Kyoto, and Han Ning was in a frame of mind even if he wanted to do it. There are really many industries in this Kyoto, all of them are martial artists, the competition is really fierce. Han Ning simply checked and realized that in Kyoto, even just a martial artist with a chi and blood value of 5,000 had a monthly salary of 20,000. The salary of a half-step Zhongshe level martial artist employee was even as high as $200,000 per month. As for the Grandmaster level, it starts at $500,000. In the world of martial artists, the thing called money was very expensive at the same time despite occupying a relatively important place. No wonder many martial artists chose to attach themselves to other forces. After all, the amount of money needed for an individual to rise up and start from nothing is not typically large. Han Ning had originally thought he had some funds, but now when he did the math, it wasn't enough at all. After a night's rest in the villa, Han Ning planned to go to the job market in Kyoto to take a look and recruit some manpower before discussing what kind of business to do. The greatest strength of a martial artist was their strength, but in Kyoto, without reaching the half-step Zhongshe, they were not much use at all. Below half-step sovereign, they could only be considered as hard laborers. Kyoto Talent Market. As a place where fresh graduates from all the major martial arts academies gathered, There were many companies recruiting here, however, the clear majority were small and medium-sized enterprises. Han Ning arrived and paid $500,000, which got him a remote location, then brought the signboard that had already been prepared and just sat and waited. Hanning! Abruptly, Han Ning was napping when a voice suddenly rang out, directly waking him up. Looking up, the visitor was none other than Mu Xiuqi. Miss Mu? Is this a departure? Watching Mu Xiuqi appear, Han Ning thought that things were about to start for the Mu family. Instinctively, he asked. But he saw Mu Xiuqi shaking her head. Not yet, my dad said that even though we have you joining as a Zhongshu level, we still need to recruit some half-step Zhongshu martial artists. Just in case. After all, this operation is important to us. The Golden Edict Thunder Dragon was powerful in its own right, plus there was a restless Qin family in the mix. In any case, the Wanxin Group Mu family is in danger this time. Also, so why not go to a sovereign level? You guys should still be able to hire a sovereign, right? To be able to develop in Kyoto, even though it was only a third-rate family, as the saying goes, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. How could the Mu clan say that they were able to recruit some Zhongshu level only? It was a pity that at this moment, Mu Xiaoqi's face was obviously not that nice. Even for that matter, the face is embarrassed. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Kyoto clan level will get into this mess except you. The Qin clan has already released words to the public a long time ago. If any patriarch level helps us, it is to cross the Qin clan. As Mu Xiuqi finished speaking, Han Ning then realized that this Qin family was completely using a means of bullying the Mu family. This was an ironclad determination to annex the Mu family. The tactics are shameless, but no one can say anything. After the recovery of the aura, it was the weak and the strong. Even if there was no recovery of the aura, the way of the world would still be the same, and there would be no change. Thinking of this, Han Ning looked helpless. It looks like I'm on a thief's boat. Although Han Ning and the Qin family were already in conflict, but now this hand, but directly put Han Ning into a predicament inside. What? You want to quit? If you want to quit, then the rate will have to be given to us at the original price. Mu Xiuqi was as crafty as a fox, and the words she uttered instantly caused Han Ning to roll his eyes. I'm talking about playing. You're getting ready to start a business? It's not easy to recruit people at this time of year. Mu Xiuqi obviously didn't put it on her mind, just a casual remark, and looking at the signboard that Han Ning pulled out, the word Han Tang, very bright. Han Tang? Han Ning, I heard that when you were in the Jiangbei First Martial Academy, you also made a Han Tang society. This is an attempt to carry Han Tang forward, isn't it? Mu Xiuqi spoke familiarly, with a completely unseen appearance, and as Han Ning watched, he just nodded in cooperation. In the next second, behind Mu Xiuqi, another person appeared. An unexpected guy. Hokage, I didn't think we'd meet again. A bitchy voice rang out, and Han Ning looked up, also surprised. Senior Gu? Why are you here? The one who appeared in front of him was none other than Gu Chang'e of the Heavenly Mansion Martial Academy. Han Ning also didn't expect to see Gu Chang'e here once the secret realm had parted. Of course I'm going north, although there are a lot of opportunities in Tianfu, but going north is a dream. Who knew I'd just come over here looking for a job and found you? Gu Chang'e started to get chatty, and in front of Han Ning, the guy couldn't stop talking. But from his conversation, Han Ning also understood his recent situation. After the secret realm left, this guy had also managed to break through to the Zhongshu level, and now his blood value was around 11,000. And also graduated from the Heavenly Palace Martial Arts Academy. However, having escaped the Martial Academy, he was now alone. I say, schoolmate, you give me a vice president as, the two of us together to develop, designated in Kyoto Quack Mess Kill. Gu Chang'e took Han Ning by the shoulders, baiting him one by one. Gu Chang'e could admire Han Ning from the bottom of his heart, not to mention his strength, but mainly this personality match. Of course, this was also Gu Chang'e's vision of people, knowing that it was only a matter of time before Han Ning would rise to prominence with this kind of natural strength. Therefore, when she saw Han Ning, Gu Chang'e also brought up her selfishness. No problem, since the senior wants to come, that's certainly fine, but this contract is still signed. An acquaintance, then I'll give you a discounted rate of $100,000 per month. Chapter 76, Reverse Preferential Pricing? Han Pickpocket. When Han Ning's words came out, Mu Xiaoqi froze, and Gu Chang'e also stiffened directly. Crap? 100,000? You're Han Pickpocket, aren't you? I've been asking around about the market in Kyoto, at least $500,000 for the Grandmaster level. Is that how you're getting this deal together? After Gu Chang'e heard Han Ning's words, she directly tensed up. Damn, isn't this a proper squeeze? Gu Chang'e's face held a red color, if it wasn't for the fact that Han Ning's strength was stronger than his own, and that this guy's hands were black. Gu Chang'e really wanted to flip out on the spot. And what else? I'm killing it. This big data has been killing people for a long time, why can't I? Han Ning had a frank look on his face, and the corners of Mu Xiaoqi's and Gu Chang'e's mouths twitched up as they listened. Crap. Shameless, so shameless. Han Ning was definitely the first one to be able to say such shameless words with a straight face. Can't you mention it a little more? Renting a room in this Kyoto is very expensive. For this $100,000, you want me to drink the northwest wind? Gu Chang'e still couldn't help herself and started haggling. A good job application, froze by the two people made into a food market to buy food like. Dazzling Mu Xiaoqi on the side. What's wrong with that? Our Han Tang is a humane company with flat management, upward mobility, and a bright future. If you work hard today, you'll earn tomorrow, and the day after that you'll get a promotion and a raise and marry a rich white woman. Isn't that nice? When Han Ning spoke, he directly numbed Gu Chang'e's ears. Suddenly, Gu Chang'e remembered something. When this guy was in the secret realm, he was a complete miser. He himself was so out of his mind that he wanted to bargain with him. Isn't this purely a case of nothing to worry about? Anyway, that's 100,000 too little. Han Pickpocket, our families have worked together, you can't be so heartless. How else are you going to recruit? Gu Chang'e immediately threw off her face and directly made a deadpan appearance. Looking at Han Ning, he was speechless. Oops, okay, I'm still embarrassed if you're not. I just bought a house, you can live in it and save a little bit that way. In addition, you can take 10% of the profits from our company in the future, is that okay? Han Ning was speechless, but nevertheless Gu Chang'e was indeed a good help. After all, martial arts academies come from the same place. Moreover, this guy had a conflict with the worldly family, so Han Ning naturally felt a bit more at ease. Mainly, with his money-grubbing nature, he might even be able to bring a lot of benefits to the company. Watching Han Ning give in with great difficulty, Gu Chang'e was relieved in her heart. It's not easy to get this Han Pickpocket to let go. Otherwise, there was really nothing he could do. After all, having just reached the cleric level, many companies didn't want it, either because they felt that the salary was too high to pay. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e also signed the contract with alacrity, and then smiled as she went forward. I say, Han Pickpocket, what kind of business do you intend the company to do? I think Kyoto inches of land, let's directly score other people's property transfer company, how good? Gu Chang'e opened her mouth to make a detrimental move, directly listening to Han Ning roll her eyes. Go away, don't bring that old business of yours here, you don't want to live without me. By the way, Miss Mu, we Han Tang go for 2 people, on the original basis, you give $50 million more, no problem, right? Han Ning suddenly thought of something, then looked directly at Mu Xiaoqi who was at the side. When these words came out, Mu Xiaoqi instantly understood. To be recommended by Han Ning and still be a zone sure level, that was naturally a helper. The Mu family needs this kind of help right now. No problem, it's a deal. Watching Han Ning and Mu Xiaoqi play dumb riddles, Gu Chang'e was also confused. Of course it's a company mission to go to an advanced area and hunt the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. Golden Edict Thunder Dragon? Upon hearing those 4 words, Gu Chang'e's eyes instantly widened as if she had exploded. This Golden Edict Thunder Dragon is extremely powerful, and each head has a blood value of at least 30,000. Clearly, Gu Chang'e knew something about this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. It also understood the power of this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. What are you afraid of? The Qin family might even make a move against us by then. Another sentence that directly made Gu Chang'e almost break her defense. This is Kyoto, the Qin family is in Kyoto, and still has a big family. So it seems that the risks are extremely high. Gu Chang'e instantly felt that something was wrong. How could you take on this kind of business when it's so dangerous? Gu Chang'e looked at Han Ning with great incomprehension. However, Han Ning merely uttered a light sentence. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Got to be, I'm on the wrong side of the boat, I'd better hurry up and recruit more people. Gu Chang'e had a helpless look on her face. Even though there was nothing wrong with Han Ning's words, this place was different from the secret realm. The strength of all the martial artists inside the secret realm was just like that. A half-step sovereign can be a leader. But this place was different. This was Kyoto. Even if you went to the advanced area, there was still a family like the Qin family staring at you. The dangers are completely different. Dude is really putting his life on the line this time. Han Ning skimmed his eyes. Cut the crap and get to work. With Gu Chang'e's help, Han Ning was relaxed. After all, this guy is a good speaker. It's best to let him do the recruiting. After a busy day, Gu Chang'e's lips were worn out, and she was able to recruit a few people from the martial arts academy. Evening. Inside the villa. But it's exhausting. Han Pickpocket, what are you thinking? We're just starting out, and you're getting into it with the Qin family. If we're unlucky, we're going to die young. In the living room, Gu Chang'e looked disheveled, but Han Ning was not worried at all. He couldn't believe that the Mu family would be unprepared. Don't think too much about it, we'll leave first thing in the morning. Besides, it's better to work for the worldly family than to do it ourselves. Han Ning gave a comforting cry and didn't bother too much, going straight to his room to sleep. The next day. Early in the morning at Mu Xiuqi's urging, the two set off early, although they recruited a few people from the martial arts academy, but their strength was not. So it was not brought along. As for the Mu family's side, other than Mu Xiuqi, a half-step sect master, there were only 3 people left. A Mu family head, Mu Tianqing, plus 2 Mu family sons. 3 zoners. Dad, this is Han Ning, and this is their vice president of Han Tang, the new company. We're their first business. Mu Xiuqi stepped forward to introduce herself, and Mu Tianqing was also surprised. Among the Kyoto families, the name Han Ning was somewhat famous, and it naturally stood out. Mr. Han, to be able to aid my Mu family at a time like this, the Mu family is truly grateful. Don't worry, after this is accomplished, my Mu family will definitely thank you in another way. Mu Tianqing, a middle-aged man, was at the moment gray at the temples and haggard. Even the patriarch level presented a tired look. Obviously, the events of the Mu family during this period of time had disheveled him a lot. Chapter 77, This is a Trap. Mu Tianqing's attitude was sincere, and Han Ning didn't heckle with him. After all, the burden on the other party's shoulders wasn't light. If this trip didn't go well, then their Mu family would have no choice but to perish in this Kyoto. The competition in the world of martial artists is brutal. Even if it is a family, the same can be ashes in the snap of a finger. Not to mention someone like Hanning. Mr. Mu is joking, we already have a cooperation, so we will naturally try our best. Besides, with you guys around, the grudge between the Qin family and me is going to be resolved. Instead, I have resorted to you as well. That being said, the grudge between Han Ning and the Qin family was getting bigger and bigger, and with the Qin family's nature, it was natural that they would not let Han Ning go. It just so happened that the Mu family was also being targeted, so while it seemed like cooperation, it was actually a combination into an ally. Mr. Han is also right in saying this, only the Qin family is powerful, so I'm afraid our preparations this time are not enough. Mu Tianqing also evened this reasoning. In fact, even after the completion of this mission, smooth contract through, the Mu family's Wanshan group is also almost down. It's just that they can have a relatively easy time when the contract is over. Let's go. The group negotiated and set off immediately, heading straight to the high-level ferocious beast area outside of Kyoto. The number of ferocious beasts had been growing continuously under the aura recovery, and even though the growth of martial artists was also there, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the ferocious beasts. Solely some ferocious beasts with low blood values could still be blocked by the technological military. And for a place like Kyoto, it was full of martial artists. Basically all the middle and upper level martial artists of De Xiao were here. Therefore, it won't be too much of a problem. and the ferocious beast area away from Kyoto beyond was much more dangerous. The high-level area we're traveling to this time is 800 miles away from Kyoto. It's a complicated place and swarms with ferocious beasts. Unlike the other high-level areas, basically the ferocious beasts in there all have half-step Zongshi Qi and blood values. And there are even more sect-level ferocious beasts. Our target is the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, and we'll try not to mess with the rest. Mu Tianqing led the way forward while introducing the situation this time. The group transferred all the way, taking 3 days before arriving at the high-level ferocious beast area. As soon as they entered the advanced area, the scent of blood was already wafting through the air. In addition to their own cultivation, most of the enhancements of ferocious beasts relied on devouring each other. As a result, there is not a lot of fighting with each other. But if there is a stronger leader of ferocious beasts, a tidal wave of beasts will erupt. And the tide of beasts is the disaster of human society. This place is indeed different from other regions, and the level of strength of the ferocious beasts is too high. Mr. Mu, is there a specific location of the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon? Han Ning vigilantly looked around, had also thought to take advantage of this action into the goods and so on, but looking at the situation, there is no way to do. After all, maybe someone from the Qin family would pop up at some point. In that case, it would only be more dangerous for Han Ning and the others. I know, let's go over there first. Under Mu Tianqing's leadership, the few people headed towards the depths. Along the way, when they encountered ferocious beasts, all of them tacitly avoided them, and no one wanted to startle them. In a place like this, once one entangled with too many ferocious beasts, problems could easily arise. Once they were surrounded, even if they had a few Zongshi-level martial artists, there was no way to guarantee that they would leave alive. 2 hours later, the area, a forest with trees visible everywhere, were all destroyed and scorched by the thunder. The scene was a mess, and a hot feeling permeated the entire range. And in the midst of the mess was lying a behemoth. A ferocious beast that was filled with golden thunder, and was as huge as a prehistoric dragon, was sleeping soundly on the ground. It seemed as if they hadn't noticed anything about Han Ning's arrival. This is the Golden Edict Brontosaurus? It's really the image of dinosaurs on movies and TV. Looking at the not too far away got Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, snoring like thunder, surrounded by golden thunder, just looking at the past gives people a feeling of extreme danger. This Golden Edict Thunder Dragon has a blood value of around 30,000. If we want to deal with it, we'll have to find a way to trap it, otherwise, with its speed and outbursts, none of us will be able to block it. Mu Tianqing looked on, his eyes at the moment fully focused on the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon in front of him, not paying the slightest attention to any other location. Just as Mu Tianqing was about to command his hand, in an instant, one martial artist after another appeared around the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, including the perimeter of several of them. These people, too, were blatant, without the slightest fear. Jie, hunting the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon? Mu Tianqing, you think you can really succeed? Among the encircling martial artists, a Zongshi-level martial artist suddenly stepped out. Looking at the visitor, Mu Tianqing instantly lowered his face. Qin Zhao! Is your Qin family really going to push my Mu family to the brink of extinction? Mu Tianqing looked at the other party with resentment. In the beginning, it was only because the Mu family needed a sum of money, was moved by the Qin family, had no choice but to sign an unequal contract. Nowadays, the Qin family was restraining the Mu family at every turn, just to annex the Mu family. Although the Mu family was only a third-rate family, it more or less had some depth in it. This was the way the Qin family continued to eat away at the third-rate families and strengthen themselves. This was also the reason why the Qin family was able to quickly become a family. Mu Tianqing, you and I both know what's going on, so why talk nonsense about this kind of thing? Qin Zhao faced cold smile. Not waiting for Mu Tianqing a few people to react, the other hand raised his hand. Blood cohesion is actually instantly swept out a gold cone. It ruthlessly smashed into the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon's body. This sudden stroke directly caused the sleeping Golden Edict Thunder Dragon to awaken. This fellow, I'm afraid that he wants to use the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon to join forces together to kill us. Gu Chang'e looked around. There were about a dozen martial artists, and there were only 6 of them combined. Even putting aside the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, this group of martial artists alone was troublesome. No harm done. Mr. Mu, your Mu family still has money, right? Han Ning looked on, but was calm. Having known that the Qin family would make a move, Han Ning was naturally prepared. When he settled his blood value earlier, not only did he raise his blood value to 13,900 points, but he also obtained 10 red blood pills through the lottery. These elixirs are superb and have no side effects. With these elixir boosts, even if they couldn't go smoothly, they could at least escape. What do you mean by that, Mr. Han? Mu Tianqing obviously didn't understand Han Ning's words either. As they watched the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon wake up, the Qin clan's martial artists were also eyeing them, where they still had time to chat with Han Ning. Cut the crap, I have some elixirs here that can temporarily raise everyone's qi and blood values by 3,000 with no side effects. But this elixir is precious, I can't give it out for nothing. Han Ning also does not ink. This kind of critical moment, naturally, is a good time to knock the bar. Not right, talk about cooperation. Otherwise, when Han Ning finished speaking, several people from the Mu family also froze, with Mu Tianqing reacting the fastest. Good! If it's really useful, after it's done, my Mu family is willing to buy it for $10 million. Chapter 78: The Power of the Red Blood Pill. Mu Tianqing was experienced in the end. In this situation, that Golden Edict Thunder Dragon was running over to them. Obviously, it was also tampered with by the Qin family. With a front and back attack, it was naturally the greatest help to have something that boosted your blood value. Moreover, the cleric level could instantly raise 3,000 qi blood values. Such a boost could give them a greater chance. With this boost, the odds are naturally better. Good. Han Ning is also dry. Since we have talked about cooperation, there is nothing to ink. Directly taking out 6 red blood pills, he gave 4 to the Mu family in addition to himself and Gu Chang'e. As the red blood pill was taken, everyone felt the boost in raising their qi and blood values. Raising 3,000 qi blood values in an instant, one's breath instantly skyrocketed. Even Mu Xiaoqi, who was still at half-step Zongshi, had reached the Zongshi level at this moment. Not good, there's something wrong with the pills they ate. Do it now! To the side, Qin Zhao watched these few people's aura skyrocket and instantly had people rush to make their move. In a flash, a dozen or so martial artists moved. Most of them were at the half-step sovereign level, while the rest were at the sovereign level. On the contrary, Han Ning and the others, the 6 of them could only work in groups of 3 at the moment, defending themselves front and back. As the martial artists rushed on, Gu Chang'e brought Mu Xiaoqi and another clan level of the Mu clan to meet them. As for the front, facing the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon with a blood value of 30,000, as well as Qin Zhao's attack, the 3 of them, Han Ning and Mu Tianqing, could be in trouble. Mr. Mu, let's focus on the Qin family first. Looking at the imposing Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, Han Ning could only feel his scalp tingle, even without the Qin clan. With a few of them, borrowing the red blood pill to increase their qi and blood values, it would be difficult to resolve this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. 30,000 qi blood values, the disparity was just too great. It's simply impossible to fight it head-on. Yes. This guy Qin Zhao's blood has just reached 20,000, the 3 of us can handle it. With these words, the 3 of them could only choose to avoid the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon's attack as they simultaneously struck out towards Qin Zhao. Earthquake 8. Mu Tianqing took a step out, his qi and blood values bursting out instantly, the entire land under his feet bursting out a boulder as he swept up and attacked towards Qin Zhao. At the same time, another person from the Mu clan used the same pseudo-martial skill. It looked like the offense was amazing, but in reality, the effect it had was minimal. Qin Zhao's face was calm, his body's qi and blood took on a golden color, and he actually formed a golden wall in front of his body, blocking the attack. Metallic blood value? The Qin family is really something. As Han Ning watched, he also took advantage of Mu Tianqing and the others to make a move, and his thunderfire qi and blood burst out, taking a step to shrink the ground and kill towards Qin Zhao. However, just as Han Ning started to condense the 3 ancient statues, preparing to break Qin Zhao's defense, that Golden Edict Thunder Dragon seemed to sense something, and its massive figure actually appeared in front of Han Ning in an instant. The huge tail swept over violently, smashing viciously towards Han Ning. Bang! Boom! The enormous tail was strong and powerful, and with a mere sweep, it directly jerked Han Ning's entire body out of the air. This sudden scene also caused a few people in Mu Tianqing to worry. Damn! This Golden Edict Thunder Dragon is too fast! Mr. Han, beware! Mu Tianqing opened his mouth to remind him, but he didn't want the Qin Zhao at this moment to raise his hand and punch. The metallic qi and blood in front of his body instantly morphed, and actually condensed into a golden fist in the blink of an eye, blasting Mu Tianqing directly back. Beware? It's you who should beware! I thought how much you guys have improved, even if you reach 20,000 qi and blood values at this moment. That's just with the help of elixirs. Compared to me, you're not even close. Qin Zhao had a snicker on his face, and although his heart was surprised at the effect of the elixir they had taken, he was certain of victory in this operation. As for that Han Ning, I forgot to tell you guys, this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon is particularly partial to martial artists with the Thunder attribute. His life can't stay. As the words fell, Qin Zhao immediately stormed off and ran over to the two Mu Tianqings. At this moment, all the martial artists were fighting into a ball, and Gu Chang'e was coping with it while looking at Han Ning, who was being chased by the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. I knew that this trip was dangerous, but I didn't realize that the level of danger greatly exceeded expectations. If Han Ning couldn't hold out, he would have to find a way to run away in a hurry. It's fine even if you pull the Mu family as your back. This way. Han Ning was inexplicably targeted by the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, and after hearing Qin Zhao's words, Han Ning couldn't help but crack up in his heart. If I had known this was going to happen, I shouldn't have made this trip. Facing a ferocious beast with a blood value of 30,000, and also with the lightning attribute, it was extremely fast. There was no way to resist on your own. Even if it was shrinking ground, there was no way to dodge it 100% effectively. Grass! Is it hard to die here today? Han Ning gritted his teeth and urged his heavenly demon ancient body with all his might, and as he watched the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon attack once more, he immediately went all out, his qi and blood values boiling up like never before. A fist smashed out, and the three ancient statues, surging 3 times their strength, instantly swung out. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and Han Ning's body fell back again. It slammed hard into the tree behind it. And this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon was like playing chicken blood, not intending to let Han Ning go at all, his eyes throbbing with excitement and heat. That look was like treating Han Ning like a tasty snack. Shit! Fight! Han Ning clenched his teeth and once again took out a red blood dan. Not knowing if repeating it would have any effect, he swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, the qi blood value skyrocketed, directly exceeding 20,000. The moment the qi and blood values increment, even though it was only temporary, allowed Han Ning to coalesce a 4th ancient statue alive. The strength and defense speed of the physical body all skyrocketed by 4 times. Come! Bastard! Star-picking hand rose, thunder fire qi and blood coalesced out, bright star obsidian gushed out, watching the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon once again waving its tail and smashing out. Han Ning was not spoiled, and punched with all his might. Bang! This time, the burst of power, quadrupled in output, directly parried the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon's tail. Although his body still couldn't stop falling back, Han Ning's heart felt a little better. Good, heck, if I survive today, this loss will have to be repaid 1,000 times over by you and the Qin family. The number of elixirs as good as the red blood elixir was too small. Han Ning was truly heartbroken. Having already used 6 of them earlier, and having taken 1 more for himself, there were now only 3 left. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Ning directly took out 3 red blood pills and swallowed them in 1 gulp. Boom! Berserk qi and blood surged up, and around Han Ning, thunder and fire shot straight up into the clouds. It made the rest of the people who were originally in the middle of a heated battle instantly freeze. Crap, what's going on here? This fellow, Han Poppy, wouldn't have taken that kind of elixir again, would he? Gu Chang'e watched as Han Ning's qi and blood values skyrocketed up, already reaching alarming levels. That aura, it had even pushed right up to 30,000 qi blood values. Mr. Han's loss this time is really big, Qin Zhao, you deserve to die. Mu Tianqing naturally knew that Han Ning was being forced into a desperate situation, and had no choice but to do so. And it's all because of the Qing family. Chapter 79. This clan wants you dead. Who dares to stay? This kid! There really is something odd. You guys take care of these guys quickly. As Qin Zhao watched, he was equally uncomfortable in his heart, not expecting this Han Ning to be able to raise his qi and blood values to such an extent. And like a madman, he took so many pills, which could have a great impact on himself. However, even so, the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon with a blood value of 30,000 was not easy to deal with. Qin Zhao, don't be complacent! At this moment, Mu Tiancheng was also furious to the extreme. Everyone present knew that even if it was an elixir with no side effects, as long as it involved boosting the qi and blood values, once it was taken in excess, it would cause irreversible damage to the body. It can even lead to an inability to improve cultivation down the road. Han Ning's move, in their eyes, was a move to risk their lives. The two sides stopped briefly, and in quick succession, they exchanged fierce blows again. Han Ning's breath erupted in a big way, going straight for 30,000 qi blood values, which made Mu Tiancheng and the others go out on a limb as well. Every one of them is like they don't want to die. The 5 sect master levels quickly cleared the Qin family of those half-step sect masters, and then went up against Qin Zhao and the others. At the same time, after being forced to take all of the pills, Han Ning was extremely unhappy in his heart at the moment. However, what Han Ning was upset about wasn't any damage caused by the elixir and the loss. A valuable elixir, so much woe to a beast in order to cope with it. This made Han Ning feel uncomfortable in his heart. Bastard, suffer death! Han Ning let out a cold cry and took a step out, thunder instantly exploding, and in the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. Above the speed, it had actually caught up with the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. Heavenly Demon Ancient Body, power of 5 images! In the next moment, 5 ancient statues coalesced, and 5 times their power skyrocketed. A fist smashed out, directly knocking back the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. There was no doubt that the strength-enhanced Han Ning already had the strength to deal with the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon at this moment. At the same time, his attack caused the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon to become enraged, and golden thunder surged up, constantly converging on the horns of his head. Bang! Instantly erupting, the golden thunder formed a beam of light and headed straight for Han Ning. Seeing this situation, Han Ning's cold eyes raised his hand and closed his eyes, and the great diffusion star in his body operated. In his mind, Han Ning seemed to see a scene. The night was pale, the stars fell, thousands of stars competed with each other, and one of the meteors that flickered away pierced through the river with an invincible momentum. The second martial art of the Great Diffusion Star. Starfall shatters the cloudy sky. In an instant, qi and blood converged in Han Ning's palm, and the thunder flames crisscrossed together, instantly coalescing. It was like a meteor grasping, and between waving it, the meteor flew and swept, and in the process of flying, the power was but constantly increasing and growing. When the moment of collision occurred, a terrifying power burst out in an instant. Boom! The golden thunder was dispersed, while the meteor fall never stopped, ruthlessly smashing into the head of the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. Click! A terrifying blow landed, directly breaking the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon's horn. And just at the moment the horn broke off, the thunder on this Golden Edict Thunder actually weakened by a few points. Seeing this, Han Ning immediately took a step to shrink the ground, and then, with the powerful increase brought about by the Heavenly Demon Ancient Body, as well as the star-picking hand, he thrashed the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. Earlier, he had been bullied by the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon in all sorts of ways, and now, Han Ning was just thrashing back in all sorts of ways. Bastard! Let's get you to lay hands on me! Let you cost me a lot of money! Every word Han Ning spoke went down, accompanied by splashes of blood and flesh, and even if the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon fled, there was no way to escape Han Ning's clutches. With a 5-fold increase, the physical body had long been on par with the ferocious beast of this level, and the strength was even more so. Below the same level, this situation is naturally transformed. As such, the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon also began to play hard to get away, its speed faster than once. Of course, the injuries on its body were also more grievous than once. Han Ning had wanted to kill this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, but he was spending too much time with this beast, and the red blood pill didn't last long. Therefore, Han Ning had to give up for the time being. Turning his gaze to the several patriarchs of the Qin clan. And you guys, the sex lost today, you take your lives to pay it back! Han Ning took an instantaneous step and appeared directly in front of Mu Tiancheng's several people. Looking at the Han Ning with a strong aura, Qin Zhao also froze, not expecting that even the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon could not stop the Han Ning at this moment. Kid, do you really want to go on and on with my Qin family? You're already killing yourself by taking the elixir. As long as time passes, you'll regret it. Qin Zhao angrily rebuked, but he was on the defensive, and even his body unconsciously backed up, looking like he wanted to run away. It was a pity that at this moment, Han Ning was already furious, where he would listen to his nonsense here. Noisy! This clan wants you dead, who dares to stay? As the words fell, the starfall shattered cloud sky instantly swept over. The power of a 30,000 Qi blood value patriarch who executed a terrifyingly powerful martial skill was not something they could resist. Qin Zhao's 20,000 blood value was unable to fight back, and he was directly chopped off an arm by this meteor strike. And the rest of them died outright horrible deaths. Having already been depleted of their Qi and blood values by Mu Tiancheng and the others, they were simply unable to resist an absolutely suppressive force at this moment. How dare you! You! Qin Zhao's face was horrified. How could he not expect that this mission would have this kind of variation? Originally, he thought that Han Ning would not be so strong even if he was a bit strong. But now it seems that the results are completely different. This caused Qin Zhao to regret it in his heart. If I had known, I would have stopped taking this mission in front of Qin Yushan. Die! With a fall, Han Ning instantly arrived and smashed out a fist, directly smashing Qin Zhao's flesh and blood. Hiss! At this moment, as Mu Tiancheng's few people watched this scene, one of them couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs, and they were even glad in their hearts that Han Ning was with them. Otherwise, they will be the ones to suffer. Han Pickpocket, this is too perverted for you. But this time, it's really a big loss. That Golden Edict Thunder Dragon also ran away. Gu Chunga stepped forward. The time for the elixir was almost up. They had only taken one and there were no side effects aftermath. Instead, it was Han Ning, who at this moment, instantly became weak. The blood value also returned to 13,900 again. Grass. Loss. Han Ning gasped, blood flowing uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Although the Qin clan had been resolved, the physical burden brought about by the huge Qi and blood boost was indeed staggering. If he hadn't cultivated the heavenly demon ancient body, Han Ning was afraid that he would die of Qi and blood exhaustion once the time was up. Mr. Han, this time it's my Mu family that owes you. When we get back, if I will make full compensation. Mu Tiancheng looked at Han Ning, and a wave of admiration grew on his face. Young age, acting means ruthless and incomparable, and this desperate stance, even if he looked at it all feel afraid. Such a person should never be an enemy. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. Mr. Mu, go out and talk about it. That Golden Edict Thunder Dragon is also heavily injured. Hurry up and chase after it. Chapter 80. The Qin family is all killed. Right now, Han Ning couldn't be bothered with anything else, and was instead bent on taking down this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. After all, a ferocious beast with a Qi and blood value of 30,000 could be said to be covered in treasure. This time Han Ning had hemorrhaged money for once. The red blood Dan had been wasted for nothing, and if he hadn't taken down that Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, it would have been a huge loss. Han is right. Go, move! Soon, the few people moved once again, and without the Qin family's people obstructing them, they moved much more swiftly. It didn't take long to find the severely injured Golden Edict Thunder Dragon, and this time, the group struck at the same time, finally taking it down completely. Mr. Han, except for this kernel, which is required for the contract, everything else is yours. This time, if it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have been able to cope. The Qin family had sent out a dozen or so martial artists, all of whom were at the half-step zone sure or above. Not only that, but it also moved against the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. If Han Ning hadn't been there, their Mu family would have really ended up here for good. Therefore, considering these issues, Mu Tiancheng was also generous for once. Well, then I'm welcome. This beast has caused me great loss. Han Ning looked at the dead Golden Edict Thunder Dragon and was angry in his heart. Although this time it was considered a blessing in disguise, the increase in qi and blood values brought about by the red blood pill had disappeared, but nevertheless, 4 of the 5 ancient statues condensed by the heavenly demon ancient body were retained. And the second worry of the Great Diffusion Star Technique, Starfall Shattering Cloud Sky, was also comprehended. Han Pickpocket, you've taken so many pills, there won't be any problems with your body, right? Gu Chang'e stepped forward and looked at Han Ning's face, which looked a little worse for wear, and immediately inquired. If Han Ning hadn't made that lunatic move and forcibly raised his qi and blood values, I'm afraid that their trip would have been a doomed one. It's fine, just a little weak, and no other effects. Thanks to the strength of the heavenly demon ancient body, it allowed Han Ning to withstand the side effects. It was a little weak, but this result was nothing less than the best. You're quite the pervert. This time, if the Qin family is completely destroyed, it won't necessarily be a good thing for us. Hurry up and leave this hellish place, or else if the other ferocious beasts smell the blood and come over, we'll be in trouble. In this advanced region, there were not a few powerful ferocious beasts such as the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. A patriarch-level ferocious beast would be enough to make them drink a pot of water. Therefore, after quickly packing up, the group left the advanced ferocious beast region. The Qin family in Kyoto. On this trip out, the entire Qin family was killed. Not a word has come back. The spies who had originally squatted outside the high-level area made a direct call back to the Qin family after seeing Mu Tianqing and the others leave in one piece. Qin family, back garden. Qin Yushan was still dressed in a white suit, looking leisurely as he sipped his coffee and enjoyed the quiet afternoon. Only one person walked in hurriedly. Reporting up then began. Young master, news has come from the Mu family's side that the operation has failed. When they rushed over to check, all of Qin Zhao and the others were dead, and moreover, the storage bags were all taken away. So far they've come towards Kyoto. Do we still need to send someone there? Listening to the report, the cup in Qin Yushan's hand instantly shattered. Surprisingly, the coffee inside was motionless, as if it was fixed in place. As that person looked on, his entire body instantly shivered, fearing that Qin Yushan would storm out. That's really impressive. With a 30,000 blood Golden Edict Thunder Dragon around, the mission actually failed? Did you find out exactly why? Qin Yushan still had a calm and unruffled look on his face, as if he hadn't received the slightest impact. Upon hearing the question, the man also responded with a trembling voice. Based on our investigation, and what we learned from the Mu family, it seems that it was with the help of the elixir. Otherwise, with the strength of their squad, it's absolutely impossible for them to come out alive. By the way, young master, that Han Ning is also starting a business in Kyoto nowadays, and the name of the company is Han Tang. As the man finished speaking, Qin Yushan's gaze suddenly became sharp. You just said that their storage bags are all gone. That Han Ning was quite fond of doing that when he was in the secret realm before. By the looks of it, it is indeed not a simple character. Qin Yushan said, showing some more interest in Han Ning instead. He knew very well what kind of moisture this Mu family had and what kind of strength Mu Tianqing had. Moreover, given the current situation of the Mu family, pills and whatnot were not easy to get. In that case, there was only the variable of Han Ning. Young master, that requires us to have someone. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Qin Shanwei raising her hand, and then her gaze turned slightly cold. I'll see for myself. It's almost time for the Mu family side as well, so order it down and act as you should. Qin Yushan raised his hand in a gesture, already looking like he had prepared for this. Even if the Mu family completed the contract and seemingly kept their industry, everything was under Qin Yushan's control. 3 days later, when Mu Tiancheng and his group returned to Kyoto, they separated from Han Ning, Gu Chang'e and the others. After returning to the villa, Gu Chang'e lay on the sofa in a whole, dying look. I say, Han Pickpocket, in the future this kind of thing must be a bit more prudent. You can't play with your life every time. This is Kyoto, it's not comparable to those places of ours. One of the two was from Jiangqing and the other was from Tianfu, either of which could be compared to a big city like Kyoto. The forces here are so intertwined that there's no comparison. They were now like a lone boat traveling in the ocean. A little bit of wind and waves could wipe out Han Tang. Isn't it safe to come back? There are still quite a few good things in the storage bags of these people from the Qin clan, and also, this Golden Edict Thunder Dragon can be sold for a good price. Together with what the Mu family gave us, we're now considered a bit of a family. Unlike Gu Chunga, at this moment, Han Ning didn't have any joy or celebration after the robbery. Instead, what there is a full sense of reward. I'm convinced you're really a miser. Gu Chunga rolled her eyes, all but completely convinced by Han Ning's disposition. Han Ning, on the other hand, was unconcerned about it. Soldiers come and go. Before the Aura revival, wasn't there a Huang Chao in history? He decimated all the lineages, so wouldn't it be good for us to learn from him as well? Han Ning spoke easily, but Gu Chunga froze as she listened. Dumbfounded, he looked at Hanning. This kid, he's really ambitious. Gather the men, and it's time for Han Tang to pick a location and get it officially up and running. Han Ning had already thought clearly about getting the company up and running first, and only then could it be considered to develop in Kyoto. What is being done today is nothing more than preparation. It's not quite official yet. Well, but there's only a few of us. How about getting some from the Martial Arts Academy? You're so popular in the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy over here in Kyoto should be happy to help you. Chapter 81, You're the boss, you're in charge. Gu Chunga's remark made Han Ning react. The relationship between martial arts academies and these lineage sects was very delicate. If a martial arts academy joined the investment, it would indeed be a very good choice for Han Tang. It's hard to start with nothing. Once upon a time, before the revival of the Aura, there were a few people surnamed Ma, Lu, and Wang, who claimed to have started from nothing. But in reality? It's still not with the help of all kinds of power relations. After the recovery of the Aura, the martial artists were alone, and Han Ning was likewise left with no choice but to do the same. That's a thought. I haven't been in the capital for long, and I've been on a trip to the advanced area, and I haven't had time to get in touch. With Gu Chunga's reminder, Han Ning also made up his mind and decided to go check it out tomorrow. If it helps, naturally it's best. If not, it's good to get informed while you can. At night, Han Ning returned to his room and began to silently calculate. This trip out, fighting a Zhongshu level 30,000 chi blood value ferocious beast, had indeed allowed Han Ning to feel the gap in strength. Such a gap can only be pulled back by promotion. Counting the time, there are only about 2 days left before the chi value is settled. Although the range of blood values settled each time was over 1,000, this was the clan level. To be able to improve so much within 10 days, if it were a normal person, it would be impossible to do so. Just as he was about to go to sleep, Han Ning's cell phone was ringing. This time, the caller was actually Qingqi Gru. Hey, schoolteacher, what are you doing calling so late at night? Han Ning was curious. Although he had left the first martial academy of Jiangbei for some time, he still felt some affinity for the people in the academy. Of course I miss you, my little brother. On the other end of the phone, Qin Qingruo was as usual, and Han Ning's scalp instantly tingled up as he listened. This Qin Qingruo, obviously a greatly generous doings, how always say this kind of spoiling neat words with himself. Hurry up about things, I still have to rest here, tomorrow is busy. Han Ning urged, if Han Tang in Kyoto can't get it right, how can he pave the way for Tang Shan and the others in the future? You heartless one, did you forget about senior sister when you met a beautiful woman over there? I came to tell you that in 2 days I'll be going to Kyoto as well, and I'll be bringing a few people with me then, so hurry up and arrange a place to stay. As Qin Qingruo finished speaking, Han Ning froze. Come to the capital? That means they've reached the Zhongshu level as well. With their cultivation speed, it looked like they should have used the help of resources. After all, they were all family men, unlike Hanning. While Hanning relies on openers, they rely on the power of money, the ability to really bankroll. After briefly chatting with Qin Qingruo, Han Ning rested. The next day, I had just gotten up when there was a knock on the door of my room. What's going on this early in the morning? Gu Chunga had a sleepy, sparse look on her face, and just as she stepped out of the room, she was kicked over by Han Ning. "What are you waiting for? Get the door," Han Ning urged. Gu Chang'e looked aggravated, and just after opening the door, she saw Mu Xiuqi with a panting look and an anxious look on her face. "Miss Mu? You're coming over to deliver money?" Gu Chang'e also froze, and when Han Ning in the back heard this, he similarly walked forward. "Miss Mu?" Looking at Mu Xiuqi's expression, Han Ning suddenly had a bad feeling. Something's wrong. After we went back that afternoon, all the branches under my Mu family had problems, and in less than 3 hours, they all went bankrupt. The Qin family made them move. Even if we fulfill the contract, there's nothing we can do. Most of those people down there have been bribed by the Qin family. As Mu Xiuqi finished saying this, Han Ning and Gu Chang'e froze. Although it had been known for a long time that the Qin family wouldn't easily stop. But I didn't expect them to move so quickly. Half a day's time had turned a third-rate family into this. "There's still $150 million on this card, and my dad said it was promised to you and asked me to send it over. Also, let me remind you to be careful of the Qin family." Seeing Mu Xiuqi take out her bank card, Gu Chang'e was a bit embarrassed and was still hesitating to take it, but she didn't want Han Ning to reach out and take it directly without the slightest hesitation. "Grass! Han Pickpocket, you are also too inhumane. We are at least teammates who have fought together. The Mu family is in this situation and needs money more than we do." Gu Chang'e couldn't help but spit it out. Totally didn't expect Han Ning to be in such a situation. This really didn't take him by surprise. One size fits all. Since the Qin family has made a move against the Mu family, they won't be allowed to turn around again. "Miss Mu, we've worked together as well, so I'll give you a suggestion," Han Ning said, and Mu Xiuqi froze. "Suggestions?" "Well, your Mu family has more or less a little bit of strength left now, so you can join my Han Tang, and I'll give your father the position of vice president as well. Instead of being continued to be eaten away by the Qin family, it's better to merge together." Han Ning's suggestion came out. Gu Chang'e also fell silent, and Mu Xiuqi thought for a moment before this. "I'll go back and talk to my dad." After saying that, Mu Xiuqi directly turned around and left. I can see that there is indeed a great deal of urgency. It wasn't until the person left that Gu Chang'e opened her mouth. "Han Pickpocket, if we do this, we'll be pulling all the hate. I was thinking that the Mu family could at least delay the Qin family for a bit, even if it's a dying struggle, so that the Qin family wouldn't have time to take care of us and could develop obscenely for a bit. If we do this now, I'm afraid that people will directly target us." When Gu Chang'e said this, Han Ning instantly rolled his eyes. "So that's what you were thinking about when you were dawdling around and not answering your card? I thought you guys had a conscience. It turned out to be an attempt to get people to be cannon fodder." Han Ning mocked up nonchalantly, saying that. Gu Chang'e blushed. "Ahem, go, you're the boss anyway, you call the shots. By the way, don't forget my 10% for this collaboration." Gu Chang'e cursed and left, and Han Ning smiled. This guy, too, is a money grubber. However, the Qin family moved quickly, and this point was indeed unexpected. And Gu Chang'e's idea of an old sixth was indeed appropriate. It's just a shame that Han Ning won't be that selective. It wasn't that Han Ning's motherly heart was overflowing, but now Han Tang did need to develop. The Mu family was familiar with Kyoto and had certain capabilities, and Han Tang needed this kind of help to quickly gain a foothold in Kyoto. As for the Qin family, sooner or later they would have to face each other. Han Ning didn't care about this moment either. That's why Mu Xiuqi was given this advice. In Kyoto, it was common for family groups to be annexed and go bankrupt and close down, something that didn't attract much attention. After all, Kyoto's crouching tigers and hidden dragons, no one cared about the fall of a third-rate family. Han Ning, on the other hand, acted separately from Gu Chang'e, as he went to recruit people while Han Ning made a trip to the Martial Arts Academy in Kyoto. Chapter 82. It doesn't apply to him. There are 2 major martial arts academies in Kyoto. One is the Xiaobei Martial Arts Academy, and the other is the Yanhuang Martial Arts Academy. These 2 martial arts academies were also the leaders among the first-class martial arts academies within the Great Summer. At the time of Han Ning's tests, the vice presidents of the 2 great martial arts academies had also arrived. It was just that there wasn't much communication with them, and Han Ning wasn't absolutely sure. Thus, early in the morning, Han Ning went to the Xiaobei Martial Academy first. Just as he arrived at the school gate, Han Ning was stopped by the Martial Arts Academy security. "This is a martial arts academy. No one not from this academy is allowed to enter." Looking at a raw face approaching, the security guard also nonchalantly stepped forward to block it. Looking at the security guard, his qi and blood value alone was at the level of a half-step sovereign. This caused Han Ning to start looking forward to this Xiaobei Martial Academy. "My name is Han Ning, from the First Martial Academy of Jianbei. Please inform me." Han Ning didn't start a conflict with the other party either, but directly reported his identity. Upon hearing this, the other party looked at Han Ning with a skeptical expression before turning around and letting another person go forward to inform him. "Han Ning of the First Martial Academy of Jianbei? Seems like I've heard that name before, but this is Kyoto. What are you doing all the way over here?" The security guard began to make small talk without a word, and Han Ning struck up a conversation, making small talk with him. However, during the conversation, Han Ning did learn a few things. Xiaobei Martial Academy and Yanhuang Martial Academy, although they are both martial arts academies, these two big martial arts academies actually have more people from the worldly families inside. Therefore, they did not seem to be as firm as other martial arts academies in this position. It was also because of the understanding of the problem that Han Ning originally had some confidence in this trip, but now he was a bit hopeless. There is a lot of power in capital, and it's not just because of the strength of the martial artist, there are more factors to consider. The influence of the lineage was not insignificant, and Han Ning was not absolutely certain that he would be able to obtain the help of these two martial arts academies right now. It wasn't long before the original security guard appeared with a middle-aged man. Looking around, the man was exactly the one Han Ning had seen in Jiangqing back then. Vice President of the Xiaobei Martial Arts Academy. "It's really you, Han Ning. I didn't expect you to graduate so soon. You're a really talented kid. Come on, go inside and talk." The vice dean did receive him warmly, and took Han Ning right to his office. Inside the office, Han Ning had just sat down when the vice dean spoke. "I heard from the Martial Alliance side that you came to Kyoto, but I couldn't find you in person either. There's something going on over here this time, isn't there?" When the vice dean asked, Han Ning didn't ink and directly picked out his purpose. "I'm starting a business in Kyoto, so I need some investment, and in addition, the Qin family and I are at odds and have been hostile. Vice Dean, I know that your Kyoto Martial Academy is more complicated, however, the Martial Academy and Martial League are all one, that's why I specifically came over." Accompanying Han Ning's words, the Vice Dean fell silent. This question is, in fact, about taking sides. The Vice Dean didn't rush to give Han Ning an answer, but fell into thought. Han Ning likewise didn't bother to rush. Instead, he waited quietly. It was only after a while that the Vice Dean opened his mouth. "It shouldn't be a problem if you invest, the Dean also has a very high regard for you. Besides, now that you're also a member of the Martial Alliance, there's even less reason to refuse. However, I'm afraid there's no way we can provide you with manpower or anything like that when it comes to this issue of the Siri-IDI." The Vice President's meaning was clear. It was fine to ask for money to invest, but it was clearly unrealistic to want manpower to deal with the world family. Han Ning was more than satisfied with this result. Just at least have an investment. It was just that Han Ning hadn't expected that the two giants among the martial arts academies would actually look like this, without the slightest bit of resistance in the hands of the world's capital. This, indeed, was unexpected. Make it unpredictable. When Han Ning heard this, his gaze also turned deep. "I understand, it's good that your academy can give some help, but I wonder what's going on over at the Yanhuang Martial Academy." Han Ning took the opportunity to inquire, wanting to see what was the situation on the side of the Yanhuang Martial Academy. "It's not promising. I'm afraid they won't be able to invest even if they do. That side has basically become controlled by the lineage, so it's not recommended that you go. Han Ning, you're still young and bold, but there are times when making appropriate concessions will do you good. Too rigid is easy to break, you should understand this." The Vice Dean persuaded him bitterly. He understood that Han Ning was trying to develop his own power to fight against the lineage. Now just a second-rate family, the Qin family, made him look for help. But what if it's a more powerful first-class family? Wouldn't that result be different again? With Han Ning's natural strength, he only needed enough time, and his future achievements were bound to be not small, even if he became a new generation of leaders after the recovery of the aura. Thanks for the reminder, Vice President. I'll think about it. Han Ning smiled in response, and after confirming the investment with the Vice Dean, he straightened up and left. As for the Vice Dean's words of overly rigid and easy to break, Han Ning did not take them to heart. That kind of talk doesn't apply to Hanning. What is it? If a young man is not angry, can he still be called a young man? Most of all, Hanning didn't like to suffer. Much less like holding back your life. Since strength was honored, Han Ning naturally had to be able to stand up to his system. As for the Yanhuang Martial Academy, Han Ning also directly gave up. Xiao Bei Martial Academy was in this situation, so there was no need to consider Yanhuang Martial Academy, which was in an even more serious situation. At least, in Han Ning's eyes, it was purely a waste of time to consider them again. It may even invite unnecessary trouble prematurely. With the investment from the Xiao Bei Martial Arts Academy, Han Tang was currently quite rich. The Xiao Bei Martial Arts Academy directly gave $100 million of investment. This amount of money was not much for martial artists. But it is very valuable for someone like Hanning who is starting out in steel. As long as they can come up with enough profit, it is natural for martial arts academies to invest. Back to the villa. It was already afternoon time, and just after entering the living room, Han Ning saw Gu Changge and Mu Xiaoqi and the others. Meanwhile, Mu Shencheng was there. Han Pickpocket, you're finally back. Just waiting for you to come back and discuss it. Watching Han Ning return, Gu Changge also rushed to greet him. Well, by the looks of it, Mr. Mu has already made up his mind here. As it happens, I've also gotten a little investment from the Xiao Bei Martial Academy on my side. Looking closely, the starting stage was still relatively well prepared, and Hanning was very satisfied. After all, not anyone can do that right out of school. Except, of course, for those of the worldly gentry. After all, they were born in Rome, people born with golden spoons. Han Ning naturally had no way to compare with them. So tell me, what are the Mu family's plans? Hanning sat down, and it was time to get moving. The vast Kyoto, the world of martial artists, Han Ning's lone boat, too, will finally set sail officially. Chapter 83, A Martial Artist's Pan's Garden? Mu Tianqing's face was a bit haggard. He had just returned from the advanced region, originally thinking that even if the Mu family had been hit hard, as long as they were properly reorganized, the Mu family would still be able to continue to rise again. It's just a pity that Mu Tianqing didn't expect the Qin family's methods to be so underhanded. Even without that contract in place, they could easily dismantle the Mu family's industry. Now the Wanxin Group is already considered gone, and its companies and industries have all been annexed by the Qin family. Mr. Han, although you're young, you're not bad, and you also have the guts to do this, since my Mu family has no way out, so I'll just fight you. Mu Tianqing also had no choice, being targeted by the Qin family and getting into this state, wanting to get back on his feet. It was not very realistic. It's also a no-brainer. So, he was left with only Hanning as a path to follow. Otherwise, the only way is to stay away from Kyoto. But he's not happy about that. I understand, since Mr. Mu has made up his mind, there will only be Han Tang from now on, and everything will be in Han Tang's interest. In terms of funding, it should be enough for now. Mr. Mu, you guys are familiar with Kyoto. Help think about what would be more appropriate to do. The company was set up and some manpower was recruited, plus the Mu family itself. There were also a few sect master level powerhouses, and although the rest were half-step sect masters and below, they were barely enough. This well, between the martial artists need, in addition to a variety of materials resources, in fact, most of them are also very daily, not much difference. It's the same as before the Aura revival, not much different. I think, let's start with simple material resources. There are a few small businesses left that can be formed quickly on my end. After all, he was an old businessman, and Mu Shencheng was still very experienced in this area. Hanning was also very relieved about this. In that case, you'll take care of that aspect of the business, and someone else will come in a couple of days. At that time, the work will be distributed. They say it's entrepreneurial, but Han Ning still prefers to do something exciting. Or rather, something that belongs to a martial artist. No problem. What Han Pickpocket means by this is that we're here to smooth things over, and the rest of the business is for you property guys to operate. Gu Changa spoke in agreement. It was obvious that this guy didn't have much interest or ability in the area of business either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been good enough to make a martial artist a pickpocket in the first place. Froze a thieves' society inside a martial arts academy. It caused the Heavenly Mansion Martial Arts Academy to lose face. Okay, that's not a bad way to distribute it. After all, in the world of martial artists, strength is king. This time, Mu Tianqing was able to realize the exact meaning of these words. When the Mu family, the Wanqing group, was too focused on making money, neglected to develop in this aspect of the martial artist, thinking that as long as enough is enough. But that was precisely what caused them to have no way to fight against the Qing family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the situation it's in today. All negotiations were finalized, and the site of Han Tang's company was chosen in an office building not far from the neighborhood. Under the operation of Mu Xingcheng and the others, a floor was leased and the company was formally developed. As the true boss, Han Ning directly handed over the materials within his storage bag, and the funds to them. Of course, having just opened, Han Ning wasn't in a position to be a shirka yet either, and the corpse of the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon that he had brought back earlier would need to be dealt with. And the best place to deal with it, that's the bidding session. Even before the revival of the aura, there were often bids for antique artifacts. All of this took place in the section of Panjiayuan in Kyoto. And after the revival of the aura, Kyoto has undergone radical changes, and Panjiayuan is now dealing with all sorts of ferocious beasts as well as things related to martial artists. While Mu Tiancheng and the others were running the company, Han Ning took Gu Tiange, Mu Xiaoqi and the two of them and headed straight to Panjiayuan. Panjiva. There was a time when the most antique artifacts most dense place, but also the most mixed lot. And nowadays, most of the place has been turned into what martial artists need, except for a handful of antiques. What pills, treasures of the secret realm, or materials of ferocious beasts, and so on. There can be a wide range of products. Holy shit, this place, it's worth a fortune. I can't, my hands itch. Gu Changa followed her in and looked at the countless treasures just laid out for sale on the ground stalls, and her eyes instantly reddened. Not to mention Gu Changa, even Han Ning felt hot just looking at it. Don't mess around, Gu Pickpocket. This place has no less than 10 Zomshire level auras alone, and there are even more powerful ones. If you do it, you're asking for death. Han Ning gave a reminder, fearing that this guy Gu Changa wouldn't be able to control his hobbies. It wouldn't be a good thing for Han Ning if this brought unnecessary trouble. This Panjiayuan is considered a relatively neutral place in Kyoto, not controlled by a family, but nevertheless, I've heard that the person who sits here is a Grand Master, so no one dares to cause trouble here. On the side, Mu Xiaoqi also began to introduce herself. Upon hearing that there was a Grand Master in attendance, Gu Changa instantly became well-behaved. Gu Changa was still very active in the matter of admitting defeat. After all, the other party was a Grand Master, that was an existence that could pinch oneself to death with the lift of a hand. He didn't want to touch the mold. Han Ning also did not expect that the forces behind Panjiayuan were so strong. With a Grand Master in attendance, and quite a few at the sovereign level, it was no wonder this place had been safe and sound. Let's go to the bidding place. We won't be able to use the things in this garden for a while. Led by Mu Shichi, the two of them walked together through the garden to the rear. A venue was set up here, a place dedicated to bidding on various treasures. Of course, there will even be martial arts. This shows that this Panjiayuan is not trivial. Guys, bidding or auction? The three walked in, and immediately a man, dressed in a Chinese mountain suit, walnuts coiled in his hands, walked over with a calm and collected look. Mr. Situ, we've come here to auction off items. Mu Xiaoqi hurriedly greeted. This Mr. Situ swept a glance, then this opened his mouth. Follow me. With that, several people walked to a room, and then Mr. Situ also turned around, looking at Mu Xiaoqi and then at Han Ning. You guys are quite relieved. The Qin family's move against you is only just beginning. Just walk out like this. Aren't you afraid of being ambushed by them? As soon as Mr. Situ opened his mouth, Han Ning was also staggered. I didn't realize that this first meeting knew such things. This gentleman, you know us? Han Ning asked. Only Mr. Sito laughed. Most of the things in this Kyoto can't be hidden from me, Situjin. It's you, Han Ning, you're not simple either. After the recovery of the aura, among the younger generation, you are indeed one of the leading ones. It's just that this Kyoto is more treacherous than you think. Sitojing does know a lot, and says it very clearly. Han Ning realized that this Sitojing was afraid that he knew everything about himself, or his real life. Chapter 84. I only make money, I don't spend it. Regarding this Sitojing, Han Ning did not continue to pursue anything, but rather dealt with exactly that first. As for his own life, the Han family behind him, in Han Ning's heart, he actually didn't have any idea. If it was because of them that something happened to their parents, then Han Ning would naturally remember it, and when he had the strength, he would find them to settle the score. If not, then there is no need to bother with them. Mr. Situ is really something, but we came over this time mainly for the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. Han Ning didn't ink or go on about other topics with Situjin. Watching Han Ning do this, Situjin also had a smile on his face, seemingly appreciating Han Ning for doing so. Immediately said, "No problem, the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon is one of the stronger categories within the ferocious beasts, and the one you hunted is not the strongest in terms of strength. What's the blood value?" 30,000 blood values. After hearing this, Situjin also estimated it in his heart. This was followed by saying, "Well, 30,000 chi blood values is only considered the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon's juvenile stage. When they grow up, they can be compared to a Grand Master. However, even in its juvenile stage, its corpse is still worth a lot of money, so let's do it this way, we, Pan's Garden, will directly acquire it and can dispense with the bidding. Of course, if you guys want a higher price, you can also choose to auction it off. The low price is at $50 million. If it was for us, we'd give the price of $80 million. Accompanying Situjing's words, Buchanga Mu Xiaoqi simultaneously looked at Han Ning. The reserve price is $50 million, and with bidding, it might be able to exceed $80 million, but not necessarily. And the former spoke of acquisition, clearly trying to do a favor. This was something that Han Ning naturally detected. The other party had this in mind, and if one refused, one would rather be a bit insensitive. Besides, $80 million is not a small amount for them. Acquisition it is then, with thanks to Mr. Sito. This time, Han Ning did not choose to be greedy for money. And not every time. Furthermore, once the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon was taken to auction, it was highly likely that the Qin family would soon find out. Instead, trouble comes fast, and that's not good. Therefore, Han Ning chose to be more cautious and better. Good choice. There's good stuff in today's bidding, so you guys can check it out and get in on the bidding if you need to. Situ was speaking, only just after this was said, Han Ning gave a direct rejection. No, we're here to make money, not spend it. With these words, directly, Situjing wouldn't be able to straighten out. It was thought that Han Ning would at least go and take a look and see, but he didn't expect this guy to be so decisive and directly choose to reject it. This point, in fact, made Situjing somewhat unexpected. This operation is a real surprise. That's okay. Situ was returning to his senses, and after completing the handover with Han Ning and the others and making the payment, he then watched the three of them leave the room. No sooner had the man left than a voice came from the darkness behind him. Is this man that Han Ning? Well, the one from the Han family, but looking at him, he doesn't seem to know anything about the Han family. Boss, need a little attention? Situjing did not turn around, but remained in a calm and collected manner. Turn your back and talk to the person behind you. No, let's see. Accompanied by the sound, Situjing let out a light laugh and then left the room. And the other side. Returning to the garden, Han Ning took a long breath. That Situjing gave Han Ning a strange feeling. Talk about nothing bad, but nothing good either. 7. What is the origin of that Situjing? 7 what? I'm older than you, ugh. Mu Xiuqi, who was 5 meters tall, looked up and glared at Han Ning, grumbling with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Han Ning also looked down. Well, it's pretty big. Ahem, to get down to business, what is the origin of that Situjing? Seeing Han Ning changing the topic, Mu Xiaoqi was too lazy to dwell on it. After all, Han Ning was the boss now. This person is mysterious, the core of Panjia Yuan, although often appear, but no one knows where he comes from. All in all, just don't mess with it, even the Qin family wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Mu Xiaoqi obviously didn't know much, however, the last sentence she said, Han Ning did keep in mind. Let's go, even though we're not going to participate in the bidding, there should be treasures inside this garden, let's get some. You can't just do business, you have to train strong people. After a martial artist reached the half-step zone, sure, the subsequent increase in qi and blood values could be said to be very difficult. Therefore, the breakthrough of a half-step sect master was basically accomplished by relying on external forces and relying on various resources. Except for Han Ning, of course. The three of them wandered through the garden, which was full of many things, all kinds of materials. But most don't get used. After searching around for a while, it was only after Mu Xiaoqi's reminder that the target was locked. A booth. Boss, how much of this blood-quenching grass is there? The blood-quenching grass, which could quench the qi and blood, was the most common means used by half-step sect masters to break through to the sect master level. Of course, the chances weren't much, plus the blood-quenching grass wasn't only found in the secret realm, it was also found in the fierce beast area. So it wouldn't be a rare commodity. Combined with the low success rate, it became popular. I have 150 copies here, and if you need them, you can just give $15 million. The stall owner responded, and Mu Xiaoqi nodded after hearing this, and was about to reply, but was pulled back by Han Ning. $15 million? Too expensive? Boss, we are new to the capital, is this so expensive? Why don't we give you $5 million and then add the materials from this ferocious beast? Han Ning said, taking out a bone from his storage bag. This bone was none other than the Golden Edict Thunder Dragons. When the stall owner took a look, his eyes immediately stared straight. This is what you got? Obviously, the stall owner was also someone who knew his stuff, and had a shocked look on his face. When Han Ning saw him like this, the corners of his mouth instantly brought up a smile, but his face was feigning surprise. Yikes, could this be some powerful ferocious beast material? Boss, forget it, we don't want the blood-quenching grass. Han Ning said, making a gesture to collect the bones. But it was yanked by the stallholder. Hey, little brother, what's your hurry? Aren't we discussing it? You don't know where this bone came from, so you must have picked it up? How about this? I'm not bullying anyone. How about using this bone in exchange for 150 portions of blood-quenching grass? The stall owner spoke out in a single breath, causing the Mu Xiaoqi and Gu Changge on the side to directly listen to the foolishness. Han Ning, on the other hand, revealed a look of difficulty. Before he could even open his mouth, the stall owner packed the blood-quenching herb and sent it over. Well, boss, don't you dare screw me over. Han Ning reluctantly accepted it, but the stall owner was happy. After a deal was completed and left, Gu Changge couldn't help but spit it out. You guys, that's the bones of the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon. It's a top choice for weaponry. How do you? Gu Changge was about to speak, but Han Ning directly interrupted. What Golden Edict Thunder Dragon? That's nothing more than an ordinary ferocious beast's bones that were stained by the Golden Edict Thunder Dragon's blood in the storage bag. Chapter 85, Door-to-Door Pretending? You're good at it. Crap. You're too shameless. Han Ning had a frank look on his face and spoke with such a straight face that even Gu Changge was a little hard of hearing. Others are second best, but Han Ning directly fools people with fake goods. The bones of this ordinary ferocious beast, not to mention $10 million, not even $2 million. Just like that, they traded $15 million worth of blood-quenching herbs. This behavior, it's a bit of an animal. What do you mean shameless? I didn't explicitly say it was the Golden Edict Thunder Dragons. Besides, that boss is so enthusiastic, I can't refuse, can I? Han Ning spread his hands with an innocent face, obviously not feeling anything. Easy savings of $15 million. What a great deal. Well worth it. Come on, you Han pickpocket, I'm kind of convinced. Let's just hurry up and go. Although that boss is only a half-step zone master, this place is Panjia Yuan after all. Gu Changge was worried that if they made a scene and invited the Grand Master out, they would be in for a rude awakening. Don't worry, this kind of thing in Panjayuan often, here is also a rule, by fixed away from the hand, really suffered a loss and fooled, that can only be broken teeth to the stomach. On the side, Mu Xiuqi explained. With the golden edict Thunder Dragon off the table, there wasn't much of a problem with Han Tang's money side at the moment. The rest is to see how Mushincheng operates. Come on, go back first. It's also time to think of a way to formulate a way to raise the strength, more Zongshire level, so that there will be a safeguard strength for Han Tang. At this point, Hanink is keen. After all, the Qin family was still around, eyeing the tiger, so it was impossible not to be on guard. Villa. Just walking in, Hanning saw a strange man sitting in the living room. The man was dressed in a white suit and looked well-dressed and gentle, seemingly with a noble atmosphere, but in fact that the cold light in the eyes is still, looking at the bottom of the heart chills. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Looking at the man in front of him, Han Ning was also instantly on guard. From the seemingly unnoticeable aura on this man's body, Han Ning clearly felt that this guy was very strong, far above himself. Han Ning just asked, behind him got Mu Xiuqi to come forward. Looking at the man in front of him, his pupils instantly contracted. Qin Yushan! What are you doing here? Mu Xiuqi recognized the identity of the other party at a glance, and instantly brought a look of anger on her face. But she didn't dare to attack directly. What the other party was, Mu Xiuqi obviously knew very well. It's not wise to get into a confrontation with someone like that. It would be fine if it was just the Mu family, but now Han Ning and the others were here as well. If Mu Xiuqi is impulsive, she will harm everyone. Oh, Miss Mu, don't come back. You wouldn't have forgotten that all of the Mu family's properties are under my Qin family nowadays, would you? Though you have preserved this place at the end, what can be done? This young man came over today as a mere guest, you don't need to be nervous. Qin Yushan was speaking easily, that way, it was as if he was the real master here. At the same time, Hanning, who was listening, could laugh. This is my home, and you have a really chic way of being a guest. Qin Yushan, right? I'm a man who especially dislikes rude people, so if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Han Ning was equally nonchalant, being nakedly bullied to the door of his house. This behavior, how arrogant. Complete and utter provocation, humiliation. But there was nothing to be done about the other side. Han Ning had thought that the Qin family would use all sorts of means to deal with themselves and with Han Tang. But how could I have not expected that the first time was to meet in such a unique way? In the face of Han Ning's words, Qin Huishan, however, got up without any panic and took a step forward. The space around him was actually as if it was standing still. The end is scary. In a flash, the aura gradually disclosed, and that terrifying aura suppressed down, causing Mu Xiaoqi and Gu Chunga to stagger back at the same time. The face became extremely pale. Han Ning, on the other hand, was protected by his heavenly demon ancient body, and the 4 ancient statues were added up one after another. But even so, Han Ning still felt a terrifying suppressive force that prevented him from moving. Not bad, a genius indeed. Hanning, you're very capable. However, with this amount of strength, this young man doesn't care to make a move to kill you. Of course, going against my Qin family will not end well. You're on your own. Speaking, Qin Yushan slowly walked out without the slightest impact, until he left, the aura suppression of the entire living room which disappeared. Gu Chunga and Mu Xiaoqi panted heavily, sweat pouring out of their faces. Even Han Ning's breathing became rapid at this moment. Damn! This guy is too sick. What kind of strength is this? Gu Chunga spoke with a big breath. For the Qin Yushan just now, it was obvious that he already had a shadow over him. The other party didn't do anything, but it was indeed a bit too intimidating. Mu Xiaoqi said, also trying to calm down. This guy is the young master and heir of the Qin family. When the aura was revived, some visions appeared on this guy's body, thus, his strength increased very quickly, coupled with the fact that the Qin family itself has a strong family background and someone to help. Hearing Mu Xiuqi's words, Han Ning's heart sank as well. In contrast, when the aura was revived, he was already in high school, and his blood value was only 9 at that time. A negligible sort of thing. But Chinyu Mountain was the one that received the greatest favor when the aura was revived. A single glance transformed and the strength increased wildly. That may be the gap. However, Han Ning didn't think that he was the one who was inferior to him. Qin Yushan was in his 20s, but Han Ning was only 19. Besides, with the respiratory system in place, surpassing him is not difficult. What happened to the anomaly you mentioned? And what kind of person is this Qin Yushan? After calming down, the three of them then sat down in the living room, and at the same time, Han Ning began to inquire. Obviously, a little curious about these things. The so-called visage should be related to the physique. I don't really understand it. It is found in those sects, and it also appears among the lineages. It's said to be due to the underlying heritage. On this issue, Mu Xiuqi didn't know much, and as Han Ning listened, he probably speculated some of it out on his own. By and large, it is the extraordinary physique, which is different from the norm, that has been helped the most by the revival of the aura. Combined with the family heritage, it improves rapidly. A lot of ordinary people, they don't have that blessing. Even though the aura recovery covers the globe, not everyone can be the lucky one. This was clear to Hanning. If he hadn't come over and emerged with the system, he would have been destined to be just a speck of dust in this world. It's not even possible to walk out of Jiangqing. As for Qin Yu Mountain, although the Qin family is a second-rate family, because of his existence, even first-rate families are unwilling to clash with them. This person has a strange character. He looks gentle, but in reality he has ruthless means. It's bad luck for our Mu family to be in their thoughts. Speaking of this, Mu Xiaoqi also had a downcast look on her face. The Mu family had a great future, but they were unlucky enough to be targeted by the Qin family, and now, so was Han Tang. Chapter 86 Strength Enhancement. A two-handed strategy? Qin Yushan's appearance had given Han Ning and the others a downward spiral, and at the same time, it had also allowed Han Ning to understand that even though the recovery of aura hadn't lasted long, the world belonging to martial artists had already become intense. It can be described as dark. It was precisely for this reason that Han Ning needed to be more cautious, and Han Tang's development, it was thought, would not be so smooth. This Qin Yushan is indeed a fellow who is not easy to deal with. We have to hurry up, Xiao Qi. You arrange for the blood-quenching herb, and if there are still things that are needed, just try to prepare them. A few more clan levels will be very helpful to us. Strength enhancement, adequacy, that's what needs to go. It's the only way to smooth out the development of Han Tang. After this one incident of Qin Yushan's door threat, Han Ning also realized that his own strength, too, needed to be raised as soon as possible. 2 days later, inside the villa, Han Ning was just about to pick up Chen Xingrua and the others when he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Accumulated for 10 days, settling on 2,000 points of qi and blood value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning one lucky draw chance. As the system prompt rang out, Han Ning was also interested, and at that moment, he was in no hurry to go out. Start the raffle. This time, 2,000 points of blood value were settled, which was the largest number of settlements besides the secret realm. After the sovereign level, it was as difficult as heaven to raise the qi and blood values, and many people, even with bitter cultivation and the help of resources, would find it difficult to raise their qi and blood values by hundreds or thousands. And Han Ning didn't need to be so, didn't even have to care about cultivation. Ding! Successful draw. Congratulations on winning the lottery and doubling your chakra value. A total of 4,000 points of qi and blood value have been gained. Looking at the system, Han Ning instantly became satisfied. A boost of 4,000 points of blood value, this wave, it was like flying in place. With 4,000 points of blood value added, Han Ning also felt a surge of power. This is obviously a nice boost for Hanning. Today's blood value, too, had reached 18,000 points. It was about the same distance from 20,000 qi blood values, and the next time it would be a smooth breakthrough. Unfortunately, there are triple rewards inside the draw that just aren't drawn. Sure enough, strength is everything. Han Ning clenched his fists and felt the qi and blood values that were constantly swimming in his body. But when he thought of that fellow Qin Yushan, his mood sank. That man is, indeed, a formidable opponent. Han Ning didn't dwell on it too much, and after organizing, he chose to go out. Qin Qingra and the others came to the capital today, which also meant that Han Tang's strength would be replenished once again. After all, they had all reached the sovereign level. In Kyoto, even though there were quite a few clan-level powerhouses, they were still considered to have some weight. As long as there were enough Zhongshu-level powerhouses, it wasn't impossible to get a firm foothold in Kyoto. Outside the airport, Han Ning looked at Qinqingro's few people from afar, and Chan, who was also there, along with a few people from the Martial Arts Academy, accompanying them. Hokage, you guys came here pretty fast. I'm just starting out with this company, and it's just as well that you guys are here to help out. Looking at the people from the Jianbei Martial Arts Academy, Han Ning instead felt some sense of kinship. Of course, since it's all cordial, there's no need to be polite when you make it work. The squeeze is still to squeeze, kill the piece. Han Ning mastered very skillful. Step aside, I haven't seen you in a while, I can't get your scent right. This time I came over, it's also my grandfather's intention until you develop here, so the investment of our Jianbei No. 1 Martial Arts Academy certainly can't be less. And I, as an investor, am not going to act as a laborer for you. Qin Qingruo grunted, and Han Ning laughed. I didn't expect Ding Qin to be so kind to himself. This is a bit of a surprise. Okay, go back first. Greeted a few people into the car, then went straight over to the villa. Along the way, Qin Qingruo also inquired about Han Ning's recent situation and learned about the Mu family as well as the Qin family. I didn't expect Kyoto to be so complicated, and that Qin Yushan's strength to be so terrifying. Hanning, how come you attract hate everywhere you go? While Qin Qingru sighed, she didn't forget to spit on Han Ning. In response, Han Ning was also very speechless. After not seeing her for a while, Qin Qingru was still so sexy and hot, but this mouth was still the same as always. Poisonous detractors at one time, generous at another, and a little pouty every now and then. It's really frustrating. This Kyoto is not that simple, but it does have a lot of opportunities. After all, this is the world of martial artists. Sister, how much investment did the Martial Arts Academy give this time? Compared to nagging, Han Ning was more concerned about how much money the Martial Arts Academy had given. That money is the point. I knew you'd ask. With 500 million given this time, the Martial Academy is also expecting a lot from you, so you can't let us down. 500 million. When Han Ning heard this, his entire body froze as well. A place like the Xiaobei Martial Arts Academy didn't even give this much. It could be seen that the Jiangbei First Martial Academy was planning to stand on the same side as Han Ning. Again, it's for people and money. With this money, Han Ning's heart was much more comfortable. In this way, the Han Tang development can also expand rapidly. After entertaining Qin Qingruo and the others, Qin Qingruo directly deservedly stayed in the villa, along with Chan Hu. The next day, Han Ning gathered all of Han Tang's several top executives in the villa. The living room. Han Ning brightened up the investment of the First Martial Academy of Jianbei, and at the same time, he also put his thoughts into words. Mr. Mu, you guys are in charge of the business side of the company, and on this side, I intend to set up a security department specifically for training martial artists. That's where our strength lies. We need to train our own people and they need to be strong enough to do it. The situation of the Mu family before, you are also clear about it, so in terms of earning money for business, you have to take more trouble. Setting up a security department is really about recruiting henchmen and expanding your power. When the Mu family was focused on making money, they didn't take this aspect to heart at all, which led to the fact that against the Qin family, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Well, in that case, I'm fine with it. My Mu family's children will also enter, so make the arrangements, Mr. Han. Mu Tiancheng didn't have any opinion on this. He knew that Han Ning wasn't simple either, despite being young and possibly getting such support from a martial arts academy. As you can see, this man is no small feat either. Besides, they were one now, so there was no need to be so outgoing. As for the security department, Senior Chang and Gu Pickpocket are in charge, training them, providing resources, and a little bit more, going to gather materials, all under your responsibility. At the same time, there's a need to keep our business units safe. Hanning sort of arranged all the deployments. Given enough time, Han Tang can develop smoothly. On this point, everyone in the room was confident. Mr. Han, in 3 days, the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce will have an exchange meeting, and I'm afraid it's going to be a bit tricky. Chapter 87. Someone else is behind the scenes. Han Ning had just finished making arrangements when Mu Tianqing opened his mouth and said something unexpected. A Chamber of Commerce, as the name suggests, is a number of businesses that have joined together, similar to a martial arts alliance. But the rules of acting style than the martial arts alliance more rigorous. It's fair to say that the businesses that join the chamber are at odds with each other, but at the same time, they're all on the same page. A Chamber of Commerce exchange? What does this have to do with us? And as I recall, the Chamber of Commerce requires certain conditions to be met in order to join. Not to mention I have no intention of joining any Chamber of Commerce. Han Ning was puzzled. The Chamber of Commerce had so many rules and regulations, and with Han Ning's character, he was naturally unwilling to be bound by them. And don't want anything to do with them. That's not for us to say. We didn't join, but we were invited after all. But the exchange is organized by the Daxia government, and those lineages wouldn't dare to mess around. When Mu Tianqing said this, Han Ning also understood. So, it's not an option not to go. What's the main thing to do at this exchange? Han Ning sat down and looked at Mu Tianqing with a curious expression. Only to see Mu Tianqing open his mouth and say, "Martial exchanges, as well as business matters, of course, there are still mainly national projects." Roughly speaking, the exchange meeting was equivalent to a bidding meeting as it was a world of martial artists, and with the revival of aura, there were also many things that only martial artists could participate in. Naturally, it would require the power of the martial artist to solve it. I see, that could be something to check out. It's just as well to see all these businesses in Kyoto, with their mixed bag of fish and dragons. In that case, during this period of time, the Qin family won't mess around. Combined with this matter, it instead gave Han Tang some time. Most of all, it gave Han cumulative time. Then it settled, everyone move. Everything was arranged and the heads of departments were on the move, working hard for the development of Han Tang. As for Han Ning, he naturally began to be a shirker. Inside the villa. Han Ning, this company is looking at quite a few people right now. What level is it considered in Kyoto? I see that there are only so many at the Zhongshu level. If this were placed in Jiangqing, it would be an absolute hegemony. Qingqing Ru, dressed in small shorts and a small body shirt, lay on her side on the sofa, not minding the nakedness in the slightest. Opening his mouth, he inquired. Looking at Qingqing Ru's hot body and being alone, Han Ning also unconsciously averted his gaze. This well can only belong to the type of small workshop, small company, third class cannot go. Han Tang looked like he already had several $100 million lying on his account, and it looked like there were quite a few people, with 6 or 7 Zhongshu level powerhouses combined. But in reality, inside Kyoto, which was filled with martial artists, it was not worth mentioning. It's not even a third-rate business. Qingqing Ru listened, and immediately her eyes began to roll. Don't you think it's strange that a company like this is even invited? Qingqing Ru said, and as soon as these words came out, Han Ning froze as well. It was only then that he reacted. According to what Qingqing Ru said, it was true that Han Tang did not have the qualifications to be invited at the moment. There is clearly another reason for this. You mean the Qin family got it? Han Ning's first thought was the Qin family. Humiliating Han Tang at the exchange was obviously a good choice. I don't think so. Through my understanding, the Qin family is not so powerful. You guys have also said that they are a second-rate corporate family, and although they can make some first-rate families jealous, but jealousy is jealousy, not fear. The Chamber of Commerce has a complex composition, and there's bound to be a big hand behind it that holds it, even if it is the Daxia government. So, I suspect you're also being targeted by a larger power. Qingqing Ru could be said to be very rigorous in this analysis, directly silencing Han Ning. If the Qin family can't do it, then who is it? Is it hard to believe it's them? Han Ning wasn't sure, but he also knew that since the other party had a lot of energy, and had asked him to go to the exchange meeting, he was bound to have a purpose as well. In any case, I'm also riding a tiger now, so I'll just hit the tiger and go up the mountain. Han Ning's solution was straightforward, but it was clearly the most effective in the midst of such a struggle for power and strength. As the saying goes, one force is enough. This phrase could not only be used above the actual battle, but was equally appropriate in terms of the current environment Han Tang was in. Well, it'll have to do, I'll go with you then. The exchange was 3 days later, and for those 3 days, Kyoto was quiet. Nothing happened. As Han Ning thought, even the Qin family had settled down in the past few days. It didn't come to Han Tang's defense. Until the day of the exchange. Early in the morning, 2 men in black uniforms came to the door. And it came with an invitation to the exchange. Kyoto Yanxia Hotel? This is the highest specification hotel in the whole of Kyoto, and even the whole of Daxia. It's basically a place where the top echelons of Daxia receive foreign guests. I didn't expect that the Chamber of Commerce's exchange meeting would actually be placed here. Looking at the position on the invitation, Qin Qingruo was also surprised. I didn't realize that the weight of this Kyoto Chamber of Commerce was actually so great. This was unexpected. Looks like we'll be able to feast our eyes on this one. These big shots who stand at the top of the martial artists in Kyoto, and even the whole of Daxia. Hanning was beginning to look forward to it at the moment. Grand Masters above the sovereign level were a rarity, even rarer than the sovereign level. As for strength? Naturally, it's unfathomable. At the very least, until now, Han Ning hadn't heard anything about a Grand Master striking out. Following the two, they got into the car and went straight over to the Kyoto Yanxia Hotel. When the two arrived, the entrance to the hotel was already heavily guarded, to the point that the military was out in force. Its patriarchal aura was immense in variety. It's really different. If it weren't for the Daxia government, I'd feel like it was a dragon's den. As Han Ning felt it, he couldn't help but sigh. Come on, it's time to go in. The outside of the hotel didn't look like much, it was just a bigger specification, but when the two of them walked in, they realized that just the hall alone was frighteningly large. Even the ring was set up in the middle of the hall. Looking closely, the entire interior of the hotel was just like a ring upwards. Each layer had countless rooms, bleachers, all of which could clearly see the ring below. As in, the Colosseum. You two, your place is on the first floor, this way please. Entertained by the waiter, the two went straight up and into the private room. Casting through the window, you can also clearly see everything outside. It seems that we're the only ones on the first floor. The higher up this goes, the stronger the identity strength obviously is, and we, this time, are afraid we'll have to become ornamental fish. Qin Qingruo had seen it clearly. A scene like this, they shouldn't have appeared in the first place. But it's a bad time to show up here. It's bound to get attention, and even a grudge. Hanning? Suddenly, at the gate, Qin Yushan of the Qin clan, who had just walked in, had his gaze instantly locked onto where Han Ning was.